let the aliens kill you when they come back. Like, don't do that. Is how he was. And I was like, I can hear the worriness in his voice. Like, when he kept asking us, so you don't believe in God? And I'm like, no. And then we researched his prophet, the guy that he follows. And his prophet is named Prophet Yahweh. And this guy, of course, is a Hebrew Israelite. And he preaches the whole black people are going to enslave the world bullshit. And so I asked him, I'm like, I read him a letter, like an email that a lady, a white woman, sent to Prophet Yahweh, asking, like, why, like, what about white people that follow you? Like, why do we have to be, left out and blah, blah, blah. So I asked him, I was like, this okay with you? And he was like, yep. And I was like, what the fuck? And he said that he believes that when the aliens come back, they're going to use mind fucking control.
Not mind control.
Mind control, Deli.
Oh my
they're going to use mind control to enslave, like to get them their land back and to make everybody the black man's slave. And then he's like, oh, I don't really want it to happen, but it's just gonna happen. Like, I have no choice. Like, what? Hold on. What's up to the YouTubers? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the live. What's up, Cindy Prim, Eve L, Tone G, what's up? Minitro, what's up? Dago, you on both ends. Like, you just like Just Kill when Just Kill first started out. Appreciate you supporting both streams. Y'all don't forget, over there in the YouTube land, help us increase the audience over there. Make sure that you hit the like button. Make sure that you are following if you're not already doing that, and share the live stream out. Help grow the audience over there so y'all can have a pop-in chat like the TikTok. The chat over here on TikTok be on fire. We want y'all to have that same experience over there. But welcome to the stream. But yeah, he said that the aliens are gonna use mind control to help them get their land back, help them get their power and their status back and their wealth and all that stuff. And they're going to enslave white people. Black, listen, here's the thing. The aliens are going to help black Americans enslave Africans, Asians,
wow,
right, white people, anybody that have enslaved them, including Africans on the continent. Like, what?
I mean, the shit that comes out of people's mouth, I don't get. I mean, it's like they have to this whatever God, Anunnaki, whatever they want to call it. It just seems to have the powers of Grayskull or some shit. I mean, it's like they make this shit up. I don't get it. I mean, that's what mythology. God damn.
I asked the question, right? Who, like, does it not concern them that they literally need an alien plan or a Yahweh plan in order to get their lick back? Like, I don't understand. Like, if you think about it, the black Hebrew Israelites that do believe that one day they're going to enslave white people, and one day, their God is going to wipe the Edomites off the face of the earth because of their prophecy in Obadiah. And they're waiting on this supernatural move to happen in order for them to get their lick back for what was done to their ancestors. But I don't think it dawns on them when they come up here and they say shit like Donald Trump is really a black man in white face, and he's really fighting for the Hebrew Israelites, like that. Like, listen to what you're saying when you say shit like, oh, the Anunnaki, aliens from planet Nibiru is gonna come and use mind control or even just this God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're literally saying that you need supernatural power to fight some shit that black women have been fucking fighting.
That is.
Like,
It kills me. I'm serious. That kills me. It's just hard for me to wrap my mind around nonsense. This superpower, some shit you ain't never seen before except on TV and in the movies. You actually believe this shit's gonna happen like that?
yeah, yeah, they do, and it's very, very concerning. It's very concerning that they can't see the how ridiculous that sounds.
That is crazy.
What is up with the let's see if we can get it going. Theo, I see you in the guest request box, friend. Yeah, you already got something to say right now, Theo.
Here we go.
Yeah, we already have a subwave going. Please click that go button on the bottom left-hand corner. And let's get these likes to 50,000. Also, we need those heart knees, those team bracelets, and those popular arrows. Don't forget to click the pay links in Thinker's bio to tip, as well as buy merch. It's all in her bio.
Hey, Thinker, I was thinking today.
Give me just 1 second, Nelly. I also want to thank y'all so much for the 1,000,000 likes. I appreciate y'all. Y'all help us hit 1,000,000 on our likes for the second time during the history of this stream. That's another milestone that we have hit. Thank y'all. That was a hard one because I sure in hell was my chest turned out, I was ready to lay down. But I appreciate y'all for making that happen. I think we want to make it happen for Oso on Thursday morning when Oso goes live. He was the big push behind that for Christina, and was the big push behind that this morning for us. So like we want to spread the love around when Oso goes live on Thursday if we can. Let's get him to 1,000,000 likes as well. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, I was gonna ask you. You don't do the sub only no more, right?
No, I stopped. I have Hebrew classes on Saturdays, and then Rhea goes live on Saturdays, and she does her sub only on Saturdays. So I stopped, so it didn't interfere with Rhea's schedule.
Okay. I mean, is there any way, that a day could be picked to where you can do maybe if it's just for a couple of hours of just learning, because it's a lot of things that even though a lot of stuff is in the Discord, it's a lot of things.
Oh, friend, are you asking me to do some work, Nelly?
Yeah, I know it. And I apologize. I mean, shit, I ain't pay you to do it if I got to, but it was so important to me, those sub only, lives that you did, because it was, informational. We studied certain topics, and we homed in on that topic, and we had a lot of evidence and resources and stuff like that. And I kind of missed that. I really
I missed it, and that's why I changed Thursdays to research based. Like that's what we do on Thursdays, and just focus on research. Because right now, like I have I'm writing my book, and then we got the 24-hour live coming up. So like I do have a lot, and then with my company, we're about to launch the new version of Know That. So I have a lot going on with that too. So my plate is full.
I understand.
Right now, but Thursdays is research focused. As of right now, so anything that you do want me to talk about or hone in on Thursdays, because that'll help where I'm not waiting for people to come up on stage. or like even if we're live, right? Like during the lives, if there's nobody coming up on stage, right, and there's something that you want me to go over that's in the Google Drive, just be like, hey, can you go over such and such? And I can
Yeah.
pull the notes from the Google Drive and do it during the live, and I don't mind doing that. But as of right now, I can't add an extra day
Right.
um, to the schedule as
Oh,
of
I,
right
I
now.
understand. I mean, and you said you getting ready to launch?
Yeah, so we revamped the app, the design, all of that, implemented new design flows to help people connect with businesses that align with their values, and so that they know that they're spending their money with businesses that they trust, businesses that ain't out here doing shit like that new bar that opened up
Excuse me.
that who stopped a couple of young black boys from coming in because they had on Jordans. Like they changed their dress code like at last minute when they saw a group of young black boys. The hostess came out and was like, "Hey, as of right now, we have a dress code: no Jordans, no ripped jeans, no athletic pants." And she described the little black boys that was waiting in line to get in. And so when she did that, like half the line that was waiting to get into the bar. Now this is a new bar that opened, like a small business that opened up,
Yeah,
and that
Charleston.
yeah, and they lost half of their line, half of um their customers when they did that. And the thing is like we people want to know who they're spending their money with, right?
Right, right.
And when they made the reviews on Google, all the company has the ability to go in and delete reviews or write their own reviews and all of that. So they could bury that negative thing, but not with my app. And so what we had to do though is we're honing the process to make sure that people are connecting with businesses that value that align with their values, and that they get the right information about what's out there about these businesses that are pertaining to the categories that matter most to you. So if inclusivity matters to you, you'll know whether that business has the stink out there about inclusivity, and you can make a decision whether you want to put your dollars with that business or not. But yeah, we're about to relaunch that, and so that's been me doing double duty with that, and writing the book on Wednesdays, and then now doing the Thursday daytime lives. It's a lot, but what I can do is, like I said, uh, move the research into the live while we're already here. I don't mind doing that.
Okay. Yeah, because my time is, eh, I'm in, like I said, my time is reckless too. So I've only been having maybe an hour, hour and a half a day to work on my book, and it's really, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna have to go ahead and get a driver and put him in this truck, and so I can catch up, because at this rate, hell, it's gonna take me 10 years. Shit.
Mm-hmm. If I can help you that way, I definitely don't mind doing that. Just like even tonight, just let me know if we're waiting on people to come up. Just be like, hey, can you talk about this? And I'll go to the Google Drive and bring it up. Oh, we made it to 4,000 subscribers on the YouTube. Actually, we're at 4,700. Wait, is that right? No, 4,070. We're at 4,000 subs on YouTube. Thank y'all so much for the YouTubers over there doing your big one. I appreciate y'all. The stream is growing and I love it. And then we have nerds on YouTube as well. The community is growing over there. And they have access to the Google Drive and all that good stuff also. But y'all, we are at 159 shares, so we are ready to get started. Lala, did you have anything else you want to say before we bring up the first guest? I guess not. Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought I was talking to you.
Oh,
I said, are you gonna make that announcement now or later?
which announcement?
The
Oh
message I
shit!
sent.
Now. Um, is it in the drive? Did she put it in there yet? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right, y'all. So If you are in the Discord, I need you to do me a huge favor. Y'all know how we come together for the community. One of our beloved loved ones is in need of of some support. She has a goal of $3,000. She did put her GoFundMe in the Thinker live chat. If you can support her, I'm not saying their name out in public, but if you are in the Discord, please go to Thinker's live chat tonight and read the GoFundMe. And if you are able to support $1, $5, whatever, to help her reach that $3,000 goal, I appreciate it so much. I am about to donate myself right now. And so this is how we do it. We come together for the community. We come together for the community, and we've done it before. And so if you are able to do that, I definitely appreciate y'all. No pressure if you cannot. If you can't share if you can't support, please share her GoFundMe to help her reach her goal. Why is my... I'm trying to log in. What the fuck is... The number lock wasn't even on. Okay, now, all right, let's get the first... Okay, what the fuck? Hold on. Why is my... Sheldon, where did you go? I thought you were coming up to talk about topic number 1. US dollar, how are you? Okay, you're not connecting? All right. Hey,
Hi,
Sheldon. Hey.
what's up? Hey, what's
How are you?
happening? I
How
am
are you?
good. Somebody just beat me up in Mortal Kombat and be trolling me and shit. That's
Oh,
messed up.
okay.
Okay. How you doing, Thinker? My manners. I'm sorry. Hi, Lala. What's up, Nelly? What's up?
Hello.
Hey, we
Hello.
here. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to talk about is it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. Okay. Yeah. After becoming a non-believer, I realized how difficult it is because, what you used to believe in, like, now you're looking at it like, yo, I used to believe in that for real. And then you have the people who are still stuck in that void that looks at you like, how is it that you don't believe in a God? How is it that you don't believe in Jesus Christ? Look around you. Jesus planted that tree. How do you think it got there? And God said in the Bible said that this and the Bible said, and because the Bible
Sheldon.
said.
Sheldon, what is this voice? What is this voice?
That's how they sound to me. They literally sound like some nauseous set of people. Or they could sound like the guy that was here 2 days ago, the Jamaican person. I was like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Like the guy, alright. No, like for example, right? When he was talking to also the other day, and he was saying, yo, youth, me save, but me not save. You hear that? That is exactly how I feel about like Christianity on a whole. They're saved, but they're truly not saved. So basically, they're not wrong. You know? So yeah. So yeah, it's difficult now because you literally have to be like, yo, it's like a check in reality. You know what I'm saying? It's like a wake up call. And
Yeah.
since I got that wake up call, I'm still getting myself out of it. Like, When I got that wake up call, it's like, and I see everybody else, um, you know, in this whack called Christianity. It kind of made me feel like, yo, am I really that I've been crazy this whole time? Like this whole time I've been a wacko. You know what I'm saying? So it just
Yeah.
kind of just made me feel, it's really
So, but
rough.
it seems like that they have the ability to try like to make you question your sanity when you know that you're not crazy, and in reality, it's you were probably a little bit not mentally well when you were a believer. Because I was thinking about that today, like when the guy was on stage and he was talking about the aliens coming and all
Yes,
of
I
that.
was I was there this morning.
Yeah. Because there was a point in time where we did believe that a chariot was going to bust through the sky because we were believers, right?
Yeah.
Believing the questioning whether aliens are real and, believing in aliens and stuff like that. And it's like now that we're non-believers and they're looking at us like, what, you don't believe in God, you don't believe that the sky is gonna crack open, you
Yeah.
don't believe, like it they have the ability to make you go why the fuck can't I believe this shit as easily as they do? Like,
Am I the
am
crazy
I
one?
the crazy one? And that's so fucking wild.
Yeah. Okay, because I also remember at times when I used to go to like Bible study. This Mortal Kombat game is distracting me. Sorry. When I used to go to Bible study, and when I used to go to Bible study, not Bible study, like youth meetings, and they used to play this movie. I remember this time one time they played this one movie called Left Behind. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but it's like
I
a
think everybody has seen Left Behind. That motherfucker gave everybody nightmares.
yo. The first time I saw that, I was like, yo, for real, people just going to disappear if them find Jesus before everybody else. And I'm like, yo, what? When I'm watching this movie, it would scare the living shit out of me. I was like, yo, my mother believes in Jesus so much, she is going to just disappear.
Yeah, I
I
used to
thought,
have those dreams that wake up thinking that the rapture happened. What's up? You don't know me. I used to have those dreams all the time as a kid. That movie scared the
wow.
shit out of me.
Yo, I can't. I thought I was like the only person that saw that movie. Like, outside of like, you understand what I'm saying? And I want to watch that movie again just to laugh at it now. And then the whole mark of the beast thing, that if you don't have the sign on your head or on your vagina or your penis or something like that, you won't be able to buy products or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it said shit about no mark on no vagina or no
I
penis.
know I'm just being extra. Like, but it was on your forehead. It was on your forehead or on your hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So but it was like, all right, cool. And but yeah, so now that I'm like literally out of it for real, and like especially on this show, and like Joel, I watch Joel a lot, I watch Mezzo a lot, I call in sometimes and I talk to them and stuff as well, and I ask questions because I'm still deconstructing, because I'm still not fully out of the whack. At the same time, it's like I know that this don't make any sense, and especially now reading the Bible with Joel's help, reading the Bible, I'm at numbers with him right now, and I'm like, yo, are people really reading this Bible? Like the whole thing, what everybody tells us, have been telling us in this book, been just things what humans literally make up in church. Like one time I heard when I was younger from a far distance in Jamaica, our churches are very loud. Like everybody in your neighborhood should know that church is going on because it's one of the loudest things, right? And I
Oh,
heard this
that would
part.
make me so mad.
Oh man, trust me, and it's far away. No, I talk about like far away. So, so
Oh
the
hell
church.
no.
I heard this pastor. He was talking about. So I met this girl the other day, and She was talking about sex. And she said, it's normal. It is something normal. Then you hear the congregation say, oh Lord Jesus, oh Lord, no. And then the preacher said, it is rude. It is disgusting. And enough it happen. It should not happen. I'm like,
Can you imagine that you're at home? You with your significant other. Y'all got the music on. You about to get it. And then you hear the preacher say that shit.
yo.
Like what?
I'm like, wow. Yo, like you see Jamaica, our pastors and our preachers, they speak, they say the heinous stuff, like crazy stuff in church. Like crazy stuff in church. You have some who literally take it as mockery because I really think and believe they don't believe in this shit, bro. You see me? They really and truly do not believe in this. The way how they speak.
But
So,
they're doing it for the money, probably.
for the profit, man. So like the more I listen to them and the more they have the especially when you see the congregation and how engaged they are, now I look at it differently now. So like
Anarchist. Anarchist said he went to a Christian live chat on YouTube and invited them to this one. He's like, I think I'm going to hell now.
yeah, for real, yo. So it's like and you know, like most of us in here, at one point when someone talks about, you know, God and talks about him in a way where it's like, you can't be disrespecting God like that. You understand? I used to be one of those people that used to look at God like, oh man, if I say this word or I say that word, I'm probably going to hell, or he's going to spite me, or he's going to harm one of my relatives, or he's going to make me go out the road and get shot by a stray bullet, or lightning is going to strike me, or a chicken is going to bite me in my leg, or our dog is going to bite me on my foot, and then I have to learn about that, and then I have to go to church and confess my sin. I used to be one of those people. I used to be one of those people. So it's like, now that I'm like, I realize that I have been worried about nothing at all. Literally nothing at all. And so now it's hard now because as a non-believer, being around believers, especially my family hold on to this. You know, sometimes when I go on WhatsApp and I see them putting up Bible quotes, it just makes me sick. Because I'm like, yo, look at them people that put up Bible quotes. They're not even believing that the quote them I put up. You see me? Mm-hmm. So yeah. Wow, you understood that. I'm sorry. Yeah, they don't believe in the quote that they're putting up. So yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's my time. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Sheldon, thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for the laughs.
Yeah, for sure. I want to come up here every day, but I know that there's sometimes like I'm in here late. That's why I came here early this time. I was like early. I gotta get this early. You feel me? So I got to be here early and stuff. So, so yeah, I really appreciate being on this. Like, I feel so free on this on this platform. Usually I'm nervous. Usually I'm like, I don't know what to say. And I wanted to ask Rhea a question. I hope she's in here. She has a show called what? I think Christian people do when they go to prison or something like that, or they do like some crazy crimes. I want
heinous beliefs.
Heinous beliefs. Is this on YouTube? Because I saw it on her page and I'm like, no, I need to watch this.
It's not on YouTube yet. Well, she has a YouTube for you to subscribe to, but her shows aren't there. They're on like every podcast platform, like Apple, iHeart, Google Podcasts.
Oh man, so I gotta subscribe and buy stuff. Okay, no problem. I'll spend money. I don't know if it's free.
Not enough thinker.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I was like, I want her to put them on like YouTube and stuff, because like that's like one of my favorite places to go to like learn and all that stuff. apart from my music production stuff that I go on and I listen and try to learn some new stuff. But like I like engaging into like these conversations about Christianity and how messed up it is, and in the Bible, and like it's so interesting. And I didn't know I had no idea at this point that I would ever go against this religion. The last time I went to church was when I saw a dialogue. Somebody was preaching and talking about God and how we drift away from sin and how we must confess our sins so that we can go back to our, what you call it now? Or I think, like the direction that God gave us, but then it was in a circle. So I'm like, yo, why is it in a circle? So yeah, from, I don't know. As in like, it was a, there's a word that I'm looking for. It's like a map. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like a map of, they put them in circles. Like they said, like, for example, God's plan was in one circle, and then the arrow points to us sinning in that circle, and then the arrow goes around talking about how we got lost, and then the other circle, the arrow goes to the other circle saying that we must confess, and then the other circle comes back to us being into God's plan. But all of that was in a circle.
Oh, okay.
On like a whiteboard. So I'm like, why is that in a circle? Why that has to happen every day to us? You get what I'm saying? I didn't get a proper answer. And one more thing, I'm gonna say one more thing. The question I asked was, is God responsible for the sin? For sin? And the first answer he said was, no, God is not responsible for sin. I'm like, okay. From then, I got my answer that these people are out of whack. I never went back to church ever again.
Yeah, I don't know how they think that he's not responsible if he put the damn tree in the garden.
Simple.
And that's why they think, yeah.
I wanted to say all that, but I knew that, like, when it comes to like conversations, I'm not so, I'm not so keen when it comes to like making someone understand. And I feel like even if I was keen enough to make them understand that this doesn't make any sense, they would still make an excuse for it. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm not coming back to church again. This don't make no sense to me. From then I was like, all right, cool. And then I decided to be like, and it's not something I want to do. It's not, I really wish that there was a God for real. Like, I really wish that there was a God for real. I want there to be a God that can answer your prayers like a genie and give you anything you want, and tell all other and get rid of a whole heap of evil. And I really wish there was one like that. But the fact is, and the truth is, there's no such thing. You get what I'm saying? There's no such thing. So I was like, all right, this don't make no sense, and I'm not going to try chase down this thing anymore. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah. Yeah.
Well, Sheldon, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh yeah, thank you, and you too. And I'm always in tune. I love every single one of y'all. I wish Rhea was here. I want to talk to her too, because she seems super duper cool. Lala, I know she's quiet and she's listening. There's another lady that is here all the time, and I love her voice. Cause she has a K name. I followed her too, but I don't know her name exactly. But she's up here and she talks very well.
You're talking about Fee?
Fee, she's awesome. It's like she makes me understand even more about, when some of the Christians come up here and they crash out. She's calm and collective all the time. I only heard her crash out one time, but it was still calm. It was like, yo, she crashing out, but she's serious about what she's saying. Like,
I ain't never heard Fee crash out. Where you catch that at? I ain't never heard that.
I wouldn't call it crashing out, but she was very stern. I would call it more stern, not crashing out. What up, Shane? Shane, that's my brother, and he does music as well. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, Sheldon. I am gonna bring up the next guest. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great night. I'm gonna move you back to the comments. Okay.
All right, no problem. Love
All
y'all.
right. Love you too. La la.
She pressed that button fast, didn't she?
Yes. La la.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, do that. Wait. Do you have mod powers on this account?
This is my main account.
Do your mod powers
But
work on this one?
no,
Oh, not your
I
account.
think it's my other phone after I updated TikTok. I'm on an old phone,
Uh,
and so it works for my old phone.
oh, so it's the phone that's causing it not to work.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But I was trying to get up here and make an announcement to say learn how to take a hint. If Thinker says thank you for coming up, that means goodbye. She's just trying to be nice. I would just say goodbye. But so this is a hint for those who haven't come up yet. She says thank you for coming up. That doesn't mean keep talking. That means goodbye. Time to move on.
Do that. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, do that.
Do
I mean,
that.
I just love her honesty.
I do. If I'm on the phone
Do
and
that.
I'm
Check
and
the
I'm
chat.
trying to talk to somebody and I say, well, I'll talk to you later, and they want to keep talking, I'll
Do
just
that.
say I'm
Check the
tired.
chat.
Like, bye.
I don't think she can hear me. Check the chat, do that.
Huh?
Check the chat.
Oh. God.
What am I looking at? Oh, yeah. Please do learn how to take a hint.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
'cause
Oh my god, dude, that is a trip.
I mean, seriously.
Y'all better not be playing with do that. The crazy thing is, I was trying to save Sheldon's ass
Yeah,
because
because
I saw do that in the chat say, TikTok, TikTok.
yeah,
And I
time's
was like,
up.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm really not mean. It's just boundaries, but I'm not mean. I was so disappointed. You had dropped him before letting me up. I'm like, Flicker know what she doing.
no, I didn't drop him. That was Lala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lala did that.
All right. Well, I'll drop back down. I just wanted to make that public
Well,
service announcement.
y'all a trip. I fucking love y'all. Y'all are a trip.
Lordy.
All right.
Ray, hi, how are you? Hello, Ray. Okay. All right, y'all. The only person in the box right now is Theo. So I'm about to bring Theo up and give Theo his 15 minutes of fame. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, then the guest box is open. Nelly, this would
Yeah.
be the perfect time. While there's no one in the guest box, let me know what it is that you want me to cover in the Google Drive once Theo gets done. Okay. While we
Okay.
wait on people to come up, that way we can fill the empty space. Y'all know I'm very neurodivergent. The empty space, it makes me uncomfortable. So that if we can keep the conversations going, I would appreciate it. Theo, I saw your video that you tagged me in, with the alien, standing in the middle of a bunch of scriptures. What was
Oh wait,
that?
that was a person, and I have read lots of Bible verses, and I do have questions on it, especially on some on even the most straightforward Bible verses. I even have questions about it.
What Bible verses do you have questions about? Like, I can't. You had a lot of scriptures on that. That I can't go over every scripture that you had on there, but I can go over one of them with you. What do you have a question about?
Romance, the romance one, especially about the authority.
Which one?
Wait, wait, let me pull up that verse since yeah. Romans 13:1 to Romans 13:1 to 10.
Okay, and what's your question about it?
Submitting to authority, that seems like just submit just telling us to submit to every authority that's there, even though they abuse their own powers. They abuse their own powers. We shouldn't submit to that type of authority, and I feel like the Bible is not giving us more context to what that really means. It's just a simple statement with a lot of loopholes.
So, so let's read it, right? Because it's talking about governing authorities, and you got to keep in mind, like, okay, so at this time, they are living in a Roman province, right? Rome is the governing authority. And this is why I say, like, when people try to say that Paul abolished slavery, right? When he writes a letter to Philemon, that's him saying about Philemon. That's him saying that he's speaking against slavery and he's abolishing slavery, but he can't. Good night, baby. He can't. Because had he spoken out about slavery, Rome probably would have killed him, because Paul didn't have that type of authority or that type of power, right? So what he's telling the Christians in Rome, Theo, why are you laughing in the chat? What's funny right now?
I mean, the fact that Paul knows how to use his words to write letters, and then he can't say certain stuff or else he's gonna be killed. That would have actually, if he actually did that, there's no more letters to in the Bible.
How is that funny, Theo?
I'm sorry that must have been inappropriate. Sorry.
Yeah, how is that funny though?
I just had a a comedic thought in my mind. Sorry.
What about Paul getting killed if he were to fight? If he were to speak up against slavery? Like, if Paul
No,
wanted to
no, it,
abolish
no, it was
slavery,
something
he would have got
else.
killed. Like, how is that funny? Ah,
Oof. But well, I guess let's just move on. Let's just move on. I'm sorry, mistaker. I'm sorry.
um, yeah. Like, if you're gonna ask me to answer these questions for you, you got to be paying attention, because, like, I'm not just like, I don't want to waste my time.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm here to listen actually.
Okay, so he's talking about the governing authorities, and he's telling the Christians in Rome to obey the Roman government, right? Like, they were required to pay taxes to Rome. They were required to live by the Roman laws. Um, a lot of them were getting arrested for um, uh, meeting in public as a religion, and in Rome they were not allowed to do that. In order to meet in public or assemble in public, you had to get permission from the Roman government, and so it was getting a lot of them in trouble. It was starting riots and things like that. So he's telling them to obey the governing authorities, and he's saying that you know uh, to do it because their God, who they believed in, put the authorities in place, whether they like it or not. And so he's saying, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, Whoever resists authority resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. This is what a lot of Christians use when, for like the presidency. Even black Christians, like they don't like Donald Trump being in office, but they still say, "Well, God put him there. God allowed it to happen, so we have to, still respect God's choice," and blah blah blah. That's what they use for that. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. It's like if you do good, they're not the authority aren't gonna fuck with you. They only fuck with bad people, is what he's saying. Do you wish to have no fear of the authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive its approval, for it is God's agent for your good. But if you do what is wrong, you should be afraid, for the authority does not bear the sword in vain. So basically, if you getting fucked over by the Roman government, if they fucking with you, it's because you're not obeying their laws, is what Paul is saying. It is the agent of God to execute wrath on the wrongdoer. Therefore, one must be subject not only because of wrath, but also because of conscience. For the same reason, you also pay taxes, for the authorities are God's agents, busy with this very thing. Pay to all what is due them. Taxes to whom taxes are due. Same thing Jesus said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Revenue to whom revenue is due. Respect to whom respect is due. Honor to whom honor is due. So he's just, this is just this is Jesus, Paul's way of just saying, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, like what Jesus said. And honestly, if you think about it, since Paul's letters were written first, Jesus saying, give unto Caesar's what is Caesar, is like a condensed version of what Paul is saying here in Romans 13. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but well, it doesn't state anything. Doesn't state anything about abusive authority or even authority that when it subjects its people to abuse. It doesn't. The letter doesn't state anything about that.
Yeah, because they didn't see that authorities like that back then. They didn't consider like rulers being able to abuse their authority because they had the deciding factor. And so Paul says, if the governing authorities are a terror to you, that's because you're doing wrong shit. Like that's what he says there about that.
But were the people under the Roman authorities subject to abuse?
That's what I'm saying. They didn't. There were people didn't have rights back then like we have today, right? Like you can't read this text with your modernized experience, right? You have to put yourself in the first century Rome and second century Rome. There was no human rights like that. And so when you think about abuse as you would think about it today, that just didn't exist.
Oof. I mean, that's kind of sad that people experience abuse under the Roman authorities, and then the Bible talking about subjecting everyone to the authorities. I mean, that's kind of contradictory to a loving God. Like, for example, I mean, he let the young women be slaves to those I mean, he let someone destroy a city and then take the girls into slavery. I mean, that's also proof that well, everyone who conquers something is already an authority.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. Like, what are you saying about that, though? Like, we know that that
The
girls were sold into slavery.
I mean, the mere fact that everyone who conquers a nation will become the authority of that new nation, and then everyone must be subject to that authority without question. I mean, if being that being against the government gets you unalive. That's disgusting. I mean, even in the Philippines, there was this dictator called Ferdinand Marcos Sr. who imposed martial law, and then there were there were a lot of people rallying in the streets, and those who were not abiding to the law had to be punished. I am not subjecting myself to
Why
that.
is that new to you though? Like why is that new to you that if you don't abide by the law that there is a punishment? Like I'm confused about why you're confused about that. That seems like an odd
because
thing to be confused about.
because if I read it in the modern times, I'm gonna be like
Give me just a
I'm
second.
gonna have different.
Jesus says, why does your God like playing hide and seek? Like you realize that that's a game that children like to play. Like why is your Jesus wanting to play hide and seek with everybody? Like we some
Because
grown ass adults with grown ass shit, experiencing grown ass life, and we ain't got time to be looking under rocks and shit for his ass. Like that don't make no sense. Go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, Theo. Like, I don't understand this whole find Jesus. Like, do y'all realize like the very fact that y'all are telling people that they need to find him, that means that his ass is hiding and that he's not readily available? And then where in your book does it tell you that to find his ass? Like, where did that even come from? I want to know, where did it come from that people are supposed to find him and look for him? Because doesn't the book say, I'm standing at your door and knocking? Who fucking hit him? Like, who made the decision that he all of a sudden is like need to be found?
well, I mean, it doesn't state where to find Jesus exactly, because he left a note for us that when he's gonna come back, the world is gonna end.
No, Jesus saves. I want to know where this phrase "find Jesus" came from. Like that, where it's on the person to find him. Like y'all come in here night after night. Y'all put that shit in the comments night after night. You like what?
Well, I think the I can't even try to find Jesus, because God won't appear to us unless, of course, he is ready to destroy the earth, as it's once said in Revelation. That's gonna be his second
Hold on,
coming.
no. I'm talking to you about no. I wasn't. That wasn't for you. I want you to focus on the conversation that you came up to talk about. What we are talking about is the Roman chapter that you brought up. Do you have any more questions about Romans, Theo?
In the sense that in the modern world, the Bible in the modern world, because since we can give it a lot of context meanings, and meanings that and opinions from each and everyone that reads this verse, it has come to me that my opinion about this is maybe only focus on the right authority in the nowadays context, since authority can be bad, and then we should be allowed to speak out if the authority is abusive, and for a fact that it doesn't state a rebut that Paul doesn't state a rebuttal to those that oppress their own people. I mean, there's no sense in not making a rebuttal to the authorities, but since it didn't, I'm pretty sad that it that Paul didn't have something to write about the abusive authorities in that time.
Okay.
And since it was sad that Paul couldn't write something to help the oppressed and abused, lest he falls into execution by the Romans. That's pretty sad as well, since he was an advocate of God after all.
I mean, there's nothing in here that even points to the fact that Paul wanted to. Like, I'm not saying that Paul wanted to end slavery. Like, so there's really no need to be sad about that. We don't know that Paul wanted to end slavery or that Paul was against slavery. He just didn't want it. The only thing that Paul said to about Philemon was to receive him as a brother in Christ, right? And to treat him like a brother in Christ. And then he said, if you won't do that, then I'll pay his debt, right? He was already serving Paul. Paul was like, I would rather that he stay with me. Let him be, my help. Right? He wasn't saying that slavery was wrong. So we don't know that Paul even wanted to speak against slavery. What I'm saying is that had he done that, because Paul had no real authority in Rome, the Roman government made their money off of the slave trades they had. They had a conglomerate of slave trades. And if Paul had been spoken out against the Roman government, pertaining to their practice of slavery and how they made their money, he probably would have been executed for that. Like, they were executed, people were executed for claiming to be a god. They were executed for, going against the law and assembling in public without proper written approval. Like, he just couldn't just do whatever he wanted to do. That's what I think a lot of Christians, when they read this text, they see Paul, they see God, they see Jesus, and they think that Paul had more power than the Roman government. Like, they fucking just completely forget that the Roman government is even in play here.
Well, aside from the fact that the Roman government is more powerful than Paul, and the Romans could have subjected him to death or either torture, Paul had to play it safe for him not to be executed, and there's
Well,
probably a
we don't
fear
know that.
factor.
We don't know that he
Yeah,
had to
we
play
we
it
don't know
safe.
that.
Like, yeah, we don't know that. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have no idea whether Paul wanted to abolish slavery or not. That's an assumption.
And that
I'm
as
just
well.
saying that had he spoken out, he would have been a target.
Yeah, I mean that as well, and also that comes to the point with the last question that you posted. What about what convinced you of God, Christianity, and Jesus? That would make a lot of sense, because we don't know a lot of the prophets in the book, if they're actually stating the truth or what their intentions were with when writing those verses.
Yeah, because it's a text that wasn't meant for people in 2025. Like this, the writers were writing for their audience at that time in first and second century Rome. They didn't have 2025 humans in mind. They didn't even think the world was going to be here. They thought that the world was going to end. They thought Jesus was going to come back in their generation. So they definitely didn't have a government, a well-established government in mind, with people with human rights, democracy, any of that shit in mind when they wrote this stuff.
Yeah, and it's then there's this fact that we 2025 people, when we read the Bible, we form our own thoughts about the Bible, and our own meanings and context, and how it could have been written, and and what does this mean? Why did people do that, and why did people believe this? And it's kind of hard trying to try to understand this in the context of now, since, well, we don't know a lot of stuff. And I mean, I don't even know a lot of stuff. Paul didn't come to anyone. Jesus didn't come to us modernized people. God didn't show up and say, "Hey, here's the answer you've been looking for. Here's the answer you've been looking for. Here's the answer you've been looking for. Here's the answers you've been looking for." And none of the disciples even came back from the dead to teach us about this stuff. We only have theologians, Bible study people, and people like those who can help us with a little bit of the Bible work.
Yep, that's what all we have today. That's why reading it, just take approaching the text as is, right, is the best thing to do.
Anyways, thank you for the time. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry earlier. I just got distracted, and I
I
really
think you
should
come
up
up
my
here to
game.
play. I think you come up here to play, Theo, and
I'm sorry.
yeah. But I'm gonna move you back to the comments, okay? I hope you have a good night, love bug.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hope you have a good day also. Next time I'll be prepared. I'll be prepared for this next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Like they said, let me down.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up the Discord, but it drops me every time I go in there. So I'm gonna have to go in there and get my questions, type them up on my computer, and then come back and ask you. But there is one thing I do want you to do. Have I'm sure you have. Leviticus 18:17 through 19. I'm a little lost on that. I mean, I understand some of it, but some of it it doesn't make sense. Can you pull
The
it
the
up?
the incest laws. No, I haven't covered that in the Google Drive. You talking about the
Right. No, no, no,
incest
no.
laws?
I know. I'm reading Leviticus. That's where I'm at now because I'm starting to read everything again, and it just stumbled. I'm stumbled on it because I'm.
You talk the incest laws?
Yeah, it's the incest laws, but it's I think it's reading from 17 to 19. When I get to 19, it throws me off because it says, "Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she is put apart for her uncleanliness." I'm not understanding that.
That's
Can
her
you?
menstrual period, her menstrual cycle.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that means a menstrual cycle. Okay, I'm making a note of that. I never knew what that, when it said uncleanliness, I mean, like she's dirty or something.
No, it's talking about her menstrual cycle.
Okay,
The
so that's the, go ahead.
yeah. You said 19 through
Leviticus 18:17 through 19.
you shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman in her daughter. You shall not take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are your flesh. Is depravity. What question you have about that one?
Okay, well, of course, I'm reading it in this King James because that's what they're going to read it from. So I try to read it from that. But in this one, it says, "Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughters, neither shall thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswoman. It is wickedness." So I'm gonna just based on reading that, it sounds like I guess going down the line, the woman, her daughter, her daughter's daughter, her son's daughter, which would be, if you was with the woman, that would make them your grandkids. Is that, I mean, am I understanding that right?
Yeah, like they're her kin, so now they're your kin.
So that would be wickedness. Okay, I got that part. But the last part threw me off. So when I see uncleanliness, when it refers to a woman, they're speaking of her menstrual cycle. Anytime I see that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I made a note of that. I never knew what that was when they said uncleanliness. I'm like, uncleanliness? What? How's it getting her dirty? I mean, how does she go from clean to dirty that fast? But now I understand it. They didn't use uncleanliness means to a woman means her menstrual cycle. I got you. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
know this. I mean, this is the small shit I didn't recognize.
Yeah, I know we've talked about the woman being unclean during her menstrual cycle in here. I think we talked about it yesterday actually, when we were talking about how Christianity is a cult that worships men and supremacy, and we brought this up yesterday.
I must have missed it.
Oh.
I must have missed that part. Because like I said, I'm in Leviticus now, so I'm trying to read through it because this a lot of stuff in Leviticus comes up in conversations. So I'm trying to refresh myself on this.
Yeah, Leviticus 18 is primarily about incestuous relationships. Um, I'm sorry, elevated consciousness. Are you up on accident or on purpose?
Yeah, I meant to be here. If
Okay,
it's
give me
all right
just a
with you.
second. Yeah, let me put you on mute for just a second. And then your background is kind of loud. I don't know if that's a TV or somebody else. Are you
No,
able
it's
to
not my
turn?
background.
It's your background though. If I mute you, then I can't hear it. And I just heard something say it's literally about jobs, so it is your background, okay? So Leviticus 18 is primarily about incestuous relationships pertaining to the female. So the male and his kinship, uh, his female kinship. So it's saying to the male Israelites, don't have sex with this type of woman, right? As it pertains to either property or kinship. That's what Leviticus 18 is about.
Yeah, the Bible that I'm actually reading from is online, and it has it listed, Leviticus 18, laws of sexual morality.
But it's the focus of it is incestuous relationships.
Okay, so I'm gonna change that because I'm able to change it because I got it in PDF. So I'm gonna retype that the way you said it, so it at least I can understand as I'm reading. I haven't read this in a long time, so it's been a long time. So a lot of it's throwing me off. Plus, um, I I remember reading this, and I remember that uncleanliness. I never knew that was a woman's menstrual cycle, though. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Now I know. So thank you for that. I
you're
appreciate it.
welcome. Elevated consciousness. How are you? Elevated consciousness. Are you there? Do you know how to come off mute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Christian God, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 55 and I am deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, the thought of the possibility or the revelation that not everything
I'm
that
sorry.
is
One second.
necessary for our
One second.
spiritual
There's
growth.
four. One second. There are four topics on the board. Do you see that on the post?
Hold on, let me read it.
I know you
Is it?
saw other people talking about other things, but they are a subscriber in this space, and they don't have to stick to topics. But I do see that you are not a subscriber, and so if you come on stage, the conversation has to be one of these four topics.
All right. I'm trying to read. Christianity is a cult that worships men and supremacy culture. Is that what that is? Is that what that says?
Yeah, let me read them for those in the chat that may have difficulty seeing it because it is kind of small. Topic number 1 says it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. Topic number 2, Jesus' sacrifice mirrors pagan and political rituals of power. Topic number 3, Christianity is a cult that worships men and supremacy culture. And topic number 4, what convinced you of the truth of God, Jesus, or Christianity? What's up, Black Kitty?
Okay. I think I'm looking at the third one. Christianity is a cult, and
That worships men and supremacy culture.
I say that because going back to the Council of Nicaea and the intentions behind them constructing the catalogs or the books in the Bible insinuates that not everything is in there, and there was an intention behind that. And so today's world, we're not really that much more spiritually educated than we were 2,000 years ago. And I would say it's possibly because of that.
So that
And
topic,
so,
give me just a second. That topic has nothing to do about spirituality. I actually do not like to get into the topic of spirituality, and I can see from your bio that you are spiritual. And so if we can keep the conversations around deconstructing Christianity. Second, like the Council of Nicaea didn't choose what scriptures would go in the Bible. That didn't happen at the Council of Nicaea.
well,
And
it's
then
clear. It's clear
I'm sorry.
that.
Hello. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Let me
Go
finish,
ahead.
and then okay. Thank you. That topic is focused on the discussion around Christianity being a cult that centers men or that puts men on a pedestal in supremacy culture. Not just Christianity being a cult, period, right? So it's a cult about where men are the dominant head in supremacy culture.
Yeah, because it's a false religion. And any false religion would do the same thing. Look at all of the false religions. They all do the same thing. They put men as supremacy. So that should be no surprise.
Yeah. What is the true religion that doesn't do that? What's the true religion that doesn't center men?
There's a religion called, well, it's not even really a religion. It's just a natural association with God and the higher forces called faithists. You know, to see in
Like
Christianity, they say,
spirituality.
no, faithist, to be a faithist. Just like in the Bible, Christ would say a lot about those who have little faith because he was a true faithist.
That the word faith didn't even exist at that time when your Jesus would have lived. Faith
But
wouldn't
the
even
thing
be that.
is,
I'm sorry. Why do you keep talking while I'm talking?
well, I guess I have a lot to say and I just want to express myself. Sorry about that.
That's not okay though, right?
All
Like if I'm
right.
going to
So,
respect you, I need the same respect.
sure.
The word faith, in the sense and the way that it is used today, wasn't used in first century Rome. So like this faith, this idea of this faithist movement that you think that Jesus would have created, it wouldn't have been because that wasn't a thing. That
Well, is it okay to speak? Well, there's a lot of words that we use today that were not used then. Like, for example, even the name Jesus was not even a name that was used back then. And a lot of things are coded, like the only way to get to the Father is through me, Jesus. That was coded. Jesus, meaning the IESU, was the original term that was applied to a process of attaining Christ consciousness. But
Okay,
the
I don't
Council
want
of
to talk
Nicaea,
about Christ consciousness, right? Like, I don't. I'm gonna say this again. Like, I don't want to go into Christ consciousness. I don't want to go into spirituality. That
well,
topic is about Christianity being a cult that worships men and supremacy culture. We keep
well,
going into the
I
spiritual.
don't really know
I don't. I
how
don't. I'm
to.
sorry. You doing it again. I don't want to talk about spirituality. I don't talk about that on my stage. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just. I thought we would be able to go into a deeper dive, but I guess probably not. Which I'll stay confined into the limitations of the subject matter.
Yeah, but because when someone picks a topic, right? I don't know how. I think this is the reason why there's a lot of confusion. Um, uh, centered around this text and around the different religions and denominations and belief systems, right? Because the people who believe in it, they you look at it from a very broad perspective, right? You try to answer everything at the same time. And it's difficult for you all to hone in on one specific thing and get an understanding about that one specific thing. If I come to you and I say, I want to talk about apples, that doesn't mean I want to talk about fruit. Does that make
I
sense?
get it. I get it, but it also insinuates that the topics have boundaries that cannot be expanded upon as well,
That
which,
means that there are boundaries for the topic and you can go deeper within that boundary. If I want to talk about apples, we can talk about apple pie. We can talk about apple sauce. We can talk about baby food with apples. We can talk about apple trees. We can talk about apple seeds. But we're not going to talk about watermelon. That topic is about Christianity being a cult that centers men and supremacy culture, not spirituality, not the Council of Nicaea, not who decided scripture. I haven't
I
heard you
mean, I
say
think
anything. I haven't heard you say anything surrounding the domination, the patriarchy, right? How this book subjugates women, the belief systems in Christianity today, um, the supremacy culture that is within Christianity. You haven't talked about any of that. You keep going straight to spirituality and Christ consciousness and the letter J and all like that has nothing to do with that topic.
You can unmute.
all right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that I do agree with that, with it being a patriarchal system. But it also has to do with how we interpret it as well. Like the book itself, the Bible itself doesn't limit us to that. It's the mindset that we've been projected on to have that keeps us in the patriarchal system. And that is what's destroying our society, you know?
Are you saying that the patriarchal structure is not in the book, and that the subjugation of women is not in the book, and we're just reading into that?
It was placed there, yes. But that does not mean that we have to be subjected to it and living by it.
I
You
didn't
know,
say that that's what it means. I said that's what Christianity is.
well,
But you made you
like I
made a
said before,
statement. But you made a statement that the book does not reflect that, and it does.
well, like I said before, Christianity, truthfully, so is a false religion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like that. You see, I did
Even
mention
if you
that.
saw Christianity as a false religion, that has nothing to do with what the book says.
Well, those who composed the book are the ones who composed the religion, are they not?
No, the Hebrew scriptures were written by Hebrews. The Gospels were written by Greeks.
And that's true. But by the time they get to this language, there's been so much misinterpretation and false translation that we're literally reading something that wasn't intentionally meant originally in the Hebrews or in the Greeks, though.
Yeah, can you give me an
And I would and I would
example?
say and I would say that it was through that process that it has become more of a false religion,
Yeah,
and
can you give
certain
me an
things were
example of can you give me an example of the original text and where the original text says something that the translation that we have today doesn't say?
well, I don't have my Bible with me at the moment, but it would stand to reason that just thinking about how many different versions of the Bible that are here in existence today, and none of them have the same wording.
I mean, people
Where did
say
that come from?
people use different words for to say the same thing, but that doesn't
Mhm.
mean that the translation has been changed. Like what you are insinuating is that there is a different text that says something completely different that has been completely changed, right? Into what we have today. And what I'm asking you is, like, if you can give me an example of an original text that you read that says
Like,
something different.
all right, so I don't want you to misunderstand me. I'm not saying that everything has been misinterpreted, but like I did say earlier, the Bible is not complete in all of its works. Some of the books were taken out purposefully for a reason,
Is
and
it?
it is through that I don't want to frustrate anyone, but at the same time, the Bible that we read is not a complete book.
You're talking about the apocryphal text, like, and for some reason, I feel like you're about to mention the Ethiopian Bible, which the only difference between the Ethiopian Bible and the King James Bible that you have is that they have extra apocryphal, pseudepigraphal text in them, and many of those texts were written during the Common Era time. The Book of Enoch was written. The book of Enoch wasn't written by Enoch. It was written around 299 BCE, about 3,000 years after the biblical Enoch would have even lived. And so, like, you're talking about oral traditions and fan fiction that was taken out of the King James Bible, but you've always had access to those, right? And it doesn't really change much uh, to the story. Like these are stories that people wrote to fill in the gaps from the Hebrew scriptures that were already in rotation. But it doesn't change. But you're making a claim that the original text was changed, right, to what we have today. And I get people coming on stage all the time saying that, and I keep asking, where is the original text that you have read to confirm that, like to validate that? Like, do you read Hebrew?
No, I don't read Hebrew.
And so
I don't read
when
Hebrew.
y'all make this claim that the original text was changed,
hmm
like, where are you getting that? How are you validating that claim?
Well, I would say this: I can't prove that which has been done. I'm not, so I can't say that. So in that stance, I can't really say anything. But I can say that it would stand to reason that any books that were translated from one language to another, we have to depend upon the intelligence and craftsmanship of the interpreters to interpret what was in the previous language. You see? So I'm not going to try to prove it or anything like that. So I'll just stand it right there. But I'm just looking at the fact that so many people have different diverse understandings of the scriptures, and I wonder why that is so. Could it be because the wording has been modified in some ways to lead somebody into a place of not really understanding?
Uh,
You know.
it's because of spirituality. It's because of
Um,
hermeneutics. It's because people interpret scripture by scripture, and they reinterpret it to fit modern times, or to fit whatever situation that they have, to make it personal to themselves, to answer questions that they don't have the answers to, and they make up things, right? Like literally, a person could learn Hebrew, right, and
mhm.
validate whether the text was changed from the Hebrew scriptures to the King James. All you have to do is take a Hebrew class and learn Hebrew before you go out and start saying that the text was changed. You could literally validate that yourself. But instead of people doing that, they just assume, right? And they say, well, uh, I don't believe, right? I don't agree that my God would say that women should be silent in the church. Therefore, the original text couldn't have said that. That was changed by the Romans when they put this book together. That was changed at the Council of Nicaea when Constantine took over Christianity. But that can easily be validated by learning Greek.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. But God gave us all certain perspectives and perceptions that we can see and read between the lines, and we can tell certain things, like the fact that this religion that we're talking about can't be a true religion if it's subjugating half of the human species, the female, to to the
What
things that it
female?
has.
Female what? Were female
To
animals
women, to women.
subjugated? Like why do y'all talk? Why when you talk about a woman? Why do y'all use the word female? As if y'all don't know that there are female animals, female trees, female plants, female insects.
Well,
Like you do
I could
realize
get
that
into it.
calling a woman a female is dehumanizing her, like debasing her, degrading her. Like literally, we're talking about how this book and this religion, right, centers men. You don't, when you talk about men, you say men, you don't say male. But for some odd reason, when you get to women, it's female. You don't think
Okay.
that has any, you don't think that comes from the influence of this book, this religion, this that's embedded into this culture? Like I can see, you know, that you are very spiritual minded, like you're elevated consciousness, and you're breaking free from the matrix and breaking free from Christianity. But do you notice the influence that it's had on you still when it comes
Well,
to the subjugation of women?
no, not really, because going back to
Even
Genesis
with
just
you
for a
calling
second.
women female just now.
Just all right. So back in Genesis, when the Creator said, "Let us make man in our image, male and female," then what does that mean? Male and female. God made man in His image, male and female, when He said, "Let us." So I'm just going by. I'm going. I'm not trying to make
Do y'all hear
downgrade or
the
anything of that
excuses that
sort. You see?
instead of saying instead of like literally acknowledging that he calls women females, right?
Okay.
And instead of acknowledging that a female could be anything, right? You rather defend what you did and say, no, I'm not. Nope, 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 nope. I
Well,
don't
because
recognize.
I
Nope,
And
wasn't
I
he
don't
thinking about it.
recognize.
references the
I
Bible.
wasn't thinking about it in the
Exactly,
context that you were saying.
and then still talking while I'm talking. Like I can respect, right, and not talk while he's talking. But this is going to be my third time asking him not to do that. But he's not noticing, right, that he's still doing that. He doesn't want to admit that calling women females, right, is a product of this misogynistic culture where it is prone to subjugating women. And then you go and you reference the Bible for your justification for that. And that makes no sense. Like even what you went to, it doesn't even address what we're talking about. Go ahead, Oso.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't think uh, quasi-Christian has fully wrapped his mind around the topic. Um, I mean, the simple fact that men are men and women are females, it completely went over your head, and you did not talk about that specifically. I'm curious, why is that? Why can't you distinguish between the error in your words there?
You're referring to me? You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't distinguishing men as men and women as females. I was going by the description of what it said in Genesis. That's really all I was going by.
The
Male and
Bible
female,
says he made man and females.
male and female.
Okay,
That's what I
but you
said.
never said male to refer to men.
Yes, I did. I
No,
referred to it exactly. Yes,
nah.
male and female.
I,
And aside from that, this is a text from the Bronze Age. It's an archaic thought process. We have a word for humans that are female, and we call them women to distinguish the fact that we are talking about humans.
Okay,
So you lied. You did say men.
I didn't catch you with that.
Also, you lied. You did say men.
I'm not even gonna go there. I know what I said.
They're not talking about when you quoted the scripture, and that's what I think is going over your head. When you quoted the scripture and you went to Genesis, you quoted the scripture, "Let us make men in our image, male and female."
Meaning
Like,
mankind.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
You did say male and female when you quoted the scripture.
Yes.
But the whole time when you are talking and referring to men, you said men. But when you refer to women, you said female. That's what's going over your head.
Okay.
That is the
I
problem.
apologize, and I apologize about that. I apologize for that. That was my error.
I'm sorry. Something's going over my head right now. Um, when you say God gave us whatever you say He gave us, what God are you talking about?
The God that I'm referring to is the Almighty, the Creator,
Okay, but
the
what
supreme
God
being.
is it? Is it the Abrahamic God?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the Abrahamic God. Now, my next question is you said you were deconstructing. What are you deconstructing from?
This whole matrix, this whole process of being conditioned by religion.
Okay, so now, okay, and please don't take this the wrong way. I'm just gonna be honest with you
hmm
and read you.
hmm
You're not deconstructing from God. You're not deconstructing from Jesus.
Okay.
What you're doing is you're deconstructing from being called a Christian.
Well, I think that's what he's
You
saying.
don't
Like
want
he's
to
only
be.
deconstructing from religion. Like he's not
What?
deconstructing from his belief. So like I just want to make sure that we know like deconstructing doesn't mean no God.
I
Right,
understand.
but the problem I'm having with it is that it sounds like to me, and I've heard this before from several different people that I've spoke with. It sounds like to me that you're cherry picking the scriptures, and then you're making them fit what you believe now.
What I'm really trying my best to do is stay within the limits of the topics that of this of discussion. I don't want to go beyond that, and so that's what
Well,
I'm really doing. You know.
because you couldn't go past the topic without going into
Well,
spirituality, right?
true, true,
Okay,
yes.
that answers my
That's
question.
and so that's I think that's where for me that's where the challenge has been. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that, but that's where, you know,
Like the fact that it's challenging for you to talk about the misogyny that is rooted in the religion that you claim you're deconstructing from, the misogyny that is now in society that is still in you that you have uh, displayed on this stage, that's baffling to me.
okay.
I think the reason why it's difficult is because you want to talk about spirituality and you want to talk about the things that you have learned on your deconstruction journey, right? The information that you feel you've come into the knowledge of, and this is the opportunity for you to share that, right? And to go deeper into that and explore the spirituality of it all, the Christ consciousness of it all.
In a way, yes, but at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, I respect the boundaries that have been established as well.
I don't know that you do. Like I don't know that this conversation is for you,
If
right? Because
I
like now
mean,
you're trying to fit yourself into a conversation that you had no intentions on having.
yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be limited to just those questions. So I came in at a point where I wasn't aware of that. So in that regard, you're right.
Yeah. So I don't think that you're interested in deconstructing the misogyny. Are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
It's strange that you would pick that topic too.
Right.
Well, what was the question? That Christianity is a cult.
That's the only
That
thing he reads. That's the third time he's done that. Y'all,
Mm,
like he doesn't read the rest of the topic. He stops at
mm.
Christianity as a cult. It's almost as if he goes blind after the word cult.
Hmm.
He's saying yes.
It's crazy.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, you should have picked number four because I don't think you understand what number one's about.
Or you don't want to understand.
Like, do you seriously not see the rest of that sentence? The rest of that question? Do you seriously only see up until the word cult?
well, the thing is, he seems to. Did he go? Did he leave?
Probably about to leave.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is that gets me is that the thing that gets me, he does just read Christianity as a cult. But even if he just read just a little bit further, where it says that worships men, you can stop there. And if you know your Bible, it's all about men. Mark, Luke, Peter, Paul, John. It's all about men. But then when it goes to the women, they get they get knocked down a whole lot of notches there, buddy, in this book.
But this is also like why I don't really do spirituality. I feel like when people go into like the Christ consciousness, they focus too much on being too elevated, right? Too
Esoteric.
I don't know. Yes, and that prevents a lot of people from being able to like actually engage with reality. Like they're not present when they go on this spiritual path, and it's very dangerous,
Yeah.
and can move people into psychosis a lot faster.
It keeps you in the dream world,
Yeah.
in the matrix, or however you want to call it.
I see where you're coming from.
I mean, like I said, it's just, I say this all the time. It's mind boggling to me with all the research that we have that's available to anyone who chooses to just research, all the information that's out there. We're in 2025 and we see people all the time that still believe that Jesus is coming on a chariot, the earth flooded, all of this. I mean, oh, and let's not forget that woman came from a man's rib. I mean, it just mind boggles me with all the stuff that we know today. We still want to believe that woman came from a man's rib, the earth flooded, and Jesus is coming on a chariot with flaming flames of swords. I mean, god damn, we got atomic bombs and all kind of stuff now. We got Bentleys. I mean, we and we still, if Jesus was to come back to tomorrow, he'd put us back in the Stone Age. It's just mind-boggling to me for us to be full-grown adults and believe this fairy tale. We don't live in the biblical times. And you got to understand the way people thought back then. They thought about what was around them: swords, chariots, horses, just robes. I mean, sandals. I mean, come on, man. It just mind boggles. It bothers me to see grown men and women that think that way in this day and age.
Did you want to discuss the topic elevated conscious, or are you done?
I don't mind discussing the topic, but I think that the subject matter, think that it bothers you guys. So I don't really know if I should be around or not, if I should continue or what. I mean, I'm enjoying the dialogue and the
What do you mean the
conversation.
subject matter bothers us? Like
I
this is our
mean,
topic. We chose the topic. So like, what do you mean?
yeah. Well, there's much that I could say, but then there's much that I can't say. That's the thing.
Because you want to talk about the spirituality, right? You want to go into how spiritually, if the book says that women are to be quiet and ask their husbands questions at home and they can't ask out in public, that just because the book says it, spiritually we should think that somebody wrote that in at a later time, because that's not something that God would actually want.
Nah, I don't think like that. No.
That's what you said earlier. So what changed from
What
10
do you
minutes ago
mean?
to now?
What do you mean? What do you mean that I said that earlier? I
When we
never,
were
I
talking
never.
about the subjugation of women in this book and the patriarchal structure, right? The
Mhm.
supremacy of men and maleness in this book. You literally said, you brought up the Council of Nicaea. You brought
Yeah.
up the original text was rewritten and mistranslated, and that
Hmm.
You don't, just because the book says it doesn't mean that we have to live by that, because the God that you believe in wouldn't subjugate women. Like you said that 10 minutes ago, and now you're saying
Okay.
no, not necessarily. So what's changed from 10 minutes ago to now that that's not your stance?
God would not subjugate any of his children. It's us acting like that. It's us doing these things. It's the men that are acting like more on the scale of animals instead of higher beings that are subjugating this whole thing. It has nothing to do with God.
Okay, so let's go to the book right quick, and I want you to explain this away from me. Okay, this is Exodus, Exodus 21.
Mm-hmm.
When you buy a Hebrew slave, sorry, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go out a free person without debt. Who serves 6 years, the male or the female slave?
I would assume both of them.
So I'm going to read this again, okay? When
Mm-hmm.
you buy a male Hebrew slave, he
Mm-hmm.
shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go out a free person without debt. Who serves 6
So
years? A male or a female slave?
the male slave.
The male slave. If he
Mm-hmm.
comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. Who are lifetime slaves here?
The men.
I'm going to read this again. If his master gives him a wife, what does that mean? That sentence, if his master gives him a wife, who's the him here in this
The
sentence?
slave. The
The
slave,
slave.
right?
And
Mm-hmm.
okay, right. So if his master gives the slave a wife,
Mm-hmm.
and what does that mean? The master giving the slave a wife.
Well, would that mean that the wife is also a slave?
Yep.
I don't look at it
Yep.
like that, but if that's the case,
How do you not? How can a master give a slave a wife if the wife, which is a woman, is
mm-hmm.
not already a slave of the master's? Please explain to me how that would
Well,
not be the case.
that would be the case. But then earlier I was saying the male and the female are both slaves. So
No. What question did I ask earlier? I asked about the
it's
six
saying
years.
it's saying
Hold
that
on,
in
hold on. Here,
reference to
this is the
men.
problem. This is the problem with spirituality, and with focusing, right? Like I asked you. I said, who goes out in 6 years? My question wasn't who is a slave. Those are two very different questions, right?
Mm.
Who goes out in 6 years and who is a slave are not the same question. They don't arrive at the same conclusion.
So the man goes out in 6 years, but the woman remains a slave.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It says, if his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. What happens if his master gives him a wife, she has children for the slave, and then the slave 6 years are up? What happens?
The children and wife have to stay, and he has to go.
Because the children and wife are,
They're slaves.
what type of slaves are they?
Mm.
if they don't get to leave in 6 years, like the men gets to leave in
So
6
they're
years,
permanent. They would be more permanent.
permanent lifetime chattel slaves.
Mm.
So at this point in history, the women were the chattel slaves, the lifetime chattel slaves in the Hebrew culture. The men were the debt slaves, and they only had to serve 6 years. Now, if he wanted to stay with his wife, it says, but if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person, then his master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. So if he wants to stay with his wife, who is a lifetime chattel slave, his children, who are now lifetime chattel slaves, he has to become a lifetime chattel slave. He has to give up his freedom and stay and serve this slave master for life to stay with his family.
Okay.
Okay. Now those were the laws for male slaves in the early history of the Israelites after they were freed from Egypt. Now let's talk about the women. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Who's selling whom? Who's doing the
Well,
selling here?
master.
I'm going to read this again. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Who's
So
selling? Who's doing the selling here?
the father,
The father is. And who is he selling?
his daughter.
He's selling his daughter. And the daughter is what type? Is she male or female?
She's female.
She's female. And so the father is selling his female daughter. There's no father selling his male son into slavery. The father owned the daughter as property. Okay? This is one way that he owned her as property. He owned her virginity, her sexuality. He was in control of her sexual life. And responsible for her sexual life because she was his property. We'll see in just a second in Leviticus if a priest had a promiscuous daughter, then the priest got in trouble for that shit. The daughter was burnt in fire for that shit because the priest owned the sexual organs of his daughter. If she does not please her master, then he shall let her be redeemed. What does that mean to you?
If she does not please her master, then what was the last part?
Who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. What's up, spiritual hot boxing? What does that mean to you?
She wasn't fulfilling her the wishes of the master, I guess. And
Well,
so
if he designated her for himself, what does that mean?
that she was his property alone, like shadow
Which
property,
include
right?
what?
Anything that has to do with her organs and offspring and everything, I would assume, right?
Yep. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. What does that mean when it says he's dealt unfairly with her?
I would I would assume that that would be a violation of their laws as far as how to deal with the situation.
He's now lowered her value because he's had sex with her, right? And he doesn't want her anymore. So he can't sell her off to anybody else. He has to let her father redeem her because now her father has to take care of her. He's dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with the daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife. And if he does not do these three things for her, she shall go out without debt, without payment of money. So the only way she could go out free is if the slave master decides, oh, I don't like the il nana, or this one's lazy, or she's not pretty. Let me let her dad redeem her. And if he doesn't let the dad redeem her, he can give her to his son to marry. And he has to treat her as a daughter-in-law. Or he can keep her as a wife, take another wife, but he still has to take care of the first wife as the first wife. If he doesn't do any of those three things, then she gets her freedom. She goes out without debt and no money.
Okay.
Especially if she doesn't have a father. If she doesn't have a father to redeem her, and he doesn't give her to his son, he doesn't keep her as a wife, then he has to let her go, and she's just out there with nothing.
Okay.
Do you see the subjugation of women?
Yes, I do. Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's grossly imbalanced and it doesn't really make sense looking at it from that context. I don't see how society would grow in any kind of real fulfilling way in that regard, you know? Having her life subjected to the whims and opinions and feelings of the man, if his mind isn't balanced, and he's going to make the wrong decisions regardless. And so, oh, I don't want her. She's this, that, or the other, based upon his disposition, which may not be healthy. That's a problem.
Who do you think made them laws?
I think those laws
No,
would not.
in the biblical text. Who you think's talking there?
I don't think it is the Almighty. I don't think that such laws would not be needed. I think there is some other being making those laws.
Because it just don't sound like your God, right?
I mean, it doesn't sound like the creator of all, you know, to have one set subjugated in such a way over another set of his creatures, his beings, his children, you see? It
So
doesn't
this
make
is
sense.
this is how you feel in your mind. But this is not what God says according to the biblical text.
Hmm.
So
So
basically I'm sorry, go ahead,
I
think.
just want to know when it says, like, if we go to the end of Leviticus 20,
Hmm.
and it says that it's your God talking to Moses, right? It says, the Lord said to Moses, thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. Hold on, let me go down a little bit more. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn. For if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed upon it. And then in chapter 21, like we know that in verse 20, he's talking to Moses, and he continues in chapter 21. It says, "These are the ordinances that you shall set before them." How are you saying that this isn't your God? Is this the same God you believe in? Like the book says, it's your God talking. In Leviticus, when we get to Leviticus 25, when we get to the other slave laws and the priestly documents, the holiness code, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them," and this is everything that he said to them. When we get to Leviticus 25:44-46, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you can treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over them with harshness." So how are you saying that this is not your God speaking, when the book clearly says that it is your God speaking to Moses?
Tell the truth. You didn't even know it said that, did you?
It's been a long time since I read that. I can't argue with that.
Now, if you argue with it, you arguing with your God.
No, that's exactly. So I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, that's what it says.
So you agree with it.
Well, I have no choice. Yeah, I have to agree with it.
Oh no, you got a
It may
choice.
not. It may
It's just
not.
what you make
I
it.
may not necessarily like the from the previous passage what was said about how women would be treated as slaves and such. I may not like it, but I have to go by it.
You know what?
Let's see.
That's something you should never say. You should never say, "I don't have a choice."
This,
Do you realize when you say, "I don't have a choice," you're making a choice?
I also realize that those were laws that were subjugated back then in those times.
Oh, can you show me in the Bible where what you gonna say? Jesus came and everything changed. Can you show me where that changed?
Nah, I mean, we already know what the Christians say about that. I'm not going to go there with that. I'm not Christian in that way, so I'm not going to go there.
Well, then it's only one conclusion. You agree with how your God handled human beings. You agree how your God treated women. You agree how your God treated children. You agree how your God unalive firstborn babies. You agree with all this, and you're just happy-go-lucky about it, right?
No, I can't say that.
But you
And
can't say
I
you
can't.
can't.
And
But you can't say I don't. But you can't say I disagree with it because it's God.
well, the facts of what happened are the facts, so I can't disagree with the facts.
And the thing is, then you don't disagree with supremacy culture today, because your God literally established supremacy culture here. Like, he's saying that the Israelites are to be treated as hired workers, but anybody who is not ethnically an Israelite are to be treated as lifetime chattel slaves. So the same supremacy culture that we see in the antebellum South, right? The same supremacy culture that we see in society today you agree with. So you shouldn't speak out against white supremacy.
No, I can't agree with you when you say that because
It's in your
my
book. Please explain to me the difference.
well,
Other hold on.
you're assuming.
Wait. Other than the fact of who it is, other than the fact
Mhm.
that it's white people, it's the same structure. So please explain to me the difference between your God supremacy culture and white supremacy culture.
In that regard, what is the difference? There is no difference. But at the same time, I'm not. I'm acknowledging the facts that this is how things were and how they are. That doesn't mean that I agree with them.
You literally said you have no choice but to go by it.
That's what you said.
That's not how I live, though. That's not how I live.
Nelly, can you
That's
tell me
not
you
how
don't
I
agree with
think.
that?
You
Okay.
understand?
I understand why you saying what you're saying because I was a Christian, a believer. You can call it a Christian, you call it belief, but I believed in the God and everything. The
Hmm.
problem with it is that I had not read the book, and most 98% of believers have not read this book. They only read certain scriptures that were given to them by the pastor, preacher, whatever, but they have not
Hmm.
read the book. This God of this book has all human characteristics, supremacy characteristics. This God has that. And
Hmm.
he's a jealous God too, which is a human characteristic.
Okay, yeah,
This
I agree.
God, literally, this God hates women. Literally. But I understand you want to hold on to your afterlife insurance. So you don't
What do
want
you
to
mean
go
by that?
because you
What do you
don't
mean
want
by that?
because you don't want to go against the God. You don't want to stand up on your own and think for yourself and say, "Hey, that's not right."
No, I can't
I
agree with
think,
you on that.
huh?
Because no, I can't agree with you when you say that because I don't live according to that. I don't think according to that.
Okay, but do
Just
you hear
because the book,
yourself? You're not listening. You are following this God, regardless how you live your life. You pray to this God that doesn't give a damn about women or children. So it doesn't matter how you live your life. That's why, like I said, to me, you're no different than a Christian. And I'm going to tell you why. Because now it's a
mm,
personal relationship. That's what you're going to turn it into. It's a personal relationship. I don't live my life that way. I mean, that's no different than a person that goes out and does terrible things to other people. And you know he does these terrible things to other people. But yet, y'all best buddies because you don't do it. I mean, does that make sense to you?
it makes absolute sense. Yeah.
So I don't understand how you can say, well, I don't live my life that way. I don't do this stuff. I don't do that. But I pray to a God that does. I pray to a God that does.
Real quick.
So,
Thinker has a gift goal of the hanging lights. Please help her complete her goal. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Lala.
mhm.
And please
All
give the
right.
panelists as well. And Lala, thank y'all so much.
So, I mean, I'm just trying to get you to really see and listen to yourself, because logically it sounds like it's like you don't think for yourself. And I don't mean, that's not to put you down, but logically, step outside the box and listen to yourself. Have a conversation with yourself, and then you will see what I'm saying. Because that doesn't make sense to know the bad things of something that you worship, to know all these bad things and terrible things. And you can say that happened back in the day, but it literally is going on today. Just in a different way. But the same concept, the concept has never changed. So when I hear you talk, and when Thinker was reading these scriptures to you and reading it to you word by word, at first you only heard what you wanted to hear. That's why she had to keep saying, I'm going to repeat it again. I'm going to repeat it again. I just don't understand how you can say what you just said. You separated yourself from your God that fast, but yet you didn't separate yourself from the God that fast.
What did he say? I missed it.
He said, but I don't live my life that way, but I don't do those things.
Like literally, you live within a society that is rooted in that supremacy culture. I don't see how you're saying that you don't. And then the fact that you refer to women as female, just very nonchalantly, as if that was the correct thing to do, and we had to bring it to your attention that you were debasing women, while at the same time respecting men by calling them men. You respected the humanity of the male human while ignoring the humanity of the female human, naturally, and saying that you don't live your life that way. You do. You may not own slaves, and I think you think that is the crux of me bringing this scripture up. You are ignoring the structure of white supremacy and discrimination and subjugation of women, the patriarchal structure. You're ignoring all of that and ignoring how you participate in that on a daily basis.
I'll let that be your assumption.
That's not an assumption. You basically made it a fact when you opened your mouth. And that's not to be rude, that's the truth.
Did I assume that you called women female while referring to men as men? Did I assume that?
I think you misunderstood where I was coming from, though.
I don't. It doesn't matter to me where you were coming from. It's what you did.
Mm-hmm.
You called men men, and when you refer to women, you called them female. You refer to their genitalia.
It's not your fault, man. I mean, you just was taught that way. I was taught that way.
I get it.
You conditioned. So you have to uncondition yourself from it. You have to erase that part from the hard drive and realize.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking this conversation from you, from the both of you, as. If I was not aware of how I was speaking, that gives me the opportunity to have a deeper reflection upon that and make the adjustments that I need to make. That's how I'm going about with this,
Well, that's good, man. I'm glad to hear you say that.
I mean, that's really all I can do. Like I'm just as devoted to the truth as anyone else. And if the truth is being pointed out to me in ways that I'm not aware of, what else can I do? You know? So yeah, I thank you for having enough patience to get it all out so that
Can
we
I
can
make
have this discussion, you know?
can I make one
Appreciate
suggestion?
that.
And I usually don't
Sure,
do this, but I'm gonna make a
sure,
suggestion.
sure.
Read the book.
Sure enough.
Hold on. Hold on for a second. Cynthia, what the
Mhm.
fuck do you mean people wanted to be slaves and they begged for it in the antebellum South?
She
Oh,
said, no, it's a categorical error. Slavery was a dignified position in Israel.
Where? You're talking
This
about
happened.
this is what I mean when I say, right, your God set up this uh supremacy structure, right? Because slavery wasn't a dignified position at all, but the Hebrews were not to be treated as slaves, and your God said as much when he says here in verse 39, if any who are dependent, hold on, let me delete, that's not the acronym for nerd, but it is a good one, but that's not the acronym for nerds. um if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. You shall not make them serve as slaves. If being a slave was a dignified position in Israel, then your God would not have said, "Don't make an Israelite serve as a slave." They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then, when you get to slaves in Israel, he says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you to inherit as property. Cynthia, you don't inherit employees.
mm-mm.
It's like getting a good job nowadays. Oh, I can't stand these people.
But this is a byproduct. Cynthia, what she's saying in the comments is a byproduct of this structure that your God established. Because when we go to Genesis 47, Cynthia reminds me of these people here. The famine in Egypt, when Joseph waited until the people were starving to give them wheat in exchange for their land, for their cattle, for their money. And then when there was nothing else for them to give, they said, "We cannot hide from my Lord that our money is all spent, and the herds of cattle are my Lord's. There is nothing left in the sight of my Lord but our bodies and our lands. Shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land in exchange for food. We with our land will become slaves to Pharaoh. Just give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." This was your God's plan for Joseph to go into Egypt and take over economically. The land switched from the people owning the land to Joseph and the Pharaoh owning the land. The money left the people and went to Joseph and the Pharaoh, and they controlled all the resources. And then the people said, in order for us to eat, we will be your slaves. And then they thanked him. They said, "You have saved our lives." May it please my Lord, we will be slaves to Pharaoh. That's Cynthia. Your God established the capitalistic system. This is the structure for capitalism and the governing offices controlling the resources, the powerful elite controlling all of the resources in the land, to the point to where the people feel like they have to be slaves, or they have to call slavery a fucking job. And then in Leviticus 25, in Exodus, he establishes the patriarchy, the subjugation of women. And then in Leviticus 25, he establishes the supremacy of the Israelites and the discrimination of everybody else. This is your God's structure. And what we see from Cynthia right now with all her freaking incoherent ass ramblings in the chat, she's a byproduct of that as a believer of this.
And the United States circles themselves around this God. That's why everything is about this God. In God we trust. You swear on the Bible. Everything is about this God.
And the crazy thing about it is that black people are the most religious to this God. 97% of black households in America are religious to this Abrahamic God. And it's even higher on the continent of Africa.
Yep.
Less than 60% of white households are religious to this God, yet they control the majority of the wealth on the continent of Africa and in the United States.
Yep.
And you have people like Cynthia calling slavery a glorified job.
And you have the nerve to sit back and wonder why we in the state of mind we in.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. I really appreciate y'all breaking this down because, like I said, it's been some years since I actually read the Old Testament, and so by y'all updating and giving these discourse, it really has helped me because I'm seeing just how much of a human-like being this God really is, and it's an eye-opener, I have to say. I have to be honest. So I do appreciate y'all breaking this down the way that you have been.
The thing is, the reason why you're noticing the humanness of it, because humans wrote it. And a human
True.
said, a God said a thing. Right? The belief that the God has sovereignty, right? That the God is sovereign. Right? That's something that you believe.
Yes.
How does your God act out his sovereignty here on earth? He doesn't have a body. He doesn't have a mouth. How is he communicating the commands or the rules of the system that he has created? How does he communicate those rules? How does he enforce them? How does he design the system?
Trying to answer that question where my mind is right now, it's like I don't even know if, because based upon what everything was been said, I'm questioning the validity of that God. You see, like that's where I am. So it's like,
But if he is an omnipresent God, an immaterial entity outside of time and space, right? That means he doesn't have a physical body here on
true.
earth, right? That also means that his communication would need some type of medium. If he's communicating these laws, right? And he's setting up his systems that he is governing over, that he is the supreme authority over. How does he communicate those wishes and those commands without a body?
Speaks to the soul,
The soul of what?
the soul of man,
Which is a what?
a non-physical thing.
A man is a non-physical thing.
The soul of man, like
So,
man and woman.
hey, elevated, without using your
Mhm.
lips, without using your physical body, can your soul answer the question for you so that we can
Yes.
hear it? Okay, do it. Don't open your mouth. We want to hear the soul answer the question.
Say really?
What is your point? What is the
I
point
want to
that you're
hear your
making?
soul talk without using your physical body. I want to hear what your soul has to say and how your soul will communicate these commands to us. There's 569 people in here, another 100 on YouTube. So almost 700 people right now will witness your soul speaking to us and answering that question without using your physical body. I don't hear anything. Do anybody else hear a soul speaking?
And I was waiting. I was maybe a whisper. I'm just trying to hear
It could have
anything.
been. It could have been a whisper, but it did come out. There was an obstruction of
I was
justice.
joking. I was joking, man. Let me
I'm just.
stop.
I am too. I am too. This is all comical, but
It's not
that's what
comical
comes to me.
because the logical answer is that your God used the physical body of humans. A human said, God said. A human wrote, God said. Yet none of you have ever none of you can verify whether God said anything to any human. Like even now, with you claiming that your soul speaks or that your soul spoke to us. None of us can verify what your soul or what you believe your soul said. And so even with Moses saying, "Hey, God said this," nobody can verify what Moses believed what God said to him. Nobody can verify what Paul says Jesus said to him. Nobody can verify what a Holy Ghost said to a pastor. What a believer believes that a Holy Spirit is saying to them. Nobody can verify that. But for your God to be sovereign and your God to be the authority, the governing authority, the supreme ruler to enact his sovereignty on earth, he uses humans to do it because he does not have a body.
And he's omnipresent. Let's not forget that. He's everywhere. He knows everything.
This is why it feels human to you, because it is human shit. It is humans saying, this is what God said to me. This is what God said that we should do.
I mean, it just doesn't sound, if you think logically, if you just use logic behind it, if God is omnipresent in all of these things and he knows everything, that would even make it 10 times worse.
Hold on for a second, Nelly. Tanya, maybe the Holy Spirit did it. Like, y'all be asking like very logical questions. How did this come across my feed? That like literally the answer logically would be the fucking algorithm. You're likely engaging with deconstruction content that you probably shouldn't be engaging with. But also, if I like, I'm going to answer based off of your belief. Jesus did it. Jesus wants you here. The Holy Spirit brought you here.
But but yeah, like I was saying, it's. I mean, don't you see, elevated? That wouldn't make it even worse if God is everywhere.
I don't believe in your Jesus, Tanya. I don't give a fuck about a letter J.
I mean, it makes it worse because of all the things that are happening. I mean, it basically, not only that, this guy can't even protect women and children in his own house. And you can't say God didn't know because he knows everything. You can't say he wasn't there because he's everywhere. I mean, when you think logically, it sounds ignorant coming out of a person's mouth to even say that because you're just making it worse. What do I need this God for?
Shut the fuck up, May. Like if curse words are too much for you, go take your ass to bed with the kindergartners. You probably should have been in bed probably 4 hours ago. Grown people are talking.
Why is it that the curse words bother them, huh? Is that what it is?
They really don't bother them because their asses will pay to go see a movie where they will pay for a motherfucker to cuss at them from a theater screen. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's just something that they say. Like they have their little innuendos that they all do. But honestly, like if cursing fucking burns your goddamn ears, then take your ass to bed with the rest of the kids.
And you know what else, elevated?
Yes. What's that?
This is just a small little crumb of ice off the iceberg. A
Yeah,
small crumb about this guy. We just that's just small crumb. If you read this entire book, you'll see what your God's about at that time. Well, you'll see what man is about at this time that told you this was God.
Hmm.
Because we were told that. We were told that the Bible was written and inspired by God. Because man told you that.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you hear that? The woman didn't tell you that. Woman didn't tell you that. Matter of fact, woman ain't told you shit in this book.
The woman also didn't tell y'all that the Council of Nasir, well, that woman did.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck she spelled Nasir, but the woman also didn't put that shit out there that the Council of Nicaea constructed the Bible because that's a damn lie.
Yep. That's a lie. Now, the Council of Nicaea did happen, but they didn't construct the Bible. It's a lot more to that story, and that don't have nothing to do with it. And I
But I
don't know,
think she's saying something.
and I don't know why we always, you know, doing the deconstruction path, the Council of Nicaea always comes up. Don't you know it's over 21 councils that didn't happen? Council of Nicaea is
Exactly.
not the only one.
That's the only one they talk about, though. It was actually the over 1,500 years that scripture was decided, but of course, of between uh, 500 years that this book that we have today was decided, and the Council of Trent was the final council that decided what the books would be,
Exactly.
and that was in the 15th century CE.
Yep. And so you'll know next time, Elevated, this is a research live.
True.
That's what this is live is about. It's about research. And the thing that always comes out of my mouth, and everybody's heard me say it, if you disagree with anything that I'm saying, you just write it down and go try to invalidate it. That's it. And I hope, I hope it opened up your eyes a little bit more, make you want to research a little bit deeper and, start thinking for yourself and stop letting, you know, this
No,
so-called
well,
Moses speak for you.
like yeah, like I was saying earlier, like it's been a while since I actually read the Bible. I've been busy doing a lot of things, but this does show and prove how much confusion has just continued along in this world.
Well, a lot of it has to do with the early church fathers. They manipulated a lot of things, manipulated scripture, and put it out there. My mama used to say, you could line up 100 people, have them hold hands, and at the beginning of the line, you could say, no, pass it down. No, pass it down. By the time it gets to the end of that line, it's going to be yes.
Do you see the reason that focusing on a specific topic is important when you're trying to gain an understanding of something?
I do, yes. Yeah, I would be more prepared next time, understanding that the platform is set up in that way.
Yeah. A lot of times people like just having conversation, just talking. I can't stand that shit. If you ain't got nothing to say, there's no purpose. Like I don't. Your tongue shouldn't be moving. That's my thing. I don't do the small talk, and I don't like swimming in a sea of motherfuckers' words. But there has to be a somewhere that we're going with the conversation, if that makes sense.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I appreciate you, brother. I do.
No, like I said, I thank you for having the patience with me, for me to see how things were patterned, so I can have a deeper reflection as well. Like, truth be told, I mean,
Hold on, bitch. I go to the range once a week. I go to the range once a fucking week.
oh man,
Knock the hair off a cat's ass at 100
She's
yards.
talking about she in her own little world thinker. I don't know what the hell about some, I guess, murderer that got out. I don't know. She in her own little world.
You talking about
But
that Lilith person?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was talking about me.
Mm-mm.
but I do want you to know one another thing. We not here to change your mind. We not here to tell you to stop believing. We not here to tell you none of that. This,
oh
this
no,
like I
I
said,
agree.
this is a research live, and my goal is just to get you to think. And if I could get you to think, then I've done my job.
Oh no, there's definitely a reflection upon everything that was spoken on, and that's what I go for. I like that.
Yeah. Thinker, you got anything else?
No, I'm done. I appreciate you for coming up.
All right.
All right, have a good night.
All
Yeah.
right, y'all.
Thank you, Elevated.
All right, take care.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment? Thank y'all so much for 150,000 likes. Let's continue to keep tapping the live. There's 672 people watching the live right now. And let's keep the conversations going.
Don't forget, Thinker has a gift goal of the hanging lights. Also, please click that gold button on the bottom left-hand corner and subscribe.
Tiny Skittles. If you are in the guest box if you're in the request box waiting to come up on stage, can you please comment? Help us bypass the accidental request, please. Open book, are you in the box on purpose? If you are waiting to come on stage and you've submitted a request, can you please comment and let me know? Other than that, I'm going to clear the request box out. Okay, Justine. All right. Byron J, you just entered the request. Are you in there on purpose? I'm getting ready to clear out the request. Zori, it's got you in the request box. I don't think you're in there on purpose. Open book. Consuel Jamama, and Ruby Zeta. I don't know y'all, but let me know if you are in the request box on purpose. Other than that, I'm going to clear the request out. Oso, are you there?
He said he was going to be right back a while ago.
Oh, okay. Byron, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you all doing?
I'm doing good.
Great.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
A believer. I'm a believer.
Okay. And a believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
I practice Christianity, but I'm a believer in God.
Okay. What topic did you come up to discuss from the 4 topics on the board?
Well, it was just really interesting to see, and I wanted to hear, what others felt about it. Like Karl Marx said, religion is the opiate of the masses. I choose to participate. I find it beneficial, but I was just curious to hear what others were saying.
There's 4 topics on the board. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you pick one of those topics and then we can start a discussion?
Okay.
Thank you.
It says, is it hard to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society? And I think it's hard to be a believer in today's society because of the hypocrisy and the rituals that people are stuck on. And most people really totally miss the boat. It's not about a church building. It's about, kindness and trying to help others regardless of their position. To me, that's what a true believer is about, whether they practice a religious ritual or not. But today's society don't promote, kindness, genuineness. It doesn't promote healthy, attitudes. It's a very selfish, I'm trying to think here, selfish, narcissistic, decadent society. And to be a believer, it is rather difficult, but it's worth the pain.
What makes it difficult? Like, what I think I hear you saying is that you don't have to be a believer to go to church. You don't have to be a believer. You don't have to go to church to be a believer. You don't have to participate in like the communion to be a believer. You just have to be a nice person to be a believer. And Christianity doesn't actually promote these things. Therefore, it's hard to be a believer. Like, what's stopping you from believing in your God just because other people believe and represent that belief in a different way?
Well,
How is that making it hard for you to believe?
absolutely nothing is stopping me from being a believer, but it
Give me
kind
just
of.
a second. Y'all motherfuckers need to learn how to comprehend when y'all listen.
Mhm.
Because I literally took down notes as he was fucking speaking. Like y'all are in here just to, like, I don't know, hate watch or some shit, and then you type dumb shit in the comments. Like, I literally repeated what he said.
And I think that's the thing that, personally pains me, that people claim to be a believer but have absolutely no tolerance for people that don't think and agree with what they think.
But how does that make that hard for you to be a believer? It's my question.
Well, like I was saying, it's not really a truthful common practice in the country that we live in. I
But
don't.
how does listen? I'm gonna ask the question one more time because I'm talking about you and your practice. How another believer, right, express their belief in this same God make it hard for you to believe in your God? How does it make it hard for you to believe?
It really doesn't, but I'm just disturbed by what I view as a lot of hypocrisy.
So that's not the topic, though, right? Right. The topic isn't, what you don't like about Christianity. That topic says that it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. So, for example, me as a non-believer in this God, like, I don't believe in any God. I'm an atheist.
Okay.
I get ostracized for being an atheist. I get people in my comments calling me demon every damn day just because I don't believe in your God, right? My family, anytime I would ask a question, if they try to present this Jesus to me, if I ask a question, all of a sudden my questions are met with me being rebellious and reprobate mind, right? My editor, I told my editor last week that I don't believe in God. Now I can't get her on the phone.
Yeah.
It's harder, especially in the black community, when a black person say that they don't believe in this God, especially the Christian God. That's a scary thing for black people to come out and say openly.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's also hard to be a believer, you
And I'm
know.
asking you how.
And once again, I state because of what I see as hypocrisy in Christianity. What I see. That's what makes it hard, and not hard, but it
But
paints.
when I ask how, what you see how I gave you examples for how it's harder for me because this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened to me. I'm asking you to do the same thing. How is the hypocrisy making it difficult for you, Byron, to be a believer in your God? How does it actually affect your life?
Actually, it doesn't.
So it's not harder.
So
Just because you don't like what you see in Christianity doesn't mean that it's harder for you to be a believer.
I'm really not
Because
sure how to answer that, because I have respect for Islam and every other way of worship, but I'm saying that it's harder for me, if that's the way to explain it, to realize the hypocrisy in people that say that they believe, whether it be Jesus, Muhammad, or Buddha. To me, it's painful because if you believed in a higher power and a God.
that's called judgment. That's not like you wanting to be able to judge somebody else's level of belief, making it
No,
hard for you to be a believer. I would never understand that.
no, I'm not.
Like, I'm asking you to talk about your life and you keep pointing to what other people are doing in theirs.
Okay, my life is fine. My faith is strong.
So it's not harder for you to be a believer. You are a believer just fine.
Okay.
And I think what this conversation has proven is that it is harder for me as an atheist to be an atheist, to be an open atheist, to talk about why I don't believe in this God, to talk about the research and the book and the history openly without being ostracized, without being told that I'm demonic, that I'm going to hell, that without Christians coming in here prophesying that Yahweh's going to kill me in 7 days. Right? It's harder for me to do those things, right? It takes courage for a atheist to openly talk about why they don't believe in this God than it does for a person to believe in the God. Like anytime I talk to non-believers, to believers about that topic right there, yeah, they want to talk about somebody else's life. They can't ever focus on their own life when we talk about that topic for some odd reason.
Okay. I'm sincerely trying to absorb what you're saying and not be argumentative, or condescending.
I'm okay with you being argumentative. Like, be authentic. I don't care if we argue, as long as we ain't talking at the same time, and as long as you don't call me bitch. Like, I don't care about that. I don't need you to be nice to me.
Yeah.
Like, just have a real conversation with me.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would never call you or any woman that, and it's just what I stand on. I stand on a system of morality and value and honor, and I don't mean to be judgmental to others when I see the hypocrisy. It just pains my heart that they claim to believe something and their actions are different. And so if it's just that, it troubles me, as simple as that. I don't know if that's answering the question.
That's not. That's just,
It's not at
again,
all.
nope.
Okay, well, I'll listen for a while and perhaps I could give some input that makes sense.
I think it, like, you don't find it, like, do you understand what that question is? Why that question would even be there? Like, everything that I just shared with you, do you understand why that would be a topic that I would want to discuss with believers?
Yeah, certainly. So you could get an understanding to their negative behavior and attitude towards you.
You think I want an understanding of it? You think I want to understand them? That's why I would talk about that.
Well, I would think that the whole reason for the conversation is to get a better understanding or another perspective, not to persuade you. I think maybe perhaps you created the group to have a conversation and to listen to other opinions, whether they're offensive or disrespectful. You dismiss that.
But think about what that topic says, right? And think about who needs the understanding, because it is not me. Read the topic out loud, and who needs the understanding?
It says, is it harder to be a non-believer than a believer?
It's not a question.
Well, I thought
That's a statement. That's not a question. That's a statement. You're reading it as a question.
Mhm. Yeah.
Read it out loud and read it as it's there. Don't change the form of it.
Okay.
That's a statement.
The statement says, is it harder?
It's not saying is it. There's no is it there.
Oh, you said it's. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So who needs the understanding? Who am I asking to get an understanding in the conversation?
You're asking the public because you put it out there.
What public? What public?
Those
Who specifically in the public am I saying need an understanding of that statement?
those that come into the panel, the group, to hear.
What type of people? How do they identify?
I have no idea.
So I'm going to help you out. Believers, Brian.
Believers in what?
Wow. Oh,
What are we discussing, Brian?
I just stopped in to see.
What have you been discussing while you were on my stage, Brian?
How would I?
No. What is the topic? Belief in what? Belief in whom?
God.
So why would you ask that question?
I'm kind of lost right now, sister, honestly.
Oh my gosh.
You asked me belief in who? I That topic is there because I want to discuss with believers the difficulty that I, myself, and other non believers face by being non believers. I also want to understand and hear why believers say or believe that it is harder to be a believer. But every time a believer picks that topic, they cannot talk about themselves as being persecuted or give examples of how it's hard for them to be a believer in today's world. They want to talk about other people. They want to ride the persecution trails of other Christians in other continents. They want to point fingers, as you have done, to other people who say that they believe and say that they're hypocrites, while none of that affects your ability to actually believe in your God. I think it's quite easy to believe in your God. I think it's quite easy to be somebody who might not necessarily really believe, who have doubts, who have questions, but choose to continue to claim this God and say that you're a believer because that's tradition. That's what your family does. You don't want people to stop talking to you. You're scared you're going to go to hell. So it's just easier, right, to say that you are a believer. That's the easy road. And so you turn a blind eye to the issues that you see in the church. You turn a blind eye to the way you see this belief system affecting society and the harm that it causes. It's just easier to be a believer. You know, there's a scripture in your Bible where Jesus says that straight and narrow is like broad is the pathway to destruction, and like straight and narrow is the pathway to life, and few find that path, right? And I think maybe back in the Greco-Roman period when Jesus was alive, that might have been true, right? It might have been true because they lived in a Roman province. Judaism was a religion. The Romans had their religious system. The Greeks had their religious system. And so you had these followers of this Jesus who was doing something new, right? And something different. So to be a follower of Jesus back then might have been the straight and narrow, like the less traveled path. But today that's not the case. That road is broad and there's a lot of motherfuckers on it. It's crowded. It's noisy as fuck. It's dirty. As you stated, it's filled with hypocrisy and contradictions, greed, harm, violence, SA. It's filled with a bunch of that shit. But then there's that narrow path where somebody gets the fuck off that road. Like, I don't know where these motherfuckers going. I'm not going where they going. And you get on a different road. But that road says, let me research this shit. Let me see what's in this shit. And then you realize that that's some fuck shit. And then you get on a different road. And that road is the hardest road to be on because it's less traveled, especially it's less traveled in the world, period, because less than 0.10% of the population are atheists. less than 0.1% of them are black. 97% of black people in America fucking worship this God. That is a broad ass, crowded ass road.
I'm through beyond mathematics.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
Do you understand why that is a topic now?
Yes, I do understand.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm soaking it in. I'm digesting it. It's about choices, what you choose to do, how you choose to conduct yourself, or believe in or not. That's on the individual. That's on the person. I'm not going to condemn a person to heaven or hell. If there is such, but. I have a belief in God that stems from the Meta Nutter, from the Egyptian mystical system, which come your Ten Commandments and all this and that. And the story of Christ, as we know it, is the story of Osiris and Isis, But if I choose to participate and believe, I'm okay with that. If somebody else don't, I'm okay with that too.
None of what you just said is true. Now, it is true that from Akhenaten and his monotheistic belief system, the Ten Commandments comes from the monotheism of Akhenaten.
Yeah,
But the Jesus story is not about Osiris. That is not true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't talk while you were talking.
go ahead.
Yep. You see similarities of these stories and these deities. But nope, the Jesus story is not about Isis and Osiris. That's not true. And this religion did not come from Egypt. That isn't true either. This is a Mesopotamian belief system. The god is Mesopotamian.
That's Egypt.
Egypt is
That's
not Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia is not modern day Libya, but it comes from Africa.
Where is Mesopotamia,
What
Brian?
the hell?
Where is Mesopotamia, Brian?
It's modern day Libya on the continent of Africa.
Why you saying
Mesopotamia?
it like that?
How am I saying it? To be clear that it wasn't developed in this land. It came from the continent of
Brian, what countries are in Mesopotamia?
One more time.
What countries are in Mesopotamia?
Libya is one of the countries that is in the mass where Mesopotamia was. It was a wide span.
What countries were in Mesopotamia in the Bible?
Ethiopia, Libya, Ghana, all these were in there.
Brian, Mesopotamia is Babylon. Are you serious right now?
Are you serious?
Are you serious right now?
Watch your mouth.
Where did you do your research,
Where
Brian?
did you do your research?
I can tell you I've done my research.
Okay.
Yeah. So I read books by archaeologist Israel Finkelstein is one. I'm sorry, Brian. Why is your mouth moving while mine is moving, Mr. Kindness in the world today? Do you see how quick the standards that you set for yourself you throw off as soon as someone doesn't agree with you? Huh?
I sent you an invitation to unmute. Get out of here.
Like I said, don't demonize mine. I'm not demonizing.
Hold on. You consider disagreeing with you and correcting misinformation as demonization? Like, am I supposed to just allow you to say this to 700 and something people, almost 800 people, and just let you be incorrect, spread misinformation?
I'm not incorrect. You're incorrect.
You are spreading misinformation, Brian.
As well as you.
No, I'm not, Brian, because I can give you resources.
And
As I was listing them, Brian, I was listing my resources, right? I can give you resources for my information. And I asked you, where is yours? What are your resources for your information, Brian?
I'm trying to think of this one guy that did extensive research in the African community. Not Carter G. Woodson, not Schomburg,
Dr. Umar.
Not Umar, definitely not Umar. He's picking up on what Dr. Clark taught us. So there it is. I'm talking about people that look like me that have done extensive research on the formulation.
What are their credentials, Brian? Dr. Clark. I know who Dr. Clark is. What are their credentials And I've never heard anybody say that Dr. Clark said anything about Mesopotamia being Egypt
Well, I
ever.
misspoke by saying Egypt because that's upper Africa up by Italy. I'm talking about Central Africa, the continent, was Mesopotamia. You know,
No, it
that's
wasn't.
how far, okay.
No, it wasn't. Mesopotamia is Iran, Iraq,
Okay.
Syria, Turkey.
Okay.
It's not Africa. Like I have no idea where you're getting any of that from.
Iran and Iraq is in Africa. Just because
What the
it's in
fuck?
Africa now, you
Like
know,
It
why
never
is it that our
was.
black men don't know shit about geography? Like y'all get on this stage every day and say Egypt is in America. Y'all say what's the other one?
Babylon is in America.
Babylon is in America.
I didn't say any of those
Like
things.
I said, listen to what you're saying about Mesopotamia. For some reason, our black men get on this stage day after day after day and say stuff like this.
If it makes you feel any better, a Latino man told me that the Colorado River or the Mississippi River was the Nile.
What?
He's in
Yeah.
denial.
Said that New York was
Like you.
Babylon and Egypt was Las Vegas.
Egypt was Las Vegas?
Yep. He said that in actually the time has passed and he did not come back to my fucking panel. He told me that in a few weeks, this was a few weeks ago, that he told me April 10th through the 14th because that lines up with the scriptures for Isaiah 13, the prophecy of the day of the Lord. He said that those are going to be the days that we're going to see a shift in um, the world. The end days will be coming then. Donald Trump is going to be moving to Vegas. All the elites will be moving to Vegas. The day of the Lord will happen, and all of this will be unfolding. Now, we are 10 days late, so maybe he meant next year, but he told me that.
Wow. That I think that trumps the aliens coming to kill humans and zap white people into slavery for
Mhm.
black men.
Yeah, no, he said he quit his job and started fortifying his house. And yeah, I hope he was joking, but he said he gave up everything and was getting ready for the end. I was like, well, come holler at me when the don't end.
That's just as bad as the black Hebrew Israelites thinking that Jesus was going to come back or God was going to come back and they were on their roofs with their suitcases and their Xboxes.
Are you
Shit is
playing
crazy.
Xbox in heaven?
Yeah, why did they have their Xbox? Why did they pack suitcases? I want to know. Like,
Because they're
fuck the
literal
Xbox,
children.
but suitcases?
They're literal children. Like they have the mind, like their minds did not develop beyond childhood when this stuff was pumped into their brain. They were taught to think uncritically. And of course, when they think someone's coming to pick you up, I better bring the stuff that I'm going to need.
Like they were going to a sleepover?
Lifetime one.
On the roof, though. Like they were on the roof of their houses with suitcases and Xboxes. That is hilarious. Have you ever done that, Brian?
Absolutely not.
What, Malia?
What'd she say?
Last month, my neighbor gave up everything to move to Israel for the Holy War. That's why.
Well, Brian, I don't think that you understood the purpose of that question. I um I can't let you spew that misinformation from my live. I mean, you do that in your own space. But thank you so much for coming up. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
I don't know what that was.
I have never ever heard that Mesopotamia was Africa.
Africa. Yeah.
That was new. Oh, so you want to do one?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
Ashari, did I say?
Yes.
Perfect. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing from that God, or an atheist?
A believer.
Awesome. And can I get your age for TikTok, please?
I'm 20.
Oh, you got to be 21, Ashari.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Sorry. Have a good night. Okay,
It's tough.
Hotbox. Huh?
So that's tough.
Maybe this one will work. You use a Papa Perkins. How does the app put you in the box every night? Go ahead, also.
Absolutely.
I didn't check him out.
Psyche. Psyche. I say it. Sick.
Wait.
Oh,
Yeah, what's up?
yeah. How do I say your name?
Um, I wasn't going to join the group. I was just listening as kind of like radio because I'm working right now. So,
Okay, no problem. You're up here on my accident. We get it.
and I don't know how to get out of the group even.
There's
Okay, I
a secret
got
password.
you.
All you got to do is say, "Let me down a kiss."
Is it?
Let me down a kiss.
I don't know what to do.
Also, stop playing with this man. He is at work. All right, have a good one. He's like, I'm not about to say that. To the Apple user, I guess you can call them Apple user. That's not a TikTok jail number. Just call them Apple. That's bothering you?
I'll try it. Apple user, are you a Christian?
I think they're asleep.
No fucking way. You're always in the box. Ari, are you with us? Ari?
It sounds like she's asleep.
God damn. Fuck Ray, huh? Fuck him. Just fuck him.
Don't nobody wanna. Ain't nobody in here for real.
I know Beth is here. Beth, are you with us? Let me try one more time. I know Beth is here. Beth, are you with us? All right, Beth. So when I saw your box light up blue, I took that as disrespect. I don't have to keep counting the Look, man, I get it, bro.
Oh
She
my
just set me
god.
up. She knew I was. Ah, shit.
What's up, Key?
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Key.
So I don't know, my nerd badge is looking kind of wrong, but if you need me to choose a topic, I can because I can tie it to a topic. But I had called you I got on a few weeks ago, and it was when thinking when your cousin had passed, and I didn't want to bring my story because I knew you were, in your own place and in your own space. But I didn't know if this was a better time
A better time
for
for
my.
what?
It was about a neurodivergent, one of my former students, who is neurodivergent, who lost her mom, and the funeral and the churchiness and the Christianity around it. So So basically, I could tie it to the topic of Christianity is a cult that worships men, and if we go on the basis of it does not value children or even give much consideration to them, especially particularly in death and burial. Because in the last, I guess, 3 to 4 years, the only time they can really get me in church is for funerals. And the both funerals have been basically, I'll say, children centered. It wasn't for children, but well, one of them was for a child, and it was a large family with a lot of small kids. And I'm there in support of my student who has like 6 different siblings, and they are doing a full out church ceremony. Like it's a preacher preaching and all these little kids here. And I'm just like, this has nothing to do with being child-centered or even thinking about what's best for these kids. This is strictly what the adults want and need. And eventually I had to leave because I was just like, what, like, why? And of course, I can't stand the whole concept of opening up the doors of church at a funeral with the concept of, well, if you want to see your people again, it's the manipulation also. You know, if you want to see your people again, you better get right with God. And they open up the doors of the church, and people are coming out of that desperation for seeing their loved one again, not necessarily because of any connection to the God, right? And so this last situation, neurodivergent student loses her mom.
Give me just a second. Cameron Baby Cakes, I'm muting you for 5 minutes. I could give less than a fuck if you come back. I said caps are for mods only, and that's what the fuck I meant. Sorry, go ahead, Key.
Neurodivergent student loses her mom unexpectedly. And I go to the funeral because I'm like, I'm going to go, to support her. This is the first time I've just recently started working with autistic students. And even though I've been teaching a really long time, I see things so much differently now. Now that I work with autistic students, and I'm like, oh, this baby is going to this funeral. And I realized when I'm on my way, I got a squishy in my purse because she's a different kid. Like, she is really different, and she's lovely. I love her. But she's just a different kid. And I'm like, I'm going to give her this squishy. Okay. And so I meet her at the car, and I'm talking to her, and I realize mid through this that I am really implementing her individualized education plan, her IEP. I'm implementing it at this funeral, right? Because I'm like, hey, you okay? I'm just checking in with you. I got you a squishy. Here you go. What do we want to name her? Okay, here we go. And so then I said, we need a symbol. What's the symbol that you're gonna give me if you need to leave? And so we come up with a symbol, and Dad is in his own feelings, and I understand. I'm not judging him because I know he's dealing with his grief in the best way. She has on her headphones, and I say, okay, well, you want to leave your headphones on? And Dad is like, no, she has to take them off. And I said, well, think about something. It might help her quiet the noise. No, she's been to a funeral before. No, she's taking them off. And I'm like, okay. And again, it's more about what people think and less about what's best for this child in the grieving. So now we're in the church again, full-fledged church service. Praise and worship. They got the preacher preaching. When the preacher says, I just need y'all to give me 15 minutes. The baby goes, real loud. And I said, why do we do this? So then I set a timer. I'm sitting across the aisle because I don't want to sit with the family. I'm trying not to be invasive. But I sit across the aisle and where I can see her. And I set a big, large timer on my phone where she can see what 15 minutes is, right? She gives me the symbol at some point of the signal. We go out, and she's just like, I understand why we're here, but I'm ready for this to be over now. Like, I'm done with this. And I was like, I understand. But even in that understanding, that didn't stop the fact that we still hadn't had people come in and share the comments, and it doesn't change the fact that we're going to have another song, and they're going to open up the doors of the church, and that we're going to have the repast, and she's got to leave the church. And when she leaves the church, everybody wants to say, oh, it's going to be okay. And nobody is considering what's best for this baby because she is neurodivergent. And I'm just like, she's overstimulated. I'm trying to tell people, like, I know you mean well, but this is not what's best for her, while trying not to overstep. It led me to realize there's a need for, like, grief, almost like a grief, grief support for the families of neurodivergent children. Because really nobody had time to think about what's best for her. And I even at some point got up and made a comment and brought her up because I know her. I know that she needed to be in a position of, like, she needed attention in order to not feel like she was miserable there, because she really likes a lot of attention, and I do too. So I said, come on. And I was like, so let's talk about when I met your mom. I loved your mom. I from the beginning, and I included her in it. It was just, if I would have, I worried that if I would not have been there with my non-Christian beliefs, with my disregard for protocol and disregard for whatever they had going on, that this baby would have gotten lost in the sauce, because we were more worried about churching and serving the Lord than we were about honoring what she needed in the loss of her mother.
Yeah, I think her father, is responsible for that because he knows his daughter more than anybody, right? More than the pastor, more than the church members. And, she lost her mom, and as her father, he should have prioritized, the best way for her to participate in that as well. But I think also it speaks to the lack of awareness within a lot of the Christianity and a lot of the churches when it comes to people with disabilities, and how it is centered around neurotypicalness and ableism. The funeral services being very long and loud, and the preacher gets up and preaches for a long time. Like, even at my cousin's funeral, I couldn't stay inside for long. I went out with my grandson, and we sat in the car for a little while because I can't sit still that damn long, and without, like, scene changes. And I told y'all, like, when we were at the play on Saturday with my sister, like, no scene changes and all these damn monologues. My neurodivergent brain couldn't fucking handle it. But the way the church services are set up, it doesn't prioritize other types of people. And so I agree with you. But I think in that situation, too, her father was the most responsible for not prioritizing what she needed in order to say goodbye to her mom. But I am glad that she had you there to make it easier on her.
Absolutely, and I enjoyed. I enjoyed the ability to provide a little bit of relief for her. But again, as it's happening, I didn't even realize how important this role was until I'm there and I'm like, I am giving her accommodations like I would in a classroom, but at the funeral, because I guess I'm safe to say it in this moment that the school system is probably almost as unforgiving as the church system for neurodivergence and for recognizing that there are differences in people. And anyway, funerals frustrate me. I tend to, like, people, I worry. I want to advocate for children, and I'm getting better at it, where I'm starting to give less fucks about how adults feel and focus more on the children. But yeah, because like I said, at the end, I'm literally like, hey, I understand you mean well. I need to get her to the car. I can, and then you don't want to violate her privacy and tell the whole world, because of course, if everybody could understand, if everybody did understand autism, you could say, hey, she's autistic and what y'all doing is not okay for her. But, you don't want to, violate her privacy, but then it wouldn't matter because some people don't understand anyway.
I mean, her father knew, right? Her father knew
Her
that she was
father does
autistic.
know, but what I'm also realizing is many of my parents of autistic students either don't know a lot of how to deal with their babies, or they don't have the time and energy to pour into it like they would want to, or like they should.
But I'm
I was
saying, like, when you talk to, like, I think the main person that would need to have that conversation with would be her father, right?
And he kind
And
of
then
gave
he can
me,
talk to. Is that a church that they go to often, or did they just have the funeral there?
that was the mom's church.
But does she attend that church?
The mom did attend the church, the child did not.
Oh, okay.
The child and the dad did not attend that church.
Do they
They
attend church at all?
No.
Oh, okay. So it might not, like it might, like a, just a heads up to the dad, like, hey, in the future, when she does have to attend funerals, here's what I noticed, type conversation.
Hmm.
And it might not, you know, be a need to talk to the church, about it for her, but like if you see, that this could be beneficial to like church pastors or, and raising awareness in the church, I definitely think, that could be beneficial. Like also like the the church is kind of reluctant to change, and the way that they pride and prioritize, neurotypicalness, and they look at, disabilities or autism, they forget, like they it's almost like second thought when they're, designing their churches, when they're designing their programs. um they a lot of times they're reluctant to change, but I think that if you can maybe create some type of, coaching or counseling for, churches to raise awareness in these churches so that they can, make these adjustments, I think that would be a good idea.
I was thinking too about possibly partnering with funeral homes as like a consultant. That in the case that the families have neurodivergent children, the funeral home could contact me, and that way I could come in and, like I said, like, same thing I did with her. I'm just there as an advisor, or I'm there as a support for the child. And that way, like I said, the babies don't get lost in all of that.
Yeah. I definitely think that's a good idea. I think too, also being a advisor or a counselor for religious organizations. So kind of like, organizations had DEI counselors that came in and raised awareness about how their SOPs, were not, under the foundation of the four, um, I think it's called the four standard DEI.
Hmm.
You could do something similar like that for religious organizations too. If you're looking to make a larger impact for like children who go to church, on a regular basis, and they're experiencing this, I definitely think that could be beneficial also.
So how do I find my perfect place of like, especially because I don't even necessarily agree with the whole children in church thing? Do I tell myself that because I don't control other people's children, the least I can do is provide relief to that? Like, how do I go in?
No. It wouldn't be you going to church, right? Or you saying anything about whether, like, agreeing whether a parent takes a child to church or not. Like that shouldn't have anything to do with it. But like your goal is to raise awareness for how the structure in the church isn't prioritizing the needs of their neurodivergent members, whether that be adults or children, right? And so just kind of coaching how to be more neurodivergent friendly in their processes at the church. So same thing, like, you know, at the funeral home, I think I hear you saying you want to be a on-site companion for the child and be there with the child during the funeral. That's not what I'm saying I think you could do with the church. With the church, it's more of a hands-off process where you're only talking to the leaders at the church and you're advising them on how to adjust their existing processes to be more neurodivergent friendly.
Which may
Like,
even include like a little mini education on what the different neurodivergences are and how they affect the churchgoer, how they might affect the churchgoer, how they affect the person, period, and how the pastors or the leaders of the churches could be more accommodating for those people.
yeah, like the length of your sermons and how that's affecting a person with ADHD, or the loudness of the music, how it might frighten somebody who has auditory um, um, sensory issues, you know, like just letting them know how, like, there are just people with different brains and different needs. You know, the down to the chairs that they choose. Some people don't like certain types of fabric on their skin, right? Like having different options for that, and making sure, you know, the wheelchair ramps are in the right place. You know, considering people who may have vision impairments, right? Helping them, you know, place their screens in the right place. Make sure they have special seating for those that have vision impairments, stuff like that. Like just advising them on how to be more neurodivergent friendly. And you don't necessarily have to be at the church, but you can be an advisor to the leadership who make
And
those that make the decisions, like to the board and stuff.
and I don't even necessarily have to agree with attending the church as
No,
much as I want it to be a more pleasant experience for those with disabilities who want to attend.
right, no, because your concern are the humans, and you don't get to make a decision on whether that neurodivergent person goes to church. Your concern is how they are experiencing that experience, right? Their comfortability while because they make the choice, they get to decide, right? If they go to church, their parents get to decide if they go to church, but your goal is to make sure that they are cared for while they are there, and that they get to have a pleasant experience, not a traumatizing one.
Got it. That does help. That does help. But I definitely wanted to share about that experience. I didn't even, again, I don't even know, I don't remember neurodivergent kids when I was a kid. Honestly, I knew that there were kids that were different, and like, I was different in some ways. But this is kind of new to me, even as an educator, prioritizing neurodivergences. Like and again, because it's my life, day in and day out, right? Like, they know when me and my kids come in, we coming, and we coming with noise, and whatever way we coming, somebody gonna scream. Somebody might have a little tantrum, and that's fine. We gonna be all right. But that's kind of, I won't say anti-Black. I'll say like Black parenting does not necessarily. I wasn't raised giving consideration to that kind of stuff. It's like, no, you gonna do what I said. It's not like, and it's about appearances, which is why the headphones were an issue. It's about what people think. You know what I'm saying? It's not about like, this is my kid, this is what's best for them. It's gonna be okay. So yeah, it just puts me in a different mind state. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying, like I said, advocating for the babies. And so, but the church thing, church and the neurodivergence.
Give me just a second. I'm muting you for 1 minute. Do not use caps in my comments. Caps are for mods and those with a vision impairment only. If you break that rule, you will be muted 1 minute the first time. You will be muted 5 minutes the second time. And the third time, you're going to be muted the entire live. If you continue to do it, I'm going to block you. Caps are for mods and those with vision impairment only. And those who have a vision impairment have been approved to type in caps. If you have not been approved to type in caps, do not do it. That is a part of my neurodivergence. Don't do it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Key.
No, that's pretty much what I had. And I knew that you would have a connection to the topic because, your proclamations about your neurodivergence, and I love it. I love that you educate us about it, and you say, this is my experience, because sometimes people operate from a place of shame, and we can't learn. But I love that you are open and help us understand. And like I said, I'm accepting my own undiagnosed neurodivergences. I probably need to be in somebody's chair because I'm understanding my kids way too much these days. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm on the spectrum somewhere. Like, and yeah, Bash's song is now one of my stemmings because I just listen to that over and over again. I don't even know what's going on with that.
Yeah, his whole album. I can't wait till y'all can hear the entire thing.
I know it's gonna be a banger. I'm so excited for him. And I just like to see good people have experiences that they deserve. We see a lot of people get these opportunities, but I love it because I love Bash and I think he's such a good person. So I just love to see it happen for him. But I ain't have much more. I'm just yapping now. I appreciate y'all, of course, being here and everything that you do for the community.
Thank you so much, Key, and I wish you the best of luck on that endeavor, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Absolutely. Y'all take care.
All right.
Have a good one.
Let me down.
So that's what I used to do for entrepreneurs in Twin Day, is help them figure out how to make money from their passions, like the things that their small businesses were doing. I would help them reformat their business structure so that they could maximize on their profits and come up with like different products for them to sell and things like that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could help me with my business idea.
What is it? The Red Sea Scrolls also.
No, I'm thinking of a business called The Covenant Guys.
The Covenant Guys?
Yeah, we just kind of go around and get paid to shake thighs.
Shut up. Oh, so hold on. Barnabas McNeil, you said you have a detached retina. Okay. Let's see. Your account is like a troll account. Do you have a main account that you use that we can do you have a main account that we can use and put that on the approved list? Because I can't give a troll account. If you have a main account, you can come back in here from your main account. Tommy, how are you?
What's up, thinker? The thinker. That cracks me up when they
Yeah.
call you the thinker.
What's up, Tommy?
I absolutely adore you, thinker. Hey, Lala. What's up, Giant? Giant's always on the panel.
Hey.
Oh,
I do have an off-topic question, though. I didn't know if this was the right live.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I started making my full ejection plan from churches. I'm a musician, and a large part of my rent is paid by the churches I play at. And I've been deconstructing about 4 years now, but it just got to the point where I'm disgusted by the God now and all the glorification of his nastiness. So now I'm having, this was like my first Easter where I was like sitting over there. I had to pull out a book and read during the sermon because I was disgusted by how they're talking about this God to children. When I was growing up, my mom didn't let me read Harry Potter because she's a Christian mom. And I'm like, you didn't let me read Harry Potter, but I could freely read the Bible. And so that's what I was going through Sunday. I'm like, okay, I've made my plan for financial ejection. How do I, well, this is my kind of question to you is I want to know some of your thoughts on this, but there are some things culturally that I don't want to.
Oh, Tommy.
It was my what's the name? Where did I
Oh,
leave off?
okay. You said there are some things culturally.
Yeah, culturally that I don't want to let go of. So like gospel music and the influence of gospel music on every American born genre. I don't want to let go of it. However, I need to compartmentalize the faith with the music. Now, as I'm making my transition out the church, the Christians don't want to allow me to do that, of course, right? They don't want to allow me to not believe in this God, but be a owner of the legacy of the music. And I don't know how to combat that. I don't know how to tell them I still have a right to this art form without kind of still subscribing to the faith because of the lyric.
When you say they won't let you, what do you mean
Well,
that they won't let you?
okay, let me change that word because my response to that feeling is that I don't give a fuck. Y'all don't own it. Savoy own it. Some white people own your gospel music. So I'm going to own the performances that we've done in church services, and I'm gonna go copyright these arrangements and yada yada yada, and I'm gonna own it. So you're right. It's not that they won't let me, but the feeling of opposition from my own people about something that they're only tied to it because they can't separate their religious beliefs and their Africanism. How How am I supposed to fight that battle? Am I supposed to want
Mm-mm.
ownership of gospel music and
Yeah,
of the
like
art form?
if I mean music is music like that. There are some gospel songs that I still sing to this day. Um, like music is music. Just because you don't believe in the God doesn't mean that you can't still appreciate that art form. Especially if you were the creator of the arrangement. Like you don't have to give that up, and they
Well,
don't have a right to tell you that you have to.
I appreciate that. I mean, I wanted to hear your perspective on it because I appreciate your perspective. I value it. And sometimes I just feel like, am I an imposter if I go in and I say, no, I'm pretty sure this should be owned by black people regardless of what they believe. It should at least be black owned because it's black created.
Yeah, especially if you created it, that's your arrangements. Like
Yeah.
if
Well, and
you
it's
are
my
a part of
family.
it.
I'm talking about like, yeah, like I'm legacy. Like my godmother wrote some hymns that we know and shit. So like managing her catalog is difficult for me right now in this space, but I'm like trying to build up something I can stand on and say like, yes, I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Jesus. And yes, my godmother did say, if you can't sing gospel music and it be about Jesus, don't sing it. But this is ours. And at some point, I have to be able to clearly enunciate the separation. And your perspective helped me.
Yeah, that's history,
Right.
right? Because from what you keep saying the word legacy, and I assume that is songs that, a lot of us probably know, that have been passed down. Like it's more about history than it is the reverence of the God. And then art and music, which is, in our histories, in our blood. And it's a part of your history, your family. So you have every right to fight for that. You have every right to own it. You have every right to sing it, and you have every right to this day to still create it if you want to.
Okay, I just said something in my head and I was like, oh, that's why I asked this question. I said, okay, next time an atheist say, oh, Tommy, you ain't a real non-believer. I'm gonna say, Thinker told me I could do this. I think that's where I think that's right. I think that's where I'm stuck at.
Nope.
I am embarrassed
No,
and
your
insecure.
answer.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say I'm just saying, but now I've figured out where that feeling comes from. I am embarrassed and I'm ashamed of the God. And so I don't want people to think I'm associated with him. And I'm almost like not secure enough in my disbelief to be like, I don't give a fuck what you think I believe.
Mm,
I
I'm
get
still
that.
new,
I get that.
you know?
Yeah,
I saw that.
and you probably still have like that. Also, um, the feeling of the religiosity of it all. But as you continue to experience more and live life more, as this, I don't know if you identify as an atheist yet or not. Um, but as this non-believer, and you start engaging with the music as art, and not necessarily as gospel music, then that embarrassment probably will go away. And I can say probably because I've never experienced embarrassment of like what you're feeling right now. As far as the embarrassment that I feel is like when I was speaking in tongues, right? And so when I first shared the video of me speaking in tongues, I was scared because we were taught that we were not to make fun of that or blaspheme it. And then I was scared of what people were going to say, because literally my ass thought I was speaking a heavenly language. But now it's something that happened in my life. It was a place that I was in my life, something that I once believed. I don't give a fuck about sharing it now. Like I shared it to 900 people one time. So I think it, like, as you continue to get more comfortable in your understanding, I think that feeling will go away.
Thank you so much, Thinker, for letting me have a little sidetrack. And at the end of the conversation, it came back to it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society because we actually have to critically think. Thanks, Thinker. Appreciate you,
You're welcome,
friend.
Tommy.
And
Your
also, thanks for
video
those
of you
little side
singing,
chuckles. I love that.
your video of you singing Bash's song in the mirror had me cracking up.
Man, you know what?
Right.
It's so like when I was like the day it came out, I played it all day on my iPad, just on like when I was like away, I just turned it all the way down, right? But the feeling it gives you is like almost like affirmation, you know? So I was like, let me sing this to myself in the mirror, and I've been doing it. I love it.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty good song.
Hell yeah, bro. Thanks. I'm gonna hop down.
All
Let me
right, Tommy.
down.
All right. Have a good one.
Be easy, friend. Thinker, did I tell you that I got invited to a church this Saturday?
To do a play?
No, the guy that came to switch my power to uh solar,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like, hey, what are you doing Saturday? And I was just like, I don't know. He's like, we're having a men's conference at the church, and it's gonna be about prostate health and making sure you're getting cancer screenings and mental health, and we're gonna have a psychiatrist, psychologist there, or a psychiatrist there, and all kind of stuff. And I was just like, hmm. My natural inclination is to be like, yeah, have you ever read Leviticus 25, motherfucker? But I had a thought, and I was just like, well, I do feel like this is actually for a greater good. Now, I mean, of course, it's going to depend on the execution, but I don't know. I was just like, well, it's for the area that I'm in, for them to have such a progressive men's conference. I was like, well, that's, I don't know. Yeah, that didn't seem too horrible. I'm definitely not going to go, but I hope that they do it right.
You gonna go?
No, I'm not going to go. No,
Oh,
no. If I go, I'm going to show my entire ass, and they ain't going to like that.
is this somebody that you know,
Absolutely
or
not.
so an employee of the company?
No. And an employee of the power company for the town city.
That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Um, Joel Braun James Boo Viet Lon. Um, like you were just in the request box. Like you got to give me time to go through the things. Like, is it common? I thought they weren't allowed to do that.
Yeah, I don't know that they necessarily can.
What was the community member's name, the nerd that came on stage that got the gun pulled out on him for listening to this live while he was at work?
Oh, damn.
What was his
Where
name?
was he from? He's from like
He's from the continent. I think it was he's from the
mm,
DR, was it?
damn,
I
what is
can't
his
remember
name?
his.
I cannot remember his username right now. But if I
Okay.
see the username, then I know exactly that it's him. But for some reason, his username isn't coming um, to mind. But he was listening to this live while he was at work, and what he does is he hangs flat screen TVs, and the customer heard the live, and he came out and he pulled a gun out on him and told him to turn the live off. He thought that he was Christian. The guy was a Muslim. The customer was a Muslim, and he thought that um, he was a Christian, and he pulled a gun out on him. And he didn't get fired, but his boss told him that he was the one in the wrong for listening to a religious um, uh, podcast while he was
Wow.
at work.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't think that they could do that.
I mean, he might not. Um, he was an older black man, so I'm not gonna try to snitch on his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, I thought it was weird. Um,
It's
I
very
don't think
weird.
I'm in the part of my life where I can show up to those men's conferences and not try to derail everything. And I don't know. And I think it's kind of different on TikTok because they're not going to, you know what I'm saying, really listen. But it's a little different when it's like in your face and like you have to in real time. And I'm just not trying to fight some random motherfuckers. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I'd just be like, can you not? That's what I would do. Like, nah, I'm not interested. Can you not do that, please? Thank you. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible and you want to come up and you want to talk about one of the topics on the board, the guest box is empty. If you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist or a nerd, the guest box is open. Nelly left. I was telling him that this is the perfect time for us to go over any of the things that he wanted me to go over in the drive. I don't know, Annika. I don't know. Is this what the 24-hour live is going to be like also? I'm going to
Oh,
have, like,
probably not. And I'll tell you the reason why.
why?
Because I believe things that are not as though they were.
Oh my God.
No, the 24-hour live has a certain energy to it that attracts people. And
Mm,
yeah, I think we're gonna be all right.
I hope so, because 24 hours of silence is too damn much.
Yeah, we'll be silent. Speaking of silence
And
though,
y'all,
go ahead, Law.
and y'all, please get these likes up. Let's get them to 250, please. Thinker has a new gift goal of the friendship necklaces. Do not forget to subscribe. Click that go button on the bottom left hand corner. All pay links are in the bio. Thank you.
But there are lives where people are silent. Thank you, Lala. Like, there are lives where people, yo, there's a live of a guy on here named So Fresh. They're like the So Fresh clowns at the circus, and he's traveling with the circus right now. And I be sitting in his live watching the behind the scenes from the circus. It's really, really interesting. It's really interesting. I be in there gifting and everything, because I feel like it reminds me of when I used to take my kids to the circus when they were younger, and then
Oh,
seeing yeah, like he let us see the motorcycles, like when they were performing, and we could, like, literally from behind the scenes we could see them go up the ramp, and when they do their tricks, like, we were so close, like the camera is so close, like we can
mm,
see them as they go up the ramp and they're doing their flips on the motorcycle. The guy, like, lets his hands go, and like it's different seeing it up close like that from behind the scenes. Like, it makes me want to go to the circus. But I vowed that I wouldn't after I learned about Sarah Bartman and what they did. I haven't been to the circus since.
Sarah Partner.
Hmm. Um, she was a black woman that they paraded around because she had big hips and a big butt.
Uh,
And
yes,
then
yes,
when,
yes.
yeah, and then when she died, they stuffed her body. Chosen. Oh,
Oh hell no, cuz what the fuck?
I don't think he knows he's on stage. I'm gonna take him down. Yeah, what her name? Sarah. I know it's spelled differently, but isn't it pronounced Sarah? How do they pronounce it? Oh, that's the name they gave her. Yeah. Um. All right. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Uh, let's see. Uh, how long it takes us to get a conversation going. Theo, the answer is no. Mm-mm. Vanity. All right. Like, these, I
Crazy.
don't think that these people are tapping. Like, that can't be why they're being thrown on stage.
Yeah, I agree with you. Um, I wanted to ask you. What was it oh yeah, we were in Zena's live earlier talking about all sorts of things. You know how Zena lives gets. And Dash was up there, and we were talking about Melchizedek. and he was talking to us about how Melchizedek represented like essentially like the three branches of government in the Bible. What was it? The prophet, the king, and the priest, and tying that to Jesus and all that good stuff, which was interesting. But he was saying that Melchizedek came from.
Nobody knows where Melchizedek came from. I mean, he was in Salem. He lived
Yeah,
in Salem, but nobody knows where he came from.
well, I guess maybe not came from, but his was talking about basically we were talking about basically like his role in the Bible and how he's connected to El Elyon or whatever. But I was wondering if maybe like the character of Melchizedek was in the book to kind of give validity to the rest of the book. Like it almost seems like it hinges on Melchizedek. Would you say that's like far off or no?
Uh, no. I think Melchizedek is there to connect Salem and Jerusalem and to
Interesting,
connect Abraham to Jerusalem.
because Salem eventually became Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting, interesting. I always thought it was like kind of a good like a passing of the torch from like a previous pantheon to a downsized version.
What do you mean?
Um, like it made it a easier transition to go from the high prophet or the prophet of the high God was basically granting the blessing to have Yahweh start this new you know people group with Abraham to kind of help people transition into um shit, what's the word I'm looking for? Monotheism, from polytheism.
How does Melchizedek help do that?
Because he's the messenger of El Elyon, which would denote the pantheon. But then you get the further along you get into the Bible, the less we recognize other gods as gods, or even really at all. I mean, especially when you get to the New Testament. But you know what I mean? Like I feel like it takes it from uh, I feel like I don't know, and maybe this is just speculation because I don't necessarily know, but I feel like it would be beneficial to have this guy that represents this greater religion that we were a part of, kind of coming in and saying, "Hey, here's the blessing to kind of create your own sect of that religion." You know what I mean?
The I guess I'm so El Eli. Are you saying that Melchizedek version of El Elyon is Yahweh?
No, 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 no. I'm saying so like basically it's coming from the encounter that he has with Abraham in Genesis, and then also I forget where, but in where it talks about how
In Hebrew?
um Elyon split up the nations, blah blah blah, whatever. I
Oh.
was thinking of Melchizedek's interaction, basically explaining the separation of the people groups according to the number of sons of El Elyon, and that was kind of just like that story was kind of explaining the bequeathal of Israel to
But
Yahweh in a sense.
but how are you? But where are you seeing Melchizedek in Deuteronomy 32?
No, I'm saying like the story in Genesis of him talking with Abraham and kind of getting their religion
Right.
jump started is like the story of when it's brought up in Deuteronomy, and it's like he divided the nations in accordance to how many sons he had. I'm saying like I'm thinking of that part in Genesis where Melchizedek comes to Abraham as like the story of that instance. Does that make sense or no?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Um, I don't see the connection there, because the Israel, like the Deuteronomy 32 says that Yahweh was given um the Jacob, right? And Jacob came
Mhm.
um much later after Abraham. Um and that, like, and the God that the Israelites ended up worshiping wasn't El Elyon though. Like, it wasn't
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't necessarily, I can't see the connection. And maybe I'm not understanding what it is that you're trying to say. But what I think you're saying is that the story in Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9, where El Elyon is dividing up the nation and giving the humans to the gods, is the story, is a part of the story where Melchizedek comes to Abraham and it's like, my God gave you the victory over Caldelamar.
Hmm.
And that was the beginning, like the origin story of uh Melchizedek introducing Abraham to El Elyon.
He brought it. Did he introduce him to Elion, or was it Yahweh?
He introduced him to El Elyon.
Oh, I thought he was. Maybe I need to go back and read that again. I thought he was saying something about, or like talking about Yahweh, and then Yahweh like came and ate dinner with him or something like that.
That's Genesis. You're talking about where the three men came down. That's a different story.
Oh, that is separate.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about where Lot, Abraham had to fight for Lot, and I think that's Genesis. Let me
Is that the one
get.
where he ate up all the food?
Uh.
That's
This
the one I'm thinking
is
about, where he came and ate up all the food.
Melchizedek ain't in that one though.
No, Yahweh is though.
Oh, um, yeah, that's Genesis 18. That's the one where they had the conversation about Sodom and Gomorrah.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
but I think what you're talking, where Melchizedek is Genesis 14, where Abraham, Lot got taken captive by Calidamar, and then it says Abraham went to war, and then after his return from the defeat of Calidamar and the kings who were with him, the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shaveh, that is the valley's king, and King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. That's El Elyon. So he was the priest of El Elyon. Melchizedek was. And this is where he tells Abraham, blessed be Abraham by God Most High, maker of heaven and earth, and be blessed, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And Abraham gave him 1/10 of everything. Then the king of Sodom said to Abraham, give me the persons, but take the goods for yourself. But Abraham said to the king of Sodom, I have sworn to God Most High. So here he's saying, I've sworn to El Elyon, maker of heaven and earth, that I would not take a thread or a sandal strap or anything that is yours, so that you might not say, I have made Abraham rich. I will take nothing but what the young men have eaten, and the share of the men who went with me. Yeah. But prior to this, I think this is the first that Abraham, this is the first that we hear of Most High with Abraham, is in Genesis 14. Prior to this is all Yahweh.
Interesting. Interesting. He made a whole covenant with Elion. Huh. I guess I can't. It's hard for me to reconcile the fact that you was fucking with dude's dad, and then all of a sudden it's just like, there's no other God but this God. It's like, bro, you literally were visited by the prophet of the God that is your God's dad.
But see, we got to keep in mind that they were not monotheists. Abraham wasn't a
Yeah.
monotheist. Um, I don't think we see like real monotheism until like Judah. But hold on. This is let me see. The German biblical scholar Martin Noth long ago argued that the accounts of the events of Israel's earliest periods of existence, the stories of the patriarchs, the Exodus, and the wandering in Sinai, were not originally composed as a single saga. He theorized that they were the separate traditions of individual tribes that were assembled in a united narrative to serve the cause of the political unification of a scattered and heterogeneous Israelite population. In this opinion, the geographical focus of each of the cycles of stories, particularly of the patriarchs, offers an important clue to where the composition, not necessarily the events of the story, took place. Many the stories connected with Abraham are set in the southern part of the hill country, specifically the region of Hebron in southern Judah. Isaac is associated with the southern desert fringe of Judah, in particular the Beersheba region. In contrast, Jacob's activities take place, for the most part, in the northern hill country and Transjordan areas that were always of special interest to the northern kingdom of Israel. Noth therefore suggested that the patriarchs were originally quite separate regional ancestors who were eventually brought together in a single genealogy in an effort to create a unified history. It is now evident that the selection of Abraham, with his close connection to Hebron, Judah's earliest royal city, and to Jerusalem, which was Salem in Genesis 14:18, was meant also to emphasize the primacy of Judah, even in the earliest eras of Israel's history. It is almost as if American scripture describing pre-Columbian history placed inordinate attention on Manhattan Island or on the tract of land that would later become Washington, D.C. The pointed political meaning of the inclusion of such a detail in a larger narrative at least calls into question its historical credibility. So they're saying that the mention of Salem is out of place here. It's like it would be like pre-Columbian America mentioning Washington, D.C. As we will see in much greater detail in the chapters to follow, Judah was a rather isolated and sparsely populated kingdom until the 8th century BCE. It was hardly comparable territory, wealth, and military might to the kingdom of Israel in the north. Literacy was very limited, and its capital, Jerusalem, was a small, remote hill country town. Yet after the northern kingdom of Israel was liquidated by the Assyrian Empire in 720 BCE, Judah grew enormously in population, developed complex state institutions, and emerged as a meaningful power in the region. The patriarchal narratives thus depict a unified ancestry of the Israelite people that heads back to the most Judean of patriarchs, Abraham. Yet even though the Genesis stories revolve mainly around Judah, they do not neglect to honor northern Israelite traditions. In that respect, it is significant that Abraham builds altars to Yahweh at Shechem and Bethel in Genesis 12:7-8. The most important culture centers of the northern kingdom, as well as Hebron at Genesis 13:18, the most important center of Judah after Jerusalem. The first figure of Abraham, therefore, functions as the unifier of northern and southern traditions, bridging the north and the south. The fact that Abraham is credited with establishing the altars at Bethel and Shechem is clear testimony to the Judites' claim that even the places of worship polluted by idolatry during the time of the Israelites' kings were once legitimately sacred sites connected to the southern patriarch. It is entirely possible and even probable that the individual episodes in the patriarchal narratives are based on the ancient local traditions. Yet the use to which they are put and the order in which they are arranged transform them into a powerful expression of 7th century Judite dreams. Indeed, the superiority of Judah over all the others could not be emphasized more strongly in the last blessing of Jacob to his sons quoted earlier. Though enemies might be pressing on all sides, Judah, it is promised, will never be overthrown. So basically, he's saying that Abraham, like the story of Abraham and the placement of Abraham and Abraham's altars, was intentionally done by the writers of Genesis, who were Judeans, to
Mhm.
bridge the stories of the North and the South, like to create that unified history. So it's like it's basically it's a made up narrative to bridge the two kingdoms into one history.
Correct me if I'm off, but it sounds like I was kind of right, but also kind of wrong because it sounds like just the meta narrative of the whole story was kind of the meta narrative of Abraham's character was kind of to bridge that monotheism to the or excuse me the polytheism to the monotheism because the North was polytheistic, right?
Well, all of them were polytheistic
Oh, the
in a
South was too.
sense. Yeah, they believed in that other gods existed, but they served only Yahweh. They believed that Yahweh
Ah,
was the one and only true God. And I think like if we go by what the definition of like what polytheism is, and Bash and I talked about this on Verses and Vibes on Sunday. Um, if we go by what the definition of polytheism is, then the South would also be considered polytheistic, because they did believe in the existence of other gods, but they did not. Some of them, some of the South did worship other gods,
mhm.
um, but the primary cult in the South was the cult of Yahweh, and so they were Yahwehist in nature, but they did believe that the other gods existed.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and then the North put up pillars to other gods, like they paid homage to other gods, and they
Okay.
did
So
worship other
okay.
gods.
Okay, I get that. So really, it'd be the more accurate way to say that would be from, well, even still, I guess that wouldn't be most accurate anyway.
This is why when we were talking with Rabbi Hana last Thursday, and I was like, it just dawned on me that the commandment is thou shalt not have no other God before me, not thou shalt not have no other God ever,
Mm,
or worship no other God before me. So what that means in Hebrew is no other God in my presence, because like even the God in the story acknowledges that those other gods did exist and that they were being worshipped. So we don't get, it's not until like late Bronze Age, not late Bronze Age, the Iron Age, after Babylonian exile, where the gods are like false gods, and what they're talking about are the female deities mostly.
mm,
Yeah, that's Jeremiah focuses a lot on stomping out the Queen of Heaven and Asherah and taking down the poles. Like they're wiping the land of this mother goddess worship, and then you start to see Yahweh take on the personality of the male deities, and the stories that were written about Baal. Um, some of those stories are written about Yahweh. He takes on those characteristics, and then he usurps and becomes the supreme deity. So he takes the throne from El Elyon. Um, it's like he ends up usurping a lot of the identities of the male deities, and then the female deities are wiped out.
interesting. This was before the Greek pantheon, no?
What do you mean before it? Like there was a Greek pantheon. It just like before the Greek pantheon in the story, like being
It-
the influence of it in the story.
well, I'm like, because Zeus had like a similar usurping of his, father god story. So I'm wondering if, there was
Oh
any
yeah,
influence.
yeah. This is like Baal. Like this is Babylonian influenced. Um, the Baal cycle, where um His father threw him down. His father gave him the throne, and him and his brother got to fighting. He threw his brother down to the earth. That's where the idea of the devil getting thrown down to the earth, like that's Mesopotamian in nature.
Hmm.
But you do like the usurping of the throne is seen in Greek uh narratives as well.
Hmm. 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 I think was it Dr. Bowen that was talking about?
Oh, I hate
It
when
might have
people
been
ask that
Vanish.
question. I swear I do. Not the question about Dr. Bowen. I'm
No, no,
talking
no.
about,
I know exactly what you're talking about because I'm
oh
sitting
my,
here like,
like,
do you think somebody's brain could function if you don't sleep?
like what type of question is that?
I think
Like, don't
thinkers
type in
21 plus.
caps in my comments. Goddamn, like there is nothing that you have to say in all caps. Goodness gracious. What were you saying? Also,
It's a great question.
you were saying Dr. Bowen said something.
Yeah, I forget what I was going to. Damn, I lost it.
Well, if you remember, just let me know. But I hope that answered the question you were asking about Abraham and Salem and Melchizedek. Did that shed any light on it?
Yeah, it did. I've got a more firm understanding on that. And even I don't think it's necessarily connected, but I did get a little more information on both ends of that I was trying to piece together. So that was definitely more helpful in formulating or furthering the thought process in that. Bash was also talking about how uh, Melchizedek was a part of a separate pantheon, or maybe I heard that incorrectly. But is there like another religion or pantheon or something that he's associated with?
Melchizedek isn't a god, so he wouldn't have been associated with a pantheon, as far as I know.
Okay.
Melchizedek is a man that who has like in the Hebrew scriptures it says that he was like always eternal, like he has no beginning and no end. Um, so he's a human that kind of has like e- uh eternal abilities, but don't know how the fuck he got them. Like, but yeah,
Mm.
how this human has no beginning and no end, which means that if you go by what the Book of Hebrew is saying, Melchizedek would still be alive today.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Which would be interesting. I wonder if him and Eve ever met up.
right.
uh,
Right.
although I guess that could. I don't know. Maybe that Melchizedek was populating the rest of the earth while Adam and Eve were fucking around in the garden.
What? Say that
Because I
again.
mean, I said maybe Melchizedek was populating the rest of the earth while Adam and Eve were fucking around in the garden. Because I mean, when they got out and Cain was able to find a wife, it's like,
Oh, who was he
uh,
fucking then?
right. Well, oh shit. The dirt. Obviously, this nigga is immortal.
who was having the Who was having the babies?
The dirt. He probably pulled his own rib out.
Okay. Feisty. Sorry, I was reading a text message. Feisty. It's Mag.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm gonna let you talk to Oso right quick. I'm gonna go to the
Okay.
bathroom and I'll be right back. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Go ahead, Oso. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. Mag, are you a Christian or believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing from that God, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okie dokie. And can I get your age for TikTok, please?
27.
Perfect. And go ahead and pick a topic off the board, and we can start a conversation.
Okay. I am a nerd, so I just came up and I had a question if I can.
Uh,
I know it's my first month, so I don't know if that counts.
yeah, I think it's like the second month that you can ask off-topic questions.
Dang.
Am I right? Am
Okay.
I wrong, Lala? I think it's the second month.
Okay. So I'll come back.
Um.
It was related to what you guys were like just talking about with El Elyon that I wanted to ask a question about.
Oh. Hmm. I'm curious. What's the question?
Well, Thinker kind of answered it when she said that Yahweh had usurped El Elyon and the other gods, but I'm kind of curious of like how exactly he did that.
Oh, I mean, it wouldn't have been in like a. Uh, it
Like
wouldn't
a
have been
literal
like in a.
sense?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been like in like how like um they have a story about how Zeus overthrew the Titans and locked them up and sealed them away. There's not
Yeah,
necessarily like a specific story of how he did this. He basically was just like, oh yeah, and also don't fuck with nobody else. Like
true.
that's it. Yeah, it wasn't like an active usurping. Like he didn't go slay El Elyon or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it was just kind of like
Okay.
a y'all can't fuck with nobody else no more.
And then I think that I also related that to what Thinker was saying about how like he was saying like you can't worship other gods like in his presence. And I have heard, I don't know if it's like credible, that they were allowed to worship, like they were worshiping other gods. They were only allowed to worship one god at a time though. So that kind of had me thinking if maybe like some of the texts in the Bible were like mentioning other gods, but just calling them God.
Uh,
Just because of like the difference of God in the stories, like in some like in the Old Testament, he's very stern and doing specific things, whereas in the New Testament, he's like forgiving. So I'm like, are these different gods that they're talking about?
so it's kind of yes and no. There are certain instances where, depending on the translation, it could be someone different. Like El Elyon, um, could be like the Most High, and Yahweh could be the Most High in the Bible, depending on whatever version you're reading. But it doesn't necessarily, they aren't the same deity or character or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a different Yahweh in terms of the most often um, you know word or name for the God that it's referencing. It is a different Yahweh in the sense that like it's different people writing from a different perspective, on how they perceive that God. So,
Okay.
earlier in the book, you'll have a God that says you have to sacrifice all of your firstborn children to me. And then later in the book, you'll hear, oh man, I did that shit just to make sure that y'all know I was like the real deal. Like I didn't like actually, you know what I mean? Like it just, that's why you'll read stuff that like flip flops through and you'll have stories
Yeah.
where
I
God
think
says
that's
to
why I
do
was
this thing and
confused a
then
little bit. So
Satan.
I'm like, are
Yeah.
these different people or?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the book makes a lot more sense, at least to me, um, when considering the fact that like it's a bunch of different people kind of writing from their own perspectives and experiences about what they perceive to be God. You know what I
Gotcha.
mean?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes perfect sense. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you coming on.
No problem.
Have a good one.
Thanks. Um, I'm not exactly sure how to get down from here.
Click your click your picture on the stage,
Okay.
and then you'll see that little person with an X over their heart on the top right of that little pop-up
Okay.
screen.
Gotcha.
Yep,
Thank you.
for sure. Whee!
You couldn't drop her down. You
No,
don't
I don't
have
have
that.
that kind of.
You
Mm,
don't have that ability.
mm.
What is going on? Do that. Well, you sure it's not your phone?
Um,
Do that wasn't working either. And she said it was her phone.
I don't think I've had that since you made me a mod.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I've never been able to manage. I say never, like it's been more than like a couple days, but
Oh nope, it ain't on. Okay. My back is hurting so bad. It must be getting ready to rain like a motherfucker.
that's crazy.
Willard.
Thinker, I'm
Oh,
outside looking at like a crazy ass lightning storm in the distance. It might
really?
be heading your way. Yeah.
Oh my god, I can tell it's getting ready to throw the fuck down. My back is hurting. Willard, hi, how are you? Hello, Willard? Okay. Dream? Dream Realize 888.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay. You didn't mean to come up? Okay. Deja, you're in the box on purpose?
You good, Dream.
Deja,
That was
are you
just
in the
funny.
box on purpose? What you say?
No, I was saying you good, Dream. That was just funny.
Love Siren?
Yes. Thank you for saying my name correctly, Lord.
You're welcome. How are you?
Sleepy, but for some reason not. How about you?
I understand that. I'm doing good, thank you. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
26.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Agnostic.
Okay. So in order to be on the stage, you do have to either be a current believer in the God that we are discussing, deconstructing away from that God or Christianity, or an atheist.
I feel like agnostic kind of falls into the realm of deconstruction. If
Okay.
you really think about it, because it's
Were you a
really just,
previous Christian?
yeah, I grew
Okay.
up Christian.
Okay. And which one of the four topics did you come up to discuss?
The first one.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
So I do agree with it, only because of the fact that religion has kind of been ingrained into specifically Western society, because I haven't grown up anywhere else, so I can't speak on anywhere else. I believe it's been ingrained into most societies, obviously, but specifically for Christianity, it's been like kind of woven into every societal structure that we've kind of built. So when you're a non-believer, even in the case of other people not being non-believers, you'll start recognizing patterns from religious conditioning that we have, even when we're not trying to exhibit them. So it can be kind of difficult, because even when you decide to start the, what you said, the deconstruction process, it can lead to a lot of back and forth with yourself, because you base your entire life before you learned how to think for yourself is based around certain beliefs that tie back to that religion, whether you were raised in the church or not.
Yeah, and you're saying because of that, it makes it hard to be a non-believer?
Yeah, it makes it hard to be a non-believer in the sense of just functioning through society and dealing with the constructs that we've created that are influenced by specifically Christianity.
Can you give an example?
So our sense of, our pretentious sense of morality that we use when it comes to the way that we treat one another, when it comes to, I'm sorry, purity culture. Not everybody who pushes purity culture is Christian or religious, but they still push it. Yet purity culture derives from Christianity within this society that we live in.
And while I agree with you that Christianity pushes their ideas or standards of morality on other people, I want to understand, exactly what it is that you're saying, like as far as how it makes it hard for the non-believer in today's society. So, like for example, when you bring up like the purity culture, for a person who does not practice Christianity, and they're being taught purity culture, where is the pushback on that makes it hard for the non-believer? Can you go expand on that for me so I can get a better picture of what it is that you're saying?
So I guess, and I'm sorry, girl, I'm like sleep deprived. So I'm sitting here I don't even know why I came up here knowing that I was sleep deprived. But essentially, I believe it creates like a contradictory push back and forth with us socially. And for some reason, like it ends up kind of influencing a lot of hypocrisy. Like the fact that we push purity culture, but a lot of the people that push purity culture are not in fact pure themselves and still don't practice that purity that they preach or that they push in the first place. Stuff like that, because we mentally believe that we are, supposed to adhere to these things, but we struggle so much to adhere to them because we don't actually I don't feel like we actually believe in these ideals. We were just told we we're supposed to believe in these ideals and we just kind of go with the social flow, but we never really think deep enough about why we think we agree with them. And therefore it leads to this hypocritic state where you're constantly preaching something that you're not practicing yourself.
And are you speaking on this from the stance of a believer who is not really a non-believer? Like they're not identifying as a non-believer, they're still identifying as a believer, and they're kind of saying that they believe in this God, they believe in purity culture, but they're not actually practicing purity culture because they don't necessarily believe in it.
Yes, I believe that believers both practice this, but also people who might not specifically believe as well. That's why I
Why
keep
would a
saying
non-believer? Why would a non-believer pretend to practice in purity culture?
that exactly. That's been my confusion the entire time when I started noticing that in the first place. And I noticed that's why I keep saying that's why, and I know that I'm not explaining correctly, but that's why I said in the first place that even if you were not or do not adhere to the religion, elements from that religion that are greatly pushed within that structure are still influencing those who are not part of it, right?
Yeah,
To
but
the
I'm
point
trying
to
to
where
figure out.
they
No, I get what you're saying about the influence, but I don't see how that makes it harder for a non-believer to be a non-believer. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to connect it to the topic and how this idea of Christians influencing their standard of morality, because I know how that could affect, right, a non-believer.
right.
But like this purity culture one what you're saying, I'm having difficulty connecting it to how it makes it harder for a non-believer to be a non-believer.
Okay, so I think I started going off on a tangent, but originally with all of this that I'm talking about, it ties into shame. And when you don't believe in something which you uphold some of the standards to, even when you don't believe, that it can create a sense of shame in you if you do not believe in that thing, even if it's more of a subconscious shame than a conscious shame, because I feel like a lot of us exhibit signs of subconsciously feeling shame for either not adhering to, not believing, or not practicing these things.
Okay, now I get it. So you're saying that when a person who does not necessarily believe in the standards of purity culture that Christianity uh, forces on the rest of society. A like for example, let's say a woman who
Mm-hmm.
believes that it women should just be able to fuck whoever they want to fuck. If they want to have sex, they should be able to have sex.
Mm-hmm.
And they feel like they're embarrassed or a sense of shame to publicly, state what they actually do believe. So they just don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they are pretending to be a believer. They're still a non-believer in the purity culture. They just stay silent on what they actually do believe. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Kind
Because
of,
of the
yeah.
shame.
'Cause it's hard. It tends to be harder to stand out or to explore who you want to be in a society that constantly leans on shame for a lot of these things. Even though we do have a subset of people, like a subgroup of people who do try to live as much as they can in their truth. But even then they still experience shaming from the wider majority of people, those who even are hypocrites themselves, because we know a lot of hypocrites who say they believe in God, they believe in this, they believe in that, and they aren't even practicing the ways that their religion teaches in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think shaming and being condescending towards someone who might, speak up and say, hey, I see things differently. Um, Fear mongering as well. Telling a woman who, doesn't necessarily believe in purity culture that she's going to grow up and be alone for the rest of her life because ain't no man going to want a woman that's
Mm-hmm.
done been ran through. Or you're going to, be disease ridden or devaluing the woman, right? Holding lives, talking about body count.
Yep.
Those are ways that they shame and dehumanize and fearmonger, and try to push women into silence of even not speaking out on their beliefs. I agree.
Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to get that out because Lord, I was struggling.
It's okay. It kind of sounded
Fighting for
like
my life.
it kind of sounded like there were two paths that you could have taken there, and it sounded like one of them is from the believer stance of a person who is identifying as a believer, but they don't actually believe, and the only reason why they're identifying as a believer is so that they can escape the ostracism.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have where we ended up is the person that doesn't believe, but they're scared to say anything because of the shame and the ostracism. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I can go on tangents because there's truth in literally all of these. So I'm one of those people it's possible, it's definitely possibly a sign of ADHD, but I will find a thread and follow it, even if it's not tied to the original thing.
No, yeah, I'm used to thoughts being like that, and sometimes I have to, like, I always say, like, I think in a straight line, and if B, like, if we have not acknowledged that A existed, you can't talk to me about B. That's how my brain is. Don't fucking bring no B to me, and we ain't talked about A. So, yeah, I
Yeah,
get it.
no, I get it. But yeah,
Did you have
that's
anything
really
else?
no, that was all I really wanted to talk about. That kind of stood out to me.
Well, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you get some rest.
I'll try my
Um,
best.
okay. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thinker, we've hit prime hours.
What's that? 4 a.m.
Whatever
Oh,
time
that's right. It's
Cruncher is
5
feeling
a.m.
the
your time.
nicest. Yeah.
Oh. Mr. Marshall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did it by mistake. I
Uh,
apologize.
that's okay. Have a good morning.
Have a good night and good morning.
Thank you.
Have a good one, though. Sometimes I feel like when Pressure licks me, it's because he wants to take the skin off my bones. Y'all be seeing
Uh,
him. He be jumping up on me and trying to bite my neck and shit.
did Deja respond? Is she in the box on purpose or on accident? Did she ever respond?
I don't remember seeing it.
Dream, you're in the box again. Is it on accident this time? Oh, you're in purpose. On purpose. Okay. Bailey.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good.
Greetings.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Kind of in between a believer and deconstructing, I guess.
Okay. And what's your age, please?
29.
Okay. Oh, so do you want to do this one?
Sure,
All right. Go ahead.
absolutely. Bailey, go ahead and pick a topic for us.
I would say the first one. It's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society.
Alrighty, what are your thoughts?
I feel like it is quite hard to be a believer and fit in with society these days.
How so?
How so?
Mhm.
Um, how so? Because people don't want to really see God these days. There's so much more that they want, whether that's beneficial or not. And so that's kind of left as a last kind of resort. So, as someone who's not super religious, but truly feels, it's kind of left as a backhanded kind of thing where how do you relate to these people, if that makes sense at all?
I didn't necessarily think so. Let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
If you and I were in like a grocery store,
Mm-hmm.
and you said, "Have a blessed day" to the cashier, what do you think their response would be? Just like on average.
I would say it would be unfortunately thrown off, but that's what my brother said to everyone. He'd say, God bless.
And you think the average response would be that it's thrown off?
In my town, yeah, I think it would be, unfortunately.
And your town is the average?
No, no, I'm not saying my town is the average. I'm just telling you where I'm from.
Right. Well, I'm from the South, right? I'm from the place where on the interstate, you can't go 5 miles without seeing a "Repent, Jesus is near" sign on the side of the road. So I don't know if you're from a different area than the South, but I've lived in a lot of places. I've actually lived in every time zone in the U.S. Um, and it's been a pretty common thing that I'm greeted with, or excuse me, the exit greeted with "God bless you" type of situation. So I guess I'm kind of like literally, well, not today, but yesterday, I was approached by a random person working for the government, or not, well, not necessarily the government, or I get local government, and they were trying to get me to come to their church on Saturday. So I'm struggling to see this shrugging God part off.
But also, it's almost as if you're not recognizing the privilege that the believer has in saying this to everybody and not having to ask themselves if it would be offensive to the person that they're saying it to. It's like a right of comfort that the believer has. Like it's almost as if you think that because you are a believer, you should be able to say God bless to everybody and it not be offensive. Does that make sense, Bailey?
Yeah, I feel like I was 100% on board and I thought you were agreeing with me, so now I'm a little bit confused.
What do you mean? Well, you thought I was agreeing with you?
Yeah.
Why did you think that? What did I say that made you think that?
Um, I guess I was just not really understanding what we were talking about, but I thought I was quite on board for a bit of that. As far as all of that goes.
So, like you said that your brother would say, God bless you to everyone. And you said that 9 times on average, it would just be shrugged off, right? By the person that he says it to, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Normally, yeah. Because he wasn't the main religion around here. So I live in an area that's primarily 90% like a certain religion. So growing up here was pretty difficult just trying to be a Christian. So
Are you in America?
yeah.
What region?
I'm in Idaho, if that helps. Utah.
So Mormonism is the primary religion. Is that what it is?
Yep.
But Mormons are Christians,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so saying God bless you to a Mormon, like why are you saying that they would shrug that off?
They're also not non-believers, so confused.
That is so hard to explain in this scenario. Growing up here as, oh my gosh. It's better. It's better now that I'm 29 and, a lot of people are moving into Idaho because it was cheap. It's not anymore. That's fine. But it was really hard. It was really hard being not Mormon. We were definitely ostracized. It was terrible. Like I had friends block my numbers when we had like telephones. I'm talking like grade school. You're not Mormon. It was awful. And then there's so many things that I could say, but that's not really why I'm here.
But that sounds like it's hard to be a specific type of believer, right? That topic says it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer. And so you're saying that it's harder for a believer because other types of believers
Don't fit my profile.
don't right. But we'll go back to that here in just a second. But let's revisit your brother saying God bless you to everybody without having to think first. Will this be offensive to the person that I'm saying it to? Does the person that I'm saying it to even believe in God?
I guess he didn't care.
And you think that that's okay? You don't see how that, like the person that is being said to, who could possibly be an atheist, is not being considered?
Well, I'd say if I was an atheist and someone said, God bless to me, if that was my belief, I truly would not care because if that was my belief, I'm around a lot of different beliefs. So,
Well, that can't be true because you're saying that because your brother said it to a Mormon, right? And the Mormon didn't respond the way that you think that they should, that you were ostracized. So that can't be true.
as well.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Something happened to your phone?
Hey, keep covering up your microphone.
These are Christians as well.
What I'm saying is, you're saying that if you were an atheist and a Christian said God bless you to you, you wouldn't care. But as a Christian, if you say God bless you to a Mormon and you're saying that the Mormons didn't respond the way that you think that they should, that was you being ostracized.
Absolutely not. You are twisting my words.
I'm
And
sorry, did you not say that you were ostracized by Mormons growing up?
are you here to listen, or are you
I'm
here?
sorry, is that what you said? Did you not say that you were ostracized by Mormons growing up?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
will.
And did you not bring up your brother saying God bless you to people and they not responding? That they just shrugged it off?
And I was trying to actually like hang out with you guys, but you know what? The thing is like you guys don't want to hang out. You really
No,
Oh,
I
don't.
never
wow.
said I wanted to hang out with you. And this what you're doing right now, this is you centering your beliefs, right? Like this is you victimizing yourself. When you came up here, and you said that your brother says God bless you and people just shrug it off, right? And that's making it harder for a believer to be a believer. But when I point out the very fact that your brother didn't have to think about who he was saying it to and how it could be offensive to an atheist, you expect atheists to just be like, I don't care. How is that okay?
You have to come off mute daily.
Well, then don't mute me.
I will if I want to. Do not talk while the host is talking.
Yeah, she's definitely rage baiting.
Of course, I have rage management. So,
Are you lonely,
Ignorant
Bailey?
ass.
Are you lonely? Did you come up here because you needed somebody to talk to?
are you waiting for a response?
I am.
Yes, I'm so lonely.
Okay. Well, Bailey, go and find your brother and go talk to him.
You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com. Idaho.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Why don't y'all go have a wedding in a potato field or some shit? I don't to fuck over yourself.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
How's
how
it
are
going?
you?
Good, good. I want to talk about topic number 3.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Oso.
Go ahead, man.
Um, I've been like, what's the word? Ruminating. This for like the past couple of days, and I've been thinking about it, and I wondered to myself, why would women ever align themselves with Christianity if it's about like if like there are scriptures that literally say that they're treated as property, they're not allowed to speak when men are speaking, their life is meant to be like subservient to men. Like, I don't understand why women would. I perfectly understand why men align themselves with it, because they get worship, they get treated a certain type of way, but I don't get why women would ever want to align themselves with Christianity.
Um, I think our comment cousins has kind of laid it out for us, but it's indoctrination, right? Like you're taught from a very early age what your role is, and you are to adhere to it if you want to keep everybody, including the person you worship, happy, right? Like you're taught to accept these roles, and the highest form of uh, respect is adhering to uh, the guidelines given to you. Indoctrination is such a key word because it's teaching people a belief, uh, or excuse me, forcing people to accept a belief uncritically. So you don't think about the fact that like this shit is telling me that I'm less than, like, I don't deserve that. I'm a human being just like everybody else. Like, why should I be valued as less than? Instead you kind of look to finding ways to either justify it or pretend like it's not in there, um, but still like live by those rules. And then, of course, like we live in a society that absolutely worships masculinity. So it's not like they have a choice. Like the system's there; you're just born into it.
I agree. I like perfectly agree. And I also wanted to, I don't know if you can answer it, but if Thinker is available to answer it, I was talking with someone about Deuteronomy 22 verse 28, where, the verse where a man can rape a woman and pay her father 50 shekels of silver for her. A lot of Christians believe that was consensual because in the previous verses, the woman screams.
Mhm.
And I'm like, in what world is grape ever consensual? It can't be called grape if it's consensual.
Yeah, um, I I do hear that a lot. Uh, the, the fact of the matter is, even if you wanted to say it wasn't great, which it is, but even if you want to say it wasn't, is it still ethical that the dad sells the daughter off because of it? Like quite literally takes a payment to get rid of his child because of it? Like that doesn't seem very ethical anyway, right?
That part too, that's an excellent point.
So I don't know. I mean, like there's uh,
And, and then I also asked the Christians, like, what what did the woman do to get punished? But they're very fixated on the fact the man is being punished. The man is being punished. He's being fined, and he has to marry her for the rest of her life. And I'm like, so what did the woman do to have to stay married to her rapist for the rest of her life? What did she do to deserve that punishment? And they don't
beat on a woman.
they don't understand the fact that like women are literally treated as property in this Bible. They're not treated as human beings. That's why her state of mind and what's happening in her circumstances don't matter.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's crazy to me because they'll be like, oh no, he loves everybody. He wants everybody to be so happy and stuff. But I mean, you can like if a lot of Christians like to run to the New Testament, but you can't really examine the God's character like that in the New Testament. Like but in the Old Testament, where he talks a lot, you get to see a lot about what he thinks about humanity, uh, and for sure, it is reiterated time and time again that women are second class citizens. I mean, looking at the early, like indentured servitude laws, women didn't even have a chance to, go out and the year of Jubilee. I think that changed later on in the text, but uh, even amongst his chosen people, his favorite kids, the women were just kind of fodder. Like it's just kind of like we only need you guys in a livestock capacity to pump out more children.
Yep, just to have more men. Men are the only thing that's important. And if I happen to have a daughter, this can make my family richer.
Hmm. Yeah,
Like women are literally business arrangements.
absolutely. I don't know if you were in the live yesterday morning. The thinker played this video of this 8-year-old girl in Africa that made a video on TikTok pleading for people to sign a petition for her to be able to get an education instead of being married off at 8 years old because her dad wants cows. Her dad wants to marry her off to be able to, grow his net worth, as it were. And it's crazy to me that we can sit here in this day and age and see something like that. And the vast majority of people would say, oh, that's wrong. That's horrible. That's terrible. She's a child. Like she should be afforded the opportunity to learn and grow and, become an adult and choose and, all that stuff, right? But when you rewind back to, Bible days and it's, well, different time, different place, different culture. You know what I mean? Like, and it's crazy to me that we can't
Uh,
I wasn't alive. I didn't hear all of the video, but I heard like the tail end, and then I heard the gentleman come up, and Thinker and him were going back and forth, where he kept saying that oh well, it was a different environment, and environment plays a part, and he couldn't properly explain himself.
exactly. Yeah. They understand that it's wrong, but they can't conceptualize it being wrong in the past, and it baffles my mind that they think that for some odd reason that like it being a different time justifies the behaviors and actions of the people. Because I mean, if we look at anything else in that lens, then fuck it. Jim Crow wasn't that bad. Slavery wasn't that bad because it was just a part of that time. It was just a part of that era. You know what I mean? Like it's a disingenuous way to kind of approach these type of things.
Yeah, I think I don't struggle with that, but it's like it baffles me and blows my mind because like people will say certain things like you know, for example, they'll say like, well, men were always men and women were always women. That's just how it always was. And I say stuff like, well, slavery was for 400 years, and for a certain time, that's how it always was. But you
Hmm.
understand that that way of thinking is wrong. So tradition does not equal does not equal right. Doesn't mean that that way of thinking is correct all the time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think another point that Thinker brought up, uh, I don't know if it was earlier to, well, no, I think it was yesterday. But the the sign of the covenant with Yahweh is like exclusively a male thing, right? Like, oh, well, I guess I don't know if I heard that from Rabbi Hana or who it was, but I guess it was like a female circumcision that you could do. The circumcision was about like, at least from my perspective, perfecting the penis for God, and it's just like, what a weird way to say this is my promise to you. You know what I mean? Like, such a weird obsession with dicks. I mean, if you look at David and how he got his first wife, I believe, yeah, it was his first wife. He had to go out and collect foreskins for her dad. Like it wasn't even money. It was just, I want you to go out there and collect 100 Philistine skin foreskins. And the mother came back with 200. Like they were just obsessed with penises. It was crazy.
I think that has a lot to do with how do I want to say, like, ritualistic types of like magic and like cannibalism and that type of thing, that realm of where body parts contain magic or some type of spiritual, that type of thing.
Mm, I get you. Yeah, like a religious worship of like what is mutilation. Like
Yeah,
yeah,
like
yeah, worship through mutilation. Which
the same way that YT people believe that eating black people would give them powers.
right, right. Yeah, sort of along that line. I agree with you there. Um, Especially if you look at like the actual practice of it, how like traditionally they would do it. Like it's just such a weird thing. Like how you know what I mean? Like it would be like a small child, and they have the priest, perform the surgery, and then they would like, how like when you cut your hand and like you like, oh shit, and you kind of suck the blood till it stops bleeding,
Yeah.
type shit. That's what they would do, or in some cases still do.
To children.
Yes, that's the
Oh,
ritual.
have y'all ever did a topic like comparing the parallels of witchcraft and Christianity?
Um, it's certainly been touched on in the community at large. Um, and it does come up in a lot of the different conversations that we have. But yeah, no, I definitely would attribute uh, worship through body mutilation as one of those things. 100%.
That's crazy. I think that completes uh, completes everything for me. So thank you for letting me up. I'll stay, go back to the comments. Love and light, everybody.
Have a good one, Dream. Nice talking to you.
Thank you for coming up, Dream. Y'all, the guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing away from that God, if you are an atheist or a nerd, the guest box is open for you. It is 5:17 Oso's time, which means the shenanigans are about to end.
Maybe.
Richard? Hello, Richard? I can't hear you. Are you able to speak up a little bit more? Hello, Richard? Okay.
Damn.
Didn't he say yeah?
I thought so. Maybe he was sleep talking.
Maybe. He rolled over in his dream. He was like, Jesus, is that you? What's up, fluffy one? All right, y'all. It is morning time. This is Oso's favorite time of the day. Pressure is giving him a bath.
No, he's sleeping so preciously in between my legs right now.
Oh, he's asleep.
Yeah, my little baked potato.
I need to go to a spa.
Me too, but for different reasons.
Oh, look at the
You know,
baby. Mia.
Mia.
Oh my gosh. All right. Zena May got some competition.
Don't summon her because she gonna pop up in the chat and say, "Take him." I don't even want him.
Lexi will walk her down the aisle.
Shit.
He said Zena got it. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Are we done? Huh?
I was gonna say, don't forget about the unlimited light glitch. If you have a PC and especially a backup account, make sure you tune into TikTok.com, pop into the live, find something to hold down the L key on your laptop, and you will be liking even when you're not even looking at a screen. It's just amazing. I think I'm at like 50,000 likes right now.
Thank you for that tip, Oso. Good night, Tommy.
Night, Tommy.
Crystal Goddess.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to listen. How do you drop me?
I'll drop you down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think what's happening, Crystal, can you come in and let me know, did you just come into the live? I think when people swipe into the live, they're being thrown on stage.
It could also be that, a little pop-up notification where it says so-and-so is live and requesting panelist or whatever.
Yeah. She says she just came into the live.
And it threw up. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. TikTok needs to fix that. That is like the worst feature.
There needs to be a way for you to like lock your screen for any function other than liking the live. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll fall asleep and I'll be in your live and then I'll wake up on like the QVC channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll be waking up on like, because like normally, like if you scroll down one live, then you go back up one live, then you're back in the original live. But man, I woke up that one morning and kept scrolling up and I was like, God damn, like how many times did I scroll?
Fighting your fucking phone while you asleep, shit.
It's like I woke up and just started, fuck it, let me scroll for a while.
The crazy thing, like, it never happens to me except for Zena's live. Like, it happened to me the other, like, on Saturday. I was liking Zena's live and it threw me on stage. Like, that was the first time I've ever been accidentally thrown on stage.
That's fair. You remember that one time in my life where you thought you came up, but you didn't?
Yeah.
Good times. Good
I actually thought about that tonight when Chosen came on stage and pissed.
times.
Chosen, if you are in the comments, just to let you know that you were on stage while you were in the bathroom, but we quickly muted you and put you back in the comments.
It wasn't quick enough. We heard how small you are.
Also,
I should go home after that one.
I see why your ass was homeschooled. Goodness gracious. Yeah, also it's something else. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. It's been what, 5 minutes since we've had a conversation, but I also know that in about 30 minutes people are going to start waking up. So let's get us past this 30-minute mark. Help us stay awake and keep alive. Tap the screen, share the live out. The gifts have not been gifting for like 2-3 hours, but I also know that there's 700 people in the room. Show your appreciation for the live, and that we do gift the panel. I appreciate you. The panel is small this morning. We normally have more people up here as well. I don't know if everybody's getting ready for the 24-hour live and are resting.
Giving it too much credit.
I think I am. That was wishful hoping, wasn't it? That was some wishful hoping for real. Hello, David. How are you?
What's up, David? Usually he comes on around like 6 times of your time, right?
Yeah. And Dr. B.
Yeah. I love Dr. B. He's cool people.
Yeah, Dr. B is pretty cool. It's 714 people here. Another 80 on YouTube, y'all. That is 790 something people listening to this live. I know we got one good conversation in this room. Even if you're here to learn, you got questions, you don't wrote them down. Don't be afraid to come up on stage and participate in the topics. That's what's up, Lizzo.
Did you call that man Lizzo?
And what did I say? What did I say,
Lizzo.
Lizzo? I mean Lexo. Oh my
You can
God.
sing, brother.
Oh, he can rap. Critical thinking, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm trying to stay awake because everybody is still sleeping right now.
Including my pressure. Michelle, Thinker's holding our monthly 24-hour live. It's going to be starting Thursday at 10 Central and going until Friday, 10 Central AM to AM. So, yeah, of course, that will be coming on the heels of my uh, 3 AM Central live. So it is a race for Thinker and a marathon for me.
Exactly. You can go to
Thank you
sleep
so
at
much.
3 a.m. though. I'll let you go to sleep at 3 a.m. At 3 a.m. my time, you can go to sleep.
Well, thank you so much, Thinker.
That'll be your 24 hours. It's only right. Look, Kate talked us into this too. Kate was like, I'll do it too.
You know, as much as you know me, I love to be like, oh yeah, no, get Kate in on it. But let's be real. This was me.
No, I know it was you. Kate co-signed.
Absolutely. And I do think
Yeah.
that she should do her part. But if anybody has to be there, it has to be me.
Yep, most definitely. There are 3 people in the guest request box. Please let me know if TikTok threw you in there, because TikTok does not want an empty guest request box, or if you are in there on purpose. Extra Celestial and Sean Turner, are you in the guest box on purpose? Oh, thank you, Sean. Hey, Sean, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good. What you got?
I'm finally on your live, so I'm pretty excited. And like I said on Christina's live, you guys are awesome. Including you also. I'll put this out there just for a hot second.
I love the way everybody goes, y'all are so awesome, and also.
But see, like I always say, everybody, has their characteristics and their personalities and their kinks and everything. But also is like he's like the silent ninja. Like he'll bring you in, think you got him and stuff, and then he'll come up behind you literally and just get you from behind. So also like the little silent guy in the background, just waiting for you to think you're comfortable and then just take you out. So
yeah.
I was wanting to come up because I wanted to talk about this last week, I think, and I don't know if is it okay if I.
Yeah, you're a 3rd month nerd. Talk about what you want to talk about.
Wondering about the kid kind of like forcing the religion on children. And it kind of falls on the first topic right here, kind of, in a way. I'm like a non-believer and everything else, and as I was talking to Christina's live of how I lost my faith when my grandmother passed away, and my grandfather's a pastor of 30 to 40 years, and it kind of hit me hard where, my grandfather put all this work into this, this Bible, and took my grandmother away. And my grandfather was so deep in it that he was just in denial. He was just like, this is God's way. This is how it's supposed to be. It's like, and I kept asking him, well, you show me in the Bible how this is supposed to be. And he kept trying to convince me, and I just couldn't take it. And I ran away from the Bible, and it kind of upset him, but he wasn't that kind of pastor. It was kind of like, if that's what you want to do, then I'll just disown you. Like, no, he was like, if that's what you want, then that's what the path you take. But I'm still gonna love you. You're still gonna be my grandson. So he's very devoted to Christianity, and but he's one of those pastors that actually feels that God is real, and something in his group of apostles or something, or some apostle group where you have to speak in tongue to be accepted into the group. And because he felt he could never speak in tongue, he was never accepted into the group. It's something my father talked about. And that's where my father lost faith, because this bothered my grandfather so much that he could not speak in tongue, which my father learned that, speaking in tongue is just gibberish. It's nothing. You're not speaking anything. You're just making it up. And it took my grandfather's passion away, but he still taught the word of God. But when my grandmother passed away, I lost faith. That's when the crack in the windshield started to break, and it just got bigger and bigger for other things in my life. So here I am now, where I'm a non-believer. I'm trying to my son and my daughter. They're not my kids, they're my wife's kids. And their father weaponizes the Bible against them. And he doesn't read the Bible. He uses whatever he can find in the Bible to use against them. And I've read the Bible front to back because my grandfather made me read the Bible when I was young. And so I know a lot of stuff in the Bible. So whenever my son brings it up, he'll say, oh, well, this is in the Bible, so I'm not supposed to listen to you because you're not my dad, or I'm not supposed to listen to my mother because she is a woman, or it's just stuff like that where it's like, okay, you show me in the Bible where this is at, because
he says that to you?
Yes, he'll say, I'm not, my dad says I'm not supposed to listen to you, or I'm not supposed to my mom because she's a woman. And I'm like, okay, you show me in the Bible where this is at. He's like, well, I don't know where it's at per se. It's like, well, until you find that out, until you read me the chapter and verse, I'm not going to listen to this stuff, and you're not going to sit here and lie about the Bible in my home. So you can do that over there. You can do that at your dad's, not here. I say, well, I want to listen to you. He's like, okay, you can, don't have to listen to me. That's fine. That's cool. But we're not going to just preach it out into my home. But he's, when I've asked him, like, how far have you read into the Bible? He's like, I'm in Genesis. Like, you've had this Bible for a good year and a half at my house, and I've seen it. It's this little Bible in your little book bag. And you've only read Genesis? Like, how far in Genesis? Like chapter 1, verse 5. Like, huh? And I told him that you need to read this Bible from front to back before you take knowledge from someone else, or opinions, I guess, from someone else, even if it's your father. And this is where I'm at this dilemma where should I, since I know what's in this Bible, should I guess.
Let me ask you this: what does his mom say? First off, how old is he?
He's
You don't have to get the age of the teenager. Is he
teenager.
adolescent? Teenager. Okay. And then what does his mom say as far as the biblical stuff? Like, does she want him to know about the Bible, or she doesn't care?
She's a non-believer as well. Like, she doesn't believe in this book because it's very misogynist and narcissistic and contradicting. But she used to believe it, or used to read the Bible and stuff like that. But she doesn't care for it. But regards to her son, she doesn't. She's kind of person, kind of like me, where you can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not going to put you down or hate you or whatever, or judge you. You do what you want to do with your life, So she's not against it, but she's not for it either. So.
Okay. And first off, I love the fact that you just say son. And to me, that shows your commitment to him as a father. And I think that's absolutely beautiful. And like, I think the responses that he gives when you are, engaging with him, when he's willing to have these conversations with you about what he's learning from his dad regarding this Bible, those responses seem to be fed to him by his dad. And it kind of sounds like not first off, it's straight indoctrination, but it also sounds like there is some issues with the father.
Yeah.
And he's like almost as if he's trying to create some tension between you and your son because of he's not there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's a very tricky situation as well. Because you got to navigate the biblical stuff, the indoctrination, then you got to navigate this fucked up ass parenting that's happening. At the same time. But I think that I don't see anything wrong with whenever your son comes to you and he's saying, hey, this is what I learned in church, or this is what I learned from my dad regarding the Bible. Continuing to encourage the research, like for him to be able to articulate it on his own and be able to point to it in the book on his own and talk about why, if his dad believes it, why do he think that he should adopt this belief too, and kind of just encourage that type of dialogue to get him to get him used to thinking critically and fact checking the things that he's taught from his dad and from you, like from not just automatically blindly trusting information that he's given, even from adults. And it's the same thing that his teachers teach him to do in school, right?
Right.
When he has to do an essay paper and they tell him to go and look up a subject that a teacher has recently taught on, and they have to go and they have to do their own research and cite their sources and write a paper about it. Like even maybe trying something like that,
Hmm. Yeah,
to get them to do a little extra research.
yeah. Like then that's like you hit the one spot with their father. Like my wife, their mother is was with him for a good 6-7 years. So like they're both the kids are teens now, but she's always said that he has very narcissistic characteristics, like very no empathy, never says sorry. He's always blaming everybody but himself. So he'll blame, the mother, he'll blame me for whatever he's done or whatever, happens to him. So in the very beginning, when I was in this relationship, the kids would literally tell me and their mother that, well, my dad said, I don't have to listen to you. It's like, you're not my dad. It's like, that's fine. I completely understand how you feel. I was like this when I was young. I had two parents. I had two mothers and two fathers. Both my parents were separated, and I felt this way the same. But I always told them, like, I will always be here for you. I will always be your friend. I will never, ever replace your father. Your father will always be your father. I'm not here to replace him. I'm here to be your friend and your support. But I know that in the past, they have said to their mother that they wish their father was more like me because I'm always there for them. I'm always doing things for them. I go to all their baseball games and they have a band, and like one plays the drums and the other one plays trombone. And I'm always going to every single concert, and they're always scanning the bleachers for their father. And even though their loyalty is so strong, there's like, oh, well, this time he's going to be here, this time he's going to be here, and then he's just never there. It's just, I know the loyalty when I was a kid was still strong, even though my dad was hardly ever around. And until I was like in my teens, he finally popped up. It's that strong that he'll still listen to these beliefs and stuff and everything else. And like right now with my son, he's more on my side now, because I guess this was like maybe a couple of years ago with this whole Bible thing where he would tell these lies, and I was like, you need to read the Bible. So now his uncle, which is on the other side, his father's brother, he's into the Bible. He actually reads the Bible. He goes to church, and he's been, kind of like teaching him the word of the Bible, reading with him, which is what I've been trying to do. And his father's also told him, don't read the Bible with your mom's husband because he doesn't know anything. It's like, so I can't ever engage with him because he never wants to listen to what I have to say. I'll point out scriptures of things that he says. Sometimes he'll get in arguments with his mother, and I'll say, "It's like you read the Bible, but you're sitting here arguing with your mother." It's like, yeah, because I can, and blah blah. And I'll tell him stuff in Deuteronomy. It's like, there are things that you constantly say that you don't listen to your mom because she's a non-believer, but I kind of bring it out there, which I don't know if this is right or not. But if your mom was a believer, she could probably in modern times, give you a spanking. And in modern times, in Deuteronomy, that's like throwing stones at you. It's in the Bible, it's in there. But you don't want her to be you think she's a non-believer. If she was a believer, then I guess she would do this to you, right? You want this to happen because she doesn't believe in hitting you. She doesn't believe in spanking. And he's like, he said, well, my father says women can't do that. It's like, and then this is where I kind of keep bringing it back to, like, you need to show me this in the Bible. Like, you keep bringing up the Bible, but then you have yet to read it. It makes you look bad. It makes you kind of look, I didn't say it to him, but it makes him look stupid. And it's like, you can't do that, and then you just contradict yourself. And then when you get older, you're so embedded in this Bible that you meet someone else and they're just going to look at you like, what? And and this is where I'm at, where it's like, do I pressure this to stop, to kind of take the Bible away, or do I teach him about the Bible? Like, I know what's in this thing, and I know nothing in this book is good, and it's kind of like knowing what this Bible does. Should I teach him, the Bible all the way through, kind of like read it like a story, and then like, okay, what do you think? Do you want to keep believing this thing or not? Or do I just say, you know what, enough's enough. I'm not going to let you, learn about this thing because I know it's not good for you. That's
How
where
often does he go to see his dad? Like, is he with his dad more?
it's like 50-50 every
Okay.
other weekend. Yeah.
So because of that, it might be difficult for you to, prevent him from being taught about the Bible and being incorrectly influenced, because anybody that teaches their child to disrespect one of their parents is a bitch. And so like he's getting some bad parenting right now, and your hands are kind of tied, because the only thing that you can do from your stance is continue to show him your parenting style and what you will allow in your house, and his father can't influence what happens in your house, right? So
Yeah.
like when he's there, your rules are what are what take precedent. And so the disrespect of his mom and your presence, you're the only one that can stop that, right?
Right.
And if he's going to consistently talk about the Bible there, then you can set boundaries. And if you're going to bring this up, then we're going to do it this way, and we're going to you have to be able to show me where it says it in there. Like, continue to doing like what you're doing right now. I think you're doing the best that you can
Yes.
right now with a different parent acting very childish and intentionally poisoning a child's mind and teaching them very bad habits early on.
Yeah.
And so I think that you're doing, the best that you can right now. Tell them that, you don't want them to be like a lot of the believers that you see on live getting embarrassed because they say things about a book that they barely even read. For example, I don't know if this person in the comments is a believer,
They
but
said they
his
were an
name
ex-pastor.
an ex-pastor, and he says that there's no women in the Bible that are going to heaven. And he says, show me a scripture in the Bible that says that says that women are going to heaven. And literally this one right here talks about these women here whose names are in the book of life. Right there in Philippians chapter 4. Right?
Right.
And yeah, and so a lot of times they say stuff and they don't necessarily read the book. They're taught things by pastors because the pastors barely even read the book, and they end up getting embarrassed. Ask him if he wants to, be that type of believer.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
think that a little theology goes a long way. And somebody put it in the comments earlier, but teaching children how to think and not what to think is critical. Because the way I see things shaken out is eventually the hate and the vitriol and the apathy and selfishness that your son's biological dad is trying to fill him with is going to cause him to be angry, upset, and alone. And when you're in that state for long enough, you start to think about why, right? Like, and I'm not saying that he's necessarily going to reach this point or anything, but like that's like the ultimate, you know what I'm saying, like progression of if his, other dad is gonna have that influence on him, and he's gonna have to eventually contrast how you are as a person and how he is as a person. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist for you to say, well, one of these people shows empathy, shows care, they show up, they're available,
They're willing to talk to me about anything. Like I can come to them about anything. And the other one is just going to tell me to hate people and, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, fuck them the whole time. And obviously that's not going to comport with reality. Like you can't, you know what I mean? Like you won't be able to live like a happy, fulfilling life like that. And,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, it's going to come to a point where he's going to have to reconcile that. You know what I mean? Like he's still, you know, a couple years off from his brain, but being fully developed. But the one thing that won't change about, you know, the memories that he has is remembering how he feels about the interactions that he's had, right? So, I
Right.
mean, if he comes into the house and wants to say, you know, I don't have to listen to you, I don't have to listen to her, like I'm better, or you know, I'm justified in ignoring you because of this, and that. You know, like that's only going to lead him to, you know, get into that place where he has to wonder to himself, why is it that I'm treating the person that, you know, shows me so much love and kindness in this way? You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
is this really a good thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's exactly how their mother is constantly preached to them, where they're like, you know, I don't know why you treat my husband, you know, this way. I don't know why you're always mean to him. He comes to all your events. He's always he spoils you to death. You know, he
Hmm.
buys you whatever you want. He does whatever you wanted to do. He even behind my back will let you stay up longer for bed when you're supposed to be in bed. You know,
Hmm.
and you cop it out and say, well, he lets us stay up. It's like, well, now you just, you know, snitched on yourself. But, you know, I do all these things for them because I know exactly what they're going through because I went through it when I was a kid. You know, I had
Hmm.
two different parents and I know exactly what they're craving. They're craving attention and their father never gives it to them. And it's like he starves them and loves bombs them every time. And then
Hmm.
after that, it's like, you know, well, you're doing this and you did this, and so I'm not going to give it to you, blah, blah, blah. It's like when they come over here, it's like you can be whoever you want to be, but you're going to respect my house. Like I always have these rules where when you get home, you do your homework first, you do your chores, and then you can do whatever. And back when I was a kid, I had a lot of chores to do. Like my parents,
Hmm.
I never had time to myself. So I always thought, okay, when I get older, I have my own, I'm gonna give them one chore. One chore gives them routine and structure, so that when they get out in the world, you know, when their boss gives them a job, you know, they just get on it. They get on it without question, without thought. They do it. And your boss is probably going to tell you every day, you know, every hour, sweep the floor, sweep the floor, sweep the floor, because you're getting paid to do this job. And if you don't want to do it, you can go. There's millions of other people that take your job. And I try and give them structure at home so that way when they come home, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to take trash out or I need to do dishes. And then once I'm done, I'm rewarded with good behavior. And so then that's what they're supposed to do. So when they come over here and they want to then disrespect me, where it's like, okay, well, my dad said, I don't listen. That's fine. You don't have to listen to me. But just as my employer or as you as my son, you're in my home. If you want to enjoy these amenities, you enjoy these things like TV, cable, video games, all that stuff, you need to do the work. So if you want these, you know, stuff like that, you need to do your chores. And that's the kind of respect that I get from him. So he does that and, you know, and he understands that, you know, I reward him and I love him for that, and I do things for him. But over there, it's different. Over there, it's like you're going to do this, you know, and then you'll see if you'll get a reward. You'll see if you do this, and it's very different over there. And this is the kind of stuff that he brainwashes their minds and stuff, and going on to where you hit another point where this is for my daughter, where she's on this level where she doesn't read the Bible. Like she says she's into the Bible and she's a Christian, or she's what they call it, scripture. They're into scripture.
Sola
Some
Scriptura.
yeah. So I guess that's like cherry picking. I don't know. They pick what they want to believe in. But she says that, you know, she is very into different things like right now she's into girls and she says she's bi or whatever. It's like,
Mm.
well, okay, I'm fine with that. Whatever, do what you want to do. But their father is so against it, and he's like, you're not supposed to be that. You're supposed to be with a man. Blah blah blah. It's like, first of all, she's a teen. Talking about marriage and all that stuff no, you don't need to be doing that. And saying that I'm going to force you to marry a man and blah blah blah. It's like, okay, whatever. But when she it took her like a good year, and me and the mother already knew about how she felt about other people, and it took her a year to finally let us know, like, he came to us and saying that she feels this way about girls. And I was like, I knew. And she's like, oh, you're not mad? It's like, nope, I'm not mad. Like, do what you want to do. If that makes you comfortable, then go for it. And then it's like, then she would then explain to me, well, in the Bible, I'll go to hell, or I'll go here and there and there, and then I have to marry a man if I want to, go to heaven. It's like, no, you don't. And that's when I go into my whole detail of there is no hell, there is no heaven. It's this lie that they're throwing at you, and they're putting you in fear. Like right now, you're afraid. Like it's all a lie. But what I'm trying to tell her is that, so let's say you go into this whole thing that your father's telling you that you have to marry a man, but you don't want to be with this person, and you look at other women, right? And you're thinking about it like, oh man, she's this, she's that. You're now lusting over another person. That's sin. So I'm telling her, like, in this book, you are now sinning. You are now going to go to hell because you're lusting over someone, but you're married to someone else. You're now, locked in with someone else, but here you are lusting over someone else. You can't do this book if this is how you truly feel, and you're just lying to yourself. And she's like, well, if I can do this now as a teenager, and then when I get older, I'll just marry a man and then I'll be forgiven. It's like, that's not how it works. And I don't really know how to convince her, or explain it to her that, either you follow this book or don't follow it. You can't cherry pick. You can't pick and choose what you want to believe in. And either way you go, you're always in the wrong with this book. You're always in the wrong. And that's just what her father, teaches her as well. And I don't really know how to combat it, because I want her to be happy. I want her to live her life to the fullest. Her mother is also, she tries to like ignore it. She's like, she doesn't want me to further it, because I'll bring it up, and she'll be like, no, don't talk about it. Just leave it alone. It's like, I can't leave it alone, because if I feel like if I leave it alone, it gets worse, and it'll start getting bit in their mind where they start really thinking like, oh, I'm in the wrong if I think this way, or if I like girls, then I can't go to heaven, or I can't do this. Like, there is nothing there's nothing to there's no goal, there's no hell, there's no nothing, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Just live your life, just live your day to day, and you'll be happy, you'll be good, and she's in fear, and she's younger than my son, and it's hitting her. Like when she back when she was younger, it didn't bother her. She didn't really pay attention to it, and now that she's older, it just I hear it all the time. Where I was like, I'm gonna go to hell. I'm gonna do this and blah blah. It's like, I need to change. I need to start liking boys. It's like you can't change who you are, And I mean, you can, but if it makes you miserable or makes you upset, then maybe you need to think of something else, or maybe you need to change something else,
Yeah.
and that's what I try and tell her,
Is she open or able to like having like I don't know, like Bible study sessions with you?
Yeah, I try, and like I even she's the one that I think I can get closer to, because uh, um,
Doesn't have
she's
as much patriarchy to uphold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
and
wonder if it'd be beneficial for you guys to kind of go through Ruth and maybe you kind of see or kind of get what her thoughts on it are. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to read Ruth and not think of Naomi and Ruth as like a couple. It just is. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So, I wonder, I wonder what kind of conversation that might spark between the two of you guys.
yeah, yeah. That's what I've been trying to figure out, like, because she's really against it, but really wants to be a part of it. And I know that both of them, it's always been they just want to please their father, and
Hmm.
if they follow this book, it makes dad happy. But then I've always asked, I've even like given scriptures and stuff to them to go, since you won't go over with me, go over with their father. And when they want to go to scripture, their father will question them, like, why you want to talk about this? And it's like, well, and then they had to finally bring me up, and they're like, no, I told you not to talk to him. I told you this and this and this, and he doesn't know anything about it. And then so they never get to talk about it. And then this is why I'm trying to like read with them. I don't know if I need to like sit there with the Bible and force read it to them and stuff like that, but it's I try to teach them things about the Bible scriptures that have helped me, get through, bad times and stuff like that. But I also know that this Bible is very contradicting, and there's things in there that can help you, but then there are also things that are not for you. And this is where I try and like benefit from it for them if they want to believe in it. And so I try and do like like Bible study or like Sunday school kind of stuff, and give them things to read on while they're at their dance. And
Hmm.
then they just they will, I don't know, they don't want to read it by themselves, and they want to have somebody with them. And what kind of like right now, their uncle is a true believer. Like, he is straight up, he reads the Bible, he goes to church every day or every Sunday and stuff like that. And he's the one that's been kind of like teaching the word of the Bible. Like, now my son right now, he's now where is he at? I think I saw he was in Psalms. I think he was in Psalms. No, he was in Proverbs. He had this book out, and it was laying on his bed, and I was like, oh wow, okay, so you're now finally reading. Good, good, good. Okay, so, but you can finally get through this thing and start understanding that there's lies in this stuff, and then you need to get the knowledge before you start judging people. And I've also been seeing a difference in him where he now respects me more, because a lot of stuff that I've been saying in the Bible, he's been hearing out of his uncle that reads the Bible. They're like, oh well, yeah, your stepfather, he's right. Yeah, this isn't the Bible. Yep, that's in the Bible too. It's like, oh, so then is my dad lying? It's like, and that's where his brother will take, my side and say, yeah, your father is lying, but he's your father. You're to respect your father. It's like, and then
Right.
they just bring the Bible right back, like, oh, well, you're supposed to respect your father. But then that just breaks my son's mind, because he's like, well, if he's lying, then who do I believe? Like, so they've been, kind of, my son's been kind of getting on my side, because he knows I'm telling him the truth. But he's still kind of like, but I'm still going to read this book. I'm still going to, believe in this Bible. And then it's kind of like,
Hmm.
all right, you do what you want to do. But I'm just telling you, like, this thing it's not good.
And as he gets older, I think that, when he feels like he's able to make his own decisions and not have to, uh, you know, n- necessarily believe what his father believes or do what his father says, he may, break out of that, right? But
Right.
this is one of the reasons why also I say that children shouldn't even be handed that book, because
Mm-hmm.
there's really nothing, not nothing, but there's not a lot in that book that a 14-year-old needs to apply to their life, because they're not necessarily living anything in that book right now. Right, the book doesn't address children.
Hmm.
Um, you know, that often.
Yeah.
I think the most it talks about is, teaching them the law, uh, you know, training them up in the way that they should go, and then beating them.
Yeah.
Right, like it doesn't really talk about children a lot, and it doesn't have a lot of instruction in there for the child other than obeying their parents. And so all that other stuff, like the Psalms and the Proverbs, like it's not a lot that they can really understand, especially in the poetic structure that is written in, because what it actually says in there, it doesn't actually mean. Like
Hmm.
it's not what we would think that it would mean today.
Hmm.
And so it's like, what are we actually teaching the children at this point when we hand them that book and tell them to read it? And I think that's the dangerous thing. But I also think that when he gets older, he'll end up seeing, what his father actually is and what his father is doing, and he'll break. Hopefully, he will break free from that.
Yeah. That's kind of like exactly what I was kind of telling their mother. Like, she fears that he's going to grow to be just like his father, and it's like, no. He, and that's the thing, that she has always been trying to keep the kids away from their father, because she knows what he is and what he's about and how he's very narcissistic, and she's just always been trying to keep him away. And I told her, like, I know that you don't like this guy, I know that he's not good for them, but if you do this, then as they get older, they will resent you. They will take it out on you that you kept them away from their father, and then he'll use that against you, and then you'll be the bad guy. It's like, I told her, it's like, just let it happen. I know it's hard. It's very hard, because that they'll just get hurt, but we'll be there when it happens. And they just need to understand and learn who their father is, and they have to experience that. We can't tell them stuff and then they find out, because I've always said, like, if you say things about the other parent, the kids are like, they're like lie detectors. They absorb what you say about the other parent, and then they go and see if it's true. And if that comes out a lie, then they look at you like, I'm not going to listen to you anymore because you lied to me. And I try and keep her from saying things about him, and just let them learn about who he is on their own. And it's just like this Bible where, I don't want them to read it, but if I let them read it and then they have questions, then I'll answer it, and kind of like, I don't know, weave them off of it, but kind of like say, this isn't good for you. I know what's in this. I know what it's about, and it's not good for you. But like, I kind of like, all this aside, is I kind of brought this up with you thinkers, that I overheard, I don't know if it was a week or 2 weeks ago, in one of the lives, where I overheard that one of yours is a Christian. Like
Yeah, my 16
how do you
youngest.
I guess not cope, I guess work with it.
I just respected. I was gonna say, yeah, cope is the right word, but I just respect it, right? And I don't push my beliefs on him, or my unbelief on him, but when he comes to me about his belief, I tell him the truth, right? Like, of what I understand and what I know. Any questions he has about the Bible, I give him the historical facts. And he accepts it or he doesn't. Like, the rapture is the hardest thing for me, to get him to understand that, where it came from, and accept the information of that. And he was very open and honest about it. He said, I get it. I read what you sent me. He said, but that's not what I'm trying to hear right now. And I have to respect that. Like, he's 16. And I know that as he gets older, because I've always allowed him to, and encouraged him to think and question, when he gets older, I think he'll, be more willing to engage with the information. But right now, I just respect his choice.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of like where I am. I'm just, I let my son just do what he wants to do. If he wants to read it, cool. If he has questions, I always tell him, hey, if you have a question, you can always come to me. Even though he always says, well, you're against it, so why would I go to you? It's like, I'm against it, but if you want to understand it or understand what you're reading, I can explain it to you. But, I'm not fully against you learning about this book. Like, if you want to learn about it, learn about it. But like I said, you will not weaponize it against me or your mother, because I'm going to tell you right now, like I had this discussion with them last week where they wanted to bring the book up again. I was like, okay, let me get this straight. You guys seem to think that you guys have rule over the parents. This book does not say that. Children in this book have no rights, none, including daughters. Like, that's like the worst. Like, sons, but the daughters have like no rights. They get sold off like slaves. They're like property, and you have no rights. You have no say. You have nothing. And you would respect your mother and father, and that's in this book. And
or die.
Even the sons were just for an inheritance,
yeah,
like for to continue the line and to keep the ancestral land within the Israelites.
yeah, and that's what I was kind of saying is like, and then they kind of brought up how Jesus is for kids and everything. I was like, no. Like, here, you read Matthew, was it Matthew 15? Or I think it
Yeah.
is. And where the pharaohs and we're talking about their traditions and stuff like that. And then Jesus kind of like snapped back and like, no, you don't follow this and this. And, you're supposed to be doing this, and you just give them chores. You just give them, like a tax or something, either to pay a tax or pay into labor over what they did. It's like, you're supposed to be, unaliving them and stuff like that. And they're like, that's not true. It's like, yes, it is. Read the book. Like, I'll show you, and I'll bring it up, and I'll say, read this right here, this chapter. And, and they're in denial that they don't want to read it. It's like, see, it's in there. You know what I'm reading. You know what's true. You're in this whole imaginary mind of yours that you just want to believe what your dad's telling you. And you need to stop that. Like, that's going to hurt you in the end, and the very end of this. And you need to hear the truth of what's going on. And your father's saying that you have all these rights and stuff, and you're higher power than me or stuff like that. Like, no, you're not. Like, in this book, you have no rights at all. These people don't respect you at all. But I respect you as an adult or as a child. I respect you as a person. That if you respect me, I respect you. I'm not going to look down on you because you're a child. Your mind's still not there. It's still not, progressed. But, I will give you knowledge that you need, but some things you just don't know, and you're still learning. But it's the fact that when you want to disrespect your mother or me because, you're unruly, or you don't want to do this because it's not fair. It's like, it's fair. You have to do what you're told, and then you're rewarded afterwards. If you want to disrespect your mother, then it's kind of like, you want this new cell phone, or you want this or that. Well, why should I, when you constantly want to back talk me or get in an argument, or your grades are falling or kind of like slipping a little, and you don't clean your room and you don't do this and this and this, then why should I? Why should I help you out if you don't respect the household? It's like, well, because this and this and in the Bible, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you show me what's in the Bible, and then I'll go on your word. You show me, and I'll go on your word. And I'll say, I'll apologize. And it's like, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry, master. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say. All right. I'll be your slave, and then they just can't. And it's like, all right, well, until you do, you're going to follow my rules, because that's just how it is. I know it sucks. I know you hate it. When I was a kid, I hated it. And I said, well, when I'm 18, I'm moving out. Like, all right, well, you do what you want to do. But right now, this is my rules. So,
Yeah.
and I'm still going to care for you, still going to love you, still going to support you, but this is how it is. But you're not going to weaponize this Bible against me. That's not going to happen. So
Yeah. I want to say I really do applaud you on the parenting style that you've kind of implemented. I think it's a wonderful balance of, you know, uh, not necessarily strictness, but like being stern, you know, giving discipline, empathy, love, uh, just support. Like, I think that the way that you handle, uh, seeing these children into adulthood, I, I just, I feel like it's impossible for them to, get, 20s, 30s without realizing like the huge gap in, what's being fed to them in terms of good versus bad, hurt versus harm. You know what I mean? Like it
right,
just, yeah, I don't see a world wherein you continue doing, how you've been doing, and they don't see, they don't see that as love, and aren't able to recognize that, you know, separating themselves from these ideals and these, beliefs that are clearly not helping them with their interpersonal skills. Uh, it's going to be more beneficial in the long run for them.
yeah, okay, cool. So I'll take. I've been writing notes and everything, and I'll take down what you guys have been saying. I'm hoping I can get a clear thought with them. It's still, it's still like a battle, especially with my daughter, because she wants to be this way, and this book is influencing her, and so she's kind of like back and forth. And her mother doesn't want me to get involved with it. She just wants it to just, push it under the rug. And I see it like, if I push it under the rug, will she just, ignore what her father's saying, or when she just do what she wants to do because she's in her teens, she'll be rebellious and she'll just do what she wants to do, or she's going to be influenced and I am too late. I don't know. I don't know. I just want her to be happy, and I don't want her to feel that she has to have all this guilt on her because of her father. And I know that her father does not care anything about her because he uses these two like a pawn to just get back at the mom. He's always just doing everything he can to jeopardize or to strip away the relationship between the two kids.
Hmm.
And I'm always trying to battle it out by, giving them unconditional love and constantly just supporting them with everything they do, even though they, I guess, I don't know if I want to say it, but even though they hate me, which their mothers always said that they don't hate you, they don't know how to show their love to you because of their father.
Hmm.
And then I accept that. I was like, okay, I understand that. And I get it. And I was like that too. I guess when I got older, I finally realized that, my stepmom and my stepdad they're just double parents, and what I always said to them when they were young is that, it's good to have, a stepmom and a stepdad because you get more presents in Christmas, you get more birthday gifts. It's
Hmm.
double the gifts, it's like, but, they took that, but other stuff, it's still their father. And I will still understand that that loyalty is very, very strong, even though he will, treat them like crap all the time. But I also feel that my son is kind of getting the hint and starting to realize what his father is, and it's sort of breaking, But now it's like I'm dealing with the same thing with the daughter. It's like I'm back to square one. Like, okay, now I got to deal with you,
Yeah.
and you're kind of saying the same thing. I'm like, oh, come on! I thought you had been like following, like on the tail, like and listening, and you know. So
I mean,
yeah,
and honestly, it's kind of crazy because I mean, of course, you never think about it as a kid, but these kind of situations, you're kind of fighting nature to accept this new parental figure because you see a lot of times in nature, especially with mammals, when you introduce a new male figure into a family unit, most often what they do is eliminate or ostracize. Um, Another person's offspring or another animal's offspring. You know what I mean? So like there's
mhm,
kind of like I won't say well, yeah, kind of like a biological imperative for you to kind of be on guard with someone new to the family unit because there is that chance, at least, baked into our evolution as a species that, there's a possibility that my status could be lowered, my, uh, safety could be in jeopardy, my well-being, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
you,
yeah,
you kind of have to fight your own nature in that sense.
yeah, yeah. And that like that was the other thing is that their father. And they have like a lot of uncles, and so a lot of the brothers have been fighting with their father, and their father is just a bad person, and all the uncles understand that, and they all know that their brother's just not right in the head. And what their mother always kept saying is that, since they kicked out, their one uncle and they kicked out their other uncle, and he constantly gets in fights with them, there's no one left. You're next. And which she was talking to her sons, like, you're next to be, because he feels threatened by you. You're another male. You're
Hmm.
someone that's trying to take up the reins and stuff like that. Like, no, I'm the king. You will always be a peasant. You will not be, yeah, you may be the prince, but you will always be, lower than me. And you're not going to, take over. And right now you're being love bombed because he's battling his brother. And now that his brother's been kicked out, now it's your turn. He's going to start pushing on you. He's going to start seeing you as a threat because now you're getting older and you're starting to be a little bit more rebellious because,
Absolutely.
that teenage, stuff. And, he didn't believe us. And then now all of a sudden, after a year or two now, he's been kind of seeing it and he's been coming back to us like, you know what, Mom, you were right. Dad's starting to be like an asshole. He's starting to, say this and that. He'll start fights with me out of nowhere. I didn't even do anything, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, well, I kind of told you that, but, you want to keep believing what you want to believe. It's like, and that's where, sometimes he kind of gets more of a loyalty toward her mother. And then he then comes to me in a sense of way, like, he's like, hey, so about that one scripture, do you want to talk about it? It's like, yeah, sure, let's go, come on. And that's where I feel like the break is starting to happen. He's starting to finally come over and starting to feel like, like maybe this Bible isn't okay, isn't good, but then, he still keeps falling on it when it comes to certain things, and so, but I understand what you're saying that, over time it starts to fall apart or he starts to actually see, see
Cracks in it.
the cracks in it because his brain's more developing and it's getting, more critical thinking involved and, he can kind of understand what's going on. But yeah, that's pretty much what, he's doing right now. But yeah, there was something else that I was trying to think of something else that popped up when you were talking. I was like, no, I lost it. There is, yeah, I lost it. No, well, thank you guys for all this knowledge that you guys have given me. This really helps.
You're very welcome, Sean. It's difficult with co-parenting, and then on top of that, teenagers. It's difficult. So, but yeah, you're very welcome.
Ooh. Thank you guys. Oh, Brown. Hey, what's up, Bogan? Sorry, I'm gonna be looking at the phone. I just be talking.
What's up, Dr. B?
The boo. So sorry.
Morning. Do you mind if I just say one quick thing? I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm because I've just been listening for maybe the last 5 minutes. I wonder if another thing to sort of point out here, or maybe another approach to take here when it comes to the Bible, is just to, sort of taking that step back. Because I heard you say something like, "Well, that text doesn't say that, or that text doesn't mean that." And if you can show me that it does, then, I know you're kind of saying that tongue in cheek because you know that it doesn't. But
Hmm.
I wonder if that in and of itself lends the text's validity. In other words, that interpretive model that if the text says it, we should do it. And
Mm,
for me, like I've got 5 kids, and my oldest is getting ready to turn 18, and my youngest are 3-year-old twins, and so I've got like the whole spectrum. And when people ask, I like Megan, my wife, is a Christian, and I'm not. And so the big question often comes up, like, how do you guys handle that? And it's just a matter of, this is an ancient Near Eastern text, right? This this is a product of its time, and so like one of the things that I really like to do is just have them read something like the flood story in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then say, "Hey, what do you think about that?" And they'll be like, "Oh, that's kind of, yeah, it's a cool story. It's a little weird, and then you read the one in the Bible, and it's like, what do you think about that? It sounds really similar, and it's not so much to say, oh, this got this from that or something, but to put it in its genre, right? To put it in its, where would they classify a text like this? Would they say, oh, I should be living my life by this thing,
Hmm.
right? Or is it, oh, okay, so this is a product of 3,000-4,000 years ago, things that were going on there, how people used it, and I think coming at it from that perspective, just in my experience, limited experience with this, um, it sets up the broader question of, why is it that we're looking at this ancient text and saying we should be guiding our moral, you know, getting our moral principles or whatever from this ancient text.
Hmm.
And I think just asking that, having them ask themselves that question, why would I do that? Other than, people have told me that I should. I don't know.
Yeah.
That might be, but no, it sounds great. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll try that. Awesome.
Well, Sean, thank you so much. It was a great conversation. Keep us updated. Um, and if we can be of any assistance, let us know, okay?
Definitely will. Thank you guys.
You're
thanks,
welcome. Have a
man.
good one.
I love you.
Okay?
Have a good one, friend.
I swear, everybody says that differently.
I like the variety.
Dr. B, did you see Ozo's question to you when you said you had an 18-year-old? You about to have an
No.
18-year-old?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, yeah. How the fuck old are you?
Um, for-
Bullshit.
and
You're older than
so
me?
I just,
You're a year older than me. I thought I was older than you.
maybe
I thought,
impossible.
no,
No.
no, seriously, I thought I was older than you.
I want you to know, though, also, that I showed great restraint on your behalf when you were
Mm.
talking about like evolution and stuff. I was going to come off of mute and say, oh, I didn't know we had an evolutionary biologist on the stage. So I didn't do that. I just want you to know that. I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you.
Good morning,
Wow.
Fee. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you so much. I got to live another day.
Um, what's her name? Is
Extra
she not?
celestial.
Oh, she's still connecting. She's not. Never mind. She's not there.
She may have. I said she may have left.
Yeah. Let's see.
That is a very celestial. That's good. I
I
like that.
like it.
Tim Jenkins.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing good.
That's
Are you
good.
a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Um. Well,
I, I'm more. My foundation stands on, the Old Testament,
So you're a
where
Hebrew Israelite?
Well, I'm not gonna say that neither. I consider myself more. Well, not I consider myself, but a son of Aaron.
That's new.
I know,
You're a Levite? You consider yourself a
yes,
Levite?
ma'am.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. And all praises.
Oh, okay.
I smell mixed fabrics.
Yeah, I speak against the Hebrew Israelites, their teaching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The
I've never
media is.
heard. I'm sorry, one second. I've never heard anyone claim to be a modern day Levite or a son of Aaron. That's interesting. Which topic did you come up to discuss? And Dr. B, do you want to lead this one?
Mhm. Um.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm sorry, one second, Tim. I'm sorry, Dr. B, what did you say?
Sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. Tim, pick a topic and you'll start with Dr. B.
Okay. This Christianity is a cult that worship men and a supremacy culture. Um. I agree with that totally. When you look at it all, how it started and where it is today and what goes on in Christianity. Um, See, I think it goes well. What was revealed tells me this goes way back into the garden, where this man and a woman took from the tree of knowledge of good and evil and ate of it. And now remember, this was a tree that desired one to be wise. So now they became wise. They realized they were naked and they became wise and sold themselves fig leaves and made themselves aprons. Now, when you put that, a tree that desired one to be wise, and you put them aprons together and you look at it, I'm looking at it as it being a Masonic coat, because that society, we have been to believe, holds all the secrets. They have all the knowledge. Um, and now when you go to, I guess,
I'm
how it
sorry.
worship me.
Let me ask a quick question really quickly, and if you could kind of like not monologue, so that Dr. B can like kind of get to your point. Like I'm not trying to be rude. I swear I'm not.
Okay.
But if you can get to like your point a little faster, and then so you're saying Christianity, but I know that you're not a Christian, um, but also you do see that the misogyny, right, the cult of men and supremacy culture is in the Torah as well.
Um, well, yes. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Mhm.
that you were not just isolating Christianity because you were not a Christian.
Mhm.
That
Oh,
we're
not
we're talking about the um,
mm,
the text as a whole. But
right.
go ahead.
Do you could I do you think that's an okay thing?
No,
That
not
oh
no,
okay.
not at all. It's an
Okay.
evil thing.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Mhm. Um, yeah, and so when you look at you just jump forward, you look at Christianity today, you look at all
I'm
of
sorry,
these.
just one second. Just one second. Like I don't why are you identifying as um a son of Aaron if you agree that the culture of that is evil?
No, no, okay, you ask concerning if I believe that the cult of Levi was a cult, God's law, statutes, and commandments that he gave to a particular people, where he tell them don't be like
the other nations.
I asked, do you see the cult of men worship and supremacy also in the Torah? You said yes, right?
Or if they worship men in the Torah, then those were men that were setting themselves up as gods, as to be worshipped, as
No,
Caesar did. You know what?
no, and that's what I think. That's where we were a little bit confused. So I think that gives Dr. B a better place to come in. Does that help, Dr. B? Because I was confused. Were you confused
Yeah, a little
from
bit.
where
So I
he
mean,
said? Okay.
yeah, and if I break up a little bit, please feel free to jump in.
Mhm.
But like, do you see like the patriarchal structure that is in the Hebrew Bible as something that is a positive or a negative?
Or positive,
How so?
um, because it's about justice. It's about righteousness. Um, his commandments and his way of living don't fail. People just have a problem with when it comes to punishment and the way God punished people. Um, it's hard. It's hard to understand, like I say, understand his writing or what he wants, but he just like all nations have laws, rules, statutes, and like here in New York, these our laws is different elsewhere. We can't speak on the phone while driving, but maybe we can go somewhere else and do that. So that's all it was about with God's laws to his people, to them to do it. But now it have been preached out to everyone, like do this, do that. Concerning God through Christianity and religion. Well, that's not just Christianity, but religion. Period.
So if I could, sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. So do you think that we ought obey like the Levitical law today?
Um, if look, if we could, then we should, but we can't. We just need to
Oh,
practice righteousness because
okay. All right, hold on. Sorry. Sorry. I'm just trying to, sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just trying to, my question's trying to go somewhere with that. Um, so one, I don't think that you'll find in the Hebrew Bible the idea that they couldn't have obeyed the law, right? In fact, I think it's quite specific that they were expected to, right? It was part of their covenant obligation. They just didn't, right? But I think maybe more broadly, so passages like, and I'm just trying to understand your thought process here, like passages like Leviticus 25, where it talks about how to get slaves proper. That's something that you think ought be implemented today.
um, let us not get hung up on the word on that word slave.
We can get hung up
It's
on
only
it. It's
it's
okay.
only it's only when you if you are a possession of the Levites or of in or a servant, then that's what you are. You're a servant. You shouldn't hard press or vex your servant.
What does that mean
It means
to you?
it means you shouldn't oppress them. Yeah, you should treat them as a man. Well,
You
as
can
a
own,
man.
but you can own them as property and pass them on as inheritance to your children.
Yes, yes.
You think that's okay?
Mhm. We have to understand the position that they were in order to do that. Um, Understand these people, they would give their right arm to live in the kingdom. Um,
to be a servant to, to a man of God. I mean, what more?
Wait, are
What
you
more could
saying
you
that
ask?
people were begging to be the slaves of Israelites back then? Is that what you just said?
Okay, let's.
No, no. I'm just trying to make sure
Yes,
that I
I
understood.
mean, yes, yes, yes. Because as it is today, all of this.
Who's begging to be
Wait,
your
no, no.
slave
Let's
today?
understand. Wait, not by words, not by words.
No, who's
But
begging
look,
to
no,
be?
no,
Who's begging to be in your tribe? Who's begging
no.
to be
Wait,
in your
listen.
tribe?
No, no, no. Listen, listen. Now it sounds like you're getting
No,
hostile
no,
or
no. I'm
something.
asking. You said as
Okay,
it
but
is today,
okay. No,
because
no, no.
when you do
I'm not
that, then I
saying
raise
Tim,
my
that.
Tim,
voice. When you do
Tim.
I'm
that,
talking while she's talking.
Okay, okay. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm asking, like you said, as it is today. I'm asking you, who's begging to be in your tribe today? Like, who's begging to be your servant or be up under you today?
No, it's not about me. It's not about me. I mean, no one's begging. No
Who's
one's
begging
begging.
to
I
be
don't
in the
want.
kingdom today?
Look, everyone wants to go to heaven.
I don't.
Everyone wants to live forever. I'm
I
saying
don't.
if one believes in that, well, not you.
But who's begging to be in? Who's giving up a
Look,
right arm to be in the tribe of Levi today, to serve the
um,
tribe of Levi?
okay, well, I'm gonna say I say that because this was said. This one woman had posted on YouTube where she was giving a confession where she was saying that how she was out here listening to those Hebrew Israelites going through the scriptures saying that they were God's people and how she said that she would give her her right leg or right arm to go into the kingdom. See, it was all about going into the kingdom because
You
that's
think
what's
she's
being
talking
taught.
about the kingdom? You think she's talking about the kingdom of Israel,
Oh, the kingdom of
or is
God.
she?
Well, yes, in the kingdom of
That's
Israel.
not the same thing that Dr. B is talking to you about.
No, you asked what the topic, and I was
But
speaking on quote.
you
I'm
said
speaking.
don't get hung up on the word slave, because back then people would give their right arm to be a servant of the Israelites. That's what you said.
No, I was saying that as of today, they
No,
would
I'm sorry. Did he
based
not
on
say back then that
even
they would?
listen. Yes,
I'm
even
sorry.
back
Hey,
then.
will you
Okay,
stop doing that? Like, when you try to talk while I talk, it's gonna make me raise my voice, and it's going to frustrate me.
well, don't become angry.
I will. I will do what the fuck I want.
Oh
I don't care if
Lord.
you are a Levite or priest of Aaron or whatever.
Okay,
I will
well,
do what I want. I'm not giving up a right arm, a tongue, a privilege, or nothing.
well, I ain't no damn Christian either.
Then
I
okay,
follow the
well,
word of
that's
God.
fucking cool. And you ain't a
My God
Christian, and
said an
neither
eye
am
for
I.
an eye
And
and
I
a
don't
tooth
give a
for a
fuck
tooth.
about your God.
I don't give a
Don't
fuck about
talk
what you
over
saying.
me.
Now let's
Don't
dialogue.
talk over me. Guess what? But guess who has power in here and who don't? Even with your God, even with you being the priest of Aaron, you literally said that back then people gave up their right arms to serve the Levites, and that you shouldn't get hung up on the word slave. And now you're trying to change it.
Yeah, I don't see him in here any longer. Like, just so that it's, I mean, I'm sure everybody in the audience knows this, but just in case, like for clarity's sake, um, yeah, that's just sort of a nonsensical statement that people were super excited to be considered a slave at the time, be it debt or chattel or like that's sort of a nonsense statement. The text itself, um, is the text itself is firmly against that position, right? That's the whole reason that you have limitations on the time that a person can be a debt slave, right? It's not because it's the master's benefit, like the slave's like, man, I get to be a debt slave forever. And law's like, no, 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 Mr. Debt Slave, this isn't a free ride. You only get to do this for 6 years. Then you got to go out and start doing it on your own. And they're like, damn, man, wish I could have been a slave for longer. Well, that's the law. Like that's nonsense, right? That's not how that works. So yeah, I guess I'd have to, if I'm being charitable here, I'd have to ask, like, what's the argument for that? But yeah.
Okay, well, can I say this? You read it, but you don't believe it. But that's what's written. I'm just going by what's written.
So,
But
oh, sorry, that's you up there in the corner. Okay, great. You're still here. Can you just give me that argument? Sorry, I thought you were a different icon before. So can you give me that passage and make that argument for why it is that um, they were super excited to be slaves for somebody?
you know what the Enochs were? You know,
That's I don't know why
but
you're asking me
I'm
a
okay. Well, I'm
question.
just saying. Well, you know what
Sir,
the
sir,
Enochs were?
you're asking me a question when I'm
Well, yeah,
asking you
because
for an
I'm gonna
argument.
give you a
Sir,
scripture.
sir, then give me the scripture, right? Don't ask me a question.
First of all, you understand? I appreciate you guys inviting me, but don't be disrespectful. You know,
I don't
I'm
feel
muting
like
my
I'm being
mic. I'm humbling
disrespectful.
my. Listen. I'm muting my.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, this isn't like we're not out like a meeting at a coffee shop as buddies or something. Like, we can do that, but that's a different form.
No,
Like
we
this,
could never
this.
do that.
Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is that, like, in this context, that there's a way that Thinker runs this live, and the way that she runs it, and Thinker, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like, from my experience, that if people come up and this is meant to be like a research live, and so it's, here's assertion A, here's my argument for assertion A, right? That there's 1,000 people watching here. Right. So I think that the point is to, if we're going to be trying to get at the data and, generating a good model of interpretation for the data, that we're getting to that. So that's why when I said, like, you made this statement that they were really wanting to be slaves. Okay, great. I brought up Leviticus 25. You said don't get hung up on the term slave, which sounds to me like you think that the Hebrew word eved has some other connotation that I'm misunderstanding. So that those are the things that I'm asking you about. And for you to, respond with, well, let me ask you a question. It's like, so you're not going to answer my question. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, you read the scripture, so it seemed like that you understand it. So you don't have to ask. You said that they would be servants for 6 years, and on the seventh year, what is everyone goes free. But
Well,
yeah, but if they wants to come back, yeah,
okay.
then they can
Okay.
because
So
they are.
do you want to, do you
Now
want
you
to,
interrupting me. Now
I
you
am, yeah.
interrupting me.
Well, I mean, it's because I asked you about Leviticus 25, and now you're talking about Exodus 21 and Deuteronomy 15. But,
No,
like,
you said I'm speaking of the verse you spoke on of Leviticus 25.
right,
So
but
read it all.
that's
Read it
not,
all.
but sir, that's not what you were just talking about. Can you show me in Leviticus 25 release of slaves after the seventh year?
Okay, if you read it in Exodus, the
Yes.
same law is in Leviticus. If
No,
you
it's
read it
not.
in Exodus, the same law is in Leviticus.
No, it's not.
Listen, because y'all fast
Leviticus
on the
25,
scriptures.
44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. That's what Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 says, and that is what Dr. B is asking you about.
And I agree with all that. Nothing's wrong with that. The way you read it, that's beautiful.
So
Huh?
I just
Yeah,
want to be
that's
clear.
beautiful.
I just want to be clear. So you would be in favor of a group of people being able to enslave another group of people and pass them on as inheritance, keep them as property.
Nowhere you read where they taking these people by force, where they making them slaves.
Sorry,
Nowhere
are
do you
you,
read that.
sir, are you
Nowhere do
under the,
you read that.
sir, so just to be clear, so are you saying that if someone is born into slavery, then it's okay to have them as a slave?
Let me tell you, you can have a butler in your home and have
Sir,
children,
can
and
you
they
answer my
children become
question?
your butlers.
Can you answer
Yeah,
my
yeah,
question?
you can pass down generations like that.
Okay, so wait, let me just make it sure. So you're saying that
Oh,
after
please.
1807, antebellum slavery was okay?
Uh, okay, listen here. I bet you the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds have generations of servants. I bet you they don't change their servants.
I don't
I bet you
understand
their
why you're
servants'
that.
children
Are
become their servants.
are
I'm gonna
you
tell
under
you
the
why he's.
impression
I'm gonna
that
tell you why he's
Come on,
bringing up the
stop,
Rock.
stop playing
I'm gonna tell
games,
you
man.
why he's bringing up the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. That is a prime example. When I say when these black men that takes the identity of the Levites or the Israelites or the Jew, whoever, it's because of they want what the white man has done. They want the status. They want the generational wealth. They want the land. They want the slaves. They want all of that. That's why he's bringing up the Rockefellers in this. But go ahead, Dr. B.
just, I mean, if that's where the conversation is that slavery's okay, I'll have to back out because that one kind of scares me, frankly. Um, and I don't feel like it's my place to. I just think it's evil. Um, but I mean, if you're agreeing that in Leviticus 25, the text is saying that the Israelites were allowed to take the Toshavim, those that were living in the land as tenant farmers, as heritable property, alienable property, to be part of their landed property, passed down to their children, or they were allowed to procure them from the surrounding nations. Like if you're saying that that's okay, I mean, I'll just back out of the conversation because I don't miss me with that shit. I think slavery is evil.
Okay, okay, I think slavery evil too, the way we understand it. But yeah, but concerning, I don't have no dreams, nor do I covet or envy no kind of power or money that the white man may have, because let y'all tell history, or what history have told us, that black folks had it first, that kings or Africa had it all.
Who
So
is y'all? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have never
envy
talked.
them?
I'm sorry. I'm
We
sorry.
were
You've never.
first.
Yeah. You've never fucking talked to me, and so I'm not a y'all. You said that nowhere in this book does this God tell them to
Okay, well,
take.
just one
I'm
moment.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Have I
I told you. I told you not to talk while I'm talking. Right. I'm not Yahweh. I don't give second chances. I told you not to talk while I'm talking. You said nowhere in this book does it tell them to take slaves by force. But if you actually read your book, Priest of Aaron, you would know that in Deuteronomy 20, he actually says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. That means go into the town, give them the opportunity to become your slaves voluntarily. And then if they don't accept your terms of peace, then you shall besiege it. Then you fight. Then you go to war. You kill all the men, take the women and children as your slaves. Y'all out here adopting these identities and not even reading the book.
Okay, so you read all of that, so that let you know my God ain't talking in no darkness. He telling us exactly what to do. Exactly, that's what you do when you go to war and conquer. They
Are
were
you,
taking
sir?
land.
Are you familiar with this passage, Deuteronomy 20:10 to 14?
Yeah, I just heard her read it. I just
Right,
heard her
but
read it.
right. That's not what I asked you. Are you familiar
Yeah,
with
I'm
it?
familiar with it, and I agree with it all.
Okay, so if you are familiar with it, right, these are not um like these are not people that are part of the land of Canaan, right? These are cities that are explicitly far off, right? And what Deuteronomy is doing is setting up this ideal of Israel being the dominant power, and that
Mhm.
all others outside of the land of Canaan become vassals. So this scenario where they go up, they march up in force and offer shalom to them. The shalom there is vassalage. You can become our vassals. It's exactly what the Neo-Assyrians did. It's what the Neo-Babylonians did, right? Which was seen as an atrocity in the Hebrew Bible, by the way. Um, and and I mean, like, if you're saying that this should be our modus operandi, like this is how we should be functioning, like, man, I that scares me to hear you say that.
You should be scared.
Why should I be
You
scared?
better turn to righteousness, yeah, because my God, He preferred the days of old. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, that's my God's word.
So
That's
you
why
would
it's
be
hard
okay.
for
You
y'all
would
to
be
accept it
okay if
because it's
today,
not for y'all.
right?
Say it again.
Okay. So
Talking over me. So what you
yeah,
say?
well, yeah. So I'm just trying to get clarity on your position here. So you would be in favor of one group of people um, forcing vassalage on another group of people, and if that other group of people says, "No, we don't want to be your vassals. We don't want to do corvée labor for you," the first group of people can unalive all of the men of that group, and then take the women and the children and the livestock and the possessions all as plunder, and enslave the women and children. You would be okay with that.
Well, first off, you know, that wasn't Levi. You see, that was those that he counted, that the Most High told Moses to count to go out to war so they can get land. See, you read what Levi, the high priest, we marry within our own, a
So you wouldn't be
bloodline,
okay with
a,
that.
a particular in a peculiar people.
So you wouldn't be okay with that then.
Huh? Look,
I'm confused. Like you
all of
seem to
God's
be
ways
answering my
is judgment.
questions. Okay, so you
Yeah,
would be okay with it
I'm
then.
with. Look, I'm with all what God say do.
But can you can you paraphrase back to me what it is that I said? Because I'm concerned that you're you're not engaging with it, right? Or you're skirting it in some way
No,
so that
I'm
it
not
doesn't sound
skirting
so
it.
atrocious.
I'm
Okay,
not
so what
skirting it.
so you would be, yes or no then? You would be okay. You would count it good, something we ought do, if you had one group of people that said, we are going to go make vassals of another people group. And if they put up a fight, they don't want to become our vassals, that we're going to unalive all the men and take the women and the children and the livestock and the possessions as plunder, and make slaves at our pleasure of the women and the children. You would say, yes, good, I'm for that.
Oh, listen, all right. Now you said it a little plainer. You see, God, the Most High, wasn't good with that neither, because He said, "I'm not going to keep going before y'all." Running these people, out of the land for y'all, and y'all taking their wives, and you shouldn't be marrying strange
Yeah, so
women.
this is why I asked if you
So,
were familiar with the passage, because you
but
don't
now,
seem to
but
be.
now I am. So, but now when
Yeah,
you read
but
it,
you're describing, listen, you're describing something that the text is not describing, right?
okay,
Because
but
you're talking about, hang on, you're talking about a group of people that's in the land of Canaan proper, right? And that's not what Deuteronomy 20:10 to 14 is about. It's about explicitly those cities that are not in Canaan proper. These are not the Canaanites. These are cities that are far off. This is why I asked if you were familiar with the passage, because it doesn't do us any good to discuss it if you don't, like, if you don't know what we're talking about.
I know and understand exactly what you're talking about. You asked me if I agree with them going, taking the people, making them slaves, taking their wives, taking their women,
Yeah, but then you
and
started
all of
talking
that.
about that group of people as if they were the Canaanites. So you didn't understand it.
Oh no! Listen, no, listen. Wherever God sent His people, wherever land they went to go take, when they was in the wilderness, going over towards Jericho and all that, then they did all of that.
But that's Canaan.
Uh, that's
Jericho is
Canaan.
Canaan.
That's
Yes,
listen,
Jericho is
listen. That's the
Canaan.
Hivites. That's the
That's
Amorites.
all Canaan.
That's all of them.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
all the
not what
ites.
Deuteronomy 20:10 to 14 is about. That's what I keep saying.
Quick announcement: caps are for mods only and those with a vision impairment. If you type in all caps, you will be muted. Thank you.
Listen, they was even when they was in the wilderness, they was going to war with the Edomites, with Amalek and all of them. So
Sure.
so for them to be going in any land, doing you know in any war, God told Moses to count up all the men's 20 and older who's able to go out to war. So yeah, so they was going out to war.
I,
So
I,
whatever happens in war, it happens.
yes, I don't feel like you're answering my question.
You say, do I agree with it? Yes.
So
If it's war,
you
it's
think it
war.
would? Let me just see if, because I'm trying to give you these opportunities to say, oh, I didn't understand you. No, of course I wouldn't be
No.
okay with that, right? Because those are war crimes. It's atrocities, right? Like, I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to say that. So certainly you don't think it would be okay, like it would be a moral good for one group of people to go to another group of people and say, hey, you're going to be our vassals. Whenever we want a building built, we're going to come and conscript you. We're not going to pay you. We're just going to force you to build the building for us. Right? What do you think? And they say, no, we don't really want to do that. And say, oh, okay, well, we're going to unalive all of your men and we're going to take your women and your children and your cattle and your possessions as our property now. You wouldn't be okay with that, right?
That's first of all, that's the spoil of the land. But let's see how Sarah dealt harshly with her slave Hagar. See, she just sent Hagar and her child away. Get out of my home. Sent them out the home, her and her baby. Like we say today, it's a shame. Why did they kick that woman and her child out their homes and into the streets? See, that's what harsh is. See, now you making up your own stuff. Oh, let us go enslave them to build buildings. See, that's what our captors did to us. That's what they did
Are
to
you
us.
are you saying that they
So,
wouldn't have
so
done that in the ancient Near East?
listen.
Well,
See,
sorry, that
that's what
seemed to be
y'all
the
do.
point
Y'all
that you were
try to
making.
catch you up with talk. Now, listen.
No,
You
I
spoke. I
just,
didn't interrupt
yeah, I
you.
know, but you made a
But now you
point,
got the
and
platform. Now you can interrupt me.
you made a point, and I'm asking
No,
you,
I
do
didn't
you
make
think that
no
that's
point. I didn't.
you did you said that's what they did in the antebellum South, right? I agree with you. It was horrific. It was an atrocity, any number of atrocities. But what I'm saying is, are you saying that that's not what they would have done here in the ancient Near East in the Hebrew Bible?
They didn't do that. They didn't take
Okay, so
nobody.
you don't Solomon. Do you know who Solomon was?
King Solomon, yes.
Yes, I mean, what is Mas
Yeah.
under Solomon? Like, what did he do? How did he have these things built? It's corvée labor. It's that word.
Okay.
What is it that the Egyptians did? What was that called?
Okay. Listen. He had the giants, the Nephilims. He had giants building. There was
I
giants
mean, you'd
back
have
in
to
them
make
days.
you'd have to make an argument for that.
There wasn't giants back in them days.
Yeah, that's not an argument asking me if it
Why?
was true or not.
How did they get made then? If it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
for the
asking me a
giants?
question isn't an argument.
No, no, it's not. You just asked about Solomon.
Yep.
Now there was giants back in them days. You ask
Okay.
about how things got built.
Yep. So I
They
need you to make
look.
an argument for that. You're
No,
telling me
you
the
ain't making
Giants
no
did it.
arguments. You you
Oh,
you you being a fool.
yeah, that's
You
what's
acting
happening.
like a fool, like you can't
Yeah,
understand.
that's what's happening here. So can you show me in the text where it says Solomon had Nephilim build his buildings, his construction projects? Because I mean, I can show you the passages that talk about the Nephilim, right? They're basically in Genesis 6 and Numbers 13, neither of which have to do with Solomon. But if you know of a passage that I don't know about, I'm eager to hear it.
I can also pull up the passages where it says explicitly that Solomon used forced labor if you want me to, Dr. B.
I mean, I at this stage, I don't know that we're actually engaging in good faith dialogue here.
Agreed.
And I actually may have to drop here in a minute.
Disagree. Disagree. Disagree.
You know, you speak for slavery. Let me ask: is any of y'all Masons?
I think this is
Because
probably a good time for me to go with that
y'all asked
question.
me to pick a topic about being coached,
All right.
right?
Well,
Y'all
listen,
asked me to pick a topic,
hmm
and we haven't even got to that.
I
Oh
appreciate
wow.
the
So
conversation.
this is engaging, huh?
Tim,
You hearing
Tim,
something you never heard?
Timmy, Timbo.
I appreciate the conversation. Hopefully, we can have another one sometime. But thank you for letting me come up and do one of these. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. You're
All
welcome,
right.
Dr. B.
Have a
Have a
great
good
morning,
one.
guys. You
All right.
too.
We on man.
Later.
Tim, I don't know where you get that Solomon used Nephilim to build the temple. It sounds like you've been reading some type of fan fiction. Um, but like Dr. B said, I don't think that we're engaging in good faith. You think that slavery is an okay thing. We don't. We think that you're evil and so is your God.
Oh, now you about to mute me?
Mute you for what? Like
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. You're a headstrong woman. I'm glad you say what you say and you stay on there. Everybody else getting to run. But first of all, you know, I don't
Huh?
care what you think about my God.
Who
You
ran?
understand? Because what you think about
right. So
my
then there's
God,
no
that's
reason for
what he
you to
think
be here.
about you.
Timmy,
Cool.
who ran?
There's no reason
Yeah.
for you to be here. There's no
No,
reason for you to
now
be
you don't
here.
want to die. Now you can speak and like
For
you speak.
fucking what, Tim?
Evil, angry, black.
Good. Get the fuck out of here. This headstrong woman said, "Get the fuck up out of here." There's no reason for you to be here.
Don't want. They hate the challenge. I don't want to hear the truth.
Okay, go and be Yahweh slave. Go be the Rockefeller slave, since you like
Now,
look up to them.
you know
To
I
be
don't
honest
look
with you,
up.
Tim.
I don't
Hey,
look up
Tim.
to nobody
Tim.
but my God. Yes.
I love to hear that. I was just gonna say, I think that instead of looking for the challenge of talking to us, you should look for the challenge of being able to live the rest of your life with Social Security. You know, they're doing everything they can to weaken that system. You're not gonna have anything to retire with. Doesn't that suck?
Why
Wait,
you
why are you
assume that
speaking of
he?
Social
Why you assume
Security,
that he
brother?
work? Like, why you assume that
Wait, what are you
he
talking about?
actually work?
Social Security?
You think he
Because
know
that's
what that
far more
is?
important.
You think
Huh?
he gives a damn about that?
Doesn't,
Who's
but he
Social
should.
Security?
You think he paid into that?
Are you talking about checks and
Mm,
stuff?
that's fair.
I
No,
think you
I'm
give.
talking
I think
about.
you giving
What
him
do-
too much credit.
You right. You right. You right. Tim, do you watch The Price is Right?
Now, so what you come over here to do? The joke, to be funny, to entertain? What do you mean? What does the price of right have to do with anything we speaking about? What are you? You a fool?
It used to be.
You talk about, yeah, it sounds like you still are. What about the price is right? Why
Do
you
you
ask
watch it?
that?
Oh, earth is settled.
Do
Man,
you
this
watch it?
nigga, this sucker, yo.
Can you answer the question? Is that too hard?
I wanna
It's very hard because I don't know what you're getting at. Is
Ooh,
there
you
a
hard right
punchline?
now?
Okay, what if I said no? Huh?
You would not have. Then you would know what the show is.
Oh, so what if I say yes?
You would know what the show is.
Oh, so is there a punchline for nothing? You just wanted to know. What do you know? What topic you want to speak on, Ray? Whatever you, how you pronounce that? El Oso Ray? Whatever.
It's actually pronounced Mr. Oso.
Oh,
It's a
what's?
different language.
Oh, okay. Well, my tongue don't roll like that. I only know one language.
Which one is that?
You probably know about two or three of them, so they may consider you educated. So, what topic you want to speak on?
How
Um,
did you find out that you was of the tribe of Levi?
It was revealed to me.
By the Anunnaki?
No, no, not at all. You know,
They said it
because I
was.
used to be listen. Because I used to be a strong supporter and believer of Jesus, of
No, who
your
told
Howard
you that?
Shot.
Who told you that you were of the tribe of Levi? Is what I want to know. Who told you that?
Um, I heard a voice. I heard a voice. It's like, well, you may be sitting down and you hear someone call your name, or you may say like, hey, you hear someone call
Oh,
some in that manner.
like Samuel, like Eli and Samuel.
Yeah, well, we all done had that, but exactly, yeah. So this has been happening.
yeah,
And the
we all
voice
have.
told you that you were a Levite.
Right, right. Because I had a situation, and the Most High, make sure he's not going to lose none of his.
Yeah. So did he tell you, like, did he tell you to remember the curse that he put on Levi? Did he tell you the curse that Jacob, like, did he remind you of that? The words that Jacob said to Levi before he died?
No, I just start prophesizing in
Prophet,
Oh
what?
wow, wow.
in other
This is
words,
brand new.
in other words, edifying the
Wait, you
scriptures,
prophet what?
looking at it differently and seeing it differently.
What does prophesizing mean? You sized up the prophecies?
No, when you prophesize, all you doing is teaching. You're not
You mean prophesy?
telling them, you like the father's supposed to teach, should teach the son.
Timbo Science,
So
do you mean prophesize?
and that's what it is. It's not like, this here is gonna happen and that's gonna happen because it's already written. All
Timmy
I can just
Crackhorn and
show
I
them
don't
is the
care.
signs,
Yeah.
you know.
Did you mean the word prophesy?
What happened?
Do you mean the word prophesy?
Well, if you understand, sometimes I can get twisted up in words, but remember Moses stuttered also.
Amazing.
I'm
That
not
didn't answer my
stuttering.
question though.
Real quick, you guys, can we get these likes up to 350K? And let's help Thinker knock out this gift goal of the squirrels. It's only 1 penny each. We could like knock that out real quick. That'll be great.
Hold on, let me speak.
It's
Hold on, let me put you guys on mic. Let me take care. All right, put you on mute for a moment. I'll be right back.
Is
All
getting
right.
into a tribe of Israel kind of like getting into a house
At
at
Gryffindor?
Hogwarts? Yeah. If so, I want to be Team Hufflepuff. I wonder if they have a sorting hat.
Unfortunately, I have to be a Benjamite.
That's what they sound like. They're just picking tribes.
I just know I'd be a Benjamite.
Why would you be a Benjamite, Ozone?
That little freaks.
What?
Oh
Those
my
little
gosh.
freaks.
You said they were freaks.
Yeah, the little freaky dudes.
Oh my gosh. Also,
I don't
I
even know.
What
almost I
Paul would
almost
know.
called you Benjamin though, for real.
Thinker.
I thought he was going to say because he's all about the Benjamins. That's where I saw him going.
To be honest with you, one of my names is related to Benjamite. So,
Whatever.
eh,
I this is my first time hearing anybody claim to be of the tribe of Aaron, a son of Aaron. Like never. Normally when they come up here, they're of Judah. he has elevated himself. Like, the tribe of Aaron, the sons of Aaron, were the
All right, hello.
wealthiest in the land. They were the wealthiest in the land. Like, literally, the Levites really owned everything. Like, they just made the other tribes believe that they were, getting land from Yahweh, and they had to pay, tribute, a tenth of everything to the Levites. That's why they were the wealthiest in the land.
So
But,
shouldn't their
huh?
descendants be wealthy now?
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Like, I'm trying to figure out why he's not wealthy. Like, why, if he's a son of Aaron, what happened to his wealth? That's what I'm trying to figure out. But before we get to that, I want to know what when this voice told you that you were a son of Aaron, did he remind you of the curse that was put on Aaron, on the sons of Levi?
Yes, hello.
Did the voice remind you of the curse that was spoken on the tribe of Levi?
All right. Yeah. I read where where he cursed the priest and
Who
and his
cursed the priest?
sons, the Most High, where God
No,
did.
nope,
So
nope.
the
That's not what I'm
priests
talking
got
about.
cursed also
That's not what I'm
along
talking about. That's not what I'm
The
talking about.
priestess.
I
with.
said Jacob. I said the
No.
curse that Jacob put on Levi. Did this voice remind you of that curse?
Oh, where he said that Levi be scattered, stay away from Levi and Simeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
And what
were
else did he
scattered.
say? What else did he say in there?
But listen, but let me
No, hold
explain
on,
how
hold
they
on.
were
What else did he
scattered.
say? What
They were
else? No, no,
scattered,
no, 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 no. Wait. What else did he say?
instruments of cruelty.
And what else?
Tell them to stay away from them because of our anger.
And not to be counseled by you, right?
No, not at
Yeah.
all.
May I
Because
never
listen,
may
because that's
may
who the
I'm
law.
talking hey, may I never come into their counsel. May I not be joined to their company. That means don't listen to shit they have to say.
Don't even be around them.
Yep.
Oh, okay. See,
So
their
your God,
counsel.
when your God said, "Hey,
Yes,
you
you
are
go.
of the tribe of Levi,"
Mm.
your God was basically telling you to shut the fuck up. That you don't have anything good to say. Okay,
If
like
you let me say it,
your God was
you got
insulting you
okay.
when that voice came to you and was like, "You are of the tribe of Levi." That voice was like, "Dude, like shut the fuck up." Like,
Okay, so now
shh.
you're gonna let me respond instead of just trying to dig it in. Try to put people under that spell to
I'm just
accept
letting you
it.
know in case you
Okay,
didn't
well
in case you
here it
didn't
go.
interpret what the voice was trying to
Uh,
say to you.
no,
I'm
you
just
can
interpreting.
you
I'm
can interpret
prophesizing it.
what the voice said to me.
I'm prophesizing it for you.
Then you prophesize and
In case you
lie.
couldn't, in case you didn't
Then you
understand what that
prophesize
voice
and
was saying to
lies and
you.
blasphemy.
All I did was read your granddaddy's words, your great 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 granddaddy's words back to you. That's all I
Okay,
did.
fine. And you know what that counsel was? How did he counsel his brothers? He was
Sounds
telling them, "Come on, let's go kill that whole village of male when they raped our sister Dinah." Yeah, that's the counsel he was giving his brothers, but only Simeon came with him. Yeah, that's the counsel. They raped their sister.
Will you fucking
They
stop
sham
saying that
raped
word?
their
Hey,
sister.
yeah,
Well,
hey.
what words I say?
This how I know like Yahweh don't give you no type of discernment. You cannot say that fucking word on TikTok.
Okay, I won't say it. What I say, essay.
Yes.
Okay, you see, so they were supposed to go to their other brothers and say, "Come on, let's go kill every male in that city." Yeah,
Why are y'all?
to SA, huh? our
Why
system.
why are y'all so enamored with violence?
So you don't think that a woman will want the man that raped, I mean, that essay her
That wasn't my
on
question.
a live?
So that wasn't my question. My question was, why are y'all so enamored with violence? It's almost like y'all get off on
Because
the I.
because we're serious people.
That's not
That's
being
right.
serious. I'm a serious person.
Because we
I'm.
have a law to follow, and we ain't trying to listen to nobody else talk about their pagan gods or from their own.
My bad, y'all.
I swear I thought Yahweh was coming in and whooping his ass when I heard that.
My bad.
I didn't know what the fuck that was.
My
Like what?
earbud. I was trying to plug in my little earphone thing and it fell. I'm sorry.
Like what the fuck?
Yahweh
I
was like,
bet
"Let me
you
show
them
y'all
young
violence,
women
bitch."
have a
No, like,
husband, right?
listen, no, for real. I'm not talking about being serious. I'm not talking about wanting justice. I think justice can be achieved without violence, and I think y'all don't realize that. And that's the part that is very disturbing to me. There are ways to enact justice and ensure that people are safe without senseless violence. And I'm not sure anybody that's ever come up here that's part of the religion that you're a part of or affiliates themselves with identifying with one of the tribes, y'all don't even see that. And I think it's kind of sad because you're limiting yourself to being able to create cohesion with other people without like beating the shit out of them or slaughtering them. That's so basic.
Or enslaving people. Like,
Yeah, it's like no creativity whatsoever about problem solving or getting better. Let's just do what people 3,000 years ago who sometimes didn't speak the same languages and couldn't actually communicate. Let's just do what they did, even though we can communicate and talk to each other. I don't get it.
Well, when they were allowed to speak one language, they turned evil. Yeah,
No,
so that's why he confused the language. Because
who
when it
told
was
you
one
that?
language, one people, they turned evil and wanted to build a tower
The
and
tower wasn't
fight against God. So God said, "Let us go down and confuse
you
their
are
wasn't
language."
making
evil.
shit up.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was about to say.
Okay.
That's
So
not what
why
that
so
book
why we
says.
have different language? Why we have different
Because
languages then?
This
people
man
lived
think,
in different parts of the world. The fuck?
oh my
Okay.
goodness. And what
So
were
you
they doing?
so
What
you
were they
saying
doing that was
hello
evil?
here in America, and now it changed when you go to Africa. Hello,
Are you fucking serious?
please,
Are you
please.
fucking serious? Do
Well,
you
if it
know
was
how
one
language
language,
do you know how language works?
okay, explain it to me. Explain how the language got confused when you was speaking all one language, and now you
Nobody
speaking
spoke
different
one
language.
language.
Yes, they
No,
did.
no, they didn't. You
So
believe
how did they
fairy tales.
understand one
Like
another in
the
the
fact that
beginning?
you believe that a god came down here and zapped
Oh,
everybody's
okay. Well, no,
minds.
no,
Shut the
no.
fuck up while I'm talking.
Listen,
Yeah. Say it on mute.
The fact that you believe that a god came down here and zapped the minds or the tongues of humans and made them speak different languages because they built a fucking tower to the sky is fucking ridiculous and it's childish. It's childish. People speak different languages because they come from different parts of the world. Most in prehistoric times, people didn't even know that other people were living in other parts of the world. When people migrated, shit, when the Greeks traveled to Africa, they didn't even know what the fuck they were gonna find. People created language. It was created by humans. The fuck?
Anchor, I've just recently watched a video. I sent it to Mezzo because it's kind of on his whole bonobo thing. But scientists are finding out that bonobos actually have like a language. Like they have the different like calls based on this different sound and the intensity of the sound mean different things. And it's all to kind of facilitate a more cohesive uh, society. Easily be able to communicate things like activities, danger, thoughts, feelings, stuff like that. Um,
So do whales. I didn't know that. So can you send me that too? But
Yeah.
Yeah,
whales do
yeah,
the same thing, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty
absolutely.
cool.
Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe we all, like every animal, smoke the same thing. Timmy, do you think that every single breathing thing speaks the same language?
He said Timmy.
Wait, what'd you call me, brother? What did you say?
Anything but late to dinner?
No, I said
You're
what name? What did you call me? What name did you say?
to Timmy.
What? You a faggot?
Get the fuck
Huh?
off my
What?
stage, you
Now, how you
stupid
calling a
bitch.
man?
Jazz.
Dumbass bitch.
Ooh, a soft old man.
That
So
is
I know your social security
ridiculous.
finna run out.
What is it with you in this Social Security? Also,
It's just, I have a certain disdain for Hebrew Israelites, and especially Lil Timbo. Uh, I've never met that man before, but I can just tell he one of them old men that I would definitely trip down several flights of stairs.
the crazy thing he talking about, I be going against Hebrew Israelite. Like motherfucker, you sound like one of them.
He is one. He just picked a different tribe, dumb fuck.
This man said we had different languages because of the tower. Listen, I think everything else he says is sus from that point forward. You can trace languages, how one evolves or originates from another. Like there's a whole branch of science, or branch of study, I should say, that researches that. He wants to say it came from a tower.
He shot his credibility when he opened his fucking mouth and said he was of the tribe of Aaron, and then he justified slavery, and then compared it with the Rockefellers.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah. Rhythm. I think Rhythm is snoring. We got another Debo pigeon up here. Except Oso's is just a little bit louder.
Oh,
Also, this is how you sound. Except yours is go like a little bit louder than that. That's how you be sounding on stage.
oh, how am I single?
Mia.
Imagine being nestled between me and pressure.
Very nice lady. Very nice.
Very nice.
Oh, thought you had made it up, and then I turned her earlier name.
She's not there. Well, these usernames be something else. Where did Nessa go? Victoria?
Now that's pressure.
Can we block the homophobic ass priest of Aaron in the comments, please?
I already did.
Thank ya. I was gonna say priest of Aaron. Don Sequitur. Don,
It's supposed to be a play on like non sequitur.
I guess.
It's cute.
Oh goodness. Harold. Harold. How did Harold get on mute?
Harold Linger.
No idea.
Can you take him down? It's not even showing. Oh, wait a minute. Harold. Harold?
Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come up.
That's
I
okay.
don't
I'll
know how
take you
that
down.
happened. Sorry about
No
that.
worries. No worries. Have a good one.
You do the same.
All right.
All right now, brother. Trying to sound cool like you.
Charlie, is he still connecting on y'all's end, or is he connected?
He shows us on
Sam.
here. I mean,
Yeah, see him.
Charlie. All right. This is the most frustrating shit ever. Like, can you please check to see if you're in the guest request box on accident? If you're in there on accident, can you please remove yourself?
break yourself, fool.
DJ EK Lips?
Clips.
Oh.
K lips.
EK lips is wild. Y'all know how people have personalized license plates that say a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go on a road trip with Thinker one time
That would be
and just
great.
have her read them.
Dej Epilepsy, are you with us?
Oh my God.
Dejanay Apocalypse, are you with us?
Oh my God. Hey, are you there? Okay. What's up, Heretic?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So,
I'm great. That DJ Eclipse was amazing. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It sounds like you've been a little struggling with some guests tonight, like in terms of just people coming up.
Yeah.
yeah, I've been the same person all night.
Yeah.
I was listening the whole time, and whenever I hear like bigots, especially on your show, maybe because I listen to yours the most, but when you have to use logic or just basic human compassion with a certain brand of bigot that comes on your show, it's kind of like using a croissant as a dildo. Like A, it doesn't work, and B, it makes a fucking mess.
I guess you can say it like that.
It just makes a mess. They just make a mess of everything, in my opinion.
Warm the bread up first.
I wanted to say just a quick thank you to Fee. Not she didn't do anything specific, but like I am always enamored by her ability to use language very like concisely. And the other day I was explaining something to my colleague, and I kind of like thought, okay, I'm gonna channel Fee, and I'm gonna be like use brevity, specific, and also be calm, because it was a situation that could turn into a confrontation. And I was very proud of myself to be able to express myself using logic, using, like I said, brevity, and just to be calm, because some people like me aren't that skilled in communicating when they're angry, I guess.
Well, thank you for that, Harris. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And I know you just said that for Fee, but I also appreciate that because I know you deep down meant me as well.
Also, Ray Bear, you're always appreciated. Thinker, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. First, before I have the thing I wanted to say was, are your daughters okay? I don't.
Oh yeah, they're doing good. Waiting for the car insurance to figure out if they're gonna total the car, which I think they are. They always total it when the airbags deploy. But they came and got the car from the tow lot yesterday. So we're just waiting to see what's gonna happen. But they're doing well. Thank you.
Yeah. So like last week or something, I came on with this kind of half-baked idea about like how, like, I think that my mother tongue, the way that I was taught, like, or indoctrinated, and me having separated my thinking from my mother tongue, mainly because of where I live now, how that may have been a catalyst to my deconstruction. And I had a chat with like Alex, who comes in your life sometimes, and we had a bit of a back and forth because he, identified with what I was saying. But I wanted to, if it's okay, just see if if this makes any sense, because I like the way that you guys ask questions. So the the my mother tongue is Afrikaans, and I know that the Dutch translation of the Bible, in I think 1637, there was a word that was used to signify Yahweh, but specifically in Dutch, which was called the Ere, which later in Afrikaans, from which Dutch grew, adopted the phrase die Here, which is spelled like die as in D-I-E, and then H-E-R-E, like here, but it's pronounced die Here. And
Hold on, I'm so sorry. 1 second. Wait, did somebody change their name to EK Lips, or did DJ?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't apologize to the wrong person. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
yeah, so die Here was then used in the Afrikaans translation of the Bible from 1933, and it's capitalized like a proper noun would be. And what the reading in Afrikaans suggests is that due to colonial norms, European missionary translations prioritize familiar liturgical terms over restoring or preserving Hebrew names like Yahweh. And then growing up, speaking both Afrikaans and English, but speaking Afrikaans, I want to focus a little bit on the term die Here, as I'm not sure if other languages have a specific, native to their own language translation that is used in this way, because die Here, that phrase, carried a lot of reverence, but mainly based in discipline, fear, or at least as I said, in the context of the Afrikaans denomination that I belonged to when I was young. It had a very strong context of fear, and it was more often used instead of the actual word for God. And then I found out that later the Dutch Reformed Church in South Africa then wielded this word die Here to legitimize social hierarchies, and as is on brand for colonialism, the apartheid theology further invoked this term to frame apartheid as God's will, much like what happened in America with slavery. And so this term die Here is sort of like a divine authority demanding obedience to oppressive systems. And I say that because in my experience, with my mother sometimes, not always, but sometimes, specifically church priests, pastors, grandparents the way they spoke, sermons often emphasized fearing the God, or fearing Yahweh or die Here, as it was, made, or it was used in compliance with church, state, and patriarchal systems. Just to quickly summarize, basically, I say this background because I have never experienced the Bible in English, and I stopped the Bible or reading the Bible in Afrikaans, and so that layer of fear was removed from me. And I think that layer of fear from my mother tongue and the Bible was a pathway to deconstruction way before I realized I was deconstructing. Does that make any sense?
Not really, because say that last part again. I'm so sorry. I can't stop laughing at EK Lips. I'm so sorry. I can't. And then the chat won't fucking stop with it. I'm sorry. Can you say that very last part again?
Basically, I never experienced the fear of God in English, but I did in my mother tongue. But because I stopped reading the Bible or interacting with the Bible or God in Afrikaans, that layer of fear was removed. that layer of fear for God was removed, and I think that might have been the catalyst for deconstructing. Like,
Oh yeah, I think we talked about this before, in when we were asking if deconstruction would be different, um, depending on how if it's done in that person's original language.
yeah,
Hmm.
but I simply didn't deconstruct in the language. I just stopped engaging, and I don't know if that qualifies as deconstruction.
It makes sense to me. Like, I'm thinking about like a parallel, not necessarily from a linguistics perspective, but I deconstructed in a completely different state. So I didn't have the pressures of being around familiar people, running into folks asking me where I've been and things of that nature. So when you separate yourself from all of the lore and the power that that name has in your native tongue, as you're reading it in your deconstruction process in your second or third language, it's definitely going to hit differently. I mean, you have to think about the neural pathways. There's going to be neural pathways that are not ignited when you read God, that would be ignited if you read it, which I'm not going to even try to pronounce it, the name in your native tongue. So I think it makes perfect sense. It gives you almost this distance privilege to assess the information through a different lens that you wouldn't be able to assess it through if it were in your native tongue.
I think it creates the gap that you need to disassociate yourself from it. So like it makes it feel far away, to make it easier for you to stop engaging with it. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah,
it makes it feel distant.
and I'm just curious as to if that is, I know, like learning a new language just to deconstruct is a very, far reach, but it'll be interesting if that was like some kind of study done like that, where people, for that specific purpose, to see what the result is.
Yeah, that I think it would be interesting to see, but I don't think that like a person would have to, like we would have to find a person to learn a new language. Um,
Yeah, that's a bit much.
yeah, because I think that like, there are people that are multilingual already that
Mhm.
might have been indoctrinated in their native tongue and then might have moved to America and started reading the King James Bible. And we could see like what effect it had. I'm pretty sure there are people here in the
Yes.
chat um, who could probably give us some insight on that.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that was just like I thought that like language, like there's a linguistic pathway to deconstruction, and thanks Fee for always dropping the theology, the knowledge. It's always very much appreciated.
Absolutely. I like your takes as well. Like, I feel like your perspective is so unique. How many languages do you speak, by the way? I think you told me that.
Um, English, France, I like very basic in German, then Korean, then I understand some Zulu and Xhosa.
Very.
When you were introduced to Christianity, was it in your like the Zulu?
No, no, it was in Afrikaans.
It was in Afrikaans.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then you started reading but you didn't start your deconstruction, but you had already started deconstructing um,
Uh,
before you started reading the English Bible.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
obviously not willingly, but it just at least not like willingly, yes, but not like in these words. I didn't know what deconstruction was. All I knew as a kid is like, this makes no sense. I don't like this God, and that's about it. But I for some reason within my family, I'm the only one that gravitated towards English, and so I would speak both languages, and they would only speak Afrikaans mostly.
I think Islam is one that we could probably use as an example because a lot of people from America that convert to Islam, they don't speak Arabic, but they listen to the Quran in Arabic and it's sung to them. And
Mm.
so they get this reverence for the text. And then when we talk to them and we read the text to them in English, they don't necessarily connect with it. So I
Yeah.
think that might be an example of what you're talking about.
Yeah. I was just very like I had to be in my bonnet buzzing about this idea of language and different parts of the brain that's activated, or different parts of your personality that gets activated when you learn a different language. I don't know if it's the same for you in Hebrew, but I mean, I guess you would have to gain a more like a higher level of fluency and actually have life, live life in Hebrew for a little bit to see that. But it's my experience in learning different languages that different parts of your personality comes out when you converse in different languages.
Yeah, I can see that too.
How's your Hebrew going, by the way?
It's going good. We're in second semester. We started the second semester this past weekend.
Personally, like it's extremely exhausting. Like Fee was talking the other day about how her job is it's like a lot of like mental work, and like I'm reading this stuff in Afrikaans about the Bible, about the translation, about the word diere, and then obviously I speak English, and then I then also am taking an intensive Korean course because I'm trying to improve my Korean level. So it's like these three languages that are just confusing me sometimes, or just it just exhausts me. So I don't know how you do
No,
it.
no, yeah, it does get exhausting sometimes, especially like trying to remember all of the rules and then not to pronounce certain words the way that I would pronounce them in English, if that
Yeah,
makes sense.
exactly.
And then seeing the letters, if I see the letter che, and because it's shaped like a backwards C, my mind wants to still read it as a C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like how you can read upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
So you're still doing the 24-hour live next or tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to run this idea by you. And thanks for always allowing me to share this kind of stuff on stage. I do appreciate it.
You are very welcome.
And thank you, Fee, Lala, everyone in the background.
Thinker, can I ask a quick nerdy linguistic question?
Yeah.
Okay, so Heretic, you know how in English, words don't necessarily, the letters don't have to follow the correct order for us to be able to read it, right? As long as the first letter and the last letter is there, most human brains can read those words. Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I've experimented with that kind of thing.
Okay, is that the case in other languages as well? Do you know?
For Korean, not quite. Oh, no, actually, yes, because whenever I'm asked to say something or read a word that I've never read before, if it looks like a word that I've seen before, then I automatically pronounce it. I think that's what's happening.
Okay, because I think sometimes we, specifically English, I only know this because that's my first language. In English, we don't necessarily, when we're reading, we're not looking at each letter. We're just not. Our brains are not processing information like that. So the order of the letters in the middle are pretty irrelevant. And there's a parallel linguistic feature in ASL, and it's just referred to as closure skills, where a person can finger spell a word like fast as shit, right? And if I get that first letter and that last letter, and I know the context of what is being discussed, all the letters in the middle kind of meld together. And I see that in the same way as what I was just talking about in reading in English. So I was just curious to know if other languages were similar to that. I would assume that they are. But specifically those with the actual letters being more, I don't even know what the correct way, they look more like symbols. Like I've seen Korean words written before, and those letters are so intricate. I wasn't sure if that was still the case.
Yeah, I would say from my experience, I would like in Korean, I would say, yes, but I'm also like a lower intermediate student. So, but definitely in Afrikaans, it's definitely the case. I think specifically because Afrikaans and English share the same alphabet.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. I love nerdy language questions. So and discussions. I love it. Okay.
Did you have anything else, Heretic?
No, I'm just like always, I love your show. I appreciate everything you guys do. And yeah, thanks. Keep it up. I'll be in the comments, listening, tapping, and gifting when I can.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day.
Thanks, y'all, too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, heretic.
Mm-hmm. Darren?
Hello, good morning, everybody. I didn't request to be up.
Okay, no worries. Have a
I
good
don't know how it
morning.
did that. I didn't
That's
even touch
okay.
my phone at all. Thank you.
That's You're welcome. Have a good morning.
Nalo Silamskida.
What does that mean, Osa?
Be down in Korean.
Giamac. Hello, Giamac? GMAC?
Giyamak. Eric, how would you know? What do you speak Korean? People, man.
Art Dad. Is he still connecting?
He on mute right now, so he can't be connected.
Art Dad? How do these accounts come up on mute?
I would imagine he'd be in school around now, unless he's like in a much earlier time zone. Even still, though, their teachers show up early, right?
Y'all, please stop asking me if I sleep. Like, please stop asking me that. This person isn't connecting. To the nerds that are in the guest request, can y'all let me know if y'all are in there on purpose or on accident, please? T Talk? Hello, T Talk?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Well, he could be on the cover of Jet magazine. That pose is legendary.
Ivy?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Happy
how are you?
Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you too.
Um, how do I start off? Oh, I'm just here to piggyback, I guess, off of our last conversation.
Yeah, I remember. What did she say?
I need a moment. I'm sorry. Um, mm, let me get my notes. Okay, so when I asked her about the first Corinthians passage, she said that that was the one that claimed that you would be judged if you don't preach the word of God and save souls, and you would be judged for um, a loss of life, and their actions, if that makes sense.
Even though
I'm
it doesn't
sorry
say that.
that I'm all over the place or kind of not making sense. That conversation has has fucked my head up. So forgive me.
I mean, she's still holding true to that, even though the text does not state that.
Yes, and I think what it is, because after reading First and Second Corinthians, I think maybe her pastor or her parents or however she got this notion. I think Paul and his devotion to helping others, know the word and know God. I think that was kind of flipped and it was made to make you feel like, okay, you're responsible to go out there and preach the word and you have to win souls and X, Y, and Z. But it was a 3 hour conversation and I, I did my best. I questioned, I broke the verse down. I did everything to like help her, help me, to see for her to see that has nothing to do with what you're telling me that you have to go out like you're responsible for other people's souls and that you'll be judged. Like I, for a moment there, I thought I was losing it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Ugh,
yeah. I was telling them earlier tonight when we first started, like sometimes like their denial of what the book actually says, like you could read the scripture directly to them and they'll still hold to what they believed before that, can make you feel like you're the one that's crazy because you're
thank
looking
you.
at the scripture and you're
Right.
like, this is what it says, but yet you keep saying that this
Hmm.
is what it says,
Hmm.
and you're wondering to yourself like, why the fuck
Yes.
can't you see what they're like, why, like what the hell am I losing it,
Hmm.
like, yeah.
That's exactly how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. And I could have come in the same day into your live to like tell you, what she said, but I think I spoke with her. Was it Thursday? Thursday night, I believe. And I'm just now coming to the live to tell you about this. I needed that much time to decompress and just gather my thoughts because if that wasn't a doozy, remember the second part of your questioning, like remember asking me about her church and it was the disease. Oh goodness, one moment. Yes, denomination over sin, sickness, and disease.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What are they saying is the sin, sickness, and disease, and what is their uh power that gives them dominion over it? What were they
Okay.
saying?
Well, they get that power from Jesus because he died for all diseases and sin and sickness.
But what is she saying that they can do about that? Like, are they saying that they can heal people?
Yes,
And
because her
has
church
she
is
ever done it?
she claims that she has healed herself of a fibroid in her womb that she once had. But yeah,
And how did she tell you how she did? Did she just say she touched her stomach and it went away, or did she change her
anointed
diet?
oil.
Hmm.
Hmm. Inserted inside of herself.
What?
Yeah, yeah. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Wait, wait, did you ask her how she put it in there?
Oh, I didn't ask her. She told it. And I'm just like, oh, wow. That's, wow. Okay. Mhm.
Don't tell me she used a turkey baster.
Don't know. She didn't say that. She just said she poured the oil on her hand and inserted.
Oh, she used her hand.
Hmm. There's more to that story, but I don't feel that it's appropriate to go into a business like that. Granted, she shared all of it with me without me asking. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that topic alone. If
How did she know she had fibroids?
she'd gone to the doctor, and she also found out that she had other complications going on as well. Um, to
Do
make the
they ever
long,
ask themselves, like, why did she have to go to the doctor to know that there was something that needed to be healed by this power? Like, why didn't the power tell her that something was wrong with her body?
mm,
Like,
right?
did they ever think about that?
She's a self-proclaimed prophetess, so
So why does she need to go to the doctor? Like,
good
as a
Lord, thank
prophetess,
you.
yeah,
Mhm.
shouldn't they have been able to just look at the body and be like, there's a sickness there.
Right,
You have fibroids. There's like, it doesn't make sense to me.
right, right. I agree. Whew. Um, but back to that story, there were other complications. She ended up having to have a total hysterectomy.
Who did
Um,
that? Jesus?
oh, well, here we go. There was a YT doctor that did the surgery, and God had spoke to her doctor to tell her a message that she will still be able to conceive children one day after the surgery is done and over with. Please don't, please don't come for me. Thank you. Just,
No,
I already know
these
what you're
aren't
gonna
your
ask
words.
me.
No, these aren't yours. I'm still stuck on the fact that she had to have surgery.
Hmm.
Like how, and they're saying that they have dominion over sickness.
Right,
Um, like why couldn't she just touch her stomach and her reproductive organs be gone?
and
Or
call it a day. Yeah, yeah.
like if
But
she believes that you know this power is going to allow her to have children without the reproductive organs inside of her, then
hmm,
she should have been able to just touch her stomach, and the reproductive organs just leave.
right, right. And then here we go. She had sent me a link of a YouTube clip of a couple that was in Kenya, and supposedly, the mother, she didn't have a womb, but she was able to birth her son, and her husband and her with the child in her arm are standing on stage, and the pastor's telling their story, and I'm just sitting here thinking, are you kidding me right now? Like, there's no evidence of a woman ever conceiving without a womb unless she has a transplant, you know, or a surrogate. But if you have no ovaries, fallopian tubes, and uterus, you have none of those. There's no way that you can conceive. But let her tell it. She will have 4 children because the doctor that did the surgery was told by God to tell her that she would be able to conceive. And I don't know a doctor with a bedside manner of that nature where you share with your patient that, oh, yeah, God told me this. Like,
Yeah,
just
I don't know one that would do that either. I think they could actually get sued for malpractice if they did that shit.
exactly. Yeah. And so still on the topic of, dominion over diseases and blah, blah, blah. Um, the church is a hospital, and each level, I believe the closer you get to the top, the closer you are to God. Okay. So, we're still on this topic, and I'm like, okay, so if you were able to heal, then why aren't you going to these hospitals to heal children that have cancer? You know, the whole spiel. And she goes that she says they have the power to heal, but the pastor won't visit these places because it's the parents' fault that the child is sick. They believe that if the parents do not pray over the child, the prey will come for them. So essentially, it's the parents' fault, the reason why the child is sick, because,
So it's her mom's fault that she had fibroids and had to have a hysterectomy then?
or is it her mom's fault for not protecting her from being assaulted as a child? Like, I asked these questions, especially when it came to her, because she has this way of centering herself every um, in every verse, you know. And when I pointed that out to her, she says, "Well, that happened because it happened to make me stronger." I'm sorry, wait. You being great as a child was supposed to happen because it makes you stronger. And I didn't understand. She goes, "Yeah, it made me stronger. It made my relationship closer to God." Oh my gosh. Um, Give me one moment. I'm sorry.
That sounds like something she was told by a pastor or somebody.
Yeah.
Like like Fee said, a post hoc rationalization. Um, and her way of being able to cope with the trauma that
The
she's gone
trauma.
through and not actually heal from the trauma that she's gone through.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I just the whole thing had me screwed up in the head. Just no kid deserves that. No innocent child, man or woman deserves to suffer. You know, and if you're this powerful, being that has all this healing powers and stuff like that, like, and you're not using it to help others because they don't believe in your God, or if the person ends up harmed or sick or something like that, and they do just so happen to like believe in your God, the reason why it happened to them anyway is because they weren't believing hard enough, or they've done something to displease God. It, mm, I'm done.
And the reality is that she probably do think that, but I wonder if she's ever really thought that about herself or her own mom, right? If she's
Right,
putting that off on other people who are sick,
right.
has she considered that about her mom? Is her mom a Christian too?
Yes. She grew up in the church. She was Baptist and then I think converted to Pentecostal. Oh, and I have the name of the church. Dominion International Center in Texas.
Let me see.
Yeah, she sent me the link for their Easter program.
It's a big ass church.
Yeah,
Are they African?
she is Jamaican. Her husband is Nigerian.
The pastor and his wife, they're African too.
I'm not sure. I will have to ask.
I wonder, like, anytime they always have these um so-called testimonies about a god, making somebody's uterus grow back. They always say it's in Kenya or it happened in Nigeria. Like, I wonder why. It's always on the continent. They claim these sorts of things.
Right, right. Because I've heard of stories of women being able to carry, like a woman in England, I believe. I think BBC covered it or something of that sort. But there were like facts, and we understood how it came to be, you know, due to science. But then on the flip side, you have these stories from Kenya, Nigeria, and there's nothing to back it up in, except for your faith in in your God.
And did you ask her? So, like, the hysterectomy, I'm sure was after she inserted herself with the oil. Did you
I'm
ask her,
thinking
like,
so. Yes,
it was after? So, did you ask her, like, if the oil worked, why did she need to have a hysterectomy?
I couldn't even get that out. It's very hard to get a word in edgewise, and it got heated a couple of times because she kept yelling every time I had a question. It was like this pushback, and it's like, relax. My tone has not increased. Like, who are you yelling at? You know. But I didn't think to ask that. I think if I did, I would have gotten something else that was, that didn't make sense. An answer that just wouldn't make sense. And then I would have got another Bible verse and how this prophet did that. Okay, can we stay on track? Can we just stay on topic? After a while, I just stopped asking questions and I just agreed. You're right. Yep, that's right. Now I see. Okay, because it's like at the end of the day, I'm talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah,
Yeah, and, like, I'm reading their statements of faith, and it's interesting because what she's saying is their mission or their statement of faith. It's not listed there, like their dominion over sickness and healing and all of that. It's not listed
interesting.
in their statement of faith.
hmm
Yeah. Why are you worried about it, Man of Marvelous? Yeah. But thank you for asking those questions, because, like, it just doesn't make sense, and don't let it drive you crazy with the scripture, because no matter what their
hmm
beliefs aren't, I don't think they're most of the time their beliefs aren't based off of the Bible anyway. It's based off of what they've been told by a pastor or what they've told themselves. And that's why I say, like, I'm starting to see that belief is believing the believer, not believing their God.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
dangerous. And it's got to be exhausting. but I'm slowly but surely removing myself or distancing myself from her. Just the whole conversation was very triggering to me, and the part where it messed with my head of things that I had suffered through as a child and a teenager, and even in my early adulthood. It's like for a moment there, like, wait a minute, did I deserve that? Maybe I didn't believe hard enough. Maybe I didn't tithe, or I shouldn't have missed that Sunday that one time, or it started messing with my head because I know it's not real. I know it isn't, but just oh yeah, that exhausted me.
I'm
What?
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's something that I needed to kind of, I guess, open my eyes even more and to thicken my skin. And I've learned from this. I just, I'm trying to understand, like if I come into another situation, maybe with another friend or my next door neighbor, how do I not let it get to me? Because I feel like,
Cutting it off, like and the reality is that it may still get to you, but
mm-hmm,
knowing the limit, right? Like cutting it off as soon as you feel it getting to you
mm-hmm,
in the conversation. Don't try to continue having the conversation and just end it so that more things can't be said to you.
mm-hmm.
That will get you in that mindset.
So this is normal. This is a normal part of deconstructing.
Yeah, even after you feel like that you are at that point to where you know what you believe or don't believe, it still can happen. Like I told y'all a few weeks ago when I told my editor that I was no longer a believer, and her response was offensive to me, and I was in my feelings all day about it because I didn't expect it to come from that person. And so it'll probably always happen, the things that they say, and it feels like they have specific things or phrases that they say to try to dig in because they want to open up a wound that you've healed, to make you hurt like they do, right? Or to make you hurt because they feel like that's what's needed to get you back to the belief.
Okay.
And yeah, and so uh, just cut it off as soon as you feel that or you see that red flag, that tactic being used, and just end the conversation.
Okay. I have two more questions. Um, what do I do if someone asks me if I believe in God, considering the climate that we're in right now? I'm not sure if it's smart of me to say I don't I don't believe.
I mean, I honestly can't answer that for you, right?
Right.
Um, that depends on whether you believe or not, and then whether you feel comfortable, right? Like
Because
it's completely up to you how you answer that question.
I want to be authentic, but I also don't want to be like a little punk, trying to say, "Oh yeah, I do," knowing that's not my truth.
If you don't like, you can tell them, that you don't talk about that. Like they don't just because they ask doesn't mean that they are
Or an
obligated to an
explanation.
answer. Yeah,
Okay.
people ask questions all the time, and I tell people when they come up here, when they say, "Can I ask you a question?" So you can ask. That don't mean that you're gonna get an answer.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because the reality is you don't owe an explanation of your personal internal beliefs to anybody. Um, and I say this all the time, that deconstructing actually happens from a very privileged position. Like everybody who has these questions about God, about this book, are not positioned to be able to act on those questions. They aren't positioned oftentimes to be authentic with their answers. And I think it would be self-sabotaging to not take that into consideration. But I do think that an easy way to mitigate that is to say my personal beliefs are no one's business, and leave it at that and let them conclude what they want to conclude. I don't, I personally don't, I'm not in a situation where I have to hide it. And if, depending on who it is, if it's a person that I feel has enough proximity to me to ask a personal question, maybe I'll answer it. But if it's just some person or random individual who knows nothing about me, I don't owe you information about me. I absolutely don't. I'm not obligated to share anything about what is going on in my mind. It doesn't impact you in the slightest. And I would oftentimes ask them, why do you think you have a right to that information? I would pivot to what makes you think you deserve an answer to that question. How is that any of your business? Who told you you had a right or had access to a right to access that information from any other human being? Because I think that's the broader implication that needs to be focused on, as opposed to what I individually believe about a God or a deity.
Okay. Oh, that was good, Pete. And same to you, Miss Thinker. Um, one more thing, and I promise I'm out of here. Is, is there an end to deconstructing? Is there ever an end?
Um, I don't. I can only answer for myself. I don't think that there will ever be an end for deconstructing for me. But again, like the deconstruction journey is different for a lot of people. Some people don't even need to a lot. Like for some people, they said it doesn't take a lot. So I think it just really depends on you and your journey and your experiences and what you need. Um,
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to differ from person to person. I have a couple of friends who, after reading the scripture about slavery in Deuteronomy, they were like, "Yep, I'm done. I don't need to look any further." And there wasn't much left to unpack. But I do think it's very different. I agree with Thinker. I don't think that it will ever end for me, but I think that's part of how my brain is wired, like how I think about things, how I question things. There are some people who think about things very differently. So they can see something that, yeah, this isn't of interest to me, and they'll drop it. So that was the end of their deconstruction journey. But it's definitely individualistic.
so I think a lot of people think of deconstructing as just like uh, getting to the point to where you no longer believe in the God, and not really thinking about how that belief affects their life on a day to day, even just how the society that they live in, or traveling from one place to the next, and how that belief system affect that you know uh, culture that you're visiting, right? So
Right.
like it really depends on the life experiences that you have, right? You may find that 10 years from now, where you think that you are good and fully deconstructed, that something happens in your life and you revert back to a moment, or think back to a moment when you were a believer, and you're like, holy shit, I like this is new, you know and you
Mm.
realize that there's something else, like a core belief that held all this time, that might have been not as significant in your daily life, that you have to deconstruct.
And I think that's also predicated upon how prevalent the belief system was in your formative years. Like, and that's going to be different for different people. Like, my sisters and I grew up in the same household, but this religion seeped into who I am much more than it did them. Like, I was talking to my oldest sister the other day, and I was referring to the story of Dinah. And she was like, who is that? And I'm like, you remember the story of Dinah? And trying to, bring to her memory what happened in the story. She was like, yeah. She was like, going to the Kingdom Hall was somewhat of a blur that happened in the background. And for me, it was not, right? So I think that speaks to how personal it is for each person, and the role that religion played in the life of that person. How much did they internally accept it, and how much did it truly get baked into how they process information? For people like me, where it was very, very prominent, it was like at the forefront. It was the filter through which I saw absolutely everything.
Everything. Hmm.
Wasn't for my sisters. So I think In that way, my deconstruction is going to look very different from my sister's, even though we were raised by the same parents in the same household.
The prophetic republic. I wish that this God was on the mind of its believers as much as it's on our mind, because I think if it were, then we would have more non-believers in the world than believers.
And the reality is not the God it's on our minds. It's the behavior of the people that believe in the God that's on our minds, because that's what impacts us. Your God is useless. Like, your God can't do anything. But people who believe that this God is real and try to force their beliefs and their limitations on those of us who know that he's not, that's what's on our minds, not your imaginary sky daddy. So let's not get that twisted either.
But I do wish that y'all talked about your God and read your God's book and discussed your God more in depth as it affects society a lot more. Because if you did, there would be less believers. So you can hallelujah that. Ivy, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am. I'm good to go.
They
And
be
you can
calling
use
themselves prophets and can't see shit.
you can use his EK lips to hallelujah that, right?
I'm sorry.
Like, I don't know how the
Okay.
hell they didn't see that shit, that response coming. Like, they be calling themselves prophets and they'll type shit like that and don't expect that type of response. Like, what the fuck are you seeing? What are you prophesying?
Okay. I'm gone. Everyone have a beautiful day. I appreciate your time and what you do. It's impacted me greatly, and I'm thankful. So
Well, thank you. I hope you have a good rest of the day, and I appreciate you for asking those questions for me.
no problem. Thanks,
All
guys.
right. All right. Bye.
Let me down.
I got you.
You know what I thought about the other day, Thinker?
What's that?
It just popped up in my mind because whoever this is, Kiara's comment made me think about it. It's fascinating to me how those of us who have questions and seek answers to things that don't make logical sense are always told to go heal. And that makes me wonder what a believer considers healing. It's almost as if what they consider being healed is ignoring natural questions and natural curiosity. To be healed is to turn your brain off. It's almost like they think to be healed is to not see anything wrong with egregious and heinous actions that we read about in this book. That to them is a healing. And I can't wrap my head around how that's healing. I can't wrap my head around how that feels good to anyone. But that's their default often when they pop into this live and into the comments to say, well, clearly you guys need healing. Well, what do we need healing from? When in actuality, all we're doing is seeking an understanding.
Them using that, like, they don't, like, it's an insult. Like, that's a weapon for them. They don't care if you heal. That's just their way of saying, stop talking about my God. Stop tearing my faith apart. Stop scaring the shit out of me. Like, it's they don't care.
And it's fascinating to me. Like they come in here and make these statements repeatedly, but then when given the opportunity to share with us, what is it you think we need healing from? Like somebody is in there saying, what we're dodging real questions. We're the only one asking real questions. Like, what is it that we're actually dodging? I've never understood that.
Whether Adam and Eve put a brand label on their fig leaves. Those are the type of questions they think we should be asking. Whether God ironed the goat.
What the fuck did God sew their clothes with? Like, I'm trying to understand that. Who made the thread? What is happening?
I don't know, that those are real questions to them.
Yeah, Thinker has a gift goal of puppy kisses. Let's help her with that, please, and get these likes to 400,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. Hollywood, how are you? Okay, no worries. I'll let you down. I don't think critical's in there. Chatting with Kathy, are you in the box on purpose? Cat Dimples, are you in the box on purpose? Okay, Ty. Mm.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How's everyone?
Doing good.
Good morning.
So let me see. I'm pulling up my OneNote so the way I can type this in. Um, so about a week ago, you were having a live, and in that live, you were stating that when Jesus comes back, that his cloak is supposed to be like drenched in blood and the things that were supposed to happen upon the earth. I'm trying to get back to that scripture, and I'm just not, for some reason, not able to find it. And I was wondering if you could possibly tell me what that scripture was.
Yeah, I think give me just a second. I think it's Revelation 13, but hold on. It might be 14. Nope. I know one of them is Isaiah 65.
Mhm.
Let me see.
It's crazy because I have a whole like OneNote going in my different tabs of like things I'm going to go back and research. So, and look more into. And I just want this thing like fresh on my mind so that I can look more into it.
It's Revelation 19 and Isaiah 63.
19, Isaiah 63.
Yeah,
Okay.
Revelation's 19:13. I knew 13 was in there somewhere. Revelation's 19:13 and then Isaiah 63, 1 through 3.
Okay, great. And you know what? And y'all were talking earlier about the license plate. I caught this one that we had in Texas, and I was trying to find it, and I think I deleted it because I recently cleaned out my phone. But it like literally stated, "On my way to fuck your bitch."
Oh my gosh.
And I got it years ago, like it was like 2021, but I recently like cleared off a whole bunch of stuff. And I guess I offloaded it, but that's one of the things I wish I had kept because I was gonna put it in the Discord. But I was like, yeah, when I drove up on that, and I was like literally right behind them, and then of course I was like, I got to take a picture of this, put it on Snapchat. But I guess I don't have it anymore. um, let's see here. I have one more question for you, but I'm not sure what it is at this moment, and I guess I can ask it another time because I'm definitely coming to the lives. So, but that was the one thing. I'm just trying to make a couple of notes. I know that when I finally, one of my brothers already knows that I'm like atheist, but once my truly like in the religion brother finds out, he's like, "Why don't you believe?" And I'm just gonna have my little window, like, let's go over these things that you say you believe in. Like, you believe in this book wholeheartedly. Like, let's go over these.
You're having conversations with your brother. Like, is your brother a believer?
He is. He is. And
Has
so
he
like,
has he been asking you questions or?
um, so when he has the chance to, he does, but not so much. Like we don't speak as often as we used to, and part of that is because I feel like he believes I'm a sinner. Like he's one of those people like I'm gonna stay away from you because you don't follow the religion. So in those moments where we do like speak, he's like, let me take you to church. Like, why don't you come out of church? And I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So I'm finally just getting to a place where I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't believe. Like this is crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are really off the wall, especially because I've been coming in and like listening to different lives. And I just, even when you're having like different conversations with other people, when y'all mention Bible verses, I like write them down and like go back and pull up my online Bible, put it in my OneNote so that way I can make like little notes on it. So I just wanted to have those as well to make notes on those because those were very interesting.
Well, good luck with that. Just remember to set boundaries and protect your peace from that because it can get really ugly, especially when it's family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
again, I don't want to like crucify him or anything, or like bring him down or anything. But if he's gonna believe it, believe that over there. Just, and I
Yeah.
know he gonna come to me with the, oh, well, you should go to church. It's gonna be good for you. You should listen to this. Yeah, let's go over what this book kind of says and some of the things that you say you agree with because you believe in this book whole like all as one complete truth. Like let's see what this says and how you agree with it. But yeah.
All right. Did you have anything else?
I don't. I'm gonna go ahead and step down. I'm one of the people that do know how to get out of here, so I'm gonna just let myself down.
Okay. Have a good morning.
You too.
Is it Cash?
Yes,
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I was in here a
I
couple days
remember
ago.
you.
I just changed my username.
Hmm.
Um, I'm not sure if you remember me or not.
Yeah, I remember you.
Okay. I did have a couple questions, if you don't mind.
So I don't
I,
right
I
like right now because I see that you are a new nerd. You're in your first 30 days.
yeah.
If you come on stage, you do have to stick to the topics. Only a nerd in their second month or above can ask a deconstruction question off topic.
Okay. Um,
Do your questions fit in either of the topics on the board?
let's see. I guess kind of the first one.
Okay. What are your
Like
thoughts on that? And then you
if
can.
you're
Okay.
if you're deconstructing and the mindset you were in as a believer was to try and convince other people that that's the right way to do it, is it wrong to keep the same mindset to try and convince other people to deconstruct if
I
that's the way you
wouldn't.
turn?
So speaking, uh, from experience for myself, I don't. I share information with other people who want to know it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't go around like actively proselytizing, trying to get people to deconstruct.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking? Like, should you be
Uh,
doing that?
yeah, I guess that's. I mean, like that. If that's what the mindset is as a Christian, is to share your faith and lead other people that direction. But then, if you're feeling that what you've been doing, at deconstructing, is wrong, do you still try to lead people with your new way of believing,
Mm,
or is that
mm,
just the leader type of mindset that you
no,
developed?
So again, I can't speak in definites, right? Because I'm not a leader, right? But I can only answer for myself and the
Hmm.
boundaries that I've set for myself, and I don't do that. Like
Okay.
that's not for me to do.
Um. All right. I'm not sure if it's convincing you.
I'm not sure I've completely understood the question.
He's asking should he be like an evangelist for deconstruction, like if, because at one point he was a believer
Mhm.
and he would go out and spread the gospel, and so now that he's on the path of deconstructing and he sees that what he once believed was not right, should he now be out preaching and telling people that it's not right and encouraging people to deconstruct? Fee, can you take over 1 second so I can go to the bathroom?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I also think like because the commission to preach is only tied to the religious belief. So why hold on to that commission if you let go of the belief?
I guess more so I'm feeling it as a, if I'm supporting the other ones that were believing with me, now I'm looking at it from the aspect of my daughter, my oldest daughter, is professing to be an atheist. I don't know if she ever was a believer, but seeing now that it's, I guess, more okay to come out and say, you're right, I kind of believe more along the lines of what my daughter's seeing or saying. Is it okay, or should I go, what should I do as far as sharing this belief, or agreeing with her as far as what she shares for her atheist beliefs, and how do I share that with my other children or my wife and so on?
Well, I kind of agree with what Thinker said. Like, I don't think there's a right way to do it. I mean, I think it's all situational. Ultimately, for me, I don't engage with people for the purpose of telling them what to believe. I don't engage with people for the purpose of steering them in a specific direction. I engage with them to understand why they believe what they believe, how they landed at those conclusions, and if they're interested in knowing the same thing about me, I can share that as well. I get what you're saying in that the dynamic is likely different when you're talking about your children and things of that nature, because as a parent, it is your job to not necessarily steer them. I always use the analogy of framing a canvas, right? Like my job as a mom is to frame the canvas of who my son is, like teach him to be a decent human being. Like don't go around the world being a dick, right? But it's his job to paint on that canvas. It's his job to determine how he sees the world. Like he's not my possession. So depending on the age and depending on the relationship, I think it's fluid. The conversations I have with him at 21, of course, going to be different than the conversations I had with him at 7. But like you, when he came home telling me that some kid at school told him he was going to go to hell because he was an atheist, I'm like, you're not an atheist. Like, I asked him like 3 biblical questions he couldn't answer. I'm like, well, then what God are you not believing? Like, you don't know enough about theism to be an atheist. So I think giving our children the latitude to be able to search for themselves and use their brains and think critically. I think that's ultimately the goal. It's not necessarily to steer someone or point them in any direction. The greatest teachers tell you where to look, not to see. And I think if we maintain that understanding even through our non-belief, that for me is the best approach to take.
Okay. Well, aside from that, I was curious as to, I missed the reference that Ivy was speaking about earlier with regards to healing. I don't
I
remember
didn't
what
hear.
passage she was talking about.
Yeah, I think that was a carryover from a previous conversation, which I wasn't privy to that one either. I think this was just a follow up. But what I was able to like use context clues. Apparently, she has a friend who feels like she has a power of healing, and they had a 3 hour conversation about a scripture in Corinthians about, I guess, the power of believers to be able to heal. And Ivy was maybe giving her some pushback about that and delving a little bit deeper.
Okay. Also, she was saying something about I guess my status as far as what level of nerd. This is all new to me. I'm at, and how do I go from like increasing that or whatever, so I can ask things off topic.
Lala, that's a Lala question. And tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about how long you've been subscribed. Like in the first 30 days, yeah, Lala came off mute. Let her do that.
Sorry, ask it again.
She was saying that since I'm a new follower, I need to stick to the topics. Um,
Yes.
how do I go beyond that? Like when can I ask other questions, or is it just a subscriber status, or what is the case?
You would have to be in, I believe, your third month, your second to third month. Then you'll be able to do that.
So it's just a time limit.
Yes.
Okay. Hmm. All right. Aside from that, I tried to message her like just through TikTok. Does she respond to those, or is there another way of
No, she doesn't
talking?
respond to messages that
Okay.
way. Um, Once you're able to get into the Discord, which will be in your second month as well, then she responds through messages through there.
Okay. Is there a way of seeing what my, I guess, nerd status is?
I could check right now. Yep, you are in your first month, so
Okay, how would I see that?
um you see like if you make a comment right now, you'll see like the nerd badge right by everybody's name. And if you comment, you'll see yours is grayed out like Martin's.
No, because all I see is like a gold thing that says nerd, but it says new to it.
Yeah, so you're new, of
Mm-hmm.
course, in your first month. And it'll change next month. You'll see it.
Do you see that there are some that have a blue
Little,
butterfly next to their nerd? Um, the
yeah.
Queese is in his second month. He just commented.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he has the emoji with the nerd glasses, like doing the like the inquiry. Um,
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that they're in their second month. The blue new emoji means that you're in your 30-day probationary period.
And
And that's just to make sure that, because a lot of people gift subs in here, and sometimes people get subs that don't really want one, or they hate us, um, and we can't give them access to the community, so they can get in there and start causing trouble on there. So that's the only way that we can kind of weed out the troublemakers, by initiating that 30-day wait period.
Okay, understood. Well, I will keep on listening because it's great to hear you guys talk about a lot of different stuff. So I appreciate y'all being on here.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming out. Hope you have a great
Thanks.
rest of your day.
You too.
I had to fix me a taco salad too. I don't know who this raw man person is, but he keeps commenting some shit about, can he sit on the window? Do y'all
What?
know what that means?
I have no idea.
no,
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
you said ramen?
Yeah, he's in the guest request, but he keeps commenting in the comments, can he sit on the window panel? Yeah, like I don't know what he means by that. That's the only reason why I haven't brought him up, because he kept commenting that shit in the comments. Hunter? Hunter? Okay. I don't know.
I
Like
was
yesterday,
thinking
that
if it was
person that,
panel.
huh?
So I was thinking, is it the panel?
I
That's what
have
I was thinking.
no idea. Because yesterday, that person came in here randomly to asking if he could feel me in some type of way. So I don't know. I like that was a weird way of asking to sit in to get on the panel. Can he sit on the window? So I have no idea. Um, but if you're asking if you can come up, let me know if that's what you mean, because I have no idea what you mean by can you sit on the window. Brother Brody,
Good morning.
hey, how are you?
Good. How are you all doing?
I'm doing good.
I heard you say you're not taking questions this
I
morning.
only take questions from nerds.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It sort of fits, but I'll understand if because it fits into the third category is Christianity, a cult that worships men and supremacy culture.
Yeah,
Um,
let me tell you. So I still wouldn't be able like it's a I only take like on Thursdays I do research based questions
mhm,
for like non nerds because the live is focused on like research, but
right.
like during these lives I only take the research style questions from nerds.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
that yeah, I'll wait till Thursday then. Thank you.
you're
And
welcome.
thanks Fee for sending the book suggestions. I don't know if you remember, but I've already gotten a couple. I'm starting with the I can't remember his name. He comes on panel sometime, Dr. Bowen or
Dr. B, yeah. You're
Dr.
welcome.
B. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll talk to you guys Thursday.
All
Alrighty.
right, thank you. Have a good
Bye
one.
bye.
Bye bye. Oh man, let's see. Just the truth.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Pretty good, and how are you?
I'm good. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a believer.
Okay. Fee, you want to do this one? Huh? Oh, did she get a phone call? Fee, are you
Yeah,
free to do this?
yeah, I'm free. I don't know what my phone just did. Yeah, I'm good. Good
Okay.
morning. Just the truth. What topic did you want to choose?
Um, Number one,
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
I believe it's harder for a non-believer.
You agree that it's harder for a non-believer?
Oh yeah.
Why do you think that's the case?
It's simple. So the norm is Christian. The norm is the heaven declare the glory of God. So you don't have to. So now it becomes harder for non-believer because there's too much evidence pointing to a deity, a supernatural being beyond human thing. So don't get me wrong, it's just like rainbow, persons who are fighting to be stable in society. It's not the norm. So it takes more energy, it takes more power to to become because it's not norm. So to be a non-believer in these days, it's too much stress. It's a lot of stress, a lot of power
Have
to
you?
come out to show that
Okay, so when you say
this is true.
okay, so it's
Yes,
fascinating
go
to
ahead.
me. Like you're the second believer that came up here and answered that question from that perspective. They answered it from an internal difficulty perspective as opposed to a societal difficulty perspective. I mean, naturally, I completely disagree with you. Have you ever been a non-believer?
No.
Okay, so I would be curious to know where you're assessing the difficulty level from, considering that you've never been a non-believer. Because I've been both a believer and I'm currently a non-believer, and I can guarantee you that from an
Hmm.
internal perspective, it's much easier. Like, and I can tell you why. As a believer, I am required to accept things as true that my logical brain knows is not true. I've never seen a snake talk. I've never seen fruit have magical power. I've never seen water stand on its end. I know the laws of physics, and I know that that defies everything that we know to be rational and logical. So the mental gymnastics that I had to go through as a believer to hold on to that belief was much more tiresome than as a non-believer saying, that shit doesn't make any sense. I'm not required to believe it. When you talk about societal norms, just because society as a whole does a thing does not make that thing accurate. It
Agree
may
with that.
be, yeah, so it may be easier in the culture that we live in, specifically in the States. I'm not sure where you are. It's definitely easier from a societal perspective to walk through life as a believer because you're following the masses. But it's much more difficult as a non-believer because the moment, specifically as a Black person, the moment somebody asks me, well, where's your home church? And I say, I don't go to church because I don't, I'm fortunate enough to be able to deconstruct publicly. I don't have a reason to keep it secret that I'm not a believer. Then I am instantly a pariah. There's assumptions made about my character that nobody truly knows, and they're just basing it on the fact that I'm a non-believer. You mentioned it's natural or it's the norm to be a Christian, and that's just simply not true. It may be the norm in the country that you live in, but if you go to Korea, if you go to the Middle East, that's not the norm. And so I'm not sure that I agree with you on that at all.
Okay, I got you, and I see where you're coming.
1 second. Do that said the common goal is 400K, y'all. Go ahead.
Yes, so I agree with you in some respect, but what I'm saying is, I think you're good at physics and stuff like that, right? No, the brain, the power of the brain is phenomenon, right? Um, I don't think. Do you believe in morals? You believe in morals?
I mean, what do you mean believe in morals?
I mean the way of life, how we live.
Yeah, I have morals. I conduct myself in a moral way. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm saying the power of the brain is that I can make myself, which you already know, to make morals of looking like nothing. I don't believe in morals. I can reach that place that what you're calling morals is nothing to me. So it boils down to the individual. What I'm simply saying is when I look up in the sky as a little person who is a fool, when I look at the body of water in the sea, and asking myself, what is it that caused that body of water not to come over its bank? When I plant a seed and I see it becomes a tree, all of this is sending to my brain, wait, if I can't explain it, if the bright people who study science and physics and, is not able to fathom it, logically to me, there has to be a supernatural being beyond this creation.
Well, that's
Every
not logic. That's a logical fallacy.
no, it's not a logical fallacy, my friend. What it did, and this is where I struggle with persons who is not a believer. Just give me a minute. Everything we see a creator. This is logical thinking. Everything as a creator. Why is it when it comes to human, there is nothing and we are so intelligent? That could not make any sense. There's no the logical thinking in that.
Well, if you're saying everything had a creator, who created God?
Say that again?
If everything has a creator, who created God?
No, I don't need to go beyond that because if
Well,
I
that's
can't understand, just a minute. If
No,
I
you don't
can't,
just a minute
okay,
her.
okay, go ahead.
You don't just a minute her. No,
Baby,
no,
come
no.
on.
I'm not your baby
Calm down,
either. I'm
calm
not your
down,
baby.
calm
No, no,
down,
no.
calm
Don't
down,
fucking tell me to calm down.
calm down.
No,
You're just
no,
too
no.
irrational.
Hell,
Don't fucking
no, be
disrespect her
quiet.
like that
Emotional
again. Shut
ease.
up. Shut up.
Hey,
Don't
bro.
disrespect her like that again. Okay? Don't talk over her. I'm not your fucking baby. No woman in this space is your fucking baby.
Thank you, Thinker. I mean, this is just a logical fallacy. You may not necessarily recognize it as an argument from incredulity, but it is. It's ultimately where you've concluded that something must be false or true, basically based on the fact that you can't understand it or you can't believe that it could be otherwise. That doesn't necessarily mean that your conclusion is true. Your inability to accept that there are things that we don't know and we don't understand does not point to a God, let alone your version of the God that you worship.
Okay, can I speak?
Yeah, you can speak. I mean, it flows nicely when we don't cut each other off.
Thank you. So, could we agree the hypocrisy of humanity, of you and I, that you can be showing me something that makes sense or is positive, and I can genuinely be an hypocrite and say it's not true? Yes,
No,
sir.
that's not hypocrisy. That's
What?
perspective.
That's what?
That's perspective. And I can give you an example.
Go ahead.
You can say to me, "Hey, we're both standing facing each other, and we're looking at a number on the ground, and you say this is the number 9." And I say, "No, it's not. It's the number 6." It's not hypocritical for me to say that it's the number 6. It's simply our different perspectives. There are certain things that you know that I don't know. There are certain things that I know that you don't know. So for me to invalidate what you know based on your experience would be unfair. And the same thing would be true for me. But when we're talking about objective reality, when we're talking about logic, when we're talking about reason, we have to have a baseline. And when it gets to the space of God, you guys throw that completely out the window because you came up here and you said, as humans, we have to admit that everything has a creator. And then I say, okay, then logically, what created God? And you're like, nope, we can't think that far. That's dishonest. That to me is absolutely dishonest. It's special pleading and it's unfair because you remove the burden of proof in order that you hold by stating that everything has a creator by excluding your God from that everything. And that's just simply not fair.
Okay, so let me tell you that it is fair. I'm saying that you don't know what hold the moon up, right? You're not able to do that. So if we are looking at stuff that is beyond our imagination, so if we can't fathom that, but yet have to say no, there has to be something that created that. This is what I'm saying. If you are so intelligent today, right? If you are so intelligent, you're telling me that intelligence comes from nowhere. Can that be logical?
Who said intelligence comes from nowhere? I never
But who
said
also
who.
said that humans were intelligent from the get go? Y'all had to learn how to wipe your ass.
You're right about that. And our lack of knowledge or imagination isn't proof of anything. Like from a scientific perspective, we know things about the universe. You may not have studied it, you may not have read it, you may not have investigated the mathematical formulas that teach us these things. You just want to fall on, oh, we don't understand how it happened, therefore God. The God of the gaps is not an explanation. It's just a stopgap for asking questions, and that's not sufficient for me.
So you're saying to me that we just don't know nothing.
Nope, I'm not saying that. I never said that.
But that's where
I like even the that this thing that you're calling intelligence of humans is a part of evolution. Like you do realize that, right? Like language is a part of that intelligence, and that is a part of evolution. Language evolved, right? The knowledge that you are marveling that humans have today, that is a part of evolution. Humans just did not have that from the very beginning.
so there's no such thing as absolute truth.
I don't think
Everything is a fiction. You just don't believe we're in a dream world, right?
you
Is
where are you making these assertions from? Neither one of us have said any of the things that just came out of your mouth. And when you're talking about absolute truth, what are you referring to? Nobody said anything about a dream world. What we're saying is that there are certain things that we know. I just said this quote yesterday. It's my favorite one. I feel like I say it all the time. As the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. There's always going to be things that we have to learn. This world is insanely complex. This planet that we live on is absolutely mind blowing. There are things that we do understand and there are things that we don't understand. But to Throw a blanket of God over the things that we don't understand does nothing but stop and hinder progress to us understanding the things that we can understand. You go back in time 100 years ago, you had people plagued with illnesses that you don't have anymore, right? Polio took out a whole lot of people. TB took out a whole lot of people. It doesn't happen anymore, not because of God, but because of human progress, us understanding how germs work, how diseases work, how all of these things can be combated. That didn't come from a God. It can, and the fact that you want, it's almost like you guys want us to stop trying to understand things in order to preserve your relationship with this God and your credit that you're giving the God to doing things that we're slowly but surely understanding how these processes work.
You know what I think they're doing? They're looking at and marveling at the world that they see today, and they think this is exactly how the God created it. They think
Exactly.
humans came out knowing their ABCs automatically, and they forget all of the millennia, the centuries that went by before there was even an alphabet for a human to memorize.
Right. And I mean, if you look
Most of
back
them
over,
don't even realize that they believe that this world is only about 8,000 years old. I've talked to a few of them, so that
and
plays a part too.
right, Lala? I mean, even with the amount of evidence that we have to the contrary, I mean, do you know how long it takes for fossil fuels to form? Like, that in and of itself tells you this planet is not 6,000 years old. Every single unknown phenomenon that has been attributed to a divine cause has later found a natural explanation. So, why do we not think that's going to continue to be the pattern? I just don't understand why the intellectual laziness is just the default for so many believers. It's frustrating, honestly.
So can I go ahead now?
Sure.
So maybe I'm a fool, right? And I will accept that I'm a fool because what is funny, you guys are not listening to yourself because you're telling me that the earth is more than you are how old you are. I am how old we are. Do you realize that it's a friction world because nobody knows? You're not realizing that
What?
that's what you're doing because you're telling me that the earth is more billion years. How do you know?
Do
What
you know that?
Oh
measuring?
my fucking
That's the
God.
Do you
problem.
do
No,
you know
you
do you
just said
know
you're
how?
gonna give me time to talk for a minute. So I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
to
You're right.
you, yeah. So I'm saying to you, stop and think what is happening because I am saying something, you are saying something. What is going to line it up for it to be true? How am gonna know if you are right? What is that standard to measure it? So we are actually
The
in
very
a
fact that you are
friction.
even asking that question alone tells us that it's proof alone that your God isn't the creator, right? And there is nothing like even if you want to assert that there is a being that created everything here, there's nothing that proves that the being that you believe in is the one who did it.
Right.
And exactly what Fee said, you're just at putting an answer there.
And I also would want to know, just the truth. Do you know how scientists have estimated the age of the Earth? Do you know what that process is?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so why are you refuting something you haven't investigated? There's a way to, and I mean, if we're being honest, let's be honest, right? You're basically saying I didn't look into what evidence they have. I'm just assuming that they couldn't do it because I don't understand how they did it, and that is laziness. Radiometric dating can be demonstrated. You can see how there's a whole process to looking at elements that are radioactive and measuring their rate of decay to determine the age of the earth. And this is also predictable. So you want us to completely ignore verifiable, repeatable, complementary, peer-reviewed processes and tests that multiple fields of science use, and they have come up with this pretty much the same range of the age of the earth. You want us to ignore all that, and because a book 3,000 years ago says God did it in 7 days, yep, that's the answer. How did he do it? I don't know. What did he use? Who the fuck knows? That makes more sense to you than what we're saying?
Okay, yes. And let me again. Um, can scientists tell me how do we get a week?
How do we get a what?
Week. How do how the weekly cycle come by? Because
You
scientists can tell you. Oh, just a minute. Scientists can tell you how you get a month, how you get a year. But let me tell you, this, that scientists is not able to tell you how we get a week. Scientists accept it by from the Bible. That is a 7 day cycle.
Literally, the Babylonians created that
Please
shit. What
do
the
your
fuck are you talking
research
about?
on
The
that.
Babylonians
I'm
came up
not
with
finished.
that
I'm not
shit.
finished. I'm not finished, my dear.
I don't give a
Please
fuck. I
do
done told
your
you, you gonna
The
learn.
research.
I give
world?
less than two fucks about whether you are finished or not.
You're bitter. You're bitter.
I
Something is
don't give
wrong
a
with you.
fuck. If
You're
my voice is talking, yours shouldn't be.
you're bitter. Something
I
is wrong.
don't. I don't give a fuck whether you think I'm bitter or not. Save that shit for your motherfucking mama. I don't
So you
care.
need Jesus. You need
I
Jesus,
don't.
man.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Right now, I need this motherfucking taco salad. And to say what I said, the Babylonians created that shit.
oh shit. Oh my god, that was hilarious. I think this is just a fundamental lack of understanding of so many things, right? Like time and the way we measure it is a human construct. That did not come from your God. If you think because the seventh day was when God rested is how we got a week, then that is just, I don't even know what to say about that, honestly.
I know you don't. I'm just saying. Think about it. Tell me. Let the scientists show me what brings the laws of growth. Let the scientist
What?
tells
The laws
me
of what?
growth.
What
What
is it?
cause
What?
a seed? What cause a seed to grow?
We know how seeds
Where,
evolve.
where the
Are
power
you
where
dumb?
the power comes from?
Can you explain where the power comes from?
Oh no, that is why I believe in a supernatural being. Oh no, let them
That
tell me the power of the water.
This
The,
motherfucker talking about some damn magical beings.
the
Like what the fuck? Like
exactly.
we know how what causes seeds to grow. Like what the fuck? Like people have been planting seeds for millennia. Like we know that everything on this planet gives birth to itself.
that's why I say this is just laziness. It's really a lack. It's almost like a lack of what do I want to say? It's a lack of a lot of things, right?
I believe you.
Yeah, it is, and
I trust me.
it's not on our side. Just the truth. Like the reality is, I asked you earlier. Did you know the process that scientists use to determine the age of the Earth? You said no. Have you looked into why seeds grow and why they need the right environments, what germination is, why it happens? We know these things.
Okay, so let me say the last thing. So as I said it again, if anything, I believe with what you just said. I think
Who dropped it?
I did. Now, if your God can bring your ass back on stage, we'll believe that you have a creator that is powerful enough to make seeds grow. We'll believe in the magic beans. Other than that, get the fuck out of here because you are irritating.
The fact that they want to believe in fairy tales as opposed to doing the work to understand the things that we do know. Nobody is saying we know everything. Like I said this just yesterday. The way science advances, the way anything advances, is proving and identifying where it's wrong currently. That's the only way for things to get better and things to get clearer. But they want to stop and halt that whole process and just say, God did it. Yep, God did it. Like, how does that make any sense?
It's the magical thinking, but I ain't never in my life seen some motherfucking magicians without magic. Like they don't they have magical thinkings with no expectation of fucking magic to actually be present. And then like when you think about the word faith, when you think about the fact that back then they were told they had to have faith, right? Faith that diarrhea would get healed because them motherfuckers was dying from the shit because they didn't know that they were drinking water that was germ infested that was making them sick. That you don't need faith to cure diarrhea anymore.
Exactly.
Like they don't think about shit like that. Augie, how are you?
Oh, snap. Good morning, Baker.
Good morning. You came up on
Wow, this
accident?
is no, this is. I've been trying to get on your platform for about 3 weeks. They TikTok done blocked me,
I don't think
and
TikTok blocked you.
my tag name is Augie 48, and
You
and
sure that
I'm a
Ahmad didn't
subscriber.
block you?
Excuse me?
You sure Ahmad didn't block you?
No, no, no. TikTok did because something happened with my account.
Oh, okay.
I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your username?
Augie 48.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
I'm a subscriber, but I had to unsubscribe because I couldn't get back to that account.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but
Did you get
nevertheless,
banned?
yeah, for 30 days.
Oh, they banned you for 30 days. Dang, they
Yeah,
doing 30-day bans now?
yeah. They got me for 30 days. Yeah, but nevertheless, I'm over elated. Men think I got backed up stuff to talk to you about. But the main thing, them just one little piece. It's about the subject that you had on about a week ago with a young lady that spoke about how she and her two kids were on one side of the road, and when she looked around, one of the children was in the middle of the highway.
Oh,
You
yeah,
remember
I
that?
remember that. Yeah, that was like months ago, Augie.
Months ago. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that though.
Yeah. And how she scooted across, grabbed the kid, and she don't know what happened, but she got to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm deconstructing, and I told it to the wrong kind of Christian. And you can imagine the response I got. You know, you know, yes, he will. He'll do it. That kind of, and that person just so happened to be my own flesh and blood. And I
Oh,
was totally shocked. I was really thrown. So I had to leave it alone because I really didn't have a comeback for that. I was stuck. But I I was born again Christian. I was indoctrinated in Pentecostal. I did most of the same stuff that you're talking about that you did as well. I was in the church. I kind of got ostracized because everybody was filled with the Holy Ghost or everybody except myself. And I was in the old church where they call it catching fire, or she caught fire today. And you know, I I had there was this bishop that came around, and he was putting hands on people and touching people, and people were falling. And this joker came all the way to the back row where I was at. I was saying, man, please don't come back here with that. This joker came back to the back row where I was at and put his hands on my head and tried to push my head down into the cement.
wow. So did
So,
you fight
I
back,
had,
Augie?
I was already, I was already deconstructing, but I really didn't know it until I got to your live.
Oh, okay. When he tried to push you down, did you resist or did
Oh,
you
you
fall
better
back?
believe it.
Oh, okay.
Man, all kinds of funny stuff. See, I grew up in the real old church, man, where they had the wooden chairs, the wooden fold-up chairs. So when the saints caught fire, they were busting all through the aisles. They had these big knots on their heads from falling face down. They had to put the sheets over top of them.
Mm-hmm. I remember
That
those
old
days.
stuff.
Yeah.
And I was traumatized as a child to watching them when they baptized people, because these guys had these big rubber fish uh, boots on, and they would stand in the tub, and they would dunk these people in the tub, and you see the bubbles coming up. Man, I was only like 6, 7 years old watching that happen. Okay, yeah. So I had my fill of it. But my conflict now is that my wife, she's one of those hard Pentecostals because she's following her aunt, and she sits in the living room, and guess who she listens to? Reverend Patterson,
Oh,
and she turns him up, and I'm over here listening to you, and I turn mine up. I turn up to you, and one of us has to go out of the room. So that's the kind of dilemma that I'm having. But think I had really so much to really talk to you about. I'll just wait until the next time. I just want to just start off by saying thanks for inviting me to your platform.
you are so welcome. Gargar just gifted you a new subscription since you lost yours with your other account.
Yeah, I saw something come up, but I didn't grab it. But okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I look forward to hearing the rest of your stories.
Man, I thank you so much. Thank you. All right, you guys can drop me now, man. I'm good. I'm good. I got my initiation.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Same to you.
Thank you, Gargar.
Hey, can I just get a couple minutes, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hey, TikTok chat and YouTube. I want to say we appreciate you and your support, but I do want to remind everyone that we're here for 11 hours a day. Thinker and the co host provide great entertainment and discussions. We need to really get these likes up every day on both platforms. Smash those gift goals here on TikTok. Hit those pay links and send super chats if you can. If all you can do is share and like the platforms, that'll work too. We just need you guys to know that when you do all these things, that shows TikTok and YouTube that this is the place to be. And it helps to support everyone and everyone that is willing to be up here to share their time. So tomorrow is the 24-hour live. Thinker has reached 1 million likes only twice. I'm sure we can do more than double that tomorrow for our donation live to help the Orly Foundation. So once again, thank you for your support.
Thank you, Lala.
You're welcome.
I thought I brought up somebody.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
All right. This is my first time on your platform.
Okay.
I just read the prompts and I was like, oh, I'm curious.
Okay. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
39.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist. I consider myself agnostic. I do feel like I'm deconstructed.
From Christianity or?
Yeah, because I was raised Baptist in the Black community, Church of God in Christ.
You were raised Baptist in Church of God in Christ?
Mm-hmm. For the most part. What you mean?
I was raised Church of God in Christ. I know how Church of God in Christ is.
Ooh, yeah, so you feel me?
Yeah.
It's hard because I was going to say it's harder to. I wanted to believe so bad, and only because I just felt like maybe there was something wrong with me. Maybe there was something I didn't understand because like when they would talk about the Bible and the people that would talk about the Bible from the pulpit, and when they give us all our roles and what we're supposed to do and who's supposed to do what and how you're supposed to act, I'm just like, why do y'all? It seems like when I ask questions, they didn't have answers, and a lot of it was like, you just have to have faith. And I'm like, okay. So does that mean I'm lacking something that everybody else know? And I feel like the more that I understood or the more that I tried to learn, the worse it got. Like the more that I tried to seek knowledge or read the Bible and understand and follow or even listen to people when they prophesize to me, I'm like, I remember when I was getting prophesized on and it didn't make sense because none of that stuff came to fruition. And then when they prophesied to my mom or they prophesied to my family, like how they tell me, like my little brother, he's going to grow up to be a lawyer. He's in jail. And then it was like none of that stuff, or how they'll tell my mom she was going to get a new car. And we never had all this stuff. And it seems like my mom just kept going back and paying them $400. Be like, somebody here got $100 to give, or somebody here got $1,000. And I'm like, girl, we can't even eat. What is you giving them all our money for? And it was like, it just didn't make sense to me. Why are we following these people when they talk about God in the sense of, like, they bring up Jesus a lot, but I'm like, he was the poor. He walked around in sandals. He didn't have no Lexus of the day. Like he didn't have a chair. He didn't even have a donkey to ride. Like he's just walking around living in people's homes. And all of a sudden God want us, of all people, to have a mansion. And he wants his only begotten son to suffer, but he want us to have like a Rolls Royce or like jewelry and gold and all that. But even his beloved son that got, all that happened to him, he wanted him to suffer, of all people. So it just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, you sound like me when I was in Church of God in Christ. My father was a pastor, and my mom, of course, was a first lady evangelist.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and in Church of God in Christ, they were real close with the Pattersons, and so like in our city, my family was well known amongst the Church of God in Christ denomination, and being who I was, like I was always the one that would ask the questions and get admonished for speaking out or doing things that the pastor's children are supposed to be doing. But you sound like me with all of the questions and needing it to make sense. And so, yeah, you had mentioned, it was something that you had mentioned. Oh my God, it done slipped my mind.
Oh, I mean,
it was one of the, oh my God, because I wanted to give you an answer for it. Because it was one of the questions that I had too, and it done slipped my damn mind.
Was it about like how Jesus didn't drive a Rolls Royce or a donkey or nothing?
No, it didn't have to do with Jesus.
Okay. Well,
oh God, it'll come back to me.
Cause
the kitty, my mind is everywhere, like with the kitty, and then thinking about the Church of God of Christ, and yeah.
She just wants attention. I give it to her, but she just is not enough. She's just obsessed with me. But yeah, the money. So also my mom, she also in a missionary, and I was like, how you a missionary? You never left the country. And so she's a missionary, and she bought her.
There you go. It was about the prophesizing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Prophesizing, yeah. Because I had so many so many people don't come up to me, and honestly, okay, not just to double down on hard to be a non-believer in a Christian in growing up in the Black community. My grandmother had 15 kids, and so I have a huge family, a lot of cousins, and I feel like an anomaly because not only, I have one cousin that's an atheist, but not only that, but like I transitioned like when I was 28 years old. So in the Black community, like they are so in denial. Like not only did I have to fight for just my own individuality and be who I want to be, like they put me in this role where I have to follow, like they want me to follow behind men so bad. Like not just follow, but they wanted me to be like I go to their church, their sister this and sister that, and or they're like they'll misgender me because they be like, "Oh, you got to go into the women's circle." I'm like, I'm not going over there. Like, I don't want to do any of this, and I don't cook and I don't clean all that stuff. And it's like that's the one thing about the
They real disrespectful. I know that.
yeah. I mean, even to this day, I try to support my mom. She asks me, like, she begs me to go to her when she has to speak at church and stuff, and she wants me to core for her. But I go in there, even though it's been like over 10 years since I transitioned. Like, people still do that because that's just they believe one way, and I can't tell them anything, and I actually don't want to change. I mean, I feel like I can live my own life, but I don't need them to accept me. I'm not asking for their acceptance or anything anymore. I just want respect. But if I can't get that from them, they don't need to be in my life. That's just how I move now. But
Mm-hmm.
my family, like, I'm sure they didn't prophesize that. Like, they didn't see that coming. They always tell me what God has for me. That's the one thing. And I remember when I tried really hard to be a good Christian, they would tell me you got to speak in tongues. I'm like, I don't know what that means. And they were like, you just got to say something, and the Holy Spirit would take over you. So I'm up here and like blah 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 blah, and like in the middle of that, trying to trying to like speak and like how they do. Like,
Sound like Busta Rhymes instead of the Holy Spirit.
yeah. They told me you just got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it, and the Spirit would take over you. And then it was like the light, and I'm like, it's not the light. It's everybody surrounding me telling me to speak in tongues. And like, I felt so stupid. I was like, how does God not understand my English? Why I gotta do all this?
Oh
It
my
just
god.
don't make no sense. I couldn't understand it.
Yeah. I used to be one of those speaking in tongues. Yes. And then when I started my deconstruction journey, I wanted to know, like, I had studied Acts chapter 2 and realized that the damn book was saying that these people were speaking real languages, like they weren't speaking gibberish. And I was like, as I'm reading, I'm like, hold the fuck up, they spoke real languages. So so I put uploaded a video of me speaking in tongues to like a translator app to see if it would detect a language. Oh my god, yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? So I started researching it and learned that it's called glossalia, and I was like, this is fucking nuts. Like, this is crazy. But yeah, Church of God in Christ is real big um on prophesying and all of that. And I remember a prophet came to my dad's church and prophesied that my grandmother would go on a cruise before she died, and she would travel the world. My grandma ain't never left Nashville. She ain't never been on no cruise. She ain't never been on no plane. She ain't never left Nashville. And she died in 2024 or 2023. She died in 2023. 93 years old. Never ever traveled. They would another pastor, I was in a girl group and we were getting ready to sign to a record label, and he called a meeting with my mom and was like, God told me to tell her something. So I went to the meeting. I was 18 at the time, and I went to the meeting with my mom, and he said God said to pick a gospel singer, and he gonna make you 10 times more successful than that gospel singer. And my ass picked Mahalia Jackson. And he's like, God don't want you to sing secular music. He got something better for you, blah, blah, blah. And so I did not sign with the label. Yeah. And I didn't sign with the label, not just because of what he said, but also after we had that meeting, one of the girls in the group, her mom wouldn't let her go either because she was Muslim, and her mom wouldn't let her go. So I was like, okay, maybe this is the sign. And like I loved Mahalia Jackson, y'all. Like I like as a believer, she was a legend to me. But
Was the group
huh?
was the group the Cheetah Girls or Destiny's Child?
Shut up, Osai.
Okay.
Actually, the group name was Ashe, but the so I believed him, and of course you can see like I'm not a singer. Well, I still sing, but I'm not a gospel singer or anything like that. But that same pastor, when I got married, I let him do my wedding because I wanted my dad to walk me down the aisle. My daddy told me not to marry the man that I was getting ready to marry, and I listened to this pastor who said he fasted and laid before the Lord for 3 days. And then he came back and was like, well, God didn't say no, daughter, so it looks like we having a wedding. That motherfucker was abusive. I married him. He was abusive. Like, it was horrible. Yeah, like, they're real big on, like, prophesying and
Yes.
going to God and respecting the man of God and
Yeah.
obeying the man of God. And, like,
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
I feel like just because there's a lot of pastors and preachers out there, everybody feel like I'm supposed to follow them just because they say that, but they can't lead me to water. Like, they can't lead me across the street to Walmart. Like, I wouldn't follow them nowhere because they make the most dumbest decisions in their own life. Why would I follow these people? It just it makes no sense. Like, they don't even follow their own rules. And when they do mess up, like, there'll be a pastor that been married since he was like in his 20s, and he got like 5 kids outside of marriage, and he'd be like, well, he's just a man. I'm like, okay, why am I following this person? He has, like, his moral compass isn't there. So I feel like sometimes I feel like even atheists just be a good person. And I told my mom, I was like, why does it matter if I'm a good person? If I don't want to hurt nobody, if I want to just do right by the community, I understand. Like, I used to love Greek mythology, and I like to read the lessons there. I feel like I can learn that stuff from the Bible, the way Jesus treated everybody, like, just humanized everyone and just loved on everyone. Like, I feel like I can pick up some of that stuff. But why does that mean just because you're a good person and you don't want to intentionally hurt anybody, you want to do good things, that you're still going to burn in hell? Like, that don't make no sense to me.
It
Like,
makes no sense, and they will tell you that you deserve to burn just for not believing. Like,
right.
and I had
Yeah.
asked,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. She sounds cute. Well, wait, is it what he, she? What is?
It's a girl. Her name's
Okay.
Starlight.
Oh, she sounds cute. But I had asked one time if a murderer repented, did they deserve to go to heaven? They say yeah, and I was like, so if there's a person that just never killed anybody, never harmed anybody in their life, and their only downfall is that they didn't believe in Jesus, do they deserve to burn and go to hell? And the believer was like, yep. And I was like, do you hear yourself? Like, you would rather that a person who took someone else's life be in heaven with you than someone who just couldn't believe that a deity existed. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That it's sadistic.
I think it just shows that the label is way more important than an actual lifestyle, because I
Yeah.
think it's more about a social identity as opposed to a moral guide. Because if you have someone who lives a life where they're not hurting anybody else, they're not treading on someone else's rights, they're not trying to get them to worship another god, whatever the fuck that means. Like, I think the title almost becomes a badge. And as opposed to reflecting on like consistent ethical behavior, it's about how do you identify, are you part of this club? And that to me speaks way more powerfully than the Christian who's like, well, are you affiliated with the church? It's almost like you're good as long as you wear this badge. Fuck what you do. Fuck how you treat people. None of that is important as long as you wear this badge. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I think that for anybody that it does make sense to, you might want to look at why it does. Like, what is more telling about me, who I claim to be or who I show you that I am? And if you say that who I claim to be is more important, then you might want to be, that's concerning. It's very shallow. And ultimately what I'm claiming has more to do with how I'm ensuring or my own salvation, my own, eternal life. How I behave has impacts on other people because they're going to be the recipients of my behavior. And if your
Hey,
God
sorry.
is, if your God is only concerned with, what name badge I'm wearing and doesn't give a shit about how I treat other people, I don't want anything to do with your God.
I think like I can feel the shallowness a lot of times in these conversations, and that's why they don't understand when we say that these conversations are about the beliefs and not whether they actually not whether they believe in a God, but what they believe in, because that's not important to them. Time after time after time, they still ask the same question: why do you keep talking about a God you don't believe in? Y'all spend all day talking about a God that you don't believe exists. They're not grasping that the thing that matters to us is how they treat people or how we treat people, and
Right.
that shallowness is just it's like it's just baked right in.
It is, because ultimately what you're saying to me is that Christianity says that it's about living out the principles that it embodies. But if I don't have to live out those principles, as long as I'm signaling that I'm affiliated with this organization, I'm good. I don't want to be part of that organization because it's not changing anything. Again, it's just ensuring my salvation because I've got my Christian button on. I'm good. I'm out here fucking everybody over, not giving a shit about the safety of other people, not caring about how I treat people, trying to control how people see things, ignoring science, ignoring logic, ignoring reason. Why would I want to be a part of that?
Then on top of that, they all on this same motherfucking road, doing all this same shit, going to the same motherfucking place, treating each other the same motherfucking way. You gonna be baked in that shit, changed in the twinkling of an eye, burnt into the shallowness for eternity. What the fuck do I don't want to be around that shit for life. I mean, for eternity.
Me either. I don't want to be around it temporarily.
Exactly, like that.
It's like you declare your faith, you declare your Christianity, you're given automatic credibility. Mm-hmm. Regardless of whether your actions contradict what they teach and what they claim to follow. Like, that is completely irrelevant for them. Meanwhile, you have other people who are living in integrity, kindness, compassion, justice, all of these things, but without the label of Christianity, and they're judged, they're overlooked. We're the problem. We're the evil in the world. Make that make sense.
What else does that sound like? What does it sound like?
Is that
Whiteness?
Oh,
like
for sure.
Like the whole idea of that, the white supremacy, the idea of whiteness, that white people are the standard, white people are intelligent, white people are clean, white people are pure, right? Mm-hmm. And it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if it's true, right? It's true in some instance. The least intelligent white person could be standing next to the most intelligent black person, and his whiteness, his skin, is going to outweigh the intelligence of that black doctor who has, so many degrees. Like, to me, that's what it, and oh my God, look at the cuteness.
That's what I'm looking at. Oh my goodness. She's adorable.
It's two of them.
Is it two?
It's three.
Uh-huh. It's three?
Yeah, they weren't, these weren't the ones meowing. I took in a cat that had kittens. She had kittens under my couch, actually. And so I was trying to find a place where they can go. And I just decided, they told me I had to keep them for a while until they waned off, and then I'll give them shots and stuff, and then I'll try to get them adopted.
Oh my goodness.
But that's not Starlight's
baby.
Where's Starlight?
Starlight's in the other room because I gave her some treats, so now she's leaving me alone. And I got Cougar over here. This is the mama. I fed her some of the so.
She's like, can't you see I'm eating?
But yeah, I agree with everything you were saying. I just want, I see a bunch of cat lovers down there. I just want
adorable
kittens here.
I was just saying, it reminds me of that when Fee was talking about how it don't matter, we could do all the right things, and because we don't have the right label of believer or Christian, then we deserve to burn. And we could stand next to a Christian and be the thing that Christians claim to be and still deserve to burn.
Yeah.
That's
And that's
because
how whiteness works.
it is. The parallels are kind of uncanny, honestly, because it's almost like you're granted this this assumption of goodness if you wear the brand, but character takes a back seat. And the focus isn't on compassion. It's not on love. It's not on what they claim to be the core teachings of the faith. It's about claiming an identity loud enough for other people to hear and therefore see you in a specific way. So your Christianity isn't about being a moral compass. It's about showing that you have a badge of membership. And what does that do for you? And how does that impact other people?
It also I tried to get into politics, and the one thing that really bothered me about politics is that it was supposed to be a separation from church and state, but it's not. It's like so ingrained in, because everyone's like, well, America was founded on Christian identity. So it seems like if you want to be a politician, you have to be a Christian, or you won't get elected by the populace. It's like,
It actually wasn't, but that's their, they say that shit now. The founding fathers actually were against that.
right, but I understand that, but they don't. It seems like in America today, it's like, especially in the South, it's God and country. So it's kind of like, if you want any support, if you don't want them to bully you, if you don't want them to attack you, you have to like try to, not you hissing at me, you have to try to appease them by saying you're a Christian, even if they're not. Like, even if you don't follow those principles, even if you like steal, cheat, do whatever, and you're like, your moral compass is in the gutter, all you have to do is say you're a Christian and people automatically just believe you're right.
And I think it speaks volumes, right? Because a person could get further along by playing the game and pretending to be a Christian and lying. But I think a lot of us who took our beliefs really, really seriously, and we asked the questions, like even lying to get ahead and claiming the identity feels dirty to us and feel wrong to us. And I was telling y'all yesterday on Christina's live, when my ex-husband first asked me to forgive his back pay, right, on the child support. And I went down there and the judge did the deal, and he didn't like the deal. Like, I got his warrants taken away. I got his driver's license back, and they wouldn't forgive the arrears until he paid at least 1 year on time. Like, and it was $425 a month. He didn't want to do that. So he was like, you should have told them that we was getting remarried. I said, I'm not finna lie to you, and I wouldn't marry your ass again, even if it was a lie. Like, because that mattered to me. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I feel like that about Yahweh and Jesus. Like, I wouldn't ever marry you again, and I wouldn't do it even in a lie, just to like get forward, like move forward. You know what I'm saying? And I think that speaks volumes too, because there are some that do say that they are a believer, but they're only saying it because that's the easier thing to do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you have anything else?
I don't think so. I think that was a great discussion. It was like, I'm glad that it kind of seems like in the Black community, like you just have to be a Christian. I can't. It's so many times that I'll meet people, and when we have a discussion, everyone just assumes I'm a Christian faith, and I don't really argue with them or say I'm not, because then they'll start trying to convert me. They'll try like, did you find a church home? I went to go get my dreads done, and I was just sitting there with the stylist, and she was like, yeah, you can come to our church and blah, blah, blah. I was like, ugh, girl. It's like I can't get away from it. It's like you look at me and you just assume I'm Christian, because I don't know why not. Like, I also feel like some other people, I remember they'll pray before dinner if you go to like a function or something, or like for just work. I remember I just got a scholarship for something, and we prayed before we had like the ceremony. And I'm just like, okay, what about other people that just don't have the Christian faith? I mean, we're not the only ones in this country. So it's just odd that, I also feel like I'm just like an outlier all the time in this world, but it's good to know that other people, just because we're black, don't just assume the same thing and they think outside the box like you guys. So thanks for having me up.
You are so welcome. There's more and more of us being willing to come out and, openly say that we don't believe in this God, and we do recognize how hard it is to do. And so hopefully more people will feel comfortable not feeling like they have to wear the mask. So thank you so much for coming up, and thank you for sharing your kitties with us.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a great morning.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
I mean, the moment I heard Christians saying that Donald Trump was a Christian, I'm like, y'all motherfuckers don't read. Y'all couldn't. Like, this is clearly not about behavior. It's about you feeling comfortable thinking this person is on your side.
Hey, y'all, let's smash this get-go. It is the flower headband.
We
Thinker,
have
I'm
a
gonna
little
have
under
to
2 hours, huh?
get going and do fatherly duties. But I'm gonna make sure that I get plenty of rest so that we can knock it out the park for the rest of the weekend.
Sounds good.
Bye, Elsa.
Enjoy your fatherly time.
Yes, for sure. Y'all have a good one. Love you
All
guys.
right. Bye. Love you too.
Love you too.
All right, y'all. We have about a little less than 2 hours left to go in the show. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the 447,000 likes. Moments with Reese.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. Can't complain.
That's good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a believer, and I am 30. What am I? Carry the two? Okay. 34.
Okay. And what topic from the post did you want to discuss?
I mean, I'm pretty open to pretty much any of them, but I just happened to come in the live. I met Fee a while ago at one of the other lives with Christina, I think. Um, if I had to
If you just pick one.
Yeah, sorry about that. Some good ones. Let's just say we'll go with it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society.
Okay. What are your thoughts about that?
I think the question is, what society are we talking about? Because we're talking about Western culture or Eastern. Because I think there would be a very different explanation for that in Western culture versus Eastern culture. They're across the seas.
Well, do you live in Eastern culture?
I've lived in Eastern cultures, yes.
I do not. I can't talk about a culture that I have never lived in. I live in the Western culture.
I feel that. Okay. I just wanted to get a basis before we even dive into it. Yeah, I think it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer? I think both have their issues. I think that as a non-believer, I think it's more difficult when it comes to certain cultural aspects, like my man mentioned earlier. I just jumped in and just heard them talking about how, when you're not a Christian, people look at you funny. People start to, like, what's wrong with you, especially in the black community. I think that that's one of my biggest frustrations with the church. I'm one of the Christians that will tell you that the biggest problem with the church in many aspects is the church itself. I think the culture of the church has really ruined and put a bad taste of anything when it comes to even thinking about God in society. So when you're not a believer, people automatically put you in this box. I know people who don't follow any type of religion or faith, but they'll come in there and they'll they even have certain feelings when someone says something against God. It's like, but you don't believe that, but you can't say that. It's like that's so. I think that's ridiculous. So I think it's tough when it comes to certain social aspects being a non-believer, but I also think being a believer in different categories of society, you get resistance even if you're just a normal human being in many aspects. Like if I say I'm a believer without bringing up any faith or bringing up any type of belief system, you automatically kind of have this, shadow put over you. And it's because, and the church is honestly in many aspects very responsible because of what they have done historically. So people
Well,
look at Christians and go ahead.
can you define the shadow or explain it? Like, give me an example. Like, when you walk up to somebody and just be like, "Oh, I'm a believer," and then what happens next?
I think from there, I mean, depending on the conversation,
No, like experience wise, like what happens next? You walk up to somebody and you're in a conversation with someone and you mention that you're a believer. What transpires next?
well, once again, it depends because I've been in situations where you see the entire room almost shift, where you
No,
say,
I'm asking for like your experience.
right. That's I know I'm
Okay.
speaking from personal experience. From personal experience, I've been in conversations where I've been in debates or I've been in rooms with people, and for example, I'm an artist. So in the art world, there is a lot of varying beliefs in the art world. So when you get in those spaces and you bring up, you just happen to be, yeah, I'm a Christian. It's there is a certain mild neglect that is it kind of comes up because a lot of the people in that community are not in favor of those of Christians and what they believe. And so
Right, but you do realize I'm asking you for a personal experience. Like, for example, I can give you a personal experience. Last a couple of weeks ago, I let my editor know that I was no longer a believer in God, and her response was "ooh," right, and now I can barely get her on the phone. So, and she told me to make sure that in my new book that I'm not offending Christians. So that's a personal experience, like being very specific. Like, that's what I'm asking you, if you could do that for me with this shadow. Like, from your personal experience, explain the shadow that you're describing. And like, I did this. I said I was a Christian, and then this person did this, this, this. Like, can you do that for me?
I see what you're saying. I mean, to be honest with you, I have made it a point to try to pay attention to those little differences and not and try to, I guess, in many aspects, kind of form in those situations. So I mean, I can't say I've ever been like outcast from a society because I was a believer. I'm not going to say that, right? I don't have an experience where somebody found out I was a Christian and said, "Oh, you're horrible. Get away from me. I don't want to talk to you ever again," or stop calling me and things like that, because I don't allow that to be the forefront when we have discussions or I meet people, because I treat people objectively. So I can't say personally that I've had that experience, but I do know that we've been in the art world. In the art world, I have a buddy of mine. He's had similar experiences where, because he's a Christian artist, you do get less of those opportunities. But I'm not going to quantify that because I don't have any data, and I don't have that. So I'm gonna say that I think that there's just certain cultural and social differences when you are a believer and you're not a believer. I
So
think
can
that
you
they
give
both
me an
have.
example of a time where your friend, who is a Christian artist, came to you and told you that he was denied a job because he was a Christian? Like, do you
Because
have a specific time where he called you and was like, "Man, guess what? Like, they told me that they didn't hire me because I was a Christian."
let me see. I mean, we've talked about it. I mean, we have conversations about times where people have brought up opportunities, and they it's not a direct, like, you can't get this job because you're a Christian. It's always it's a mild neglect. That's all I can say with that
Like,
aspect.
how are you
Yeah.
calling it a mild neglect is what I'm asking, right? So, like, a couple of days ago, a friend called me. One of his coworkers got fired, who's deconstructing, because she posted a video about her deconstruction journey, and one of the coworkers at their job took that video to the main manager, said it was offensive, and that employee lost her job. Like, that's a
Mm,
direct correlation, right, to that
correct.
person losing their job because they're deconstructing away from this God, and a Christian
Hmm.
felt offended because this person was talking about their deconstruction journey on TikTok.
Mm,
So that's direct correlation.
I see.
When you
I see.
say a mild neglect, like, I'm trying to understand like how you are correlating them not getting a art job to them being a Christian if it wasn't directly like if it wasn't directly said. Like,
Right.
does mild neglect mean assuming that
Well,
that's the reason?
I guess it's, you know what, and that's a good point. I think I can't. So I will. I guess in many aspects stand corrected from a perspective of saying that no, I can't say that I know of any direct believers in this particular community that have been told, no, you can't get a job because of your belief system, or have been fired because of your belief system. I do know that there have been situations where my buddy and myself, where we are Christians, and therefore there are certain opportunities that arise that we may not get those calls for. And it had nothing to do with other than we know it's because of a belief contention that exists. But that's once again a speculation, and I'll admit that, but it's, you can see it. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to, I'm not going to say that, I can't speak to everybody's individual experiences or the whole. So if you're a person or your friend, or you said your cousin or whatnot has experienced that, then I won't even, deny that. And I think that people do some terrible things like that, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I think that, like with saying that there is speculation that the reason why you didn't get the art job is because you were Christian. Like, it makes me wonder what type of job it was, right? Like for Christian to be automatically the reason that you think you didn't get it. Like, I mean, it just doesn't, unless you you were like trying to get a job at a hip hop club, and you have like this reputation of being like a gospel singer, and they're like, nah, that the vibe ain't gonna change. Like, I'm not understanding how that just automatically would be the assumption. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say, like.
It does to me, for sure. I'm curious to know, Moments, do you feel that in the West, belief is the default for most people?
Believing in something in general?
Yeah, belief in a deity of some sort is the default.
I think that's culturally what we've been conditioned to think.
Right. So I think the point here is, because of that, doubt feels like rebellion. And I don't see that. I'm not saying that you haven't experienced what you've experienced, but because belief is the default, I would be hard pressed to identify areas where lack of belief would be the default, or belief would be seen as the outlier. We are just, I mean, statistically, we can look at the numbers, like even in the Black community, 97+% of Black people believe in a God of some sort.
Right.
I can agree that in certain professions, you may have a higher percentage of non-believers. Like, I'll give you an example. In my profession, there's quite a few non-believers. There are people who, there are certain personality types that gravitate to certain positions, and I'm sure there's a psychological reason for that as well. But I have not personally seen where the belief system of a Christian has been detrimental for them as a whole in this world. To Thinker's point, like, yeah, if you're auditioning for, a part in a play, and this part requires, a sex scene, and you're uncomfortable with it because of your religious beliefs, of course, there's going to be a conflict there. But that's more tied to the requirements of that particular role, as opposed to society as a whole seeing you as a pariah for not believing.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's fair.
can you tell us like that correlation with the job and your Christianity? Like, how did you come to that conclusion? Well, your assumption. How did you come to that assumption that it was because you're Christian?
Well, so this is the tough part, because there's no paper for it. I mean, no receipts per se. But it's like, okay, for example, I know there's a particular group of artists that we deal with that are very anti-Christian. And so whenever we get in those spaces, we have deep discussions and conversations and things like that, you see the open, like, anti-Christian space, the anti-Christian conversations, the anti-Christian, belief systems. And that's fine. I mean, everybody, you have a right to believe what you want to do, and we're not Bible thumping or anything like that. However, when you get into those spaces, and there is that very clear, and I want to use this term very loosely, but that very clear anti-Christian spirit, and then you see these movements going forward, and you see certain aspects of society, and you see that you know that although people appreciate you and they appreciate what you do, they're not trying to per se welcome you into those spaces. And like you said, in certain professions, for you I think that's a better. I would say that's a better than what I said. Is
Wait.
certain
So
there are
you
certain.
hold on. So you were being considered for a job, like a performance or something, or like a art show,
Right, you're considered for certain art shows and certain, art
and
things. But once
the
again,
people that were hold on a second. The people that were considering you were non-believers. You said, like the people that were gonna make that decision if you got the job or not were non-believers.
right, the people running the spaces are oftentimes non-believers or are
I'm talking about
anti-Christian.
these. I'm talking about this particular. What do you mean? Oftentimes, I'm talking about these particular people. Were they non-believers? Like these are the non-believers that you have debates with.
Yeah, we have conversations with, non-believers and believers.
Yeah, I'm asking. Are the people, the people that are making the decision, are they the
Right.
non-believers that you were arguing with, or
Well,
were these just other people that were being considered like you?
no, these were the people making the decisions, and we don't argue. I'm not going to argue with people.
Well, yeah, whatever you want to call it. So, like, because of the conversations that you guys had about your non-belief, right? When it came time to make the decision of if you got the job or not, you're assuming that that's why they said no.
I'm not, well, like I mentioned earlier, I said that I can't specifically tell you that I lost the job or didn't get it because of my faith. I'm saying that you can see the separation in the community. You can see the separation in the connections and things because of the certain belief systems that we hold. That's
Where
all.
is
When
that
you
the
say
only thing? Oh, sorry.
when you say separation and connection, because like it sounds like to me you're saying that they're not introducing you to certain opportunities, and you think that they're prioritizing people who believe like them or people that they may be closer with for opportunities, and you feel like they should be making connections for you too. Is that what I'm hearing? Not necessarily a job, but but like networking.
So I think that, and I can be fair and say that I think that I may have explained this in not the best way, but I'm speaking more to, and I'll be honest with you, I guess we could say it's more abstract in nature because I do know that societally, how do I even say what I'm saying? It doesn't. The point is that what I'm saying is that there is a clear separation between the two. That's what I would like. I would rather say is that there is a clear separation between the two when it
Between the
comes
two, what?
when it comes to certain beliefs and non-beliefs. So
Right.
people
No, I
who
get
are
that. What we understand that. We're not questioning that. What we're questioning is your correlation to you not getting a specific job or opportunity to the fact that you hold a belief. And right now what I'm confused on is, was it a job, or was it that you were not introduced to specific opportunities? Which was it? Did you lose a job, or were you not recommended for specific opportunities? Are you there?
Or both. Or
Well, I
both.
want to wait. I want to know because the example, like I asked for a specific experience, so I'm trying to figure out the experience that he gave. Did you miss out on a job, or were you not recommended for specific opportunities in this experience? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
I I don't I don't have a specific job that I lost. No, I can't say that I lost a job because, as I mentioned before, I can't say I lost a job because I was a believer. I
No,
can't
right.
speak
You
to it.
said it's speculated. So, is it a job that you're talking about? This speculation that you didn't get because of your belief, or was it a specific opportunity?
Okay. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is society. I'm not speaking to a specific like systematic difference. I'm saying that there is a societal cultural difference.
No, I
That's what
know
I'm
that.
trying
I'm
to.
not asking about the difference. Like, remember when I asked you for an experience of your own, right?
Correct.
And you
Correct.
said that there was a job that you did not get, and you speculate that the reason you didn't get it, an art job, and the reason that you didn't get it was because you were a Christian. And what we're trying to figure out is, how did you draw the correlation that the reason you didn't get it was due to the fact that you were a Christian? And I understand that the environment uh, within the community, the art community that you run in, has some believers and some non-believers, and y'all, there is this divide that's felt there, right? What we're trying to understand is how you drew the correlation to, I'm a believer, therefore I missed out on this. And there are just a couple of things that I'm confused about. The thing that you missed out on, was it a specific art job, or is it that you feel that these people who are non-believers should be opening doors for you too, the way they open doors for other non-believer artists?
Right. So I misunderstood. So I'm going to say out the gate, I misunderstood where we were going with the topic in the beginning. So I can concede that. What I thought we were talking about, what I was speaking to, and I didn't do it very eloquently, was speaking to the cultural, societal, like you just admitted, you said, there's clearly that difference that can be felt between the two. And that's what I was speaking to, the difference between the two, my believers and non-believers in cultural social settings. I was not speaking to the issues of like losing a job or any of those. That wasn't what I was talking about. I'm saying that I can see that there is that difference in the community. That's what I mean.
But didn't you bring the job up though?
Right, you
Yeah.
gave the example.
Because
Like Thinker clarified the question and you gave that example.
I guess let me
Go
ask you
ahead.
this moment.
Yeah,
Maybe this will help clarify.
absolutely, absolutely.
Does your Christianity, or is your Christianity reflected in your art form?
Yeah, I mean, not in a way that most people think.
But it is reflected though. Like you can look at your art and tell that it has a Christian leaning to it. Is that what you're saying?
Some of it, sure.
Okay. So, I mean, from it, I'm not an artist. I don't deal in the world of art. I go in my art
Right.
room and play around, but that's
Yeah.
the extent of what I do. But I could absolutely understand a person who's a curator of some sort of exhibit saying, having in mind the people that come into their art show and determining whether or not the art that they're selecting is going to be appealing or interesting to their particular audience. That's not necessarily a bias against Christianity. That's just saying that your art form doesn't necessarily match the audience. I do that in my profession all the time. If there are religious interpreting assignments, I purposefully do not accept them. I would not, it would make absolute sense to me for a church who's looking for a sign language interpreter to vet the person that they are bringing in there. What's your belief system? Do you know the signs for these complex ideas that are a part of my this particular religious system? That person would be other person would be a better fit than I would be. So in the same way, if we're talking about art, and you have a person who's putting on a show and they know what their audience is looking for, and your art, which has a Christian leaning, is not a great fit for this particular audience, that's not anti-Christian. That's selective. That's being selective and filtering out things based on the audience.
That's fair.
And I'm kind of confused how like you're like backpedaling now, because my line of questioning, I asked you if there was a job that you were being considered for, and if these were the people that were considering you for that job, and you said yes.
Well, the people running the spaces for sure.
What do you mean running the spaces?
So if I have a majority of if I have a community and the majority of the people who are putting things
No, hold
together.
on a second. This is
Right, right.
why this is why earlier I came out and said, oh, or maybe both, because you answered my question, right?
Was there a job that you were being considered for, or did you just expect them to recommend you for the show
Oh no,
and they did
absolutely
it?
not.
Huh?
Well, that's what I said. I said that a couple times where I told you that I don't have a specific job that I'm saying. I'm saying I thought we were speaking about the cultural and social
So
differences
why did
being.
you answer my question like that then? When I directly asked you, I even had to clarify like almost 3 times. I asked you, was there a job you were being considered for? And are these the people that were considering you for that job? You said yes.
Well, I said yes, they're running the spaces for sure. I apologize if I alluded to the wrong thing. If I misheard you or I said it wrong, I will agree that I am. I will say that I'm wrong, that I completely missed that because I was speaking more to the spaces and the people running the spaces, making the decisions, all
So
those
were they
things.
considering you? Did you know that, like, or did you just expect them because you were in their space? Did you have some kind of confirmation that you were maybe in line?
Well, no,
No.
I mean, I'm saying that. That's why I said that. I'm repeating to you that I am saying that no, there was no job in line, but the people that we are around that run the spaces, we have a very difference in beliefs, and so I thought we were speaking about the cultural and social
I
differences
guess
between
I
being a
guess what I
non-believer and
need
a
to
believer.
understand is, what does their difference in belief have to do? How does that affect you? How does that
Right.
make, if it's not this job thing, if it's not that they're not recommending you for um opportunities because you're a Christian, what's the importance of bringing up the fact that there's a difference in beliefs? Like, there's a difference in beliefs all over the world. The
Right.
topic that you chose was that you don't like that it's harder for a non-believer to be a believer in today's society, and you feel like it is equally hard for a believer to be a believer in today's society. And what are we talking about now? Like, why are we talking about the non-believers in your art community if it has no bearing whatsoever on your ability to believe?
No, it doesn't have any impact on my ability to believe or what they believe. Once again, I thought we were discussing the differences in the social and cultural environments as a believer and a non-believer, and how
But
it can
why
be.
why would we be discussing that though?
Well,
And
that's what.
pertaining to the topic that you chose, why is that important? The difference in the environment.
Well, because the topic, when I read the topic, it's harder to be a non-believer than a believer in today's society. I was saying that there are differences culturally and socially as a believer and non-believers that you face. And so
Mm-hmm.
if we're doing a compare and contrast of whether it's harder to be a non-believer or harder to be a believer, I was speaking to, in the social and cultural environments, there are separations, there are differences in the two and can affect either. That's what I was
And
speaking to.
how does, right, I got you. How does the how are believers affected in today's society with the differences of non-believers who don't believe in Jesus? How does that affect believers?
Well, okay, so I don't want to, I want to keep it specific as opposed to going generalization. So um it is difficult to, okay, are we admitting that, are we saying that there are no
I'm
impacts of,
asking you how. I'm asking you how, and through experience. How does it affect? How does my disbelief affect yours? How does that affect your life?
it doesn't affect my belief system, no.
No, how does it affect your life? My disbelief. How does that affect your life?
Your disbelief does not affect my life, no. I don't, you not believing does not affect me.
But I
I'm
can
saying,
tell you how you believing affects me.
how so?
Your belief system is rooted in the government that I live under. The laws that regulate my life is influenced by your belief system. I have a LGBTQIA daughter that I have to worry about because of your belief system. My rights as a woman to
Mm.
make decisions for myself is has been taken away because of your belief system, because of the men in your belief system. Right now I have to change my I cannot vote unless I take my passport with me to vote because I kept my husband's name on my driver's license when I got married because of your belief system. Because there are men in your belief system who believe what's in your Bible, that men are over women. Like, your belief system affects me. And as a woman, a black woman in society who openly does not believe in your God, who openly studies and deconstructs the text that you all believe came from your God, I'm constantly threatened. I get death threats. I get threats to people saying they're going to kidnap my kids. I get prophesied to saying that I'm going to lose my voice and I'm going to die in 7 days. I get called demon. I get reported by Christians. I don't go into Christian lives. I talk about my experiences with Christianity. I talk about my experiences with Christians in here. But I don't bother Christians. So your belief system does affect my life on a daily.
So so as a follow up to that, I will say that I am sorry that is what you're seeing, and I see it too. Unfortunately, I think the implementation of our belief system in many aspects has. Anyway, I have my issues with that. But my question is, how does, if people are implementing the belief system in a way that is directly effective you, and it's not positive, or whatever the case is in your perspective, how does my personal belief impact you? You see what I'm saying? Like,
I didn't say your personal belief. I said your belief system. Your belief system is Christianity. Your belief system is God, is Jesus. It's this Bible. That's your system.
Right. So
I didn't say your personal belief. I said your belief system.
So my belief
And
system.
yes. And so I'm asking you, how does my non-belief, because my non-belief isn't a system, it's not part of a system. How does my non-belief, my being a non-believer, openly being a non-believer, make it harder for you as a believer in society?
Well, I mean, if we take the generalized perspective, I mean, as a non-believer, but see that now we're going, but see now we're having different moral conversations, because if we're talking about society, you're not, as a non-believer, you could argue that humanism, you could argue that has negative effects on society as well, and it affects everybody around us.
How does
So,
that affect you if I argue that humanism, how does that affect you in society being a believer?
well,
Are
by
you
nature,
are you going to get death threats because of it? Because I argue humanism.
no, not because, that's the same argument. Because if I argue Christianity on my own and you argue humanism, you unfortunately, I think the people you're dealing with and the people who represent Christianity are some of the worst representations
That's
of
not the point.
Christians.
Like, you're
Well, I
missing the
know,
point.
I know. I
The
wanted to
the
say that.
topic says it is harder to be a non-believer than it is to be a believer in today's society. And
As
I just
society,
gave you reasons why it is harder to be a non-believer. I just gave you those reasons. Now you're saying that it is equally harder to be a believer in today's society, and I'm asking you to give me examples, the clear examples, the way that I did,
well, I
of
didn't say it
how it
was
is
equal.
harder for you. You said it's equally hard. You said it's equally
I
difficult.
said both have their differences. I didn't say they were equally different.
You
I
did in
mean,
the
I just
very
want to be clear
beginning.
about.
You
I
did in the
said
very beginning. You did.
equally. I said the word
Yep.
equally. I just
You
want to be
said
clear.
it's just as difficult to be a believer in today's society as it is to be a non-believer. You said they both have their challenges. You did say that. And I'm asking you for very specific examples, the same way that I gave you, right? For how it is difficult for me as a non-believer to be a openly vocal atheist, a black woman who is an atheist in the Western society. I'm asking you how to give me the same example of how it is difficult for you as a black male in Western society to be an openly vocal Christian.
You know what? That's a good point. I'll be honest with you. As our society shifts, you are correct that non-believers do have it tough, do have it pretty rough.
I mean, we're forced, honestly, to live under rules made to appease a God we don't believe in. That's not the case for y'all. We aren't out here trying to convert anybody. We just don't want to be converted. And you talk about the impact of like secular humanism, and I don't, I definitely don't agree with that. But even if there was an impact, the impact would be very asymmetrical. In Western society, specifically in the state, believers often get to shape the environment. Like believers are the ones setting the tone. Like look at like the examples that Thinker just mentioned about the laws, the restrictions. You don't see laws being proposed to limit anyone's access to anything based on secular humanism, but you do based on the Bible. Non-believers have the option to either confirm, stay quiet, or constantly explain ourselves. That's not coexistence. That's clearly an imbalance. But when we talk about these things, it's almost like you guys immediately flip it to we're being disrespectful. We're not, we're not being accepting of your right to believe. Nobody's doing that. We are expected to blend quietly into all of the rituals that y'all have because objecting to them seems disrespectful, even though we are not convinced that this God is true. I'm just not seeing where there's anything on your side of the equation with that.
That's interesting. This is why I like these lives, because it allows me to look at some different perspectives, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I to be honest with you, as I look at the scope of it, I also think that there is a different like perspective. If we look from a cultural perspective and a spiritual perspective, you get into that. But I agree that being forced to believe something or appease something you don't believe can definitely be challenging.
I mean,
It's unfair.
It is very unfair. Very unfair. You go into a courtroom, do you know what you're swearing on? You're swearing on a Bible that you don't even believe in. Like, tell me how there's a separation. Where does that happen on the other side for non-believers? You don't have non-believers knocking on your door. You have believers. Are you ready for Jehovah's return? Nobody's knocking on your door asking you if you're ready for non-existence. Are you ready for anything under a non? It's just not happening. And I think because, going back to what I said earlier, because non-belief is the default, anything that doubts that feels like rebellion to you guys. Because in our society, it's just baked into our system, our upbringing, our mentality as the default. It's like being left-handed in a world built for right-handed people. Every single tool that you have, well, my son's left-handed. I did not realize that there were left-handed scissors until I had a child, right? Teaching him how to iron. I'm like, this is just weird. Like, you don't even realize those things because it is the default. But then the people who have to live with that difference, i.e. the non-believers, we feel it every single day.
I used to
think about. Oh, go ahead, Rhea.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I used to think those scissors were just shaped weird. I'm like, oh, this is cute. Like they're just shaping them weird.
Yeah.
Me too,
but no.
Think about the default salutation or the default greeting. God bless you. Have a blessed day, right? And believers of this God say that without having to consider whether or not those words are going to be offensive to the person that they're saying them to. They don't have to consider us. And like I thought about like when my editor said, when I told her that I didn't believe in God, and as I'm explaining to her what my book is about because she has to edit it, she says, oh yeah, you have to make sure you don't offend the Christians. But it never dawned on her that her response to me saying that I am an atheist, that was offensive. Not one time did she say, did that offend you? Or I'm sorry, we are not considered because the default is belief. The default is Christianity. The default is your God.
Point to one atheist politician, one in the United States.
Well, I would argue based off your earlier conversations, a lot that claim the title of Christian, but they definitely do not live that way. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're getting at. I understand that.
Well, because the expectation is that there are certain assumptions made about Christians that may or may not be true, and there are certain assumptions made about non-believers that may or may not be true. And that's part of the problem. I mean, think of the number of, I can't tell you the number of business meetings or events, not meetings necessarily, but events or community groups that I've gone to that were not religiously affiliated, that started with a prayer. What the fuck does that have? Why are we praying at the beginning of a gala to raise some money? What the fuck are we doing? But it's just an assumption that that's the way it goes. Power flows one way. It's usually in the direction of the believers, and we know that. Like, you don't have people out here, non-believers out here, trying to force Christians to take off their crosses, trying to advocate for, you all not being able to worship God or believe what you believe. Like, just stop trying to force us to do the same thing, because we have questions and things need to make sense to some of us. We're not willing to just say, oh, well, that doesn't make sense, but God must have a reason. That's not sufficient.
No, that's
But
not.
we're ostracized for that.
Yeah, and I don't think you should be. I think you should ask questions. I think one of the problems with us right now as a culture in the church culture is that I mentioned earlier, like you guys mentioned earlier in the live, they're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to question anything. You're not allowed to do any of those things. And I think in certain sections of sects of Christianity and in the church, that's one of my biggest frustrations. So I agree with you on that. You should be able to have those conversations.
And I guess, like, in these, I remember talking to you before. I believe it was on Christina's live. And it was a pleasant conversation then as well. I guess my question is, how do you as a believer separate the salt from the stew? Like, your belief system can't be separated from the problematic realities of your personal faith cannot be separated from the problematic realities of this belief system. And if so, how are you doing that?
So
and for what point as well? Like, to what end?
So as a believer, if I notice, and I'm asking to make sure I understand you correctly, you're saying, how am I, my belief system, my belief, unfortunately, has been attached to chaos, and how do I essentially stand against that in many aspects? Is that kind of?
Well, it's kind of like your belief is the fruit, right? The root is rotten. And I'm trying to figure out how your fruit still tastes good when the root of the tree is just corrupted. And you recognize that corruption. You see the rot growing. You see all the other pieces of fruit hanging on this tree. How are you able to grow a healthy piece of fruit, i.e. your faith, from such a corrupted source is my question.
So I don't see, and I think I don't see it as that way. And I think that's why I think that's where we kind of differ, is I don't see the faith itself being the root of corruption. I think the people implementing the faith and implementing these things, the way that they are going about it, I would say that is more it's like if I grow a fruit that's fine to eat, but then the farmer turns around and poisons it and then gives it to the population, like we see in our food industry. That's what I see it more as. I see a bunch of people who are taking the faith, they are then poisoning it, tainting it with their own pride, their own perspectives, their own, ideologies, their own quest for power, all these things, and then dishing it out to the world and saying, you got to eat this. But that ain't the true fruit in the first place. So that's how, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But let's use misogyny as an example, okay. Right? Okay. You would agree that there's a lot of misogynistic viewpoints in Christianity today, right?
Yes, in some aspects for sure. Yeah.
Do you think that's a deviation from what's in the Bible? Do you think that's not a representation of the rot of the trunk of the tree or the root of the tree?
I think people have taken what they think to be misogyny out of context for sure. I think that churches have run with the idea of misogyny and made it like when the Bible says something like that. So a lot of the Bible is written from the man's perspective, but culturally it was a men's world and they attributed that to that. What I'm saying is I think there are a lot of churches that then will take that and say, oh, well, men are, the whatever, and women are just, for example, I was a part of one for a long time. And I had to break away from that because I said that dog don't hunt, because you're not, that's not accurate. Where they would not allow, I've been in as you could say, a serious church cult where, there was a pastor and the men were, the heads of all things, which, okay. But then you had women who they weren't allowed to, women couldn't even do nothing. Like women couldn't do nothing but praise, worship, and take care of the kids. And
do you think it's different in the Bible? Do you think it's different? Your God clearly values women less than men, like even like monetarily. Women have no rights. They are the property of either their father or their husband. How is the exemplification of that tenet in today's society any different? Also, if that's not how it was supposed to be, then why did your God allow it? Why did he set rules to further perpetuate this idea that women are under men? There are countless scriptures that you can pull up in this, both the Old and the New Testament, that speak to a woman's place. Like we have believers coming in here all the time. You need to learn your place. Women are supposed to be silent. And you're saying that that's a misapplication of scripture, but it's a direct quote.
Right, but yeah. Okay. No, not for you, Fee. I'm just saying the Christians that come in and say women need to know their place and all that. That's frustrating to me. But I think what we have here is like a lot of what we've seen in society and a lot of what we've seen implemented in our culture from the Bible is scripture that has been completely misunderstood, mistaught. And then what happens is then you have whole denominations that are built on these certain broken understandings of what the scripture means culturally, historically, all that kind of stuff. And it's unfortunate because like we say that women are valued less than men. Okay. But then how do we what's the word I'm looking for? How do we reconcile that with things like you look at Paul and how he used many women to teach and put things in place and help establish the early church and put the guys under the tutelage of these women like Aquila, Priscilla, those, like how do we quantify that? Because when I hear church say, oh, women are beneath us and all that kind of stuff, well, that I think that many of the early people would disagree with you. To the point where Jesus walked and carried one. The women are the ones that went to the tomb first and met Jesus first. So I think there is a complete, total disconnect in the church, the body, the religion. You know what I'm saying?
How is it a disconnect though, right? Like I'll grant you those verses that you just mentioned. I'll grant those. But then you're going to have to reconcile that with your First Timothy that says a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. 1 Corinthians 14, women should remain silent in the churches, for it is disgraceful for a woman to speak in the church. And that's just one of a few, right?
Right.
How are you squaring that?
Let me ask. And then the scripture that you mentioned about the women being the first at the tomb, right? The scholars already squared that one away because women were to be submissive. Women were not respected or credible. It's less likely, right, for Jesus to have appeared that the women would be saying that and it not be true. And so for a woman to be coming and saying that they got this message, that's what made it believable.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So right. I'm saying
that's why they're saying that's why the authors wrote it that way. Because you do realize that was a part of a longer ending of Mark, that it wasn't in the original text.
Right. What I'm saying, right. What I'm saying is that would be more of an indication that God and the faith itself, like the root of the faith, Christ, is less worried about what y'all think about culturally men and women, as opposed to if you just said that it was written to show that the women are the ones bringing the message, would that not?
But what I'm saying is what you quoted was not in the original text. It was added hundreds of years later. So the scripture that you quoted about the women being the first at the tomb, that's a part of a longer ending, right? That was added years later. And scholars say, oh, this was to show, right, to add credibility to the claim that Jesus rose, because no one would expect that coming from women.
Okay, right. So you're saying, okay, so let me make sure I'm hearing you clearly. What you're saying is that the part about women seeing the tomb first and then bringing the message was added later.
Yep. It's a part of a longer ending of Mark.
Gotcha. Okay. Could you give me a source for that? Because I'd love to check that out.
Your Bible, your online Bible, is like
I'm saying
the
what
newer
I'm saying
Bible.
what
Give me
version,
just
because
a
I have a
second.
few of
Let
them.
me finish.
My
The
apologies.
newer Bibles are adding the references there. Like the if you go online and you read the Bible online, it has a
Mm-hmm.
reference link. You can click on that
Mm-hmm.
reference and it'll explain that to you. The newer Bibles that are being printed, the update is being printed in the newer Bibles in brackets at the bottom of the passages.
Well, I know. I
And
feel
then
you
you
on
could
that.
go
I'm
to
almost
greekcenter.org. You can go to
right.
greekcenter.org and look at the oldest copies of those texts that we have and see that it's not
Right.
there
The
and see
extended
what
transcript.
year it was
So
added.
interesting. Okay, interesting. Because I mean, I've looked at a lot of different things, and so I'll have to dig into the extended, extended ending of Mark and some things. So let me put that on my notes. I'm definitely down to check it out. I mean, I'm not opposed to having my mind challenged and things for sure. Let's see, Mark extended ending. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna have to check that out because I haven't come across anything up to my point that has alluded to either that
Look
or
at the
being
screen.
legitimate. So I'll
Look
check
at the
that out for
screen.
sure.
Look at the
Awesome.
screen. If you can look at the screen,
Mm-hmm.
this is where it starts. Mark 13. Mark chapter 16, verse 13. As you can see, it's not in the oldest copy, which is Witness 1 here. It's not there. Um, all the way down to 20. It's not there. It doesn't show up until Witness 2 around 375 to 499 CE.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me pull that. Well, dang, I can't pull it up right now because my thing's down. But let me write this down because I definitely am. I'm definitely down to dig. So let me see what we got because I need to read for myself because I got glasses. I got. I'm up there looking like an old man trying to look at the screen. Let me try to pull this up a little bit bigger. Um, let's see here. And of course, my internet's down. Of course it is. Of course. All right. Okay. Let me put this in here. So I'm gonna have to take a note and write it down. I see it, but like I said, I want to be able to really dive into it. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
take a note down for it. I appreciate it. You know,
It's,
that
it's
I'm not gonna
greekcenter.org.
creasecenter.org. Yep.
Yep. And
Let's
center
see
is spelled
here.
CNTR.
Uh
Not CENTR, just CNTR.
huh. I got you. Perfect.
.org. And you can check Mark 16, starting at verse 13 all the way to 20. And then you can also check John chapter 8 all the way down to verse 11,
Uh
where
huh.
Jesus saved the adulterous woman. That also was added around 375 to 425. It was not in the original um, book of John. And here is the oldest copy we have of John chapter 8 is Papyri 66.
Right.
And there it
Gotcha.
is.
John. I wish. Hold on. I'm sorry. I see the picture, but like I said, my eyes ain't doing what they supposed to be doing. Let's see here. John. Check that out. Check that out. That'll be my study when I go pick up these kids. I can just get into that. Let's see what else we got. I am actually. I just happened to notice a comment. What else we got? Was there anything
Those two pertaining to women.
to the women? Okay.
Hmm.
So can I ask this then?
Yes.
How do we reconcile? And this is once again, this I'm bringing up. This is a continued scripture and on the same topic. When we have Christ talking about, there is no Jew, there is no Greek, there is none of those things matter. Does that not quantify? And when I'll pour out my spirit on all flesh, and it talks about how men and women will both, and men will dream dreams, like
So
when
you're
we get it.
mixing things, right? Like
I'm asking. That's
first,
what I'm saying.
first
I'm
that was
asking
not
your
your
perspective.
Christ. That was Paul. That was Paul that said that. and he was talking about all of you being equal in the family of Christ, right? He was saying that there's um, neither Jew nor Greek, nor the male nor female, nor
Right.
slave nor free. You all share equally the inheritance, right? That's
Right.
what he was talking about. And then
Right.
the history behind the Revelation uh, apocalyptic text that says, in the last days I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your
Mhm.
daughters shall prophesy. That is
Right.
the prophecy from Joel,
Right.
chapter 2. That is
Right.
a Hebrew, a part of the Hebrew apocalyptic text of the day of the Lord. And Peter actually quotes Joel on the day of Pentecost. He quotes that specific part as a sign that the day of the Lord was coming, because on the day of Pentecost, when they started speaking in different languages, Peter thought that that was the pouring of the Spirit upon all flesh. And he thought that the day of the Lord was getting ready to come. So the reason why it says in Joel, I'm going to pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your son and your daughter shall prophesy, your women shall dream dreams, the slave and the even the small and great and the enslaved, is because in ancient Israel, it was the men who were the prophets who did the prophesying.
Hmm.
And so what he was saying, like in the last days, none of that would matter, because of the dire warning of how horrible the day of the Lord would be.
Right.
Everybody would be prophesying, because the day of the Lord is a horrible day where your God comes back with his Messiah, and his chosen go through, and they are robbing houses, dashing babies' heads against a stone, stabbing men, and raping women. All that do not say Lord, Lord will be thrust through. And the only ones that would be saved is the ones that call on the name of the Lord. And so he's saying that day is such a terrible day that the warning needs to be so great that everybody's going to be prophesying the warnings, the signs of the day of the Lord. That's what Joel was saying. And when Peter quotes it and when John quotes it in Revelation, that's what he's referring to.
Right. So my question is, if so, we say misogyny, and I want to bring it back, like, because we're there, but drifted a little bit. So if we say that the crux is misogyny, would that not speak to the fact that God is saying, and I'm just saying, generalization, that the Bible is saying that, okay, yes, you all are all jacked up culturally, you got all this kind of stuff, but then I don't care if men or women, the warning is still going, the message still need to go forth for women and men, and that you all are
Why are
wrong
women
for.
getting raped when your God comes back and not just getting killed like the men? Why are the men just being stabbed with swords? Why are the women getting raped when he comes back?
Real quick, thinker.
Yeah.
What was that website you used for the scriptures?
GreekCenter.org. Why does your God want women to get raped and not just killed like the men? Men get stabbed by the sword, they get thrust through. Women get raped. Why?
Hold on. What? I get what you're saying. I'm processing a couple different things at the same time. Um, you're saying in the day of the Lord, why would women be getting raped?
Yeah, why are they getting raped and not just killed like the men? Like, why is your God allowing women to get raped the day that he returns?
Well, from my understanding, and I think it sucks, but would that not, if the day of the Lord and the Lord returns at that point, would there be, because my understanding of the end times and the return and all this stuff is that the world would be so broken and corrupted at that point that
Except it's your God commanding the raping. It's your God's consecrated ones doing the raping. Why
okay.
is he commanding that?
Let me pull that up. Let me read that scripture.
Isaiah 13.
Gotcha. I'm gonna pull that up because, I wish I could.
I got it right here.
Okay, appreciate it. Let me see that because I would love to check that out. I
This
appreciate
is
it.
You're welcome. This is the day of the Lord. This is what Jesus refers to in Matthew 24. The oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah son of Amos saw. On a bare hill raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exulting ones to execute my anger. Listen, a tumult on the mountains, as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms, of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of the heavens, the Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflamed. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant, and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped.
Continue. Well, sorry. I guess I have to keep going. I'm just looking at. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I just read down to the raped part.
I got you. Let me see. I'm stirring up the needs against them who have no regard for. Okay. It's interesting. I've read that, but I never. I guess, and I have to go back and look at that version because it didn't. I clearly did not do what I was supposed to do on that end. So I'll check that out for sure. Because I think that's interesting. Okay. I have to. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna have to go dig that a little bit more because I hadn't. I can admit when I'm missing something.
Yeah. And Matthew 24:29, Jesus quotes Isaiah here. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, right, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. Here it is right here. For the stars of the heavens and the constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. This is what Jesus is quoting here in Isaiah 7 as a sign of the day of the Lord. In Revelation, quotes Isaiah as well several times. Isaiah 13, Isaiah 14, Isaiah 63, Isaiah 62, and Isaiah 65. The apocalyptic text that y'all are reading in Revelation is referring to the day of the Lord in Isaiah and Joel and Zephaniah. But my question is,
Right.
why do the women have to get raped if your God isn't subjugating women?
Well, I don't know why. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why women have to get grades. I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't know why that's the case, and I'll admit that. I can admit that as somebody who, you know, like I said, I'm open to understanding, and so I did not know. I don't know why that's the case. Now, I can't speak to. I can't speak to. I can't speak to the. Do I think that that quantifies the full scope of you know the entire church and everybody who's a Christian being a misogynist and subjugating women? I don't know if I can really correlate those two, because I do know that that is not the case in my experience and how we live and what I understand about the Bible. But what I will do is I am willing to go and like I say, I will dig into that and see if I can learn more. If that
I
makes
think
sense.
a
Like
lot, yeah, but I think a lot of people in the chat, also in the YouTube chat, like there's so many people typing the answer for you, and the answer is because men wrote that shit. And somebody on YouTube said maybe because barbaric men wrote the Bible, and that's the answer.
I
That's
mean,
the answer.
because the alternative, honestly, if you really think about it, in your mind, whatever you envision a God to be, I'm assuming that it would behave in ways that are better than humans, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, under what understanding or through what perspective could a God commission on the great day of his anger? Why he would have one to begin with is beyond me. But I think Thinker's question is very, very important here. Why would it be needed for women to be humiliated in that way to a God that values women as much as men? What would be the purpose for that? You all believe that everything that God does serves a purpose. What would be the purpose for that if this God truly saw humans as valuable? But for him to have a different type of torment, one that's very humiliating, one that's just, I don't even want to go into what that does to a woman. Why would that be required? Why would your God even say that? And then your Jesus double down on it. What does that say about them and their character? Does that sound divine or does that sound human to you?
Dark
And
Luna,
dark,
don't fucking tell me to stop. Get your ass out of here.
I was about to
See
say the
what I'm
same
talking
thing.
about? This is what I'm talking about. Like they sit and they listen to stuff that they can't handle, and then they fucking whine as if their inability to actually handle what's in your book is my problem.
You tell your God to stop telling folks to do shit like that. It's not Thinker. She's just reading the book.
And I'm just processing what you said. I'm just processing. That's it.
I guess when we have these types of conversations, it just reminds me of a person who I had this conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and we were talking about this analogy of like a worn out jacket. Like you've got a jacket that you've had since childhood. It's warm and it's familiar, and it's how people recognize you. But you've noticed over time that it's starting to break down. Like it doesn't fit like it used to. Like the stitching is coming undone. There's some patches on it. That some you put on, some other people put on. You don't keep it because it fits. You don't keep it because you're proud of it anymore. You usually keep it because you're afraid of what it means to take it off. And that's how I think a lot of people who come to this place that you are with, understanding that this belief system perpetuates a lot of things that don't represent you as a person. And it's in the book, like, right? These are words that are in the book that have been preserved. It's clear that this God says that this is what's going to happen on his day of judgment. So either mentally, you're going to have to figure out a way to do some mental gymnastics and justify that and excuse it away, or, throw that thought terminating cliche, his ways are higher than ours. He knows the end from, you're going to have to justify it in some way. And it's that mental gymnastic routine that so many Christians do that I don't understand. Because when I read this as a woman, I would certainly hope that I would read it as a man the same way and say, this is not okay. This is simply not okay. We just had a conversation about the vast majority of us as non-believers. We're not out here fucking up people. We're not doing anything to anybody. We just want to live our lives. But because we haven't been convinced that a God that can decree something like this is all good, then we deserve this. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So I feel you on that. I'm like I said, I'm processing it objectively, like legitimately. And I have to, and the reality is what that does is that's why I like listening to you guys, because you always bring interesting conversations that I have to dive myself in. I do have a question though. And this is just because you guys have some good thoughts on that topic. When we say we want a God that operates outside of, acts beyond a human. And I'm just, this is me just kind of, my brain is going in many different directions right now. But is it a fair assessment to hold and then this is going to sound really crazy, but I'm processing it myself. Is it a fair
I'll
assessment?
go ahead and answer you. Yes, because that God uses humans to communicate. The God's sovereignty is executed through human bodies. He's not executing his sovereignty on his own. So yes, if he uses humans to communicate, if he uses humans to execute his anger, then yes, it is a fair assessment to question and to judge that entity. Did I get your question right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first part. I was thinking from a grand scale, like sovereignty, and but from a grand scale, and it is like I said, this part that I said would sound crazy because I'll admit some of it sound crazy. Is the idea of like the concept of morality and what's right and what's wrong, and I'm curious as to how do we quantify, like we have our own understanding of what we think is right and what we think is wrong perfectly. And I've had these conversations with people, and this is one of those questions where I'd like to dive into other thoughts of yours when we talk about morality. If a God is outside of if the God is transcendent or the supreme being, if it's a transcendent concept outside of the realm of us, but uses us to do things and we do things, however we do them, would that not how do we hold the same level of morality? How do we hold the same standard of morality from a human's perspective to a God's perspective? And I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Like my morals are higher than your God's. I don't want your God's morals. Your God saw that it would be okay for women and children to be enslaved for life while allowing men to work off debt for 6 years and go free. Your God saw that it was okay to set up supremacy culture and discriminate against people who were not ethnically Israelite. Your God saw that it was okay to allow people to starve in Egypt while he gave Joseph the dream to hoard all of the wheat so that they would sell their land, give all of their money, and then beg to be enslaved so that they could control all the resources, setting up capitalism. I don't like your God. I don't want his morals.
That's fair. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I'm right. I get what you're saying. I mean, I'm saying though, do we? And this is more of an existential question. If a God that is outside of our realm, in our understanding of right and wrong, how do we judge? Like, and this is really an honest question.
I guess what I'm confused about that question though. How are you saying that it is outside of our understanding of what's right and wrong? Two parts. When it is humans who are communicating what they believe a God said to them is right or wrong. And when there are people that are doing it now, like you are not a slave today because humans said, fuck what your God says. Because your God condones slavery and never condemns it. And because humans decided that you being enslaved, your ancestors being enslaved, you are not a slave today. That didn't come from a God.
Well, that's a tough one because
it didn't come from a God. It came from humans. It might have come from people who believe in a God. It came from people who did not believe in a God. There were multiple types of people fighting for the abolition of slavery and the freedom
Right.
of your ancestors. But your God in this book, the only thing your God is consistent on in this book is slavery. And who should be enslaved and who should be the master. Your God never condemns slavery. Humans did that.
That's interesting. Okay. So if that's the case, then how do we deal with the idea of, many of the, like you said, mentioned yourself, many of the leaders and many of the abolitionists and things were devout Christians and believed that they were empowered by God and what they believed the Bible said to fight against this. Like, I'm curious, how do we reconcile those two ideas?
How do you reconcile the fact that the Southern Baptist Convention exists today for the sole purposes that they believe that a God gave them the right to own slaves? That is why the Southern Baptist Convention exists.
Yeah, correct, and they're wrong. But
No. You don't get to say they're wrong. Like,
right,
especially when you're asking the question that you're asking.
okay,
You had a entire group of pastors who went to the General Assembly and gave speeches and used your Bible to justify their
right,
right to own African Americans, and won unanimously because they used the Bible and the history of slavery in Israel. And then you have a group of people from all walks of life, whether they believed in your God or not, that fought for the abolition of slavery. You don't get to assign that just to your God. But there was one side who believed in your God wholeheartedly, who fought to keep your ancestors enslaved and used the very book that you believe in today to do it.
You
And
have
then they took that same book into the continent and took the resources and the lands from your ancestors, descendants, and they still doing it to this day.
you
yeah.
have to ask
Sorry, go
yourself,
ahead.
yeah, you have to ask yourself, like during the era of American slavery, when Christian abolitionists and Christian slaveholders both claimed divine support, whose side was God on? I think it's a bit unfair to just say, oh, well, abolitionists were Christian. You're right. They were. And they were fighting against Christians who wanted to keep slavery. And the
Right,
only thing consistent is that they both claimed to worship the same God.
right,
They both used the Bible to justify their stance. What does that say
right.
about the God? The fact that it was able to be used to justify their stance.
What
If
does that?
if
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
yeah, if the same holy book can be used to both support oppression and liberation, what does that say about the book's clarity? And what does it, or does it say that people are interpreting it to their own preferences?
Yeah, but we could also make, I agree with you that you look at, okay, how can you use the same book to do two different things? But I think, does that not speak more to human interpretation versus the God itself? And this is an honest question
Sure.
because it speaks more to,
Let's look at the text and let's be honest right quick, because what the abolitionists had to do was actually take scriptures that say love your neighbor as you love yourself. They had to take scriptures that say Jesus said, I came so that you can have life and have it more abundantly. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom.
right,
There is absolutely not one statement in this book that says do not own your fellow humans for life. Do not enslave your fellow humans. But there are statements in this book that says do not treat an Israelite as a slave. Do not sell an Israelite as a slave. But everybody else you can enslave, and you can keep them as property for life. You can pass them down to your children. You can treat them as slaves. There are multiple scriptures. Obey your slave master. Do it with fear and trembling. It is the will of God. Don't do it trying to please men. Do it trying to please God. Obey your slave master as you would obey Christ. Very explicit. The abolitionists had to maneuver and finesse your book to convince other humans that the act of owning other humans was inhumane.
for sure. No, I agree with you. I'm saying I agree that they use the Bible, they use things like that, and that's what I mentioned earlier, that there are so many different people who have taken these scriptures, they then turn and twist them,
You're
taking away
not
the
here. No, 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 nope. They
what
didn't turn
what
and twist. They didn't.
Listening.
Exactly. You're not listening. They didn't turn and twist anything because your book explicitly says that slavery is okay. It endorses slavery. What they had to twist was the other scriptures to get people to stop, to get people to believe that the book does not endorse slavery. They had to do the opposite. That's what you're not hearing, because
Like
there's nothing in this book that says slavery is wrong.
the oppressors and the slave masters were the one following the book to the T. The other
Right.
ones that wanted slavery not to continue had to like those scriptures they use were not even referring to anybody else but the Israelites. All of the oh yeah, love your neighbor as yourself. The other people used it to colonize. Oh, we're not supposed to love anybody that's not in our circle. Why supremacy? That's what that is right now. Like the twisting happened when they tried to make it a good thing. When they try to use the words for good, that's when the twisting happened. They didn't twist nothing about slavery. It's in there verbatim.
And I think we can grant you that we know Christianity isn't a monolith. Like, there's definitely pluralism baked into Christianity at this point,
right.
because not all Christians believe the same things. But I guess that then begs the question: if if we recognize that, then what does the term Christian values really mean?
That is a great question,
If
because a lot
yeah,
of people are, not, and that like I said, I agree with that. I think, and as I mentioned earlier, I agree that I think that the whole concept, like you said, of Christian values, like if we take that term, I think that's become a politicized term. I think that the whole concept of that has been turned into a political and cultural movement, as opposed to what does that really mean? What does that really
right.
look like? And how do we really live that out?
But
And the God, oh, go
that's
ahead.
not, hang on just a second, because that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
Okay.
the fact that you brought up morality as an objective standard created by this God. But
Mhm.
in this conversation alone, we can see where the Christian morality even evolved, because there were Christians back in the day that were pro-slavery, and there were Christians
Right.
back in the day that were anti-slavery. Those
Right.
pro-slavery denominations, many of them have come out publicly and repented or apologized for their previously held views. That
Right.
shows you that morality evolves even under your
Right.
Christian umbrella. So where is the objectivity that this God creates? Every single time believers point to, well, objective morality, where is it? Give me one example of an objective moral that this God has enacted or required or even proposes. No one has yet been able to do that. And if it's going to be objective, it has to apply to him as well.
Do not type in all caps in my comments. I
Right.
will objectively mute you for the entire live. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
See, it's crazy you're asking that. I've had that topic up on my live for like maybe two weeks now, and I just keep getting attacked. I'm like, at the end of the day, like y'all are the ones that are claiming that you get objective morality. I'm just asking you, where is it at? I'm just asking you to show me where it is. I'm not
Well,
saying you don't have it. Just show me where it is.
okay. Well, we'll use what was mentioned earlier. So if we say love your neighbors, you love yourself. That is objective. Is that fair to say?
No, it can't be.
Why not?
What does objective mean?
Objective means that there's no bias or any of those things. This is you are called to love people. And you are called to. You know what? You're right. Now that I think about it, the way I said, the way that love your neighbor, because if you don't love yourself, then you'll treat people all kinds of ways. So
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, you're right. That's a fair catch. Appreciate that.
Objective
But
means mind independent. That's literally the
right,
definition of objective.
right.
Morals, by definition, cannot be objective. They're value judgments. If I can deem something as good, I use this example all the time. When you think about relationships, most people say, you're in a relationship with somebody, you have to communicate every day. No, to love me is to leave me the fuck alone. I am a loner. I am an introvert. So what's good for me may not be good for you. And even on a broader scale, what one culture deems as appropriate, moral, acceptable is going to be very different than another culture. In the States, we put metal in our children's mouths to straighten their teeth. Like other countries would look and they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? But over on the continent, there may be tribal markings that they put on themselves too that has significance for them. Many people in the States look at that and be like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? It is not this moral standard. This objective standard that people like to think that it is. And if you really think about it, what is something that's considered moral? Something that is good. Good is a value judgment. Bad is a value judgment.
And how do we judge good?
I think by its impact on people around us. I don't know why we act like absent of God, we don't have common sense. I know if I swing my arm and you're standing right in front of me, it's going to hit you. I know that hitting you is not a pleasant experience. Then I'm not going to swing my arm. It's almost as if we think that absent of God, our brains are just unplugged. And that's just not the case. A vertical system of morality is always going to be more beneficial than a horizontal system of morality, because we're looking at how our actions impact those around us. We're looking at the results of our actions as opposed to looking up to something else to be told what we should be doing and not paying any attention to what those actions do to the people around us.
And I think that you might not have taken a look at the fact that your morals are based on, a set of standards that come from a sacred text and a feeling of indebtedness that you have to a God or to a Savior, right? And then a future reward. And so because of that, if we were to pull up something that we might consider immoral, that your God told the Israelites to do, it would be difficult for you to call that thing immoral. Like you can't call a spade, right? Or a thing, because of your dedication to this sacred text.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things I want to respond to, but yes. Yes, your moral compass for people who are believers do base their moral compass off of the ancient text. Yes, that is correct. Fee, you mentioned earlier about morality. We know something's good based off of you swing your arm, you hit somebody, you know that's not good to hit somebody, and it affects people in the long run. Is that I heard that correctly? I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yeah.
So the challenge that I have, though, is that we mentioned earlier that morality is subjective when it comes to us. So, and this is why I brought up like the objective, like universal morality, because from a personal perspective, like morality is very subjective. I mean, you have other cultures that'll tell you that hitting somebody is normal, and so it's like it's hard to really gauge it. And I think that's wherein lies the idea that we need something. That's where lies the idea that we need something beyond ourselves, right?
What has that beyond ourselves done for us? How has that helped humanity in any way whatsoever in 2025? Tell me what it's done.
And you're
You also aren't making any sense. Just because people in one society, like you live in America, right? There are things that America think is okay to do that you don't think is okay to do, and you don't participate in them because you don't think that is okay to do for you.
Right.
Isn't that correct?
Right.
Right, and that's what Fee is talking about, right? A personal, ethical framework for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yes, I do have my own beliefs and systems and things that I do adhere to. I have my own codes of honor, but I think there's also I think one of the challenges with some of the conversations is that there's a fundamental, I guess, misunderstanding of what it means to truly, follow Christ in many aspects. So, and I think that's where a lot of people mess stuff up. But going back to what we were saying is, yes, there are certain things that I don't agree with in society that we agree with that I don't participate in, and if I think that it is
there are things that you don't agree with within Christianity that you don't participate in.
I think we just read a scripture in Isaiah to demonstrate that.
Right. Like you are going to do right what feels right to you regardless. But the thing is it's calling a spade and being able to speak out on universal harmful behaviors like
Right.
slavery, right? And so because like if someone comes to you and say like we see the immigration issue, right? And we see people using the Bible to justify that, churches putting on their marquee boards, the heavens got the original laws to immigration, right? Using Nehemiah, right, as justification for what Nehemiah did when they came back in from Babylon, and they came back into the Levant area, and they was cleaning out the Jerusalem from the foreigners that had settled there, right? And they start making laws in
Right.
America. God don't want Americans having babies or having sex with immigrants. God
Yes.
wants
Ridiculous.
nationality and blah blah. America is God.
Right.
Are you gonna
That's
speak
ridiculous.
out? Like, are you gonna speak out when they show you in the Bible where Nehemiah and your God said that the Israelites are not to intermix and be holy and be ye separate?
Yeah, but yeah, I absolutely. I mean, in a 2025 setting for sure. I trust me. Like I
What
had these
changed? Why
conversations.
2025? Like, what changed?
Well, the reason I say that is because the reason a lot of those things were given to not mix with the other cultures was because of the spiritual mixing that existed.
What
Because
spiritual
they,
mixing? What
because
spiritual mix? I'm sorry. Hold on.
I'm sorry,
What
go ahead.
changed? What changed from your God and His command to be ye holy and be separate,
Right.
right? That Nehemiah used then,
Correct.
right? What changed now, today?
But they're talking in that context when they said that it was talking about the other cultures were pagan in nature, and God did not want them to mix with the pagan cultures that existed outside of Israel. I mean,
But you
that's
know
what
what
that's about.
pagan meant back then, right? Because you do know that the Israelites were polytheistic. Pagan just meant non-Israelite. That's all pagan really meant. The definition, that understanding that y'all have of pagan today is more modernized. Back then, a pagan was just someone who was not an Israelite. It was another word for goyim. It was another word for Gentile. That's all it meant back then. The
So,
Israelites were
right.
polytheistic. The Israelites worshipped other gods. They started out that way. That didn't have anything to do with idol worship. It was just ethnicity.
but it was not ethnicity though. That's what I'm
It
saying.
was
Like
ethnicity.
the recap.
Historically, it was ethnicity.
Okay,
You can
continue.
ask for sources for that moments.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I having looked into that, but I'll definitely let me put that down too, because I that is not that because when I look at I in that those scriptures and in that concept, I'm pretty confident that they're talking. The reason that God said that was because of the mixing of the different the paganism, because of the belief systems, because of the blood, all of that stuff. There was a purity that existed within the in that he had
What because
specifically
of
said
what blood? What blood? Like, you're
because
talking
of.
about their ethnicity, that blood, their DNA.
Let me see here.
What
No,
blood? What
yes.
other blood? Spiritual blood?
Forgive me. Forgive me. That is a
The DNA?
that is, you know what? I'll concede that. I'll say that was part of it, but I'm going to tell you that the context of that, I will say that's part of it, that we don't mix the culture. So we'll say that. All right, we'll give you that. That we don't mix. I'll concede that point and say, yes, they didn't want to mix the cultures. However, in the same context, that overarching thing was because he did not want Israel to mix with the different pagan belief systems
They
and the different
started
concepts.
out polytheistic. They
Right. But if they,
started out worshiping other gods, and and they continued to. They continued to. And
and
then
was
your
that
God,
not
like
right?
honestly, I don't think that y'all have even paid attention enough, like reading your book. Your God at one point had them setting up pillars to him. And then by the time you get to Deuteronomy, he says, I don't like pillars. I ain't never told nobody to put up no pillar. His whole personality changes because the God changes.
I love your God voice thing.
Like, because I feel like he's goofy as fuck. Like, one moment he like put up an altar and sacrifice. The next moment he like, I ain't say that shit.
And isn't that like That's kind of spoken about in the JEDP, the documentary hypothesis, about those differences between, yeah, I want a pillar, yeah, sacrifice your kids, nope, don't sacrifice your kids. It's like the difference
Yes.
between the, yeah. So if you haven't read the documentary Hypothesis Moment, I would definitely suggest that you look into that.
Hypothesis moment. All right, go ahead. Yep, I'm listening.
What did you just write down?
Hypothesis moment. What?
That
No,
ain't right.
I
Ain't
said
this what you said?
No, I called you Moment because that's your screen name. I
Oh,
was
I thought it was called. I thought you. I've never heard of it, so I
Oh my
thought you said it was
gosh.
hypothesis
Oh my
moment. I'm
God.
sorry.
No, it's
My
called the
apologies.
it's called the documentary hypothesis or the JEDP hypothesis. That was
Oh,
fucking
I'm tripping. My
hilarious.
bad. I told bro. I thought you. Hey, listen. I totally disconnected from my name and everything.
You
All
can
right,
come in here and be
I'm
like the
locked
moment
in.
hypothesis. That was the moment that everything came
Yeah,
to fruition.
hypothesis moment. I'm like, I was about to be looking for it. Like, bro, what? I missed something. All right, so the documentary
Hypothesis.
hypothesis. Okay,
It's also referred to as the JEDP or JEPD.
JEDP. Okay, I'll check it out. Now, boy, I'm tripping. All right, the JEDP. That's fair. All right, cool. JEDP. All right.
You
Yeah.
said, what did you just write down?
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that because I definitely thought you said the hypothesis moment. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I didn't even realize. Yeah, I'm tripping. The documentary, yeah, hypothesis. Okay, put that down. All right, perfect. Okay. Yeah, all right, continue. I'm with it.
I think like another thing when you're studying the documentary hypothesis, you and seeing like reading from the perspective of the authors of the Torah, right? And then
Right.
as you learn to peep the the contextual clues as to who's writing, whether it is the Yahwehist in the south, or whether it is the polytheist in the north, or the Deuteronomistic histories, or the priest writing.
Mhm.
Take that skill set and then apply it to the prophets, right? When Jeremiah is writing, when Ezekiel is writing, when Isaiah is writing, and notice how the morals of the God changes as the writer changes, as the prophet changes. And then read the Gospels. And then notice how each writer of the Gospels have a different perspective on who this Jesus is. And then read Paul. And then see how Paul has a different perspective on who this Christ is. And then read the pastoral epistles. And then see their different perspective on who Jesus is. And then read Revelations. And what Revelation, and then what you're going to see is the different personalities of this God from a very human perspective. And when the book says that the Bible is the inspired written word of God, it'll make sense why it's saying that it's inspired, because it's men over a period of hundreds of years writing from the perspective of what they believe the divine is saying to them about how to live in their time. And then today we have people reading this text, and then some writing new text, and saying that this is the inspiration of what the Holy Ghost is telling them we are supposed to do today.
Right. So yeah, no, I do think there's a lot of things. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of things that are cultural that were for that time and place, and then now today, unfortunately, people kind of
Hold on, you
misunderstand the
missed the
point of
point of
Christ.
that.
Oh, did
I'm
I?
not
I'm
talking
sorry.
about the culture. The point of that is for you to hear the different voices,
Oh
for
yes,
you to
no, for
see the
sure.
different perspectives, right? For you to understand why you know how people say, oh, there's contradictions in the book.
Right,
The reason that there are contradictions in the book is because the book isn't one voice. It isn't one thought. It isn't
right.
one God.
Yeah, it's like
It's
44 different authors from 1500-year period, etc.
and they all had a different idea of a God. Some of
Right.
them were polytheistic, and some of them wrote from that polytheistic belief. Jeremiah was very monotheistic, and Jeremiah was Yahweh's like side chick. Jeremiah was Yahweh's like. So when you read from Jeremiah's perspective, It's going to be very monotheistic and fuck all the other gods and kill them bitches. And that's how Jeremiah was.
Mm.
When you get to Ezekiel's God doesn't punish children for the sins of their father to the third and fourth generation. Ezekiel's God didn't ask for sacrifices. So it's different perspectives, different voices. That's my point. And just like when we talk to a lot of y'all believers on this live every day, all of y'all got a different God. None of y'all got the same God.
That's very true.
Because you got one of your fellow Christians in the comments telling us that, you know, it's really simple. Either follow Jesus or burn eternally forever. Like they come in here. We've got the prophetess come in here that, you know, comes in yelling and screaming about our damnation and the things that she's prophesied that are going to happen to us. I mean, some of y'all are just unhinged. I mean, you seem to be one of the more rational ones, and, you know, I've enjoyed the conversation. But, I mean, it's just, I think at a certain point, you got to look at, it may be that, going back to that jacket thing, like, it may be that this is familiar. It's all that you've known. It's what you've grown accustomed to. But what is it really? Where did it come from? How did it get started? And especially now that so many people are using it and creating 45,000 different denominations. And now that we talked to a tribe of Levi or somebody, make that 45,000
Yeah,
into
he was
one.
the son of Aaron. He said he was the son of Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had some conversations with folks on that train.
Yeah, like it comes to a point where, like, at least for me, like, things have to make sense, and everybody's not going to tell the same lie, but everybody's going to lie, right? So even though they have different versions of this God, what's at the core?
Where's the consistency?
Where's the consistency? Yeah,
right?
And you would
Slavery
think
is the only thing consistent in that book.
that's crazy too when you truly think about it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I totally understand from a perspective of, yes, the Bible, unfortunately, the slave Bible for sure was used to manipulate the minds of the slaves and manipulate the people. And then it was, that's true. But it
we're not
was.
talking about the slave Bible. We are talking about
I'm
yours.
saying the Bible was used and they gave the slaves the slave Bible. That's what I'm saying. They gave the slaves a slave Bible. They had their Bible, but they used both. They used it to manipulate the people. That's facts, right? We can agree with that.
They took out anything in there that had to do with rebellion, anything that talked about freedom.
Correct.
They took
Correct.
that out.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
But why are we talking about the slave Bible, though? We talking about what your Bible does.
No, I'm saying you had mentioned slavery and how it was used in slavery.
I said slavery is the only thing consistent in that book. That's the only thing consistent in that book.
But if in the same, and not that we were even going in this direction, but even if the same concept, if you say that they took out anything that had to do with freedom in order to maintain that structure, then they shifted what was being taught because
they took out the Israelites being set free from Egypt. That's all they took out. They didn't want the slaves thinking that they could rebel,
right,
and to be set free. They took out anything pertaining to the Israelites being set free in Egypt. They took out the scriptures about freedom, where the Spirit of the Lord is. Anything like that.
So would that not constitute, if the Bible is consistently in favor of slavery, why would there even be an idea?
Because they didn't want them. They didn't want the enslaved people getting ideas of rebellion, because there ain't nothing in that Bible that told the Israelites to break themselves out. They didn't want them getting ideas. You think them people didn't know how the human mind works?
Right. No, I'm agreeing with you. I see what you're saying. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I'm saying is your God is consistent on where it stands on slavery. And that is, it is condoned and endorsed and not condemned. That's the only thing your God is consistent on in that book.
Now, in response to that, can I ask you a question? We mentioned about how a lot of those things were for that time and in that culture. Do we not take that into consideration, because that was like culture back then? Was slavery meant a very different thing back then? It was not the same as what we know as the horrid, American slave trade. I mean, African American slave trade. What they did back then was not that. And so I'm curious.
Let's check that out. Let's check that out. Let's go. Let's check that out. So, I'm gonna read Leviticus to you. I'm gonna read Leviticus 39 through 46 to you, and I want you to tell me if you see any similarity to the structure. Right now, we're gonna talk about the structure. A lot of times, when I talk to believers, you try to combine structure and treatment. We can get to the treatment, but first, what I need you to do is focus on what is the slave structures that were in the antebellum South.
And Thinker, can I ask before you read, what
Yeah.
do you think was different? What specifically, before Thinker reads the verses, what part of the transatlantic slave trade is
Yeah, I
different?
like to start there too, Fee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So
I
let's.
didn't want to start there because
Oh,
I
go
wanted
ahead.
him
Oh,
to
I'm
Sorry.
identify
sorry.
the structures
Sorry.
first. No, it's okay. Go. He can go ahead, but I wanted him to identify the structures first.
Oh, were you talking about where you have the chains and the and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but when it talks about in scripture, it talks about the chains on their necks and the
That's why
different.
I said I didn't want to get to treatment. They always combine treatment
Yeah.
before. First, I need them to identify the structures.
Okay, yeah. So that's the difference he's talking about is the treatment.
Always
So
are. They
And that's
always
why
are.
yeah,
that's why I asked that question, because I wondered if that's where he was
yeah.
going.
That's what I thought we were talking about. I mean, we talking
No,
about.
that's why. Yeah,
My
no.
bad. Yeah.
That's why I said I don't want you to focus on the treatment yet. We can get to the treatment, but what I need you to focus on first is identifying the structures
Oh
that
yes,
were
of actually owning property and the different levels in which people were worth, and that's more what you're talking.
not even just the different the structures of slavery that we found that
In
were in
Leviticus.
the antebellum South and in ancient Israel. Because you
Right.
say that they're not, we can't compare them to, right? That they're not the same. We can't think about the antebellum South when we think about slavery in Israel because it's a different type of slavery. But what I want you to do first is identify the structures, right? We know that there were two different types of slavery in the antebellum South, right?
Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm a listener. I like to take it in.
All right. So if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. What institution of slavery is that?
You mean like a lifelong type slavery?
So I'm going to read it again. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. What type of slavery is that? Jubilee was either 6 years, every seventh year, or every 50th year. What type of slavery is that?
Uh, I don't know. Just I'll say
Indentured servitude.
indentured servitude. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's what I was thinking. But I didn't want to say it. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. And so, and that was in the antebellum South as well, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Who were the indentured servants in the antebellum South?
No, it was black people.
Nope.
No.
The
What?
indentured servants in
I
the
don't know. I mean, I'm asking. I'm inquiring.
Your question is kind of showing that you're not following the conversation.
No, we're talking about the antebellum South. So the indentured servants in the antebellum South were the Irish and the Europeans.
Correct. You're right. Yep. Gotcha.
That meant that they came over, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were under contract. They were slaves for 6 years. In the 7th year, they were set free, and they were given land. They were promised land.
Gotcha.
Okay, because they were white. Here, the Israelites are indentured servants because they are what? Who? Because they are who?
Who are dependent on you? Yes, you're talking about right.
Because they are Israelites. The
Okay.
Israelites get to be indentured servants because they are Yahweh's slaves. They are Israelites. They are holy. They are set apart. They are supreme, the superior ones. Like the Europeans were the superior ones. Make sense?
Okay.
Okay, that's one institution that we see in the antebellum South that we also see in ancient Israel. Verse 44, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. What type of slavery is this?
That is that is the, I don't know the correct name, but that is the bad kind. Go ahead, continue.
The lifetime chattel slavery.
Lifetime chattel. Gotcha.
The lifetime chattel slavery, where they could go to foreign lands, right?
Right.
Lands that are far away from them, which we see here in Deuteronomy 20 and 10. He tells them to do. Don't go to the lands of Canaan. Don't go to the Amorites. Don't go to the Perizzites. Kill them motherfuckers. But you can go far away to lands far away from Israel and convince them to become your slaves peacefully. If they don't, then kill all the men, take the women and children as your slaves, and take all their shit. This is what he tells them in Deuteronomy 20 and 10. They can get their slaves this way. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and it surrenders to you, then all the people in it will serve you at forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hands, put all the males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town. But the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, just as the Lord your God commanded, do not, so that they may not teach you to do all the things that they do for their gods. Annihilate them. Indeed, you must annihilate them. So the slaves that he's telling them to get up here are not the Canaanites. They're not the Amorites. They're not the Perizzites. He told them to annihilate them. Okay? So here we have the chattel slaves, the lifetime chattel slaves, are people from distant lands or people living in Israel who are tenant farmers. They're foreigners who have rented land from an Israelite. When their children are born in their land, their children become an Israelite slave. What does that sound like?
I'm sorry. That sounds like slavery. I'm taking it all.
In the antebellum South?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying that I'm listening. I have to process. My brain don't move that fast, so I'm just processing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking, does that sound like the structure of slavery in North America and the antebellum South?
In the antebellum South, if you're talking, no, the antebellum South, you just said it was limited.
No. It was limited for Europeans and Irish.
Right.
But for who was the lifetime slaves in the antebellum South?
Well, that would have been the African Americans.
African Americans.
Or Africans at the time, right?
Yep. Okay. So here you have lifetime slaves in Israel. Who were the lifetime slaves in ancient Israel?
The foreigners from the distant lands.
Yep. Or foreigners who did what?
Who resisted your, conquering and whatnot.
No, yeah, yeah. But for also foreigners who lived in Israel, and if they had children while the foreigner lived in Israel, the child automatically became the slave of the Israelite slave master. Does that sound like the African Americans or the slavery in the antebellum South for Black people? The structure, not the treatment, the structure.
No, it definitely has. Yeah, it definitely has clear parallels.
All right. So we've identified the two structures in the antebellum South. Now let's talk about the treatment. Are you familiar with Jeremiah 33, where the Israelites were not letting their Hebrew indentured servants go free?
Yes.
And what did your God tell them to do? Is it 33 or is it 31?
Oh, let
Is it
me.
43? What did he tell them to do? Like the Israelite slave masters were not letting they were holding the Hebrew slaves longer than their 7 years. They were maneuvering their contracts and not letting them out. I think it's chapter 31 or 33, maybe 32. God damn. I used to be able to recall this shit fast. I think I'm not getting enough sleep. Don't start asking me if I slept. Um, no, that's a new covenant. He didn't. They wasn't letting them go. So the God told Jeremiah to tell the Israelites, the slave masters, that if he didn't let them go, because their ancestors were also keeping them enslaved for longer. And he said, you said you wouldn't do what your ancestors did. Let them out of their contracts. Let them go. So they end up letting them go. And then they went and got them all back and put them back into slavery. And the antebellum South, are you there? Are you with me? Moment, are you there?
Here, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
In the antebellum South, the slave masters did the same thing with indentured servants here. They would maneuver their contracts and keep them enslaved longer than the 7 years so they wouldn't have to lose labor, or so they wouldn't have to give land. They
Right.
would, if the men couldn't pay the slave master for all the money they spent on their wives, if their wives had a child while they were enslaved, while they were under contract, if they couldn't pay that slave master back within 30 days, then the man was put under a year contract, automatically extended. And the slave master would get a woman pregnant, and then he would put the baby on an indentured servant. And if the indentured servant couldn't pay the slave master for the money that he spent on his own damn child, he was extending contract.
Right.
And so here in Jeremiah, they were doing the same thing. Right? So a lot of times people say that indentured servitude or debt slavery is the good kind of slavery, as if it didn't have opportunity for it to be abused and for people to be mistreated. Right? You have the story of the concubine who was a enslaved woman to the Levite in Judges 19. Because now we're getting into the treatment part.
Right.
Right? And are you familiar with the concubine woman?
Yeah. If
What
I'm
happened
honest,
with
it's
her?
been a
Really
long time.
quickly, can you tell me what happened to her?
Like I said, I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's been a very long time, and I would admit that I've walked away for a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. But go
You
ahead.
lie a lot.
What'd you say?
You lie a lot.
How so?
You've been lying since you got up here. You lie a lot.
Okay, I'm not really sure where you get that, but okay.
Because this is like the second time that I say, are you familiar with this? And then you'll say, yeah. And I'll ask you, tell me a little bit about it so that I don't have to give you a synopsis. And then you'll say that you can't remember.
That's fair. Yep. I should be more disciplined with what I say. I am heard of I will say, I have heard it. It's been a long time. I do not have that for you.
I wasn't like, I'm just asking, like, what do you know about it so that I don't have to go into it? Like, the main important thing about it, if we're talking about the treatment of the slaves in ancient Israel and comparing that to the antebellum South, what would I bring up out of that story?
I mean, I'm here.
It's okay.
I'm listening.
She was killed and raped. Right.
Right.
She was the concubine. She ran away from him. He went and got her. The Levites came. The Benjamites came to sodomize him while he was in the land of Benjamin. He threw her out, told them to rape her all night, abuse her all night. They brought her back half dead. He took her home. He cut her body up, and he mailed it out to the Israelites as a rallying call.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There were women in the antebellum South forced to marry, sleep with, have babies of slave masters, and were they hung, killed by the slave masters?
Yes.
In the story in Isaiah, when the God tells Jeremiah, when he tells them the punishments of them being in chains, and Egypt being in chains, that
Right.
they're going to follow behind Cyrus in chain, butt naked, with their asses hanging out, barefoot with their buttocks hanging out, in chains. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely parallels there for sure.
In Exodus 21, the goring ox. If an ox was to harm a free woman, a free man, or a free child, then the ox was put to death, and
Right.
the ox owner was put to death because that ox had killed a free man, a free woman, and a free child. But if the ox killed a slave, then the ox owner had to pay 30 shekels for the slave because the slave wasn't free. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Tell me why that sounds familiar.
Well, I told you it sounds familiar. Like I've heard that before. I'm not
I'm
gonna.
talking about how does it compare to the
Oh
antebellum
yeah.
South?
Well, from the parallels. The parallels of slavery that we know that. Everything that you're saying is what they've used and utilized in the modern day slavery. I'm agreeing with you on that.
The reason why that compares to the antebellum South is because in Virginia they used Exodus 21 explicitly for the laws pertaining to the value of a slave if a slave master were to kill a slave. They used Exodus 21. There is also Exodus 21 20. If a slave master were to beat a slave and that slave dies immediately, then the slave master is punished. Like he's put on trial. If he lives 2 days and then dies later, nothing happens because the slave is his money. That was also used in Virginia and the early antebellum South pertaining to slave laws. Right. So when people say that we can't compare the slavery in this book to the antebellum South, when the structures of slavery, indentured servitude and chattel slavery, supremacy and slavery by ethnicity or slavery by race, going to foreign lands to enslave, being able to beat your slaves, slave masters not being held accountable unless they can prove that they intentionally murdered the slave, women being subjugated, made to bear children for slave masters or the slave masters' wives. We got Hagar, we got Bilhah, Zilpah, Rebecca. Who else? Leah. What was Leah's slave? Is that Bilhah and Zilpah? Having to sleep with the Israelites because their wives were barren. It's the same structures. Now, with that being said, do you still see anything different between the antebellum South?
No, it's very similar. It's much more parallel than I realized.
Most people, when we talk to them, when they say it's not the same, they focus on the treatment.
Right.
And I think even if none of that, the treatment wasn't there, the issue that I have is that people want to focus on the treatment as if owning another human as property is excusable, isn't an okay thing. Like, we shouldn't even have to talk about treatment. We shouldn't have to go that far. Just the fact that your God said it was okay to take the autonomy, the self-agency of another human away on the grounds of ethnicity alone is a problem.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Do we not think? Yes. I mean, no. I think that I'm like I said, I'm processing, and as I'm learning things and growing, and I realize there's a lot of a lot of places I need to go tighten up on my study. Be real with you, and really go back and so yeah, that's real. Do we think that? And this is an honest question. Like, do we think that? Well, no, that's not really a good question. So let me say that again. No, I think that's interesting. I'm gonna have to do a dive into the parallels of the two, because I understood it to an extent, but I didn't see the parallels in particularly that aspect. So I will concede that on that end.
I think a good book for you to read is Dr. Bowen's book, Does the God of the Old Testament Condone Slavery, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And in Volume 2, he lays out all of the slave laws in the ancient Near East. And I think it's eye-opening to see the Babylonians get laws from their gods, and their gods have more mercy than yours. It's interesting to see that it's the God of Israel that introduced lifetime slavery without a pathway to freedom, where Egypt had chattel slavery, but they had pathways to freedom. Babylon didn't have lifetime chattel slavery. Their slavery was 3 years. Their debt slavery was 3 years. Your God's debt slavery doubled that to 6. And then he had lifetime slavery for foreigners.
Slavery.
I think it's interesting.
It
if
is.
You study the laws of other nations during that time.
Mm-hmm. Does the God of the Bible, the Old Testament, condone slavery? That's the book, right?
Mm-hmm. Dr. Joshua Bowen.
Joshua. What was that last name?
Bowen.
Joshua Bowen. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So, would the
Yes.
similarities between biblical slavery and the slavery in the antebellum South be more disturbing to you than just the idea that God is okay with slavery?
I definitely would have to go. I would have to lean to the side of. That's tough. They're both awful. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, the idea that God condones slavery is definitely a challenging thing to process. But then at the same time, the parallels of in Annabelle South, and they're using the Bible to parallel these things and implement that stuff for any human being, I think is awful. So, I mean, it's tough, because what that does is you have a challenge of moral and ethic, personal, and then you have a challenge of faith.
Faith in what regard?
You have a challenge in the faith of your God, because I can be honest and say, when you see these things, and if they're not on the forefront and you haven't done the deep study to really say, okay, all right, why is this, and this, then you find yourself in a situation where, you know what, let me go back and ask myself some questions, which I'm open to, and so I do think that, there's a lot of other sides of this that have to be taken into consideration. But I think in this particular context, it's definitely something I need to really ask myself questions about.
I guess I just don't see the other sides, right? I see, for me personally, when I read Leviticus 25, I think it's verse 44 that says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have," that's pretty much all I need to read. If this decree is coming from a God that supposedly created every human on earth and is supposed to be the arbiter of all that is good, why would it ever say anything like that? Treatment be damned. Servitude, length of time, it doesn't matter. The male and female slaves whom you may have is problematic in and of itself. So what am I deep diving for? What other perspectives are there other than those that we can create to try to justify this? And going back to what I said before, pretzel twist our minds into a way to make it justifiable. That just doesn't make any sense. That's a whole lot of heavy lifting for me. When the words say what the words say, I know what slavery means. I know what the institution of slavery is. I know that it's deplorable. I know that I would never want to be in it, nor would I want anybody to be subjugated to that. I know what that is. Why are we doing these mental gymnastics in order to preserve, again, to try to make this jacket fit? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, but right. No, I know what I'm talking about is the other side that I say taking context is the path, I guess, for truth. So it's like, for example, if I get to a place where if we do our research and we say, okay, we've come to the conclusion, like if the evidence says the Bible is true, like this is a true thing, right? Then we are all, believers and non-believers, forced to face the reality of, if the evidence says that the Bible is, if this is true, then the claims of the Bible are true. And that means we are forced to accept the good and the bad that's in it because it's true. But if it's not true, then we're put in a position where now we're just arguing a myth. And so that's what I mean. Other context things and things you have to look into is getting deeper into the aspects of, is this true? Like we see it on the paper.
But you do realize that there are individual claims in here, right? The claim of it coming from a God is an entirely different claim. You realize that, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Like with you saying that, okay, for example, the Israelites in Egypt, being enslaved in Egypt, that's a different claim than were the Israelites in Babylon. One of them is true and one of them is not. Does that negate the entire book as a and makes the entire book mythological?
No. The claim, no. The claims, one claim being true and one claim not being true doesn't discount or validate the entire document. No. Or one event no, I'm saying that if if we get to it, because I mean, I guess the first point is, if we argue all these different things, but we start with the base foundation of like, okay, is this Bible, like, is this like accurate in what happened? You see what I'm saying? And then we find that, then we break down the intricate aspects of it. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is I'm saying that it's important that, okay, I'm being placed with this information. Now let me find, is this true from a foundational perspective? And then
what does that have to do with, this is what I'm trying to figure out right now though. We're talking about whether your God, right, set up the structure for slavery. What is it that you need to research to see if it's true? Because it's in the book. The words are there. That's the structure for slavery, right? We see that this structure was used in the antebellum South. So the answer is yes, that's a true claim if you believe in the God. The only thing that would make it not true would be that you don't believe in the God and you logically track that a man set up the structure for the slavery that we saw in the antebellum South because it was a man that wrote this. That's what I'm not tracking what your answer to Fee right now.
Well, what I'm saying is, if we remove the belief in God and go to the validity of the document, and then we go and seek out the claims if they're true, and then we can decide if the document is true, if the claims and things that are written down are true. Because if they use, for example, if in the South, if they used these parallels of slavery that were implemented by God to enslave the people and do all these horrible things, but then we find out that those claims in the Bible or that God that gave them, if that's not true, then we go back to kind of what you guys were talking about, how we go back to men's morality and what they chose to believe in. So what I'm saying is that going back and getting to the root of is the Bible true? If this is accurate, true information, then we have to refute the claims. And if the claims are true, then we have to go and say, if the claims
I
are
think
true,
I
and
think
does
you're
that make
still
sense?
trying to do. No, it doesn't, because you're still trying to do it as if this is one big book, and it's not. Right? You can't, like, the claim right now, the is that your God, the God that you believe in, the God of Israel, established the structures for the institutions, the structures for the institutions of slavery that we see in ancient Israel and in the antebellum South. That's the claim. How do you validate that claim?
Well,
I'm
I'm
asking,
just,
how would you validate that claim or
yeah, you,
invalidate it?
well, I'm not saying you invalidate it. I'm
No, I
saying,
said, how would you?
how would I invalidate it?
How would you validate or invalidate the claim? If I came to you and I said, your God set
Right.
up the infrastructure for indentured servitude and chattel slavery in ancient Israel, and we see that same institution, that same structure in the antebellum South, how would you validate or invalidate the claim that your God is the one that did that?
Well, you would look into the history of the antebellum South, and then you would look into like we just did. We read the scripture. We see the parallels. Okay, now here we have a very clear example of information. Like, okay, yes, this looks like this. So I'm not saying I'm not seeking to invalidate that. I'm saying that if the crux of the matter is, if the crux of the document, like you said, is multiple documents. So we have this that says yes, but we're trying to refute. I'm not trying to say that it didn't happen or it's not a parallel. I don't know if that's what you're getting at. I'm not trying to invalidate that. I'm saying I'm trying to walk through and do better study and get a clear, like, is the Bible true? Because if we get to a place, and this is
But
objective, this is taking my
what would
personal view.
that do? Let's say you find out that they were never enslaved in Egypt. Then what does that do for what you learn today or recognize today about the structures of slavery in ancient Israel? How will learning that the Israelites were never enslaved in Egypt affect Leviticus 25, what we just talked about today? How would that affect that knowledge?
If we found out that I'm going to make sure I hear you correctly. If we found out that the Israelites were not enslaved in Egypt, how would that affect the scripture and the antebellum South?
The information that we just talked about today,
Correct.
Leviticus 25,
Correct.
and the parallels that we just connected to the antebellum South, that
Right.
the God, right, set up that structure. If we learned, right, and you validating this book and you doing researches, and the claim that you're trying to validate is that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, and you learn that that never happened, and you can invalidate that claim, right?
Mhm.
How does that affect Leviticus 25? How does that affect what we just talked about today?
It doesn't affect what people. It doesn't affect what people did in the antebellum South. But if
How
we
does it
get to the
affect what's in the book, though?
well, because if that claim is not true, and if the document claims to be true, and that thing is not true, well, then now we have to then begin to question whether this document in itself is true. This
So,
what I'm
and then,
saying.
okay, hold on.
And if
Now
it,
let me throw a monkey wrench in. So then the next claim is that they were in Babylon for 70 years, and you validate that with the archaeological evidence, and you see that that is true. Now what
right.
happens to the book? Now what happens to what you learned today?
Well, that's the point. I mean, that's the point of research. I mean, that's what we're doing, right?
No, I'm
I mean,
asking, how does that affect the book now? You have one claim that you researched and found